Jiangcheng Yizhong, Juexing Square. The crystal ball stood silently before the Juexing Tower, radiating an enigmatic and profound glow. Beneath the tower, an elderly man with a head of white hair slowly spoke, his voice aged yet penetrating. Centuries ago, the surge of spiritual energy swept across the earth, causing plants and animals to undergo chaotic mutations into monstrous beings, severely constricting humanity's living space. That it was only when humanity began to explore spiritual energy and gave rise to awakeners that a new system and order were established. Today marks a pivotal moment in determining your future, the Talent Awakening Ceremony. On the periphery of the crowd, Lin Yuan, slender in stature, maintained a calm demeanor. While beside him, Zhang Ruyu, with a high ponytail and dressed in a white dress, nervously stuck out her tongue, her eyes betraying her anxiety. Lin Yuan, are you nervous? If I awaken with poor talent, you must not abandon me. Her beautiful visage drew glances from those around them, prompting Lin Yuan to turn and chuckle lightly. Who can say for certain what talent one will awaken? My talent may not be exceptional either, so don't fret. With your outstanding physical performance, your awakening is bound to be remarkable, Zhang Ruyu added cheerfully, while Lu Yi, equally charming, leaned in. Indeed, class monitor. The better your physical performance before awakening, the stronger your talent often is. You will undoubtedly be the best in our cohort. I have a feeling that with your record-breaking achievements, you possess the finest talent in all the years. The elder furrowed his brow, lifting a list as he pronounced solemnly. Silence. The Talent Awakening Ceremony at Jiangcheng Yizhong officially commences. Those whose names are called, please step forward to touch the awakening crystal. First up, Zhao Qian. The young man strode forward, and the moment his palm touched the crystal, a burst of blue light erupted. The screen simultaneously displayed B-class talent, Flame. As Zhao Qian stepped back, a crimson flame ignited in his palm. His eyes glimmered with delight. Wonderful. I have a B-class combat talent. The elder stroked his beard, nodding. B-class flame talent, commendable. With diligent training, you may aim for a prestigious spiritual energy university next month. Next, Zhang Yishan. Zhang Yishan, white F-class talent, spirit vision. Zhang Yishan's face turned pale as he dejectedly descended the stage. With an F-class rating, his efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy would be exceedingly low, and he was likely destined to occupy the lower rungs of society. The crystal ball flickered intermittently with various lights. Next, Zhang Ruyu. Here, Zhang Ruyu cast a glance at Lin Yuan, took a deep breath, and walked onto the stage. She bit her lip, closed her eyes, and placed her hand upon the crystal ball. Suddenly, a violet glow burst forth, enveloping her in a soft white light. Like a pure and holy angel gracing the earth, and those bathed in the white light felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. The screen quickly refreshed. A-class, light of sacred healing. A glimmer of approval flashed in the elder's eyes. A rare healing amplification talent, and it's A-class. Lucky girl. Even if your exam results are lackluster, esteemed institutions will surely vie for you. Zhang Ruyu's eyes flew open, her face radiating joy as she bounced off the stage. Hooray, Lin Yuan. I should be able to attend a top university with you. Next, Lin Yuan. As the words fell, all eyes turned to the slender youth on the edge of the crowd, who held the top scores in physical prowess, theory, and practical skills at Jiangcheng Yizhong. Particularly in physical and practical achievements that were unparalleled. Everyone was eager to discover what talent he would awaken. Lin Yuan raised his gaze to the crystal on the stage, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes, and slowly approached to place his palm upon it. Waves of light seeped into his body, a warm current surging at his dantian. A blinding golden light erupted from the crystal ball, engulfing the entire platform. In Lin Yuan's mind, a golden sphere gradually emerged. Detection of talent awakening. Companion intelligent light brain activated. How bright. What talent is this? Indeed, Lin Yuan, this radiance surpasses even A-class. As the brilliance dimmed, it was replaced by a soft yellow halo. The crowd focused intently, revealing two identical Lin Yuans on stage, gazing at one another. Is it a doppelganger? What is happening? The elder snapped back to reality, glancing at the flickering yellow light of the crystal ball. But the screen suddenly shifted, displaying D-class, spiritual energy. Enhancement. The hint of confusion crossed the elder's face as he frowned slightly. Your doppelganger? It seems merely a single division. It should only be D-class. He then looked back at the screen. Spiritual energy enhancement? So you possess two talents? His expectations dimmed instantly, shaking his head in regret. Though dual talents are rare, it is unfortunate that both are D-class. With Earth's large population base, some fortunate individuals do awaken multiple talents. The strength of a talent is never determined by its quantity, Possessing multiple talents may lead to conflicts in spiritual energy later on. Both doppelgangers and spiritual energy enhancement are merely basic augmentations. The elder shook his head, revealing a look of sorrow. The audience erupted in murmurs. Is it truly D-class? Has Jiang Cheng's rising star just fallen? What does dual talent matter if it's yellow D-class? It's hardly better than F or E-class. Who would have thought that the genius of Jiang Cheng Yizhong would reach this level? I said he was so strong before awakening. With dual talents, of course, his physique would be impressive. What does past excellence matter if weak talent means falling behind? We must look ahead. Falling behind. A D-class talent will surely lag far behind. The discussions grew louder, and there was no longer any praise for Lin Yuan. Everyone seemed eager to belittle this once revered genius. Amid the clamor, the two Lin Yuans merged into one that he paid no heed to the cacophony around him. The information in his mind was profoundly shocking. Ding, talent awakening, myriad phantoms. Grade, SSS Golden. Talent ability, myriad phantoms, capable of division into thousands. The doppelganger may awaken random unmastered talents, and the main body retains all abilities of the doppelganger. Should a doppelganger perish, the host spirit will suffer damage, with the extent of harm and recoupling time determined by the strength of the doppelganger. Talent ability 2, in-game theft. The doppelganger, upon contact with a recently deceased ability user, or their remains containing residual spiritual energy, may trigger the talent inheritance mechanism, inheriting their talents and residual spiritual energy. First doppelganger awakens with D-class, spiritual energy enhancement. Doppelganger cooldown, 3 hours. Talent Trial 1 activated. To advance in the awakening realm, all doppelganger cultivations must be perfected. SSS class. Lin Yuan gazed incredulously at the faint golden light shimmering in his palm. The highest known talent was only SS class, and being well-versed in theory, he had never heard of SSS class. The intelligent light brain that accompanied his talent also astonished him greatly. Do not be disheartened, the elder's voice pulled him back to reality. Since the surge of spiritual energy, many top-tier powerhouses began with low talents. At least D-class can still cultivate, and with your dual talents, the future remains uncertain. Once you absorb various spiritual energy crystals, your talent abilities will only grow stronger. Lin Yuan nodded slowly as he descended the stage. All eyes openly scrutinizing him. Returning to his class, Jiang Ruyu's flattering demeanor faded, her expression stiff as she forced a smile. Excuse me for a moment, Lin Yuan. I have something to attend to. Lu Yi also offered a strained smile. I'll go wait over there as it's my turn soon. Lin Yuan smirked bitterly. The reality of talent awakening was indeed stark. Some soared to great heights, while others plummeted to the depths in an instant. The once favored position he held was swiftly abandoned by the crowd. Truly, the world is a harsh place. At that moment, a surge of intense black light exploded from the stage, silencing the entire audience. Is that an S-class talent? Jiang Cheng Yizhong has produced an S-class. Chapter 2. An unprecedented SSS-level talent. Lin Yuan followed the gazes of the crowd, and, under the luminous halo of the crystal platform, the striking figure of Li Hongyu stood out prominently. He was the rival Lin Yuan had been at odds with since the first year of high school. Now enveloped in a cloak of black light, flames swirling around him as if they were sentient, crackling softly as they licked the air. Suddenly, the floating screen illuminated, revealing the S-class burning flame of heaven, a force far surpassing Zhao Qian's flames. Good. Excellent. The elder in charge of the awakening ceremony, his murky eyes sparkling with excitement, exclaimed, "This year, within my jurisdiction, we have also witnessed the emergence of an S-class talent." Li Hongyu slightly raised his chin, his heightened perception post-awakening allowing him to instantly catch Lin Yuan's gaze amidst the crowd. He deliberately straightened his back, slowly lifting his left hand, thumb pointing downward, pressing in Lin Yuan's direction. In previous physical tests and theoretical examinations, he had always found himself overshadowed by Lin Yuan, but now he was the sole focus of attention. The crowd surged toward the stage like a tidal wave, with Jiang Ryu and Lu Yi jostling to the front, their enthusiasm tenfold compared to when Lin Yuan had awakened. "Hongyu, you are incredible. An S-class talent." Lu Yi tugged at his sleeve, her voice dripping with flattery, while Jiang Ryu cast a flirtatious glance, her tone sweetly saccharine. "Hongyu, I've awakened the A-class healing light. Perhaps we could both qualify for the same prestigious university? When we embark on missions, I can assist you with logistics and provide enhancements, ensuring your success. In this chaotic world, possessing an S-class talent, as long as it did not perish prematurely, guaranteed a future as a formidable force, surrounded by safety and comfort." Everyone flocked around Li Hongyu, vying for his attention. However, Li Hongyu paid no heed to his admirers. His gaze was riveted on Lin Yuan. As he strode through the throng, Lin Yuan, he thought, his voice brimming with pride, what does it matter that you once surpassed me? The awakening of talent is a watershed moment. From now on, you shall only look up to me. Lin Yuan suddenly smiled, lightly stroking his sleeve, an inscrutable calm gleaming in his eyes. Who knows what the future holds? At least up to now, you have yet to best me. You remain my defeated opponent. Li Hongyu's face flushed crimson, grinding his teeth as he declared, this is as far as your arrogance goes. Just wait. The college entrance examination is next week. I will show you the gap between us. Lin Yuan, resting his head nonchalantly, replied casually, I awaited eagerly. Look, another burst of black light. A gasp interrupted their confrontation, and both Lin Yuan and Li Hongyu looked up simultaneously. A woman had appeared on the crystal platform, her flowing silver hair dancing in the wind. Clad in a moon-white gown, she appeared ethereal, embodying the beauty of Gu Qingqing, the campus belle of Jiangcheng High School. With her eyes tightly shut, her lashes fluttered, and as she opened her eyes, countless ice shards erupted from the ground, instantly dispelling the heat of the burning flame of heaven. The floating screen lit up once more. S-class talent, ice and snow sovereign. The elder stroked his goatee, his eyes narrowing with delight. Gu Qingqing. Old Gu's legacy continues. The crowd erupted in fervor. The rarity of S-class talents was well known, and this year, Jiangcheng High School had produced two such prodigies. Even Gu Qingqing was an S-class. The disparity between them felt insurmountable. It seemed that the genius rankings of Jiangcheng would be dominated by the two of them. The awakening ceremony stretched from dawn until dusk, and of the over 5,000 students at Jiangcheng High School, only slightly more than 2,000 awakened talents capable of cultivating at D-class or above. Among them, 2 were S-class, 22 were A-class, while the majority fell between B-class and F-class. The elder reviewed the list of awakenings, lightly tapping his finger on the paper. Not bad. This year we have more promising candidates than in previous years. He suddenly raised his voice, scanning the audience, students with special talents of D-class or above. I officially invite you to join the Jiangcheng Military Department. The military offers the richest resources of spiritual energy and opportunities for practical experience, far superior to solitary cultivation in school. After a pause, his gaze settled on Lin Yuan, his tone softening. Students who awakened lower-level talents need not be disheartened. The leading universities have special recruitment slots, and if you perform excellently in next week's college entrance examination, you can still gain admission to prestigious institutions. The military is the same. As long as you contribute, resources will not be lacking. This week, explore your talents well and showcase yourselves during the examination. Lin Yuan followed the crowd to collect a novice gift pack, peering into the small bag containing 3 spiritual energy crystals, feeling a tumult of emotions. He had clearly seen that Li Hongyu and Gu Qingqing's gift packs contained a full 100 crystals, highlighting the disparity in talent. Spiritual energy crystals are the cores of spiritual energy left behind after the death of extraordinary beasts or humans following the tide of spiritual energy, capable of rapidly enhancing one's cultivation. Upon awakening, humans enter the first awakening realm, absorbing spiritual energy or crystals through the cultivation manual to strengthen themselves. The quantity of crystals in the novice gift pack is determined by the talent level. S-class receives 100 crystals, A-class 50, while F-class receives only 1. For instance, Zhang Yishan, who awakened an F-class talent of spiritual vision, could not absorb even 100 crystals, rendering them a waste. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the bag, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He had no intention of prematurely revealing his SSS class talent, one that was not even recorded in history. If he were seen as an anomaly and captured for study, it would spell trouble. However, this minor resource disparity posed no issue for his multifaceted talent. Upon returning home, Lin Yuan sat at his desk, grasping a spiritual energy crystal, and began to absorb its energy, following the cultivation technique he had memorized. Ding! Detected spiritual energy fluctuation. Awakening Realm Level 1 Cat Demon Spiritual Energy Crystal. End of detection. The end of term theft activated. Gaining Spiritual Energy 1. Acquiring Talent F-Class Spiritual Vision. Ding. Detected that the host possesses this type of talent. Body Enhancement. Clone. Talent Enhancement in progress. Warmth flowed through his fingertips into his body, and Lin Yuan felt his meridians heating up, but when the spiritual energy was depleted, he sensed no signs of advancement. How fast? This pace was indeed worthy of an SSS class talent. The spiritual energy crystal had been absorbed almost instantaneously, and his previous skepticism about his SSS class talent vanished in an instant. Just as the neural interface had indicated, he needed to fully empower all clones to achieve advancement. He murmured softly and picked up another spiritual energy crystal. Ding. Detected spiritual energy fluctuation. Awakening Realm Level 1 Ox Demon Spiritual Energy Crystal. Acquiring Talent D-Class Muscle Enhancement. This time, the spiritual energy surged through his body at an even greater velocity, and Lin Yuan could distinctly feel the power coursing through his limbs and bones. As the crystal disintegrated into motes of light, he sprang to his feet, feeling as light as a breeze, with all his attributes elevated to a new level. Is this the second awakening realm? Lin Yuan gazed at his hands, attempting to activate his talents. Spiritual energy enhancement, spiritual vision, muscle enhancement. At his command, his arms suddenly swelled, the muscle definition becoming strikingly visible, and the spiritual energy within him surged like boiling water, sharpening his senses. Can I actually utilize so many talents simultaneously? Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. Only at this moment did he truly believe he had awakened an SSS-class talent, one not even recorded in history. Before he could savor this realization, a shrill voice pierced through the air. Lin Yuan, you are becoming increasingly rude. Your aunt has arrived, and you are still hiding in your room. Chapter 3. It seems you still cannot defeat me? Lin Yuan, come out. The familiar high-pitched voice grated against his eardrums. And as Lin Yuan savored the newly awakened spiritual energy within him, his brows furrowed in annoyance. He dissipated the residual fluctuations of spiritual energy that had yet to fully stabilize around his body. The contours of his muscles gradually softened, and the lingering warmth of spiritual energy at his fingertips had barely faded before he rose and proceeded toward the entrance hall. As soon as the door creaked open just a crack, a strong scent of perfume surged inward. Then his eyes fell upon Zhao Liyuan, whose stature nearly matched his own. Standing at 1.60 meters and weighing 160 jin, her figure was enveloped in a pink floral dress that hugged her form like a plump dumpling. Her hands rested on her waist, which was as wide as a bucket, and her chin was raised so high it seemed almost to touch the ceiling. Behind her followed Lin Yuan's parents. His father, Lin Hai, still clutched a toolbox he hadn't yet set down, while his mother, Bai Shuhua, stood nearby. Both wearing somewhat awkward expressions. At the far edge stood Lin Jiachen, trailing behind his mother, his eyes unable to conceal a sense of pride. Look, just look. Zhao Liyuan strode into the living room, the heels of her shoes thudding heavily on the floor. She immediately launched into a tirade directed at Lin Hai and Bai Shuhua. I told you from the start that the child must be strictly disciplined, but you insisted that Lin Yuan was sensible and needed no supervision. And now look, he even avoids his own elders when they come to visit. No manners at all. Unlike my Jiachen, who, upon awakening his A-grade talent today, came straight back and thoughtfully gave me a massage. With these words, she collapsed onto the sofa like a boulder, the springs groaning under her weight. Congratulations, Jiachen. Your future is bright, Bai Shuhua responded with a smile, quickly guiding Lin Yuan to a single-seat sofa on the opposite side. She lightly squeezed her son's wrist with her fingertips and lowered her voice. Your father and I just got back from work and saw your auntie blocking the stairs downstairs. She said she hadn't visited her nephew in a long time and insisted on coming up. Lin Hai hastened to smooth things over, his face beaming. Li Yuan, don't say that. Lin Yuan has always been sensible, consistently ranking first at Yizhong. You never had to worry about him. First, Zhao Liyuan suddenly raised her voice as if hearing the greatest joke, snorting coldly as she glanced at Lin Yuan. That's ancient history. At today's awakening ceremony at Jiangxing No. 1 High School, I made inquiries. Your Lin Yuan only awakened a D-grade talent, right? You two are always doing menial work. I doubt you even understand what talent grades mean. D-grade, just a little better than a lifetime of mediocrity at F-grade. Lin Yuan lightly tapped his fingertips against his knee. When he looked up, the warmth that usually dwelled in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a chill. Auntie seems well informed. But when have you ever needed to snoop around behind others for news about my affairs? Or do you enjoy trailing behind like a lapdog? Lin Yuan, how dare you speak to your auntie like that? Bai Shuhua quickly tugged at her son's arm, but the corner of her mouth subtly curled into a smile. Seizing the moment when Zhao Liyuan wasn't paying attention, she swiftly gave Lin Yuan a thumbs up. Look, just look. Zhao Liyuan erupted in fury, springing up from the sofa and pointing sharply at Lin Hai and Bai Shuhua, her voice shrill enough to pierce eardrums. Is this the good son you've raised? No talent, and such a venomous tongue. No manners whatsoever. Nothing like my Jiachen. Her tone suddenly softened as she reached out to stroke Lin Jiachen's head, her eyes brimming with pride. Jiachen has awakened an A-grade talent. What good are good grades if you don't awaken your talent? With your family's circumstances, you can't even afford to nurture his talent evolution. When Jiachen enters a top university and joins the military, Lin Yuan will only be handing out wrenches at construction sites. Just like you, A lifetime destined for mediocrity. Lin Jiechen finally lifted his head, gazing at Lin Yuan's still calm face. Years of pent-up frustration suddenly found release, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled upwards. Throughout his childhood, his mother had always compared him unfavorably to Lin Yuan. Now he finally surpassed him. Lin Hai's smile faded entirely, his brows knitting into a deep frown. Zhao Liyuan. We usually don't hold grudges when you criticize me and Xu Hua, but how our son fares is none of your concern. Bai Shuhua stepped forward, shielding Lin Yuan with a gentle yet resolute voice. Even if Lin Yuan is a D-grade talent, we will spare no effort to support his cultivation. History is not without warriors of low talent who have triumphed. Who says a D-grade cannot succeed? Watching his parents' unwavering support, Lin Yuan felt as if bathed in warm water, his heart burning with warmth. He rose and motioned toward the doorway with a polite yet unequivocal gesture. His tone calm but distant. Auntie, it seems our home does not welcome you. Perhaps you should take your precious darling back with you. Who asked the precious darling? Lin Jiechen suddenly stepped forward. Spoiled and never having suffered a loss, he reached out to grab Lin Yuan's collar. Lin Yuan, this is no longer your era. You're a D-grade loser, and yet you dare to challenge me? Lin Yuan's gaze hardened. Before Lin Jiechen's hand touched his collar, he caught his wrist with a swift reverse grip, lightly tripping him. Using Lin Jiechen's forward momentum, he executed a perfect shoulder throw. With a muffled thud, Lin Jiechen slammed hard onto the floor, grimacing in pain. Ah, what are you doing? Zhao Liyuan screamed, rushing over to frantically check her son for injuries. Bai Shuhua stood aside, discreetly making an encouraging gesture with her hand, her eyes filled with amusement. Lin Yuan withdrew his handkerchief to wipe the fingers that had just gripped Lin Jiechen's wrist, and spoke casually. Cousin, it seems you're not yet qualified to call me a loser, are you? He squatted and gently patted Lin Jiechen's reddened face, his tone tinged with amusement. When you lack strength, it's better not to be so arrogant. At least for now, you can't beat me. Lin Jiechen struggled to rise, the pain in his chest making his voice tremble, yet he gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, just you wait. Lin Yuan straightened and yawned lazily. I understand. Is it the old saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west? Don't underestimate a poor youth. I've spoken for you. Shall we set a 3-year challenge to make it more ceremonial? No need for 3 years. 1 week from now, the college entrance mock exam. I will repay today as humiliation 100-fold. Lin Jiechen clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles white, veins pulsing on his forehead. Lin Yuan tapped his ear. Very well. I'll be waiting. Zhao Liyuan helped Lin Jiechen to his feet, glaring at Lin Yuan. I originally intended to invest in your family, but I didn't expect such short-sightedness. When Jiechen's cultivation is complete, just wait and envy. If you want to invest, there are plenty who will. Then, she cast a venomous stare at Lin Yuan's parents. You can keep your loser. Bang. Chapter 4. Rest assured, our son is no failure. Son, don't be too discouraged. Bai Shuhua looked toward the door slammed shut by Zhao Liyuan, her eyes still flickering with lingering anger. When she turned to Lin Yuan, her expression softened immediately. She gently patted his arm. Even a D-grade talent is far stronger than we are. Your father and I will spare no effort to support your cultivation. Then, her tone shifted as her brows furrowed. But you were indeed a bit impulsive just now. No matter how talented Lin Jiechen is, he is still young and arrogant. If he causes trouble during the college entrance exam in a month, it might affect your future. Lin Hai, his brows knotted like a tangled thread, pulled out a pack of cigarettes and lit one. Amid the curling smoke, his hoarse voice said, Zhao Yuan, your mother is right. You were impulsive today, but I support you. Your auntie's attitude has long deserved a retort. He held a cigarette in his mouth and turned to walk into the bedroom. Moments later, he emerged holding a bank card, flicking the cigarette but lightly with his fingers, allowing the ash to fall onto the floor. This is the hard-earned savings of your mother and me over the decades. 500,000 Huaxia coins. Just enough to purchase a low-grade genetic enhancement potion. With a stroke of luck, it should elevate your talent to sea level. When the time comes, perform well in the college entrance examination and strive to enter a respectable spiritual university. He extended the bank card towards Lin Yuan, the plastic card carrying a slight chill. Lin Hai inhaled deeply from his cigarette, his gaze complex. If things go awry, I will apologize to your aunt tomorrow. After all, we are family. She wouldn't truly make things difficult for you. Lin Yuan looked at the yellowed cigarette between his father's fingers, then glanced at the white hairs subtly sprouting at his mother's temples, his eyes suddenly feeling warm. He gently pushed the bank card back, his voice softening. Dad, you should keep this money. It is the fruit of a lifetime's labor. I cannot accept it. Rest assured, if I dare to act, I will know my limits. A calm smile crept onto his lips. In his eyes, Lin Jiachuan was merely a petty clown, not worthy of fear. Moreover, his awakened ability was rather unique. It was not as disappointing as it appeared, making the genetic potion unnecessary. Foolish child, why are you putting on airs with your parents? Bai Shuhua reached out to touch his head, her palm radiating familiar warmth. Your father and I lack the means to provide you with a high-grade genetic potion like those affluent families. However, we can afford this low-grade one. She decisively stuffed the bank card into Lin Yuan's pocket, pressing her fingertip gently as if afraid he would return it. This money was originally meant for your talent awakening. You are still young. Do not let your life be as mundane as ours. Even achieving C-level could secure you a place in the military. I have heard that many with low talents have still managed to change their fate by entering the military. I know you certainly do not wish to be ordinary. Having additional ability will only increase your opportunities and safety. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Neither your father nor I possess combat-type talents, making it difficult to hunt exotic beasts. In our youth, we lacked the funds for potions and have remained trapped at the bottom all our lives. We do not want you to tread the same path. Lin Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. He took the bank card out again and placed it on the coffee table, his tone resolutely firm. Mom and Dad, trust me. I cannot disclose the specifics of my talent right now, but it is certainly not inferior to Lin Jiachuan's level. As soon as he finished speaking, a steady wave of spiritual energy emanated from within him, the aura of the second tier of awakening spreading like ripples, causing the curtains in the living room to flutter gently. Lin Hai and Bai Shuhua were simultaneously stunned, disbelief etched on their faces. You just awakened yesterday. How could you be at the second tier already? Bai Shuhua reached out to touch Lin Yuan's arm, as if confirming that what she saw was not an illusion. Both of them possessed F-level talents, which made cultivation arduous. Coupled with the need to work, they had little time for dedicated training. Now approaching 50, they had barely reached the second tier of awakening. They understood better than anyone the slow cultivation speed of low-level talents. Lin Yuan's lips curled upward slightly. His tone relaxed yet imbued with undeniable confidence. The specific reason is something I cannot explain right now, but your son is certainly not a waste of talent. He clenched his fist, the spiritual energy gently swirling in his palm. I now possess the ability to hunt exotic beasts. In the coming days, I wish to venture into the wild city to hone my skills and acquire some spiritual energy crystals to enhance myself. Lin Jiachuan and Li Hongyu had resources that far exceeded his own, and his SSS-level talent required a vast amount of spiritual energy crystals for both unlocking avatars and enhancing his cultivation. The only choice was to hunt exotic beasts to procure resources while concealing his talent. Bai Shuhua was about to voice her concerns when Lin Hai stopped her with a gesture. He gazed at the light shimmering in Lin Yuan's eyes, a confidence and brilliance he had never seen before. After a moment of silence, he nodded gently. The child has grown and has his own ideas. Let him venture forth. He turned and walked into the study, opening the safe and retrieving a long wooden box. As the box opened, a cold light flashed. A tang knife lay quietly inside, its blade long and adorned with ancient patterns, the hilt still bearing the marks of time. Lin Hai caressed the icy blade, his gaze filled with nostalgia. This is the battle knife left by your great-grandfather. Your aunt has come to us repeatedly over the years, primarily for this. His tone carried a hint of pride mixed with regret. Your great-grandfather was once a powerful figure who broke through the awakening realm and stepped into the condensation realm. It is a pity that our descendants have declined. By my turn, we lack even the ability to wield a weapon. The awakening of talent is random. Unless one is a formidable practitioner, it is difficult to pass down to the next generation. He solemnly handed the wooden box to Lin Yuan, his eyes earnest. Now, I entrust it to you. I hope you can make it shine once more. Lin Yuan accepted the wooden box with both hands, a chilling sensation coursing through his fingertips upon touching the blade, invigorating his spirit. A fine knife, he exclaimed involuntarily, gently stroking the blade, clearly sensing the faint spiritual energy fluctuations contained within. Rest assured, Mom and Dad, give me some time, and I will show you my talent. Just then, a prompt from the auxiliary light brain echoed in his mind. Ding. Avatar, cool down ready. Lin Yuan's eyes brightened as he clutched the wooden box and dashed into his room. He placed the wooden box on the table, inhaling deeply as he activated his SSS-level talent, 10,000 Forms Avatar. In an instant, a dazzling purple light erupted from within him, filling the entire room. Within the radiance, a figure identical to him slowly coalesced. You have acquired a new talent, Elemental Avatar, Wind. Talent level, a level, Avatar tier, Awakening Realm First tier. Talent ability, Mastery over the power of wind, capable of refining wind into blades or attaching it to weapons or the body for use. Avatar cooldown, 7 days. Lin Yuan gazed at the wind elemental avatar taking shape beside him, his eyes alight with joy. I was worried about lacking reliable means to obtain spiritual energy crystals in the wild city, but now with the power of wind and great-grandfather's battle knife, things have become much simpler. He grasped the battle knife, a green vortex swirling along its patterns, the sharp aura lifting his spirits. He immediately retrieved the last remaining spiritual energy crystal from his pocket, seated himself cross-legged, and began to absorb it. Ding. Absorbed Awakening First Tier Cat Demon Spiritual Energy Crystal. Spiritual Energy 1. Acquired D-Level Talent. Lightness. Ding. Main Body Enhancement Type Avatar received multiple boosts. Talent Evolution. C-Level Frenzy. Talent Ability. After use, can slightly enhance various physical attributes for 30 minutes. Upon exhaustion of spiritual energy, enters a 1-hour period of weakness. Having absorbed the 3 spiritual energy crystals provided by the school, Lin Yuan's spiritual energy steadily increased. And the Wind Elemental Avatar also broke through to the 2nd tier of Awakening. In the room, the main body, Wind Elemental Avatar, and the previous enhancement of the main body exchanged glances, all wearing wry smiles. This SSS level talent, while formidable, required an outrageous amount of spiritual energy. For an ordinary person, a single spiritual energy crystal was sufficient to elevate them from the 1st to the 2nd tier of Awakening. However, he had absorbed 3 crystals and had only just reached the 2nd tier. To unlock more avatars and enhance his strength would undoubtedly require an enormous quantity of spiritual energy crystals. Yet, Lin Yuan realized that it was not entirely a disadvantage. After the 2 avatars returned to the main body, he took a deep breath, feeling the surging spiritual energy of the 2nd tier of Awakening flowing through him threefold. Along with the clear and usable talent marks in his mind, Lin Yuan whispered to himself, clenching his fists tightly. As long as I possess a sufficient number of spiritual energy crystals, the potential for my innate talents is boundless. Lin Yuan stretched lazily. After a night of meditation, he realized that the growth of spiritual energy was far outpaced by the acquisition of spiritual energy through the crystals. With a resolute expression, Lin Yuan thought of the vast number of spiritual energy crystals. The potential and growth brought by his talents now transformed into a heavy burden. With the aid of the wind's power, Lin Yuan swiftly arrived at the Hunter's Lodge on the outskirts of the city. The lodge was the most bustling place in the city, with the grand hall filled with a cacophony of voices. The air was a blend of leather, metal, sweat, and a faint trace of blood. Various awakened individuals gathered here, and Lin Yuan, clad in all black and wearing a black scarf, did not attract much attention. A young 2nd-tier awakened one was not particularly eye-catching. It was better to seek a team for his first venture into the Huangqing. Lin Yuan stroked his chin. Although he could significantly enhance his survival rate with his duplication talent, the mental toll before the examination was something he could hardly bear. He walked directly to the task release area and team recruitment zone, his gaze swiftly scanning until a recruitment notice captured his attention. F-level Huangqing Outskirts Exploration Team Recruitment. Objective: explore the F-level area, eliminate Lo-Tru-Sog, Isho, and collect specific materials and spiritual energy crystals. Requirements: 2nd tier awakened or above. Must possess at least 1 combat-oriented talent or specialized weapon. Must follow commands. Experienced individuals preferred. Team: Panshir Team. Captain: Zhang Meng. Meeting point: Recruitment Desk Number 3. Note: the team already has healing, defense, and main attack roles, but lacks strong output in scouts. The Huangqing is an uninhabited city ravaged by Yisog, classified into levels from F, the lowest, to SS, the highest, based on the Yisog population. Currently, most F-level Huangqing are territories reclaimed by humanity, temporarily devoid of resources for reconstruction, leaving Lo-Tru-Sog for lower-tier warriors to hone their skills. The absence of strong output and scouts in the F-level Huangqing outskirts led Lin Yuan to make a decisive choice upon reading the recruitment requirements. He approached Recruitment Desk No. 3, where 3 individuals were already standing. At the forefront was a burly, muscular bald man with sharp eyes, leaning against a giant axe that stood taller than himself. Clearly, he was Captain Zhang Meng. Beside him was a woman with a short staff and a gentle demeanor, while a tall young man bearing a small metal shield stood a bit farther away. Signing up? Zhang Meng scrutinized Lin Yuan from head to toe, his voice booming. His gaze lingered on Lin Yuan's somewhat youthful face and the battle blade at his back, assessing him. Yes, Lin Yuan replied calmly, 2nd tier awakened. Talent: D-level lightness and D-level spiritual energy enhancement. Adept at speed and capable of serving as a scout. Dual talents? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Zhang Meng's eyes, drawing the attention of the gentle woman and the tall man nearby. Show us, Zhang Meng suggested, a hint of skepticism in his tone, pointing towards a designated testing area. A scout requires not only speed, but also sufficient self-defense capabilities. Without any further ado, Lin Yuan stepped forward, enhancing his entire being with his lightness and spiritual energy talents. In an instant, he appeared before the alloy post. What incredible speed! The gentle woman exclaimed, with a resonant hum. His battle blade sliced through the air towards the alloy post. Swoosh! The blade struck precisely against the post, leaving a deep, smooth gash of nearly an inch in depth. Accompanied by a sharp screech of friction, Zhang Meng's eyes lit up, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Excellent! Such destructive power. Not only do you possess the speed of a scout, but you also have significant offensive capabilities. Truly worthy of dual talents. He clapped Lin Yuan on the shoulder. I am Zhang Meng, with a D-level muscle enhancement talent. Welcome to the Panshur team. This is Su Wan, a third-tier healer with a D-level healing amplification talent. And this is Zhao Chong, a third-tier shield guardian with a D-level defensive solidification talent. Su Wan nodded at Lin Yuan, and Zhao Chong offered a look of approval. I am Feng Yu. Lin Yuan introduced himself succinctly. Hello, do you still need more members? A melodious voice broke through, and Zhang Meng turned to see a striking young woman with flowing silver hair. Her lovely peach blossom eyes sparkled, and her elegant form was snugly wrapped in a black trench coat. He rubbed his bald head. Yes, we do need more, but we're specifically short on strong output. With your petite frame. Before he could finish, the temperature around them plummeted. The woman raised one hand, blue light shimmering. Several ice shards shot towards the alloy post, embedding themselves firmly in it. Can I join? Chapter 6. The eerie ruins of Huangqing. Lin Yuan's gaze settled on the figure in the black trench coat, not far away, his brows slightly furrowing. The woman was tall, and the hem of her coat flapped in the wind, revealing a profile that bore an inexplicable familiarity. He unconsciously stroked the hilt of his tang knife at his waist, murmuring, I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Zhang Meng, standing nearby, suddenly inhaled sharply, pointing at the alloy post with wide eyes. Half of an ice shard, as thick as an adult's wrist, was embedded deeply, glimmering coldly in the sunlight, with a rim of frozen frost still clinging to its edges. He abruptly turned to the woman, scanning her form. The spiritual energy fluctuations were faint, clearly at the level of a second tier awakened. What's the power of your talent? The woman crossed her arms, her black trench coat accentuating her fair complexion. Her cool voice rang out again, devoid of unnecessary words. A-level talent, ice power. A-level? Zhang Meng's voice rose several octaves, disbelief etched on his face. A genius like you shouldn't be here with us in the Huangqing. Shouldn't you be a prized possession in a university or military district? Su Wan and Zhao Chong nodded in agreement, their expressions filled with confusion. An A-level talent has always been a coveted asset, lacking nothing in terms of resources or mentors, making it unnecessary to take risks in the perilous Huangqing. However, the woman offered no explanation, her gaze sweeping over Zhang Meng and the others once more before she spoke again, her tone remaining flat. May I join your team? Absolutely. Of course. Zhang Meng nodded eagerly, his voice laced with excitement. The power of your ice shards is likely on par with a typical third-tier output. Our team is in desperate need of someone like you to tackle those tough, resilient issues. The woman nodded lightly, accepting the proposal. I heard your introductions earlier. She paused, providing a code name. You can call me Xue. Zhang Meng's eyes crinkled into a smile. The three of them were all in their early 20s, possessing D-level talents. Lacking backgrounds or resources, and relying solely on teamwork to venture into the Huangqing to gather spiritual energy crystals. Encountering Lin Yuan, a dual talent, was already unexpected. And now with the addition of an A-level ice powerhouse, even if she was only at the second tier, her strength far exceeded their initial expectations. Everyone is here. Prepare yourselves. We will depart in half an hour. Zhang Meng clapped his hands, raising his voice. Destination, Huangqing F3 area. Remember, our primary objectives are to collect spiritual energy crystals and Yiso materials. If we encounter something we cannot handle, do not force it. Safety comes first. His gaze lingered on Lin Yuan and Xue for a few extra moments, his tone taking on a serious note. Especially you two. It appears this is your first time venturing out of the city into the Huangqing, correct? Both Lin Yuan and Xue nodded simultaneously. The desolate city is far more intricate than the urban landscape, where injuries and even fatalities are commonplace. Zhang Meng slowed his tone, meticulously advising. You must conserve your spiritual energy, take care of yourselves, and coordinate with the team. Do you understand? Understood, the two replied in unison, their voices devoid of any extraneous emotion. Half an hour later, the group boarded an armored vehicle en route to the desolate city. The vehicle's heavy frame and bulletproof windows produced a dull thud as it traversed the uneven road. Throughout the journey, the three of them explained various precautions about the desolate city to Lin Yuan and Xue. Before long, The outline of the F3 district of the desolate city emerged on the horizon. It was a wasteland, shrouded in twisted vegetation and rusted metal, with toppled skyscrapers and walls overrun by dark green vines, resembling a slumbering giant from a distance. Zhang Meng pointed out the window, his voice tinged with seriousness. This mission is a purge operation. Recently, a horde of rodent beasts has infiltrated Jiang City through the sewers from the old industrial area west of the F3 district, affecting the local residents. By tracing the beacons taken by the rodents, we discovered they originated from the old industrial area. This is an official mission, and the reward includes genetic agents. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chong instinctively rubbed the alloy shield on his back, his eyes gleaming with interest. Su Wan, who had been resting her eyes, opened them and gently toyed with her fingers, evidently intrigued as well. Official missions always offered substantial rewards, something coveted by D-class talent holders like them. Zhang Meng paused momentarily before continuing. This mission is perilous and requires a well-equipped team. Thus, we've expanded our group, especially you. Feng Yu, your scouting information is crucial. He gestured towards the earpiece by his ear, adding, once we enter the desolate city, we will rely on this device for communication. Lin Yuan nodded, silently flexing his wrist. His gaze inadvertently drifted to Xue beside him. She leaned against the chair, her eyes half closed, long eyelashes casting a faint shadow on her eyelids, radiating an aura of chilling aloofness. How could someone so young with A-class talent venture into such a place as the desolate city? Lin Yuan's curiosity deepened, pondering who she truly was and the source of that inexplicable familiarity. The armored vehicle soon came to a halt by the roadside outside the desolate city. As the door swung open, a cold gust, mingled with rust and decaying leaves, swept in. Zhang Meng was the first to exit, stretching his limbs with a satisfying crack. He pointed towards the distant, gray ruins, his voice brimming with excitement. Let us move. With that, he strode confidently towards the old industrial area in the west, clearly well acquainted with the environment. Zhao Chong followed closely behind, shield in hand, while Su Wan and Xue trailed after them. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing his doubts about Xue. He followed closely behind the group, stepping into the ruins of the F3 district. The ruins were eerily silent. The wind whistled through the skeletal remains of the crumbled skyscrapers, producing a sound akin to a mournful wail, swirling debris and dried leaves in a chaotic dance. The once thriving buildings were now mere shadows of their former glory, their walls cracked and weathered, exposing rusty rebar. Dense cobwebs clung like tattered veils to window frames and columns, some adorned with desiccated insect corpses swaying gently in the breeze, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The crunch of gravel underfoot echoed sharply in the stillness, each step striking the nerves of the group. Suddenly, Zhang Meng halted, turning to Lin Yuan and lowering his voice. Feng Yu, you will scout ahead first, using your ability to assess the situation. Avoid encounters with beast clusters. If possible, evade combat to conserve spiritual energy for critical engagements. Remember to prioritize your safety. Retreat immediately if danger arises. Understood, Lin Yuan replied with a nod. Although it was his first visit to the desolate city, he was well versed in the theoretical knowledge of a scout's responsibilities. Just as he prepared to leap to a vantage point, he scanned the surroundings, eyes landing on the cobwebs entwining the structures, which were unnaturally organized and laden with numerous insect corpses. His brow furrowed in concern. Something felt amiss. He crouched down, gently prodding a dangling strand of web with the tip of his knife. This web was several times thicker than that produced by ordinary spiders and exhibited a strong adhesive quality, almost instantly sticking to his fingertip and emanating a faint, fishy odor. Looking up, he noticed similar strands clinging to the corners of nearby buildings, windowsills, and even fissures in the ground, their density far surpassing that of typical spider webs, resembling a meticulously laid trap. Everyone, be cautious. Lin Yuan sprang to his feet, his tone grave. There are far too many webs. Something is wrong. It's impossible for a desolate city to host such a dense network of webs. We might be in trouble. Before his warning could fully resonate, a stream of dark green slime suddenly shot from the shadows of the ruins above. The slime, reeking of a pungent stench, surged toward Lin Yuan at an astonishing speed. His pupils dilated, and he instinctively sidestepped. The slime grazed his shoulder, splattering against a crumbling wall behind him, instantly corroding a fist-sized pit and releasing wisps of white smoke. Before he could regain his balance, more attacks followed in swift succession. Several strands of white silk, alive with motion, surged from all directions, aiming for Zhao Chong and Su Wan. Simultaneously, 3 additional streams of dark green slime hurtled toward Xue and Zhang Meng, blocking their escape routes. Watch out! It's a beast ambush. Zhang Meng's shout reverberated through the ruins as he swiftly drew his massive axe from his back, channeling spiritual energy into it. Activating his muscle enhancement ability, the axe blade shimmered with a faint white light as it descended fiercely upon the incoming silk. Zhao Chong reacted with equal speed, positioning his alloy shield before him with a resounding clang. The silk collided with the shield, instantly entangling its surface but failing to breach the defense. Everyone, stay behind me. Su Wan swiftly retreated, her fingertips coalescing a pale blue spiritual energy, ready to heal at a moment's notice. Only Shui remained composed, standing still until the moment the slime approached her. Suddenly, a thin layer of pale blue frost enveloped her, coalescing into an icy shield. With a muffled thud, the dark green slime crashed against the ice shield, instantly freezing into a chunk that slid down and shattered upon hitting the ground. However, Lin Yuan's attention was not on the immediate threats. Utilizing the momentum from his evasive maneuver, he glanced towards the direction from which the slime and silk had originated. His eyes flickered with golden light as he activated Ling Shi. There, in a partially collapsed office building, he discerned several pairs of glowing green eyes peering from a broken window on the third floor, fixated on them, akin to a nest of lurking predators. Spider-type beasts. There are numerous ones on the third floor of the office building at 3 o'clock. Lin Yuan warned sharply, his right hand gripping the hilt of his tang knife. As Zhang Meng severed the incoming silk, the sound of scuttling echoed from the broken window of the office building. Dozens of pitch-black spike spiders, each half a person tall, descended along the walls, their shiny exoskeletons glistening ominously, with barbed legs reflecting a cold glint, while drops of dark green slime dripped from their mandibles, sizzling as they corroded the ground below. The second-tier Awakening Realm soldier-level Haisai Zhu, though gregarious, possesses average strength. Zhang Meng felt a wave of relief wash over him upon his cursory glance. Zhao Chong, hold the line. Do not let them near Su Wan. Su Wan, provide support and keep up. I will clear the flanks. As soon as the orders were given, Zhao Chong stepped forward, bearing his alloy shield, infused with third-tier spiritual energy. As he activated solidification, a thick, pale golden aura enveloped the shield's surface. The first Haisai Zhu lunged at him, its sharp forelimbs striking the shield with a resounding clang. The creature was jolted back 2 steps, while Zhao Chong remained steadfast, even managing to chuckle. This force is lighter than the training targets. Standing beside Zhao Chong, Su Wan radiated a healing amplification aura. Her fingertips coalesced into 2 streams of light, one wrapping around Zhao Chong's shield, enhancing its glow, while the other floated towards Zhang Meng, bestowing him with a power buff. The healing amplifying talent not only provided healing, but also augmented uninjured warriors, making individuals with such talents highly sought after. With the assistance, Zhang Meng moved with greater agility, his colossal axe gleaming with third-tier energy. As each swing cleaved through the Haisai Zhu's exoskeleton, splattering dark green ichor across the ground, dispatching 3 in mere moments. Shui, there's no need to rush. Just provide ranged support. Zhang Meng called back, noticing Shui standing still. He assumed she was nervous, unaware of the curiosity glimmering in her eyes. Shui nodded gently, her hands gathering frost. An ice spear shot forth, precisely piercing the head of a Haisai Zhu attempting to ambush Zhang Meng. Her actions were calm, yet showed a hint of awkwardness. This was likely her first encounter with an exotic beast, and her speed in consolidating the ice mist was slightly slower than usual. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan seized the opportunity to maneuver around the Haisai Zhu under the collective pressure. Gripping his Tang Dao, the energy from his body amplification clone adhered to the blade, emanating a faint azure glow. Upon reaching the side of a nearby office building, he spotted a Haisai Zhu preparing to attack Su Wan from behind. Instinctively, he leaped and struck downwards. With a sickening thud, the Haisai Zhu's head split in 2. Warm ichor splattered on his hands, carrying a pungent, fishy odor. Lin Yuan's heart raced. Although he had read countless descriptions of hunting exotic beasts, the visceral impact of personally slaying one sent shivers through his fingertips. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he turned to face another Haisai Zhu. Fengyu, be cautious of the left side. Zhang Meng's voice rang out. Lin Yuan looked up to see 3 Haisai Zhu rushing towards him. He lightly pushed off the ground, evading them while simultaneously swinging his blade to sever the approaching silk strands. However, his peripheral vision caught sight of more green lights flickering from a broken window on the 3rd floor, where numerous Haisai Zhu lurked. Zhanggu, there are still many inside. Lin Yuan shouted. Zhang Meng, having felled the Haisai Zhu before him, took a breath. Shui, can you freeze the window? We need to clear the outside first. Shui nodded, raising her hand to conjure ice mist that quickly enveloped the window, forming a thick layer of frost. Sounds of the Haisai Zhu battering against it echoed. Unable to break through for the time being, she gradually adapted to the rhythm of the hunt. her speed in forming ice spears quickening as she eliminated 2 more Haisai Zhu in succession. In less than 5 minutes, the last Haisai Zhu was cleaved in half by Zhang Meng's axe. The group paused, Zhang Meng wiping his sweat. Dealing with second-tier beasts is a breeze. Hurry and collect the crystals. The Haisai Zhu inside will inevitably break the ice. Zhao Chong and Su Wan skillfully harvested crystals from the Haisai Zhu corpses, their movements fluid. Accustomed to such scenes from years of exploring the wilderness, Lin Yuan crouched down, his fingertips grazing the icy exoskeleton of a Haisai Zhu. Carefully, he extracted a pale green crystal from its head, his heart still racing. Xue stood nearby, contemplating the ice spear in her hand, her lips pursed in thought. Just then, a sharp crack echoed as the ice layer on the 3rd floor fissured. Suddenly, Xue spoke, her gaze fixated on the window, revealing not just Haisai Zhu within. Chapter 8. The Levels of Exotic Beasts. Lin Yuan followed her gaze, peering through the gap to faintly see a red figure moving. Before anyone could react, the ice layer shattered explosively. A red silhouette darted out like lightning, charging straight at Xue. Be careful, Zhao Chong shouted without hesitation, raising his shield to protect her, while Zhang Meng swung his blade towards the red figure. With a resonant clang, the blade collided with the hard exoskeleton, sending a jolt through Zhang Meng's arm as the red figure staggered back. It was a Chidu Zhu, its entire body of vibrant crimson, larger than the Haisai Zhu, with red barbs glistening with venom on its legs, dark red goo dripping from its mandibles. This was a 3rd-tier, general-level Chidu Zhu. Zhang Meng's eyes sparkled with excitement, envisioning the 3rd-tier energy crystals. Charge in, Zhao Chong. Keep an eye on timely healing. Zhao Chong immediately raised his shield before the Chidu Zhu, unleashing his 3rd-tier energy to its fullest, causing the shield's aura to swell dramatically. The Chidu Zhu lunged forward, its forelimbs crashing against the shield, causing Zhao Chong to stagger back 2 steps yet hold his ground resolutely. Su Wan, add more power. Su Wan's energy surged at her fingertips, 2 streams of light intertwining around Zhao Chong and Zhang Meng. Empowered by the buff, Zhang Meng maneuvered to the side of the Chidu Zhu, swinging his colossal axe at its legs. With a resounding clang, the barbs on the Chidu Zhu's leg were severed, eliciting a high-pitched screech as it turned to attack Zhang Meng. Xue, shoot an ice spear at its eyes, Zhang Meng shouted. Xue responded immediately, conjuring several ice spears that accurately targeted the Chidu Zhu's compound eyes. The creature instinctively turned its head, yet one ice spear grazed it, causing red fluid to trickle from its eye. Seizing the moment, Lin Yuan dashed behind the Chidu Zhu, his battle knife aimed at its abdomen, the weakest point of its exoskeleton. With a sickening thud, the blade penetrated, and the Chidu Zhu let out a chilling wail, dark red fluid erupting forth. Frantically, it lunged at Lin Yuan, its slender legs striking towards him. Su Wan, witnessing this, hastily imbued Lin Yuan with her amplification ability. With little time to evade, Lin Yuan summoned the power of wind, momentarily unleashing tremendous speed, the blade resonating with a crisp hum as wind energy enveloped it. He pivoted and swung the knife, the wind blade-infused Tang Dao slicing through the Chidu Zhu's slender legs. Now, Zhang Meng leapt into action, his colossal axe infused with 3rd-tier energy, delivering a powerful strike to the Chidu Zhu's head. With a sharp crack, the creature's head was cleaved open, its massive body collapsing to the ground. Twitching momentarily before becoming still, Lin Yuan leaned on his Tang Dao, his chest heaving. The previous encounter with the Chidu Zhu had filled him with a life-and-death tension, causing all his spiritual energy to surge. No wonder it was said that the strong were forged through blood and fire. The intensity surpassed that of slaying the Haisai Zhu. The clash of energies, the roars of exotic beasts, and the sensation of blade meeting flesh, all felt infinitely real. This was his first genuine taste of hunting exotic beasts. Xue stood aside, gazing at the fallen Chidu Zhu, the frost at her fingertips gradually dissipating. She glanced down at her hands, lost in thought. Zhang Meng wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve and swiftly approached the massive corpse of the Chidu Zhu, crouching beside it to pry open its mandibles, his eyes shimmering with excitement. The crystals from a 3rd-tier Chidu Zhu are valuable treasures. This general-level bloodline's crystal may even allow one to inherit its skills. He lifted his gaze towards the still panting Lin Yuan and Xue, his tone tinged with a hint of nostalgia. Do not be misled by the ease of our earlier battle. When humanity first embarked on their journey of cultivation, defeating beasts of the same rank was a formidable challenge. The Chidu Zhua, being a creature of the elite bloodline, possesses a physical strength that far surpasses that of ordinary soldier-class beasts. Had it been just the 3 of us at the 3rd rank, we would have had to employ numerous tactics to emerge victorious. Su Wan shook her head, gazing enviously at Xue. Do not be deceived by our years of experience. We have also endured countless brushes with death to awaken at the third rank. Slaying beasts to obtain spiritual energy crystals is exceedingly difficult for those of us with low innate talent. Lin Yuan silently nodded. The textbooks had long documented that following the tide of spiritual energy, the beasts appeared to be the greatest beneficiaries. Not only could they absorb spiritual energy to evolve, but their physical strength would also undergo monstrous enhancement, far beyond human capabilities. Just as humanity has a system of talent classification, the beasts too possess bloodline grades, categorized from low to high as soldier, general, king, emperor, and sovereign. The stronger the bloodline, the more abundant the spiritual energy, and the more resilient the body. Even the crystallized spiritual energy has a higher probability of inheriting talents. Consequently, hunting high bloodline beasts has become a vital pathway for low-talent warriors to enhance their power. The genetic enhancement potions used by humans are developed from the crystals of these superior bloodline beasts. Moreover, beasts of the same rank are inherently more formidable than warriors. A low-talent warrior stands little chance against a soldier-class beast of the same rank, let alone other bloodline beasts. You too encountered a third-rank general-class beast on your first hunt and managed to coordinate effectively. That is truly remarkable, Zhang Meng remarked, carefully extracting a greenish-blue crystal the size of a pigeon's egg from the head of the Qi Du Zhua with his machete. The surface of the crystal shimmered with a faint halo, warm to the touch, and he could feel the dense spiritual energy contained within. He gripped the crystal tightly, his excitement causing his voice to rise. After this perilous task, we will be able to advance to the fourth rank. If we encounter a few more of these general-class beasts, we might even evolve our talents through these crystals. Meanwhile, Su Wan and Zhao Chong began to tidy up the battlefield. Zhao Chong skillfully used a specially made dagger to extract the venom sacs from the corpse of the He Xi Zhua, his movements as deft as if handling ordinary goods. Su Wan squatted nearby, counting and occasionally announcing the numbers with palpable joy. Wonderful. We have a total of 23 second-rank He Xi Zhua. This haul is indeed substantial. In addition to the 23 spiritual energy crystals, we also have 20 intact venom sacs. Even these severed limbs can fetch a good price from material merchants. The venom sacs of the He Xi Zhua can sell for 20,000 Huaxia coins each, while the general-class venom sac of the Qi Du Zhua can fetch at least 200,000. Zhang Meng received the bag of venom sacs handed to him by Su Wan, weighed it in his hand, and smiled broadly. Upon hearing that figure, Lin Yuan could not help but gasp. 200,000 for a single venom sac, 2.5 would equate to the lifetime savings of his parents, meticulously earned through frugality. He finally understood why so many people, fully aware of the dangers of the wilderness city, were still willing to risk their lives to become hunters. The profits truly were staggering. Zhang Meng carefully stored the crystal and venom sac from the Qi Du Zhua, but he divided the more than 22nd rank He Xi Zhua spiritual energy crystals, casually tossing 6 each to Lin Yuan and Shui, while handing the remainder to Su Wan and Zhao Chong. Keep these soldier-class bloodline crystals for now to replenish your spiritual energy. The other spoils will be placed in the public treasury for distribution at the end of the mission. Lin Yuan, holding the cool, pale green crystal in his hand, looked at Zhang Meng with some confusion. Clearly, Zhang Meng and the others were the main contributors, yet he had allocated half of the crystals to himself and Shui. Beside him, Shui raised an eyebrow, her eyes reflecting a trace of surprise, evidently not expecting such a distribution. Su Wan noticed the bewilderment of the two and chuckled softly. You have only recently awakened to the second rank. These spiritual energy crystals are a significant boon for you, capable of rapidly enhancing your cultivation. We are already at the third rank, and the second-rank soldier-class crystals are merely a drop in the bucket for us. Since there are a few extra this time, you may as well take them. Shui regarded the 3 laughing individuals before her, the astonishment in her eyes gradually fading. Without further ado, she silently stowed the crystals in the pocket of her windbreaker. Having been immersed in a world of intrigue since childhood, this was her first encounter with teammates who so willingly offered benefits. An unusual feeling welled up within her. Zhang Meng glanced at the sky, noting the sun had begun its descent, casting elongated shadows over the wilderness city. He pulled out a palm-sized black device from his backpack and handed it to Su Wan. It is getting late. Let us rest here for a while to replenish our spiritual energy. Xiao Wan, please set up the device to conceal our presence and avoid attracting any beasts. Su Wan accepted the device, skillfully pressing the switch. A faint blue light pattern illuminated the surface, instantly expanding into a translucent barrier enveloping the group. As the barrier formed, Lin Yuan felt the fluctuations of spiritual energy around them seemed to be isolated. Even the foul odor in the air diminished. This is a D-grade concealment device, capable of masking our spiritual energy signature. Even third or fourth rank beasts would be unable to detect us, Zhang Meng explained. Leaning against a broken wall and beginning to absorb the spiritual energy from a He Ci Zhua crystal, Lin Yuan and Shui found a clean corner to sit, grasped their crystals, and began to circulate their cultivation techniques, as the recent battle had consumed a considerable amount of spiritual energy, making it an opportune moment to replenish. Lin Yuan lifted the spiritual energy crystal and successfully absorbed it within 3 breaths. Awakening Realm 2nd rank, He Ci Zhua Spiritual Energy Crystal, Spiritual Energy 10. Gain talent. F-grade low-level poison immunity has now been added to the existing clone. Can 2nd rank crystals be absorbed so swiftly? Is this the essence of an SSS grade talent? After sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy within him, he marveled. Truly, the 2nd rank spiritual energy crystal is equivalent to 10 1st rank ones. I estimate that 3 of the main body S crystals will be sufficient to reach the peak of the 2nd rank. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled. Half an hour passed quickly, and the 6 spiritual energy crystals were soon absorbed entirely. Lin Yuan was the first to elevate both his wind attribute clone and his main body to the peak of the 2nd rank, and his poison immunity talent had now reached C grade. He clenched his fists, feeling invigorated. Zhang Meng stood up first, stretching his wrists. The fatigue from the battle had mostly dissipated. He looked at Lin Yuan. Feng Yu, you should be sufficiently rested now. It is time for you to take action. Ahead lies the old industrial district to the west of the city. The target, the shrew beast, likely roams within that ruin. Scout the area for us and help us find the safest path to avoid any potential beast clusters. Zhang Meng patted Lin Yuan's shoulder, emphasizing safety, and reminded him to remain concealed. Lin Yuan nodded, gripping the Tang Dao at his waist. Brother Zhang, rest assured, I will prioritize my safety. Do not be careless. Zhang Meng stepped forward, retrieving a compact communication device from his backpack and handing it to Lin Yuan. This is a special miniature communicator. If you encounter danger or notice anything unusual, contact us at once. The old industrial district has many broken walls and dense vines, making it easy for beasts to hide. Use your talent to observe carefully and avoid charging in recklessly. He paused before adding, our goal is to eliminate the smuggled shrew beasts, not to engage in a deadly struggle with other beasts. We should strive to minimize conflicts. Our encounter with the Chidu Zhua was already an unexpected event. We cannot afford any further complications. Su Wan also leaned in, producing a small vial of pale green potion from her pocket. This is a hemostatic agent. If the situation appears dire, find a safe place to rest and notify us immediately. Lin Yuan accepted the communicator and the hemostatic agent, tucking them away, a warm feeling blossoming in his heart. The genuine intentions from these newly acquainted individuals felt far more like true comrades compared to classmates who would shun him upon discovering his talents. Shui stood to the side, observing Lin Yuan, and gently reminded him, the abandoned pipelines in the old industrial district are numerous and may harbor vermin. Be cautious not to approach too closely while scouting. Lin Yuan paused for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. I shall set off now. Wait for my news. After casting a final glance at the 3 companions, Lin Yuan turned and activated his lightness technique, instantly becoming agile. He darted along the shadows of the crumbling walls, heading towards the old industrial area in the west of the city. As he distanced himself from the main group, he ceased to conceal his presence. A verdant light enveloped his body, and his footsteps were so light that they barely made a sound. The old industrial district was far more desolate than anticipated. Lin Yuan slowed his pace and activated his spiritual vision ability, causing his surroundings to come into sharp focus. He could discern even the cobwebs concealed within the depths of the vines and the lingering traces of spiritual energy on the ground with utmost clarity. Following Zhang Ji's advice, he sought a route that was both concealed and spacious. Lin Yuan pondered, his gaze sweeping over the ruins ahead. To his left stood a completely collapsed factory building, where he could faintly hear rustling sounds amidst the piles of rubble. Through his spiritual vision, he glimpsed several second-tier stone-armored rats scurrying within. Clearly, this route was not viable. To his right lay a passageway overrun with vines, leading to an underground pipeline entrance. Continuing his exploration, he maneuvered around a half-collapsed office building and suddenly encountered a relatively even path. This path extended along the decaying perimeter wall, although the wall was damaged. It obscured the view from both sides. The ground was mostly free of obstacles, and his spiritual vision revealed no fresh traces of otherworldly beasts. Only a few old claw marks left by first-tier creatures. This route appeared promising. Lin Yuan left behind several miniature directional markers along the path, which would manifest on Zhang Meng and the others' map. After approximately 20 minutes, he finally arrived at the heart of the old industrial district, a space filled with abandoned machinery. The ground was littered with rat droppings and gnawed metal fragments, indicating that this was indeed the realm of the vermin. Concealed behind a rusted steel pipe, Lin Yuan observed intently with his spiritual vision. There were roughly 40 rat creatures inside the factory, mostly second-tier stone-armored rats, along with 3 third-tier iron-toothed rats that were gnawing on something atop the machinery. Lin Yuan retrieved his communicator and lowered his voice, saying, "Zhangge, I've located the route. I'm approaching from the small path along the western wall. Target confirmed. The quantity and levels are manageable. I can reach the factory's perimeter directly without encountering any high-tier beasts, just a few low-tier ones that pose little threat." Zhang Meng's voice quickly responded, "Good. We'll be there shortly. Be careful not to act recklessly and stay aware of your surroundings." "Understood," Lin Yuan replied, tucking the communicator away and leaning against the steel pipe. He refrained from advancing recklessly, instead remaining in place, quietly waiting while closely monitoring the movements within the factory through his spiritual vision. A breeze wafted through the broken windows of the factory, carrying a faint scent of rust. Suddenly, a dark figure shot out from the corner. Chapter 10, Zhangge, don't come in. Lin Yuan swiftly sidestepped to evade the ambush. As he turned to face the source of the threat, he found himself staring at a massive rat nearly 1.2 meters tall, its gray-black fur adorned with mottled stone armor, and its red eyes locked onto him with fierce intensity. The spiritual vision ability remained active, revealing every muscle twitch and breath of the rat with startling clarity, as if he were viewing a slow-motion film. Ding! Detected a second-tier awakened beast, stone-armored rat. Racial talent, petrified skin, weakness, abdomen. The sudden chime of the intelligent interface in his mind caused Lin Yuan to momentarily halt. In the past, such notifications would only sound when absorbing spiritual energy crystals. Today, it had directly analyzed the beast's information. Could it be that upon activating spiritual vision, the interface could simultaneously capture data on otherworldly beasts? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the stone-armored rat emitted a piercing shriek, its powerful limbs propelling it towards him with a foul wind. Having experienced multiple real combat scenarios, Lin Yuan had shed the initial panic he felt when encountering otherworldly beasts. Under the enhancement of spiritual vision, the trajectory of the rat's charge appeared as clear as a marked path. He deftly unsheathed the Tang Dao from his back. The blade glimmered softly as he executed a precise block, deflecting the rat's claws with a sharp clang, causing the stone-armored rat to stagger backward. For over a decade, his physical prowess and combat skills had consistently ranked first. He was now intimately familiar with engaging in battle with such creatures. Feeling the resonance of spiritual energy through the blade at his fingertips, a fierce determination ignited within his eyes as Lin Yuan chuckled softly. Perfect timing to test my current strength. With no one around, he felt no need to conceal himself. Elemental spiritual energy surged through his meridians and into the blade, a greenish-blue glow swirling along the edge. In an instant, his figure blurred, and he reappeared behind the stone-armored rat. The Tang Dao sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, sending shards of stone armor flying, yet only leaving a shallow gash across the creature's back. Quite the sturdy defense, Lin Yuan noted, his gaze sharpening as he activated his lightness talent. The power of wind coursed through his limbs, propelling his speed to its utmost limits. The stone-armored rat sensed the impending danger, screeching as it invoked its petrified skin, a gray-white sheen illuminating its armor. However, Lin Yuan's blade had already pierced its not fully hardened abdomen like a flash of lightning. With a chilling shriek, the stone-armored rat abruptly collapsed, blood seeping from its abdomen. A gentle breeze swept across the blade, wiping away the bloodstains, as Lin Yuan stood poised, a slight smile gracing his lips. The A-grade wind talent is indeed swift and lethal. He efficiently extracted the spiritual energy crystal from the rat's body. Just as he touched the corpse of the rat for a brief moment, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding. Successfully absorbed the spiritual energy crystal from the stone-armored rat. Spiritual energy, 10. Unlocked F-grade talent, skin hardening. The notification sound sparked a gleam in Lin Yuan's eyes as he contemplated. Indeed, the talent indicated that remnants could also be absorbed. Glancing at the luminous spiritual energy crystal in his hand, he observed the rat's body rapidly dimming, the spiritual energy completely dissipating. It appeared that the energy within the body was separate from that of the crystal. Just as this thought solidified in his mind, his gaze swept over the battle blade, prompting the interface to present another message. Standard A-grade battle blade, Moon Shadow. After blood recognition, infusing 50 of spiritual energy enables the execution of the combat technique, Moonlight, enhancing spiritual energy by 40. Evidently, spiritual vision could trigger the interface's recognition. This was indeed a blade capable of recognizing its master. A surge of excitement coursed through Lin Yuan as he promptly bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the Moon Shadow's blade. Instantly, the blade radiated a soft silver glow, absorbing every trace of blood. A subtle connection of spiritual energy formed between his fingertip and the blade, granting him an extraordinary sensation, as if the Moon Shadow had become a part of his very being. Suddenly, a shrill cry erupted, as several stone-armored rats, attracted by the scent, charged towards him with ferocity. Not good. I forgot to clean up the blood. Lin Yuan noticed the faint traces of blood on the ground, his brow furrowing in an instant. In his preoccupation with refining the Moon Shadow blade, he had neglected to deploy the scent suppressants. Realizing the predicament, he swiftly seized his communicator. Zhang Ge, I think I've been discovered. Zhang Meng's steady and authoritative voice responded promptly. Stay calm and avoid detection. We'll be there in 5 minutes. 3 stone-armored rats had approached, drawn by the scent, but they only found their companion's corpse. They sniffed around the body, attempting to pinpoint the location of the assailant when a greenish-blue blade flash suddenly descended from above. Accompanying this was the appearance of 2 Lin Yuans. The 2 stone-armored rats fell instantly, and seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan leaped up, amplifying his muscular strength through the duplication technique, instantly activating his spiritual energy enhancement. The elemental doppelganger, enveloped in a fierce gust of wind, executed a precise wind blade that sliced through the remaining stone-armored rat's abdomen, while the other doppelganger delivered a powerful punch to another, swiftly eliminating both. The last stone-armored rat finally reacted. The stony armor swiftly spread across its body as its petrification talent activated to full capacity. It curled into a ball, spinning rapidly as it charged towards Lin Yuan. The other rodent beasts within the factory were also startled by the commotion, swarming in this direction. Determined to end the confrontation quickly, Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and infused half of his spiritual energy into the Moon Shadow blade. A pearly white radiance instantly enveloped the blade. He uttered a low command, Moonlight. With the blade's enhancement, Lin Yuan's spiritual energy sharpened to nearly 3rd-tier precision. A blade aura pure and cold as moonlight erupted from the blade, pouring onto the spinning stone-armored rat. Stone fragments and blood splattered instantly. The dense blade aura completely disrupted the rat's charge. Amplified by spiritual energy, the blade's power was formidable, and soon it pierced through the rat's petrified skin. Seizing the opening, another Lin Yuan clone leapt forward, delivering a powerful punch to the rat's sliced abdomen. The struggling stone-armored rat instantly lost its breath. The floor trembled increasingly, and the sound of the approaching rodent swarm grew distinct. Lin Yuan frowned, swiftly slicing open 3 stone-armored rat corpses, extracting spiritual crystals. The 2 clones then turned and retreated rapidly. Harnessing wind power through spiritual energy and layering it with his lightness talent, Lin Yuan's speed surged to its peak. He leapt gracefully, landing steadily on a beam above. Activating his spirit vision, the pitch-black environment illuminated vividly before him. The beam was densely wrapped in spider webs, woven so tightly that not a single gap remained. Something felt amiss. Lin Yuan's brows knitted tightly. Suddenly, the once stable spider webs trembled violently. Several black-red spiders crawled swiftly from the shadows, advancing along the webs. Just within his spirit vision, their numbers exceeded 30. This was troubling. Why were so many beasts gathered inside this factory? A heavy weight settled in Lin Yuan's heart. He swiftly retreated, adeptly weaving through the tangled webs, racing towards the factory's entrance. To attract such a multitude of beasts, there had to be either an immensely powerful presence inside or a beast with an extraordinarily dominant bloodline. He pulled out his communication device, about to alert his comrades, when Zhang Meng's voice came through first. Feng Yu, we reached the factory entrance. What is your situation? Unease deepened in Lin Yuan's heart as he replied urgently. Brother Zhang, there are at least 30 black-red spiders inside. Something's wrong here. Don't come in. Before he could finish, a shadow darted from the darkness with blinding speed. Just as it was about to exit the factory, a tremendous force struck from the side. Lin Yuan grunted in pain, blood spewing from his mouth as he was violently thrown to the ground, struggling to lift his head. His pupils constricted sharply upon seeing the figure before him. The auxiliary light brain relayed information instantly. Lin Yuan mustered all his strength and shouted hoarsely, Brother Zhang, don't come in. Chapter 11, Royal Bloodline? The Bloodthirsty Rat King? Supporting himself with the Moon Shadow blade, Lin Yuan barely raised his head. The figure before him sent chills through his entire body. It was a crimson rat as large as a calf. Instantly, information flooded his mind, awakening Realm Stage 3. Peak Royal Bloodline, the Bloodthirsty Rat King. Its glossy black fur bristled like steel needles. Its limbs and claws were as sharp as blades, gleaming with a chilling metallic luster. Most terrifying were its eyes, blood red with strange patterns etched into the pupils. A faint red aura of killing intent emanated from its body, an oppressive presence unique to royal bloodlines, as if the very air thickened around it. A royal, bloodthirsty rat king. Lin Yuan hurriedly took a potion given by Su Wan and drank it in one gulp. A warm current surged through him, beginning to mend his wounds. Beasts with royal bloodlines were equivalent to human Class A awakened, and with their physical strength enhancement, they could rival ordinary stage for awakened. This rat king was far beyond what Lin Yuan could currently confront. At that moment, a faint buzzing sound came from behind. Lin Yuan whipped around to see the factory exit instantly shrouded by countless silver threads weaving into an enormous spider web, descending like a celestial canopy that completely sealed off the only escape route. The web glowed faintly, covered in viscous venom that crackled softly against the air it touched. Damn it! Lin Yuan cursed silently. With his retreat cut off, the royal rat king before him, and dozens of black-red spiders closing in, he was plunged into a desperate predicament. Luckily, before arriving, his main body was hidden in the shadows. Alas, his moon shadow blade had suffered. The perilous ruins were fraught with danger, so the cautious Lin Yuan had long concealed his main body. Zhang Ming's anxious voice came through the communicator, mixed with the metallic clang of collisions. Feng Yu? Feng Yu, what's wrong? Answer me. Brother Zhang, don't come in. There's a royal third-tier beast inside. Lin Yuan barely managed to say. Before he could continue, the bloodthirsty rat king emitted a sharp shriek that rattled his eardrums. It stomped its forepaw, then lunged like an arrow towards Lin Yuan. He shouted desperately, I have a way to escape. You all run. The wind whipped across his cheeks as the claws tore through the air. Lin Yuan instinctively raised his blade to block. The silver glow of the moon shadow blade clashed with the rat king's claws, producing a resounding clang. The immense force numbed his arm, forcing him to stagger back several steps before regaining his footing. Outside the factory, Zhang Ming's face darkened as he heard the clashes and Lin Yuan's muffled groans through the communicator. He barked to his team, no? Feng Yu is in danger. Regardless of what's inside, we must go in. Captain Zhang, the exit is sealed by a spider web. It looks poisonous. Su Wan pointed at the glowing web with a grave expression. We can't hesitate. Zhang Ming drew the heavy axe on his back, infusing it instantly with spiritual energy. The axe blade glowed with a dense, earthen yellow light. Break through the web. 3 minutes to get inside. The team immediately understood, channeling their spiritual energy as various lights shimmered at the factory entrance. Zhang Ming shouted and swung his heavy axe with tremendous force, smashing into the web. The other team members followed with blades and spells, weaving an attack net that struck the eerie web mercilessly. Boom! The deafening impact echoed, and the web flashed violently white as countless silver threads snapped, scattering sticky venom everywhere. Yet the web's toughness exceeded all expectations. The first assault only tore a small hole. Again, Zhang Ming's gaze hardened as he swung the axe once more. Inside the factory, Lin Yuan used wind power and his lightness talent to barely evade the bloodthirsty rat king's attacks. His body was covered with fresh wounds, blood dripping from his clothes, attracting even more black-red spiders' attention. Hearing the assault outside, his heart was torn between anxiety and hope. He roared, Brother Zhang, don't come in. There's a royal rat king inside. You all. Before he could finish, the rat king seized an opening and slammed into his back with brutal force. Lin Yuan's vision darkened. Blood spurted again as his body uncontrollably flew toward the spider web. Meanwhile, outside, the team's combined assault finally tore open a gap large enough for one person to pass through. Charge! Zhang Ming led the way through the breach, followed closely by his team. Upon entering, they immediately confronted the rampaging bloodthirsty rat king and the fallen Lin Yuan. Feng Yu! Zhang Ming's eyes blazed with fury as he swung his heavy axe at the rat king. You vile beast! Leave my brother unharmed. Accompanying his roar were several ice spikes flashing cold light, flying with unerring precision towards the oncoming beasts. A mighty strike from the axe left only a white scar on the rat king's hide. The beast retreated a few steps, its blood-red eyes sweeping over the group. Human delicacies. It seemed to sneer. Zhang Ming gripped his colossal axe firmly and spoke with solemnity. He had already begun to articulate words, truly a sovereign-level warrior. Zhao Chang, raise the shield. Su Wan, you begin healing Feng Yu immediately. Shui, assist me in holding back the Rat King. Responding promptly, Zhao Chang infused spiritual energy into his shield, and a formidable, earth-tone barrier surged upward, shielding the group. Su Wan swiftly darted beside Lin Yuan, her hands emanating a gentle green glow as healing energy ceaselessly flowed into his body. Meanwhile, Shui conjured icy spears once more, sending a barrage of frost shards toward the Rat King in an attempt to hinder its movements. Yet, the bloodthirsty Rat King was undeterred. Its crimson eyes fixed on Zhang Meng at the forefront as it lunged forward with even greater speed. Its claws tore deep gouges into the shield wall, causing it to tremble violently. Zhao Chong emitted a muffled grunt as he was forced several steps backward by the impact. Such formidable strength. Zhang Meng's heart sank. He raised his axe to brace the shield. Shui, use the icy mist to slow it down. Everyone else, be vigilant of the black-red spiders nearby. Do not be caught off guard. A chilling mist rapidly enveloped the Rat King, yet this sovereign beast blatantly disregarded the cold, breaking through the fog with an intensifying aura of malevolence. Under Su Wan's care, Lin Yuan gradually regained his composure as his wounds swiftly healed. Fortunately, most were superficial, and his condition improved rapidly. He lifted his gaze to the fiercely battling comrades before turning toward the sealed cave entrance, unable to restrain himself from speaking. I am the scout. You should have heeded my call to retreat. You shouldn't have charged in after me. Zhang Meng laughed heartily. Haha, Feng Yu. What is this talk? We came together. How could we abandon you? This mission was a gamble on the future. If we fail, we'll be stuck aimlessly exploring the outskirts of the desolate city, which is no life at all. A gleam sparked in Zhang Meng's eyes. While I am still young, we dare to undertake perilous missions to better ourselves. Rather than wasting away in mediocrity, why not seize youth to live passionately? Su Wan and Zhao Chong nodded in agreement. Zhao Chong rubbed his still sore chest, his voice hoarse. Every step we take at the bottom is a wager with death. Win, and the world is ours. Lose, and it's just death. Su Wan retracted her healing energies, casting a regretful glance at Shui. You didn't need to risk yourself with us out there. Your A-rank talent, if honed well, will surely make you a formidable force. No need to fight to the death alongside us in this forsaken city. Shui shook her head, her black veil concealing most of her face, revealing only a pair of serene eyes devoid of emotional fluctuation. You all stand or fall together. What kind of person would I be if I fled alone? She lowered her head, lost in thought. Suddenly, Zhang Meng's hearty laughter shattered the oppressive atmosphere. Striding forward, his colossal axe cleaved through several charging stone-armored rats. Glancing at Lin Yuan and Shui, he exclaimed boldly, why the gloom? Death is but a trivial matter, just a mere rat. Stand with me, and we'll cut it down. Lin Yuan, observing Zhang Meng's magnanimity, felt his taut nerves ease slightly. The pain on his body had significantly lessened under Su Wan's healing. Gripping his moon shadow blade, he rose and scanned the group's wounds, overwhelmed with guilt. I was careless, failed to fully scout ahead, and led everyone into danger. Nonsense. Su Wan snapped at him. Exploration always involves danger. If you hadn't spotted the Rat King first, our reckless advance might have cost us far more. You endured so long against a sovereign beast. That's impressive. Even the gentle Su Wan furrowed her brows. Enough dithering. If we can fight, then fight we must. I shall amplify your strength. Su Wan rose, her hands radiating pure white light. Zhao Chong wielded his alloy shield against the onslaught of beasts. Initially faltering, he surged with renewed vigor after the amplification, smashing back the beasts with a single shield strike and a fierce roar. With Shui assisting, Zhang Meng continued to hold the bloodthirsty Rat King at bay. Su Wan's gentle green light enveloped her as she quickly formed hand seals. Twin beams of healing light alighted precisely on Zhang Meng and Shui, temporarily stabilizing their wounds inflicted by the Rat King's claws. Zhang, you hold it steady. Shui, erect an ice wall to block its attacks. I will sustain you throughout. Before the words fell, the Rat King, exuding intense malice, lunged forward, claws aimed directly at Zhang Meng's face. He parried with his axe, the clash producing a deafening roar. The ground beneath him cracked, and he was forced back 3 steps, his palm tingling. Seizing the opportunity, Shui summoned several icy spears and swiftly raised an ice wall behind the Rat King to cut off its retreat. Yet, a flick of its tail shattered the wall, scattering ice shards. This cursed beast's strength is absurd. Zhang Meng roared and charged again, his axe infused with spiritual energy, slashing toward the Rat King's head. Su Wan followed closely, continuously channeling green light into Zhang Meng's body. Shui raised her palms, shimmering blue light flickering as she countered the shockwaves and simultaneously released faint icy mist to impede the Rat King's speed. She danced along the flank, unleashing successive ice spears and blades. However, each strike was either deflected by the beast's dark fur or left only shallow wounds. After barely a dozen exchanges, the trio found themselves on the defensive. Zhang Meng bore several deep, bone-exposing gashes. Shui's left arm was struck by the Rat King's long tail, slowing her movements. Su Wan's complexion paled from sustained spiritual output, her healing efficiency waning. At this rate, they would not hold much longer. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Ming endured a blow and spat blood. At that moment, a cerulean figure sliced through the air. A gale blade, accompanied by a sharp whistle, struck the Rat King's flank. Zhang, fall back. I've got this. Fengyu. The group stared in astonishment at Lin Yuan. A tempest of wind, elemental energy swirling around him. His hair billowed in the gust, his gaze razor-sharp, summoning the wind's power to its zenith. He instantly joined the fray. Without delay, his moon shadow blade, now shining with intensified silver light, slashed the Rat King's previously wounded side, eliciting a piercing shriek. Fengyu. Zhang Ming's expression mingled surprise and joy as he retreated to regain his breath. However, the Rat King was utterly enraged. Its crimson eyes flared with an infernal glow, its malevolent aura surging several-fold. Its frame visibly swelled, growing from the size of a calf to half a man's height. Its claws and teeth sharpened further, its presence growing increasingly ferocious. It had activated its bloodthirsty talent. Not good. It's grown stronger. Su Wan's face paled as she hastened her healing efforts. The mutated Rat King's speed and strength doubled. One swipe shattered Lin Yuan's windblade, and the beast charged him. Lin Yuan barely evaded with his lightness talent, yet his sleeve was torn and his arm slashed open. Shui and Zhang Ming rushed to assist, but were easily repelled, both sustaining injuries and collapsing. Lin Yuan unleashed his spiritual sight, scanning the battlefield for any chance of survival. As his gaze swept over Shui, his pupils suddenly contracted. The spiritual energy coursing within her was far more ferocious than an A-rank talent. It was a terrifying power capable of commanding the laws of ice and snow. A message flashed in his mind. 18 years old, female, height 170 centimeters, talent, S-rank ice and snow sovereign, awakening stage, late second tier. It was her. Shui's figure gradually merged with the tall, beautiful silhouette beneath the awakening tower. Lin Yuan's eyes widened. His hand touching the 3 spiritual energy crystals in his pocket as a solution to the predicament crystallized in his mind. Shui, do not hide any longer. Unleash your talents with all your might, and temporarily hold them back. Lin Yuan roared, his voice piercing through the battlefield. Shui's body trembled, and a flicker of astonishment crossed her cheeks beneath the black mask, quickly followed by a resolute gleam in her eyes. No longer suppressing her power, an icy chill erupted from her being, causing the moisture in the air to rapidly condense. Countless ice spikes rose from the ground, forming a frigid cage that ensnared the Rat King. The bone-chilling aura instantly locked onto the approaching beasts, freezing them in place in the blink of an eye. I will do my utmost, but I cannot sustain this for long. The icy cage swiftly immobilized the Rat King, yet this royal beast thrashed wildly. Cracks spreading across the surface of the cage. Shui gritted her teeth and intensified her output. The frigid air enveloped the entire scene. I can hold on for at most 10 breaths. That's enough. Lin Yuan retrieved the energy crystals from his pocket, awakening the second-tier black spiked spider crystal. Gaining F-grade talent poison with an energy boost of 10. The awakening second-tier stone armored mouse crystal granted an additional 10 energy. Information flooded his mind, leaving him no time to scrutinize. A torrent of energy surged into his body, causing his meridians to throb painfully as he gritted his teeth and activated his techniques. Crack. In 3 breaths, the bloodthirsty Rat King's struggles intensified. In 6 breaths, his main body amplifying the clones surged instantly, and at this moment, all 3 of Lin Yuan's clones reached the pinnacle of the second tier. Continue. Lin Yuan's gaze burned as he focused on the last energy crystal in his hand. In 7 breaths, with a roar, the bloodthirsty Rat King broke free from the ice, sweeping its massive tail and sending everyone flying. Chapter 13. Ascending to the 3rd tier. Lin Yuan strikes. Shui, gritting her teeth, gathered ice shards in an attempt to block the Rat King's charge. But the nascent ice spikes were shattered into flakes with a mere swipe from the Rat King. Zhang Ming, witnessing this, leaped from the side, his heavy axe cleaving towards the Rat King's head with a determined roar. Shui, get out of here. Your S-grade talent cannot be wasted on this. Before he could finish his words, the Rat King's claws struck like a steel whip, sending Zhang Ming crashing to the ground, spitting blood. Shui looked at the Rat King with a face of reluctance, despite her S-grade talent. She had just awakened and was still 1 tier below the pinnacle of the 3rd-tier Rat King. In the early stages of training, without fully mastering her talent, she could not leap tiers. As Zhang Ming struggled to lift his head, he saw the ice-encased stone armored mouse and the black-spiked spider breaking through the ice layer, charging towards everyone. Zhao Chong roared, spitting out a mouthful of blood, unleashing shockwaves that sent the approaching beasts several meters away. But 3 third-tier iron tooth mice suddenly appeared, their sharp teeth gnawing at the alloy shield, leaving numerous bite marks and causing the shield to start cracking. The Rat King's crimson eyes had already locked onto Lin Yuan, whose aura was steadily rising, charging towards him with murderous intent. In 8 breaths, Lin Yuan anxiously counted in his heart, the energy from the crystals crashing within him. The third-tier barrier was so close, yet still out of reach. Just as the Rat King's claws were about to tear Lin Yuan apart, Su Wan suddenly stepped forward, her frail figure standing protectively in front of him, her tone fierce. "I bet on you this time. Don't let me down." She closed her eyes tightly, bracing for the impending pain, yet the anticipated attack never came. 9 breaths. Lin Yuan finally counted out the last number. A crisp crack resonated within him. The third-tier barrier shattered. The Wind Power clone was the first to step into the third tier, and his energy surged explosively. He wielded the Moonshadow Blade before Su Wan, and when the Rat King's claws struck down upon it, they barely made any progress. "Sister Wan, amplify my strength." Su Wan snapped back to reality, quickly raising her hand to bestow both healing and amplification shields upon Lin Yuan. Gripping the hilt tightly, Lin Yuan felt the surging power within him and roared at the Rat King. "Beasts. This ends now." All his talent marks flashed simultaneously in his mind. Wind power, fury, lightness. Spirit sight, energy enhancement. With 3 sources of energy and the various enhancements, Lin Yuan now resembled a humanoid royal beast, coupled with the fury and Su Wan's support. His aura closely approached that of the bloodthirsty Rat King. His figure became ethereal, each manifestation accompanied by the sharpness of the wind. The second-tier beasts nearby were instantly shredded by the wind blades, and the 2 iron-toothed mice that were about to breach Xiao Chang's shield were knocked to the ground by a gust of force. Countless tiny wounds appeared on the bloodthirsty Rat King's body, and it shrieked in pain. "Human, you seek death." The dark crimson malevolence surged violently, its already massive body expanding further, its fur standing on end like steel needles, claws glimmering ominously. It was undergoing a second frenzy, truly worthy of a royal bloodline. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened, yet he did not pause. "Sister Wan, heal them. I will hold off the Rat King while you prepare to break through." The others quickly reformed their formation at his command. Zhang Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and raised his heavy axe once more, while Xue summoned her energy to condense ice spikes and launched a counterattack against the beasts. The Rat King, meanwhile, arched its back, its sharp teeth glowing with a ghostly blue poison, its claws carving deep grooves in the ground, charging like a black cannonball, the accumulated snow vaporizing into white mist and warping the very air. Lin Yuan activated his lightness talent to its utmost, his figure suddenly leaping several feet, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. At the same time, he swung his blade to condense several translucent wind blades, shooting them towards the Rat King's eyes and ears, its vital points. However, with a series of metallic clangs, the wind blades merely left shallow white marks on its fur. Such terrifying defense. Lin Yuan felt a jolt of anxiety. Just as he contemplated adjusting his strategy, the Rat King's long tail snapped straight like a steel whip, striking with immense force. "Moonlight!" Lin Yuan shouted, his right hand bulging with veins, not retreating but charging towards the rat's tail. The blade, entwined with a fierce wind, cleaved downward at the sweeping tail. With a sickening thud, the sharpness of the wind and the blade merged perfectly, severing the tip of the tail. Dark crimson blood gushed forth, instantly staining the ground. "Eek!" The Rat King howled in agony, its scarlet eyes filled with rage and disbelief. As a royal beast, it had been wounded by a human of the same tier, enraged. It released a dense cloud of black mist, which melted the snow in its wake, leaving black corrosive marks on the ground. Spirit sight. A faint golden glow flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes. This seemingly trivial skill had transformed into a divine ability under the enhancement of his other talents. The toxic gas within the black mist became vividly apparent, and with a light tap of his toes, he danced through the black fog, avoiding all the corrosive zones while steadily closing in on the Rat King. Now is the moment. Lin Yuan seized the opening presented by the Rat King's agony, pouring all his energy into the Moonshadow Blade. The blade glowed with a brilliant azure light as he leaped into the air, gripping the blade with both hands, and swung down towards the Rat King's head. Moonlight Wind Blade Slash. The azure light surged into a wind blade several meters long, tearing through the air with cataclysmic force as it descended. Dark crimson blood mixed with bone fragments erupted forth, and the Rat King emitted a piercingly mournful scream. Its massive body stumbling back several steps, its head a bloody mess, its tough fur shredded into fragments, exposing its stark white bones. "Impossible. You are only third tier, yet you possess S-grade?" Its voice was hoarse, eyes filled with terror and resentment. As Lin Yuan landed, he staggered slightly, forcibly activating his fury talent. causing his energy to become chaotic, a heaviness settling in his chest. Meanwhile, the Rat King's enormous body stood frozen in place, its scarlet eyes gradually losing their luster, emitting a hissing sound from its throat as it gasped for air. Lin Yuan yanked the Moonshadow blade free, a column of blood shooting skyward as the Rat King crashed to the ground, its lingering resentment evident even in death. The surroundings abruptly fell into a profound silence, leaving only the heavy breaths of the crowd. Zhang Ming struck down the distracted Tai Chi Shu with a single blow. Turning to gaze at the lifeless body of the Mouse King in the snow, his face etched with disbelief. Did we really just kill it? The loss of their leader sent the royal-grade beasts into disarray, and the others seized the opportunity to counterattack. Ice shards from the snow pierced through numerous beasts, while Zhang Ming and Zhao Chong moved through the chaos like tigers among sheep, soon leaving a scene of carnage within the factory. Su uncovered her mouth, her voice trembling as she surveyed the field of beast corpses. We won. The usually gentle Su Wan excitedly embraced Lin Yuan, planting a kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, "You were incredible. Feng Udd." Chapter 14. The Mysterious Underground Passage. Xiao Wan, you can't play favorites. Zhang Ming wiped the blood from his face, laughing heartily as he pointed at his still bleeding cheek. Su Wan rolled her eyes in response, reluctantly retracting her healing light. When did you gain the ability to call yourself Feng Udd? I should be doing that for you every day. Lin Yuan's spirits lifted as he brandished the Yuing Dao to pry open the Mouse King's skull. A crystal the size of a pigeon egg, radiating a deep crimson glow, rolled into his palm, its energy waves far surpassing that of ordinary crystals. Seeing this, Zhang Ming immediately moved closer, warmly wrapping an arm around Lin Yuan's shoulder with such force that Lin Yuan nearly gasped for air. You sly one, keeping secrets. You must explain how a mere third tier could contend with a royal-grade beast. This is not the ability of a D-grade talent. Lin Yuan chuckled, brushing aside Zhang Ming's arm, his fingers gliding over the warm royal-grade crystal. Actually, my talent is A-grade wind power combined with D-grade energy enhancement. I was just one step away from the third tier. With Sister Wan's amplification and this enhancing Yuing Dao, I managed to take down the Mouse King. He scratched his head, deliberately omitting the secrets of his other talents and clones. His hidden cards were too formidable, and although they had faced life and death, Lin Yuan preferred to avoid stirring unnecessary trouble. This explanation was sufficient to account for his unusual strength. And Miss Xue, she possesses an S-grade talent. Zhao Chong, carrying a damaged shield, approached with awe etched across his face. If it weren't for Miss Xue's final burst of ice shards, my shield would have been chewed through by the Tai Chi Shu. S-grade talents were indeed extraordinary, allowing for an instantaneous surge that brought one to the threshold of the third tier. Zhang Ming nodded vigorously, recalling the chilling aura that enveloped them during Xue's outburst. We truly struck gold this time. Fortunate to have recruited both of you. Otherwise, the three of us seasoned veterans would have met our end in this factory. Xue stood quietly, acknowledging the praise with a slight nod, her expression concealed beneath her black mask, though the lingering coldness in her fingertips betrayed her power. She fixed her gaze on Lin Yuan, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. The group fell silent, cheerfully tidying up the battlefield. Su Wan crouched beside the mountain of beast corpses, eagerly stuffing a cloth bag with energy crystals, her eyes sparkling as if they contained stars. 96 second-tier soldier-grade crystals, 8 third-tier soldier-grade, plus 2 general-grade and 1 royal-grade. Zhang Ming leaned in for a closer look, his hands trembling slightly as he exclaimed, "We hit the jackpot. In my entire life, I've only seen royal-grade crystals 3 times, let alone having one of my own. These crystals were enough to elevate their entire team significantly and could be exchanged for numerous rare resources." Zhang Ming, hands on his hips, threw his head back in laughter, shaking dust from the steel beams above. Not only that, this gamble paid off. With the task rewards and the gene potion, along with my savings, we brothers can finally enter the military. Turning to Su Wan, who was clutching a medical box in the corner, his tone softened, warmth filling his eyes. Xiao Wan, you won't need to follow me and old Zhao into the perilous wasteland anymore. With your support talent, you could easily join the military's medical camp, sheltered from wind and rain, living in comfort. Su Wan gently shook her head, her pale fingers unconsciously fiddling with the frayed hem of her clothing. Her clear eyes brimmed with determination. If it weren't for Brother Zhang protecting me back then, I would have perished in the beast tide long before awakening my talent. How could I abandon you both to go to the military alone? Nearby, Zhao Chong chuckled. They all understood Su Wan's nature. Although her D-grade support talent was not highly rated, its rarity had drawn offers from the military and universities 6 months prior. The gene potion they offered was far more generous than what could be earned through bloodshed in the wasteland. Yet she meticulously folded the invitation and kept it at the bottom of her box. Zhang Meng, helpless, ruffled her hair, his fingers brushing her forehead with a touch of roughness as he playfully scolded, "You stubborn little mule. I can never win against you. Fine. Then we'll all enter the military together." Lin Yuan subtly activated his spiritual sight talent, his fingertips gently stirring as a pale golden light flickered in his eyes, revealing the energy particles concealed in the air. After a moment, his brow furrowed, his gaze abruptly locking onto a narrow passageway hidden behind a pile of discarded containers at the far end of the factory. Lin Yuan pointed towards the depths of the factory. "Zhanggu, I found a narrow passageway at the back. The entrance is still fresh with dirt. It must be used for smuggling." Zhang Ming immediately grasped his heavy axe and led the others in a cautious formation deeper into the passage. The tunnel was barely wide enough for a single person to pass sideways, its walls lined with sharp stone outcroppings that rustled against their clothing. After a short distance, a damp, moldy scent assaulted their senses, and the ground beneath them became increasingly slippery. They had unwittingly entered a sewer. Sewage trickled beneath their feet as the dim glow of their flashlights sliced through the darkness. Lin Yuan frowned. This must have once been the sewer of the wasteland city. After walking about 100 meters, the scene before them suddenly widened, revealing an eerie tunnel. This tunnel was not constructed of bricks or stones, but was instead supported by countless black-brown webs shimmering with a metallic sheen, the strands as thick as fingers. Interwoven in a complex network, it resembled a gigantic labyrinth connecting to unknown destinations. Zhang Meng scanned the area with his flashlight, his mouth agape in disbelief as he mumbled, "My goodness, I always said there was a wide river separating this wasteland city from Jiang City. How could those beasts sneak across? It turns out there's a hidden world beneath." Royal-grade intelligent beings were indeed different. Old Zhao poked at the webs with his shield, finding them as unyielding as steel wire, capable of commanding those lower-grade beasts to engineer such a structure. Suwan looked up, carefully examining the webs, and remarked softly, "Indeed. Look at the claw marks on the tunnel walls. They are the imprints of the Shijiashu, responsible for digging. These webs are incredibly resilient. Clearly the work of the Haisai Ji, tasked with reinforcement and support. Their roles are quite defined." As she spoke, she quickly pulled out a collection device from her backpack, aiming the lens at the web tunnel, capturing several images with a click. Her fingers swiftly navigated the screen to transmit the data, observing the tunnel around him. Lin Yuan voiced his confusion. How could an F-grade wasteland city host royal-grade beasts? Zhang Meng scratched his head. Perhaps the rodent-like beasts are numerous and have undergone mutation. Ding. As a green prompt flashed on the device's screen indicating successful data transmission, a smile finally broke through Su Wan's tense expression. She wiped the sweat from her brow, cheerfully exclaiming, "Whatever. Let's investigate the beast ambush and eliminate their lair." Task complete. Chapter 15. Familiar Team. Reunion with Old Friends Whoosh. The emerald blade glimmered like a shooting star, so swift that it left only a fleeting shadow in the air. As the third-tier crimson spider raised its venomous pincers, it was swiftly met with a precise slash that severed its joints, causing its massive body to thunderously collapse, its legs twitching in vain. Lin Yuan held the Moonshadow dagger with unwavering steadiness, the green glow of the blade gradually fading. The youthful panic he felt upon entering the desolate city had vanished, replaced by a tranquil composure forged through battles. With a gentle stroke of his fingertip across the crimson spider's head, a crystalline gem radiating a faint rosy hue was delicately pinched between his fingers, the surge of spiritual energy faintly pulsating along his fingertips. Just as he was about to bend down to collect the venom sac, Lin Yuan's movements abruptly halted. He raised an eyebrow as the faint golden talent mark in his mind began to flicker violently, tiny specks of light swirling around the mark. And a torrent of information surged into his consciousness. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan's true self, hidden in the shadows of the factory, quietly emerged. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, as several low-tier gray-furred rats frantically gnawed at the corpse of the exotic beast on the ground. Startled by the commotion, they glanced up with vigilance, but were sent scurrying away by the fleeting glint of cold light in Lin Yuan's eyes. There is an abundance of spiritual energy and talents here. Lin Yuan grasped the air with one hand, and the largest talent mark, intricately engraved with complex patterns, suddenly erupted with dazzling brilliance. A deep voice resonated within his heart. End of the world steel, activate. He acquired spiritual energy level 4 and level 5, and the skin hardening talent began to evolve, while the poison immunity talent also commenced its evolution. As the spiritual aura from the exotic beast corpses within the factory gradually dimmed, the spiritual energy surrounding Lin Yuan's true self surged at a visibly rapid pace. He felt the power surging within him and mused, although the most valuable limbs were taken by the team, The remaining corpses still retained about 30 to 40% of their spiritual energy. However, the most precious were these scattered talent fragments. In his mind, the talent marks of skin hardening and poison immunity merged with the light points, continually expanding and becoming increasingly radiant. He obtained poison immunity B level and skin hardening B level. Upon detecting previously unencountered talent fragments, he acquired a C level talent, body sharpening. When his gaze fell upon the gradually dimming corpse of the bloodthirsty Rat King, the prompt in his mind suddenly intensified. It detected the residual traces of a king-level talent and granted him the A-level talent, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. The Frenzy-type talent completed its evolution. Talent effect, upon activation, significantly enhances all attributes, entering a brief period of weakness after spiritual energy is exhausted. A slight smile crept across Lin Yuan's lips. After absorbing all the remnants of the corpses, his spiritual energy stabilized at the pinnacle of the third tier, just a step away from breaking through. This end-of-the-world steel is indeed formidable. It rightfully deserves its SSS level classification. Fengyu, why are you dawdling? A mildly reproachful voice from behind interrupted his thoughts. Su Wan, still holding her material collection tools, urged, come help collect the venom sacks. Don't slack off. Lin Yuan snapped back to reality from his delight over the talent evolution and quickly stepped forward. 5 days had passed since the battle with the Rat King. During these days, the Panshir team had been traversing the outskirts of F3 Desolate City, hunting exotic beasts. With his and Shue's involvement, coupled with the camaraderie built through continuous combat, everyone's coordination had become increasingly harmonious, resulting in a bountiful harvest of spiritual energy crystals and a significant boost in battle prowess. What a thrill! Truly exhilarating. Zhang Meng swung his heavy axe, cleaving through the skull of an exotic beast. His spiritual energy aura had already reached the pinnacle of the third tier. Wiping the blood from his face, he laughed heartily, relishing the feeling of dominance in the outskirts of the desolate city. Previously, slaying a tiered exotic beast required meticulous planning for half a day, but now he could easily dispatch several with a mere flick of his wrist. Su Wan shot him an exasperated look. Yet her hands moved briskly to sort and pack the exotic beast materials. Isn't that thanks to Fengyu and Shui? Otherwise, how could you be so relaxed? Hey, that just shows my keen eye. Zhang Ming nonchalantly waved his hand, his hearty laughter echoing between the buildings. Shui stood nearby, her silver hair glistening softly in the sunlight. Her aura had steadily reached the mid-tier of the third stage. Observing her jovial companions, a hint of warmth flickered in her icy gaze. She raised her hand, swiftly launching several icicles that accurately pierced the low-tier exotic beasts attempting to flee in the distance. Her movements crisp and decisive, yet she remained silent. Through these days of training in the desolate city, her command of her talents had far surpassed her previous capabilities. Today, even facing the pinnacle of the third-tier bloodthirsty Rat King, she would likely navigate it with ease. Zhang Ming looked toward the setting sun in the west. All right, everyone take a break here and recover some spiritual energy. The group settled down in a cross-legged position, activating their concealment devices and kindling a campfire. Look, there are people over there. A hurried shout shattered the camp's tranquility. The members of the Panshir team turned to follow the sound, spotting 7 young figures stumbling toward them. Their school uniforms were stained with dark brown blood, their clothing torn, and expressions still marked by lingering fear, evidently having endured a fierce battle. The leading youth stood tall, his posture proud, even in disarray. He lifted his chin slightly, surrounded by an almost palpable aura of intense spiritual energy, as if the very air around him had grown warmer. Lin Yuan, resting by the campfire with his eyes closed, slowly opened them, a flicker of surprise crossing his ink-black gaze. He unconsciously rubbed the short blade resting on his knee, murmuring softly, "Why are they here?" The leader was none other than Li Hongyu, who had previously awakened an S-level talent. Beside him were all 2 familiar classmates of Lin Yuan. Lu Yi was the first to step forward, her once lively eyes now brimming with a flattering smile as she bowed slightly to the approaching Zhang Ming. "Hello, big brother. We are a wild team of students from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. Initially, we intended to take a chance on the outskirts of the desolate city, but we unexpectedly found ourselves chased deep inside by exotic beasts. Could we borrow your concealment device to take refuge and rest for a moment?" Humph. Li Hongyu crossed his arms, letting out a cold snort. He cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Ming, his eyes revealing undisguised disdain. Apart from the 2 team members wearing masks, whose auras were too inscrutable for him to gauge, the spiritual energy fluctuations of the others were hardly worth his notice. Having awakened an S-level talent, he had long since elevated his standards. Zhang Ming stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping over the group's disheveled appearance before turning to Su Wan with a probing look. "From your appearance, it seems you've recently awakened your spiritual energy? You certainly have some guts, daring to venture into the desolate city unprepared. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan and Shui couldn't help but retract their necks slightly. Chapter 16. In front of Lin Yuan, Cricket Li Hongyu's brows furrowed tightly, his retort perched on the tip of his tongue, only to be gently tugged back by Jiang Ruoyu at his side. When he turned to her, he found himself staring into her clear, bright eyes. She offered him a look that urged restraint. Jiang Ruoyu then stepped forward, the soft pink glow of healing light swirling in her palm, her face adorned with a perfectly measured gentle smile. We haven't graduated yet, and we don't have hunting licenses to purchase concealment devices. We initially planned to hunt a few low-tier exotic beasts on the outskirts before returning. We didn't expect to encounter such unforeseen circumstances. Rest assured, we have the ability to protect ourselves and will not cause any trouble for you. Upon hearing this, Su Wan's lips curved into a warm smile. She took a few steps forward, gently raising her hand in a gesture of invitation, her voice as soothing as the gentle breeze of early spring. Once we are beyond the borders of humanity, we are all compatriots. It is only right to help one another. Please come sit. It is warmer by the campfire. Her words acted as a soothing balm, instantly easing the tension in the backs of the students, who had been rigid with anxiety. They expressed their gratitude to Su Wan and settled cross-legged by the campfire, the warm orange glow dancing upon their faces, momentarily alleviating their fatigue. Su Wan turned and sat beside Lin Yuan, brushing aside the loose strands of hair by her ear, and whispered in a tone meant only for their ears. Feng Yu, keep a close watch on them. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, his gaze calmly resting upon the lively crowd by the fire, his fingers unconsciously stroking the moonlight in his embrace. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was secretly observing his tall figure from the corner of her eye, her brows furrowed in confusion. Hey, don't you think that person looks a bit familiar? Lu Yi leaned in closer to Jiang Ruoyu, her voice barely above a whisper. Jiang Ruoyu tilted her head, her gaze lingering on Lin Yuan for a moment, her delicate brows knitting together. He does seem a bit familiar. As if I've seen him somewhere. Lin Yuan leaned against a sturdy tree trunk, cradling the moonlight as he closed his eyes to rest. Yet his ears were attuned to the conversations around him. Zhang Ming naturally settled beside the students, his rough palm gently tapping on his knee. I see that your auras are quite solid. Your talents should be considerable. Why would you risk coming to a place like Huangcheng for training? Zhao Qian, with a sorrowful expression, shook his head vigorously. We don't want to either. Our family lacks any background, and the spiritual energy crystals provided by the school are simply insufficient for our cultivation. So we can only come to the outskirts of Huangcheng in hopes of a stroke of luck. Beside him, the chubby boy wearing black-rimmed glasses, Zhang Shijia, adjusted his glasses and continued. Indeed, with the college entrance examination approaching, those from prominent families can surely access ample resources to enhance their cultivation. Not only do they have spiritual energy crystals, but they also have an abundance of talent-enhancing potions. Fortunately, Hongyu and Ruoyu are kind enough to seek practical training. So we followed along. Zhang Ming, observing the troubled expressions of the group, questioned with some confusion. With your talents, surely there are no factions willing to recruit you? Lu Yi pouted slightly, her tone tinged with self-deprecation. Factions prioritize nurturing their own kin for the college entrance examination. After all, the spots are limited. Next are those S-level and A-level top students. Those of us with B-level and C-level talents don't stand a chance. We can only wait until after the examination to see how we perform for them to select us. Having spoken, her envious gaze involuntarily drifted towards Jiang Ruoyu, who since the awakening of her talent had been showered with opportunities like a mountain. Although she herself had awakened a B-level wind manipulation ability, it paled in comparison to Jiang Ruoyu's desirability. Lu Yi pouted in discontent, her voice laced with bitterness. The world is so realistic. Even if the scions of affluent families awaken low-tier talents, they can rely on advanced genetic potions to elevate themselves to a level. The truly rare ones are either unique healing types like Ruoyu or those with formidable talents like Hongyu. Jiang Ruoyu, once known as a twin flower alongside her, had left Lu Yi far behind with her rare healing enhancement ability. The crowd nodded in agreement, some sighing. Oh, how I wish I were from a prominent family. Those of us with talents that are not particularly special and combat prowess that isn't top tier truly suffer from a lack of resources. Suddenly, Zhang Shijia chimed in with a laugh. We're actually doing better than most. Do you all remember Lin Yuan from our class? That former double D genius. Who knows where he is now? Upon mentioning Lin Yuan, the dejection on everyone's faces was swiftly replaced by jest. Li Hongyu was the first to scoff. He might just be preparing to work on a construction site. That would be fitting. With his two talents, D-level clone and D-level spiritual energy enhancement, while not much use in combat, he could certainly carry double the load. Li Hongyu, listening to his companions ridicule Lin Yuan. Secretly wore a smirk. He certainly wasn't kindly leading these individuals for training. With his talents, he was never short of resources from powerful factions. He simply needed practical targets and sought to draw superiority from his classmates. Lin Yuan, resting against the sturdy tree with his eyes closed, felt his lips twitch involuntarily. Musing to himself, "You can mock yourselves, but why involve me?" Zhang Ming, intrigued, inquired, "Who is Lin Yuan?" Lin Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes internally. "Not buddy. Why are you butting in?" Yet, Zhang Ming seemed oblivious to his exasperation, casually draping an arm around Lin Yuan's shoulders and proclaiming to the crowd, "Speaking of, my buddy Feng Yu also has dual talents, one of which is also D-level spiritual energy enhancement." As soon as he spoke, 7 pairs of eyes turned towards Lin Yuan with curiosity and intrigue. Zhang Ming chuckled and shifted the topic. However, his other talent is A-level wind power. Despite being only at the 3rd level of cultivation, he has slain a royal-level bloodthirsty rat king. The curiosity in the crowd dissipated, replaced by shock and admiration. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "No way. Slaying a royal level at the 3rd level? That is something only S-level talents can achieve. You're incredible, buddy. You don't look too old. You won't be joining us for the college entrance examination soon, will you? That would make you quite a formidable competitor." Lu Yi's eyes sparkled even more as she leaned in front of Lin Yuan, her tone filled with admiration. "Brother Feng Yu, you're just too strong. I also possess wind elemental spiritual energy talent. Could you teach me?" Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he slowly shook his head, his voice slightly deep. "I'm sorry. I don't have much time." Observing the girl's adoring countenance, he subtly furrowed his brow, memories of her disdainful expression during the awakening ceremony surfacing in his mind. This snobbish individual, if she knew that I am Lin Yuan, I wonder what her expression would be. Although Lu Yi felt a bit disappointed after the rejection, her enthusiasm remained undiminished as she quickly fished out her phone, waving it. "Then could I have your contact information?" Lin Yuan shook his head once more, his tone indifferent. "I'm sorry, I don't add strangers." After his cold rejection, he returned to sit beneath the tree, embracing the moonlight and falling silent. Li Hongyu gazed at his aloof figure, an inexplicable surge of anger rising within him, disdainfully snorting and turning his head away. "What are you trying to show off?" Suddenly, an enraged roar pierced the night sky, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. The group, previously lost in their thoughts by the campfire, were instantly roused. Lu Yi and the others turned pale, their voices trembling. "Oh no, are they coming after us?" Chapter 17. The ambush of the Silver Wolf Pack. Zhang Ming abruptly stood up, shouting sternly, "Beasts are attacking. Everyone be on guard." Su Wan furrowed her brows, sensing the unusual tremors from the ground beneath her feet, her voice heavy. "The disturbance is significant. There must be quite a number of them." She frowned. "We use D-level concealment devices. Logically, we shouldn't be surrounded by a pack of beasts." Zhang Ming's expression changed drastically, as if recalling something suddenly. He fiercely grabbed Zhao Qian's arm with enough force to make him stumble. "Did you just mention encountering something you shouldn't have?" Zhao Qian, startled by this sudden questioning, averted his gaze and stammered, We just picked up 2 silver wolf cubs." Before he could finish, a faint rustling sound emanated from the bag on Lu Yi's back. Moments later, 2 fluffy wolf cubs peeked out from the bag, their big, wet eyes curiously surveying their surroundings. The silver crescent marks on their foreheads shimmered with an unusual glow under the cold moonlight. Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon the crescent marks, his brow furrowing slightly. "Their lineage is not low. What nonsense." Zhang Ming exploded in anger, his rough palms slamming heavily against his thigh, producing a dull thud. The group was startled, their faces turning pale at his outburst. Zhang Shiji, striving to maintain his composure, attempted to justify, "We have already utilized scent suppressants to conceal the wolf cubs." "Concealed?" Zhang Ming scoffed, gesturing towards the distance. "Listen." The chilling and ferocious howls of wolves echoed ominously, closing in as if detonating against the very scalps of the onlookers. Infused with a piercing sense of urgency and murderous intent, the ground began to tremble violently, and the flames of the bonfire danced wildly. The silver wolf's perception of the cub's scent could effortlessly penetrate 3 layers of concealment. "Our D-grade camouflage device is utterly futile." Zhang Ming's voice was laced with suppressed fury. "And what of your feeble suppressants?" Su Wan, usually gentle, furrowed her brow tightly, her voice brimming with restrained anger. "Do you not understand that silver wolves are pack creatures? Even high-tier hunters dare not provoke them lightly." Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, a subtle glimmer of golden light flickering within, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing towards the source of the howls. "They are coming." His tone was calm and devoid of emotion. Yet it struck the hearts of all like a stone cast into a frigid pond, causing them to tense up abruptly. As his words settled, two immense, suffocating shadows appeared suddenly at the end of the dilapidated road, as if tearing through the night. The male wolf on the left, entirely silver, shimmered under the moonlight as though draped in a flowing layer of frost. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, it was as formidable as a mountain, its sharp claws scraping against the concrete, leaving deep gouges in their wake. Its blood-red slit pupils locked onto the crowd by the bonfire, resembling burning coals, saliva dripping from its bared, ivory fangs. The female wolf on the right was slightly smaller, yet equally menacing. The fur along her neck bristled like silver needles, a low, threatening growl reverberated within her throat. Behind these two apex silver wolf kings exuding an aura of terror, nearly 100 silver wolves silently dispersed like phantoms, encircling them in a massive, ever-tightening ring. Countless pairs of glowing, emerald eyes flickered in the darkness, their greedy, cold gazes piercing through the air, as if the very atmosphere had frozen. The howls of the wolves rose and fell, coalescing into a spine-chilling symphony of death. The eyes of the two wolf kings glinted sharply, their voices hoarse and filled with violence. Humans possess remarkable audacity. Zhang Ming gripped his massive axe tightly, stepping forward, his towering figure shielding the others, his voice tinged with disbelief. Another king-level beast? Hasn't this desolate city already been designated as a safe zone? How can there be so many high bloodline aberrations? Lin Yuan's heart swelled with similar confusion. In an F-grade desolate city, typically only beasts of the lower tier would exist. Kings should not appear. The previous bloodthirsty rat king had already been an anomaly. However, there was no time to ponder further, as the wolf pack surged forward. The students from Jiangxing No. 1 High School had never witnessed such a spectacle, their faces drained of color as they scrambled to harness the chaotic energies within. Zhang Ming roared as he charged ahead. His muscles surged with enhanced strength, having approached C-grade through relentless battles and absorption. His axe, wielding the force of thunder, struck down upon the foremost silver wolf. Clang! The jarring clash of metal erupted, sparks flying. Several fearless silver wolves were hurled backward by the tremendous force, crashing to the ground with anguished howls. The male silver wolf king's eyes flared with malice as it unleashed a deafening roar. A woo! Before the echo of its howl faded, a dozen silver wolves surged forth like arrows released from a bow, transforming into fleeting silver shadows, their fangs glinting with cold light, leaping ferociously from every direction. In an instant, they shattered the formation of the crowd. Li Hongyu's blazing energy erupted. Flames, akin to tongues of wildfire, licked hungrily at the approaching silver wolves. The terrifying heat instantly reduced several of them to charred fireballs, filling the air with the stench of burnt flesh. Yet, the sheer number of silver wolves was overwhelming. As one fell, countless others rushed to take its place, their assault relentless. At that moment, the male silver wolf king, which had been poised to strike, sprang into action. It moved with the swiftness of a specter, a silver bolt of lightning tearing through the night, disregarding Zhang Ming and Li Hongyu in its path, hurtling directly towards the most panicked individuals in the crowd. Ah! A terrified scream pierced the air. Lu Yi's legs quivered uncontrollably, her mind blank. All the theories learned in practical combat classes evaporating from her thoughts. She could only watch helplessly as the massive shadow, reeking of death, loomed closer, its glimmering, sharp claws rapidly approaching her vision. Bang! A sharp, piercing collision resounded suddenly. The anticipated agony did not arrive. Lu Yi, shaken, looked up to see a tall and familiar figure standing resolutely before her, the moonshadow dagger in his hand perfectly intercepting the claw capable of rending steel. The moonlight outlined his cold, chiseled profile. Lin Yuan? Lu Yi's voice trembled, disbelief evident in her tone. The figure before her mirrored the one that often stood protectively in her memories. I am Fengyu. Lin Yuan's voice was calm and unwavering. Though he held no fondness for them, he could not remain indifferent. With a flick of his wrist, the power of wind coiled around the blade, forcefully pushing the male wolf king back a step. His fingertips stirred, and tendrils of azure wind swirled around him, his gaze coolly surveying the chaotic battlefield. Sister Wan, amplify my strength. Shue, the female wolf is yours. Haven't you always wanted to battle a king-level aberration after your breakthrough? Old Zhao, ensure our support is protected. Chapter 18. Battling the wolf pack. Shue's figure blended seamlessly with the moonlight, moving the instant Lin Yuan's words fell. An icy aura erupted around her, her silver hair moving without wind, the ground beneath her feet instantly crystallizing with frost. Facing the mountain-like charge of the female silver wolf king, she displayed no fear. Her hands poised as countless icy shards materialized out of thin air, whistling through the air like a torrential rain of arrows aimed at the Wolf King's crimson eyes and vulnerable joints. Roar! The female Wolf King was momentarily halted by the sudden frost assault, howling in fury, her silver fur bristling, hot malevolence boiling forth, shattering most of the incoming ice shards. Yet several cunningly pierced towards her eyelids, forcing her to raise her claws in defense. Simultaneously, Su Wan's amplification accurately enveloped the group. Amid the chaos, a gentle white light enveloped him, and Lin Yuan felt the wind energy within him surge violently, enhancing his speed, strength, and perception significantly. The azure glow on the Moonshadow dagger swelled, emitting a clear, resonant hum. The male Silver Wolf King was thrust back by Lin Yuan's strike, its ferocity intensifying as it let out a low growl, abandoning the terrified Lu Yi, its blood-red slit pupils fixating on the human who dared to obstruct its path. Its limbs slightly bent, silver muscles tensed like bowstrings, and in the next moment, it transformed into a streak of silver light, lunging towards Lin Yuan with even greater speed. The sharp claws sliced through the air, emitting a shrill scream aimed directly at Lin Yuan's throat. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened. Under Su Wan's amplification, his agility reached its peak. He did not engage directly, his steps flowing like the wind, golden light glimmering in his eyes, a manifestation of his spiritual sight, just narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. He swept the Moonshadow dagger upward, a concentrated blade of wind slicing through the soft belly of the Wolf King, drawing forth a trail of blood. Awu! The King of Wolves howled in pain, his movements slightly delayed, yet his ferocity intensified. His long tail, akin to a steel whip, swept across the ground, sending shards of stone crashing towards Lin Yuan. At the same time, he opened his gaping maw, a foul mixture of saliva and violent spiritual energy coalescing into a silver-white breath of energy in an instant. His pupils constricted, and the power of wind rapidly formed a high-speed, rotating azure shield before him. Boom! The silver-white breath collided violently with the wind shield, erupting into blinding light and a fierce shockwave. The wind shield trembled violently, causing Lin Yuan to stagger back several steps, his grip on the knife numbing, and his internal energy surging. Seizing the opportunity, the King of Wolves lunged again, claws poised to rend everything apart. Lin Yuan executed a swift roll, his innate mark flashing furiously in his mind, enhancing his spiritual energy, fortifying his muscles, and hardening his skin. As the innate power surged within him, an overwhelming strength erupted. The Moonshadow, accompanied by countless blades of wind, met the formidable claw of the Wolf Queen. Clang! A powerful shockwave enveloped the battlefield, forcing the Wolf Queen to retreat repeatedly as various wounds began to manifest upon her massive form. She gazed in disbelief at Lin Yuan, who remained calm despite his tattered clothing, yet his exposed skin shimmered with silver, untouched by scars. Fortunately, his essence had absorbed those remnants, leading to an evolution of his innate abilities. A smirk graced Lin Yuan's lips. In this moment, he resembled the terrifying beast more than the Wolf King himself. The King of Wolves glared fiercely at Lin Yuan, unleashing a thunderous roar that summoned a dozen silver wolves to charge at him, with the Wolf Queen following suit. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, continuously wielding his knife to fend off their relentless assault. Meanwhile, the battle between Shui and the Wolf Queen raged with equal intensity. The Wolf King's strength was ferocious, his malevolent energy scorching, as he shattered Shui's icy spikes in his attempts to close the distance. Yet, Shui's mastery of ice was exquisite. Walls of ice spikes, and icy mist emerged in succession, transforming the surroundings into a realm of frigid ice, significantly curtailing the Wolf Queen's speed and explosive power, leaving her with sheer brute force that she could not effectively utilize, only able to roar in frustration. On another front, Zhang Ming fought valiantly amidst the pack, resembling a god of war. With his peak third-tier strength and nearly C-rank innate ability, he found himself unchallenged even against the elite Silver Wolves. His massive axe cleaved with force, each swing accompanied by a thunderous roar that sent the attacking Silver Wolves flying. Li Hongyu's burning heaven flame, under Zhang Rui's enhancement, blazed fiercely, incinerating several Silver Wolves upon his initial strike. However, against the incessant tide of wolves, his efforts felt like a drop in the bucket, especially as he had to split his attention to protect others, making it increasingly difficult to unleash his full potential. Zhang Rui's holy healing light flickered continuously, mending the wounds of classmates injured by wolf claws, her complexion growing increasingly pallid. Students like Zhao Qian and Zhang Shiji were already terrified beyond belief, releasing spiritual energy haphazardly, unable to form effective defenses. It was only thanks to the efforts of Zhao Chong and Su Wan from the Rock Solid Squad, who diverted their attention to care for the others. that they managed to avoid casualties. Zhao Chong held his shield, struggling to fend off several silver wolves charging towards Su Wan, the shield already riddled with deep claw marks. Damn it, there are too many, Zhang Ming gasped, having just cleaved a silver wolf, his gaze sweeping over the two wolf kings being occupied by Shui and Lin Yuan, along with the unending tide of wolves behind them. This cannot continue. Su Wan, find a way to protect the students. Zhao Chong, tighten the defense. We cannot sustain this. As Su Wan desperately maintained her faint enhancement aura over Lin Yuan and Shui in the distance, she anxiously shouted. She noticed the crescent-shaped mark on the forehead of the cubs in Jiang Ru's backpack shimmering more frequently under the moonlight, while the howls of the wolves grew increasingly frantic and violent. Zhang Gu, those two cubs, their presence is attracting the wolves. We must eliminate the source. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming cleaved through the silver wolf before him, directing his gaze towards Jiang Ryu, commanding sharply, Zhao Qian, Zhang Shiji, get those two cubs out of the backpack. Throw them far away. Hurry. He understood well that holding onto the cubs made them moving targets. The wolves would pursue them relentlessly. Zhao Qian and Zhang Shiji jumped at his shout, fumbling to pull Lu Yi's backpack. In their moment of panic, several silver wolves lurking at the periphery, waiting to prey on isolated students, seized the opportunity and lunged toward the chaotic group of students. A silver wolf's claws, reeking of blood, aimed directly at Li Hongyu's exposed back. Hongyu, watch out. Jiang Ryu caught a glimpse and cried out in alarm. Li Hongyu was entangled with 4 elite third-tier silver wolves. The burning heaven flames scorched their flesh but failed to deliver a fatal blow. Hearing the warning, he attempted to evade, but it was too late. His pupils contracted, and he could only awkwardly turn, bracing for the impact with his shoulder. Clang. Blood gushed from his shoulder, and Jiang Ryu's expression changed dramatically as her enhancement light instantly shifted to healing. Get out. Li Hongyu was both alarmed and furious. He unleashed the burning heaven flame, forcing all surrounding silver wolves to retreat. On another front, Lin Yuan flicked his wrist, channeling the power of wind into his blade, repelling the ambushing silver wolf. His calm voice cut through the chaos of battle. Zhang Gu, the cubs must be dealt with immediately. Otherwise, the wolf pack will only grow larger. Their sole target is the cubs. Chapter 19, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Did you hear that? Throw them away. Zhang Ming's roar resonated like thunder, filled with an undeniable determination. Seizing the fleeting opportunity while Lin Yuan and Shui battled the Wolf King, Zhang Ming and Li Hongyu made every effort to fend off the wolf pack's onslaught. As Zhao Qian and Zhang Shiji exerted all their strength to throw the cubs away from the crowd and the two wolf kings. Howl! The two cubs emitted terrified whimpers as they soared through the air, and in that instant, the entire gruesome battlefield seemed to be paused. All the silver wolves, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, including the two formidable wolf kings, exhibited a noticeable delay in their actions. Countless pairs of crimson vertical pupils turned towards the direction where the cubs would land, low growls vibrating in their throats. The relentless murderous intent directed at the humans faltering for the first time. With a howl, the Wolf Queen commanded several silver wolves to rush towards the cubs. Now is the moment. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, seizing this fleeting opportunity. Without hesitation, he activated his A-rank innate ability, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Strength, speed, and perception erupted within him like a volcano, his spiritual energy surging wildly, enhanced by Su Wan, reaching a terrifying pressure, close to 4th tier. Countless sharp blades of wind materialized out of thin air, swirling around him at high speed, emitting a piercing wail that instantly shredded any silver wolves daring to come close. Shui, unleash your full power. Help me restrain the King of Wolves. Lin Yuan's voice thundered across the tumultuous battlefield. Shui's silver-white hair danced wildly under the moonlight. A sudden burst of frigid energy radiating from her. The moisture in the air rapidly condensed, and frost spread like a plague from her center, transforming the ground into a realm of ice. With her hands thrust forward towards the Wolf King, her teeth clenched tightly. Crack, crack, crack. Countless large, sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground, not merely the previous rain of ice arrows, but rather instantaneously forming two colossal, crystal-clear, icy cages. The piercing cold seemed capable of freezing souls, crashing down upon the King of Wolves, who was momentarily distracted by the cubs. Countless flying ice crystals hurtled towards the King of Wolves. Roar! The King of Wolves let out a deafening roar, its silver fur bristling. The intense malevolence erupting like a tangible force, attempting to shatter this cage. The sturdy ice shards, under the relentless impact, became riddled with intricate spiderweb-like cracks, emitting a piercing, grating moan. Yet they steadfastly restrained the colossal beast, rendering its once proud speed and strength painfully sluggish. Countless ice crystals instantly engulfed its massive frame, and in an instant, the alpha male wolf was drenched in blood. At that moment, Lin Yuan moved. Empowered by a bloodthirsty frenzy, he transformed into a streak of azure lightning tearing through the night, wielding a devastating storm of wind blades. Seizing the brief moment when the alpha female wolf's mind was shaken by her cubs, he audaciously lunged toward the trapped alpha male wolf, aiming directly at its vital points. The alpha female wolf unleashed a roar filled with fury and despair, her massive form turning into a silver flash as she recklessly charged to aid her mate. As she approached, both Wolf King's bodies shimmered with an uncanny silver radiance. She opened her blood-red maw, releasing a concentrated silver-white breath of energy like a pillar of light. Lin Yuan's gaze was icy and unyielding. His steps did not falter. Clutching the Moonshadow blade tightly, he infused every ounce of his wind elemental spirit energy, along with the overwhelming power granted by his bloodthirsty frenzy, into the blade. Moonlight Wind Slash. The blade erupted with a dazzling azure glow, instantly expanding into a colossal wind blade several meters long. Its edges vibrated at high speed, slicing through the air with a piercing hum, exuding an unrelenting aura of severance as it fiercely struck the silver-white energy breath. Boom! The clash between the azure glow and the silver-white breath resounded with an earth-shattering roar. The savage shockwave exploded instantly, scattering surrounding rubble and dust. The silver-white breath barely withstood the moment before being brutally torn apart and obliterated by the furious wind blade. The residual azure wind blade pressed forward relentlessly, carrying an unstoppable momentum as it viciously slashed at the hastily erected shield formed by the two Wolf Kings. Thud! The wind blade struck the shield with tremendous force, causing it to buckle, warp, and emit agonized groans under the unbearable strain. Then, the blade shattered explosively, dispersing into countless fine, yet razor-sharp wind moons, frenziedly shredding the Wolf King's bodies behind the shield. A piercing, agonized howl echoed through the night. Amidst the swirling dust, the two massive silver Wolf Kings staggered backward. Their once glossy silver-white fur was stained crimson with blood, riddled with wounds so deep they revealed bone. Their vitality instantly waned, eyes filled with pain, shock, and boundless fury. Lin Yuan reappeared through the dust, gripping the Moonshadow blade, gazing proudly upon the two wolves. Having unleashed his bloodthirsty frenzy combined with this pinnacle strike, he had nearly exhausted all his spirit energy. A wave of intense weakness surged over him like a tide, his vision dimming. Yet he forced himself to lift his head, his blood-stained face marked by a gaze sharp as a blade, locking unflinchingly onto the grievously wounded Wolf Kings. His voice was hoarse yet resolute. Cease. The cubs have been returned to you. If this continues, you might slay us all, but I will at least take one of you down. The wolf pack will suffer casualties exceeding half. Is it worth it? His words rang like the final war drum, erupting amidst the heavy panting of the Wolf Kings and the cracking sounds of the shattered ice prison. The flickering firelight cast shadows over his straightened spine, radiating a fierce, all-consuming determination. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed unblinkingly on the Wolf King, emanating terrifying ferocity, yet covered in wounds. The alpha male wolf lifted his gaze toward Lin Yuan, fury blazing in his eyes, though he begrudgingly acknowledged the truth in his words. His eyes swept over Lin Yuan and Shui, then softened slightly as they rested upon the two newly reunited cubs. Human, you are formidable. I, Velis, recognize your strength, having breached the combined defense of the two of us. He slowly turned toward the cubs, licking their heads before speaking gently. Today, I grant you mercy. Howling. The Wolf King raised his head in a long, mournful cry, and the wolf pack retreated like a receding tide. Golden light flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes until the pack vanished from his sight. As the wolves dispersed into the horizon, the taut nerves finally relaxed. Lin Yuan exhaled deeply. A fierce wave of weakness surged from deep within his body, the backlash of his bloodthirsty frenzy nearly causing him to collapse. He forced himself to thrust the Moonshadow blade deep into the ground. The cold hilt offered a semblance of support, barely steadying his staggering form. Cold sweat drenched his brow, and it had taken nearly all the spirit energy shared between his two incarnations to unleash the strike that shattered the Twin Wolves' alliance. Chapter 20. Departing the ruined city, a sharp, needle-like pain radiated through his meridians, and his vision blurred momentarily. Fengyu, are you all right? Su Wan was the first to rush to his side, her voice laced with palpable anxiety. A gentle white light surged from her palm, enveloping Lin Yuan. The soothing, healing energy swiftly permeated his body, alleviating the severe exhaustion and minor internal injuries caused by the frenzy. Lin Yuan shook his head, his voice weary and hoarse. I'm fine. No serious injuries, just spirit energy depletion. A short rest will suffice. Elsewhere, Zhang Ming, gripping his massive axe, his burly frame swaying slightly as he gasped for breath, surveyed the bloodied wolf corpses and shattered ruins. With anger, he cursed the group. Damn it. We nearly died here. Turning sharply toward the 7-person squad, his gaze was as sharp as a blade. You damn fools. If it weren't for Feng Yu and Xue's heroic efforts, we'd all be dead because of you. Zhao Qian and Zhang Shiji were pale as death, trembling under Zhang Ming's scolding, their lips quivering as they struggled to speak coherently. Lu Yi clutched her chest, nearly torn by the Alpha Wolf's attack, staring at Lin Yuan with unsettled eyes. Li Hongyu stood nearby, his face ashen, embers from the flame of burning heaven flickering erratically around him. Observing Lin Yuan's feeble yet upright posture and reflecting on his own pitiful performance during the wolf pack's ambush, a surge of indescribable frustration and jealousy churned within him. He pressed his lips tightly, dismissive, thinking, "You're just a low-level team failure trying to teach us a lesson. If it weren't for their numbers, I could have taken down the Alpha Wolf alone." Su Wan rolled her eyes at his arrogance. This isn't school anymore. Nobody's here for a duel. Shui shook his head at Li Hongyu's conceit. Fool. Li Hongyu clenched his fists but slowly relaxed them, ultimately snorting coldly and turning away. Zhang Ming took several deep breaths to steady his turbulent blood and said sternly, "We can't linger here. The blood scent is too strong. Who knows what else it might attract?" Zhao Chong, check the injuries. Su Wan and the younger sister prioritized treating the severely wounded. The rest, pack up immediately. We leave at once. The members of the Panshir squad sprang into action. Zhao Chong inspected each student's injuries, while Su Wan's sacred healing light continuously illuminated the crowd, focusing on those with deep, bone-exposing claw wounds. The first-class students, all second-tier cultivators, were still trembling from the ordeal. Surviving the wolf pack was already an extraordinary feat now. The pain of their wounds and the fatigue of survival truly settled in. Some unable to hold back quiet sobs. The armored vehicle's engine rumbled deeply as it rolled over the uneven road outside the ruined city, heading toward Jiangqing. The substantial body of the vehicle effectively isolated much of the decaying atmosphere of the desolate city. The once spacious interior of the carriage now felt cramped. Students from Jiangcheng Yizhong were huddled together on the seats, each exhibiting a state of lethargy. Their uniforms, now unrecognizable in color, were stained with dark brown blood and dirt. The torn edges of their clothes revealed wounds, which had been superficially treated by Su Wan and Jiang Ruoyu. Ceasing to bleed, Lin Yuan sat upright, eyes closed in meditation, a profound sense of weakness clinging to him like a parasite. The healing aura from Su Wan could only alleviate his injuries, while the emptiness brought on by the overexertion of spiritual energy and bloodthirsty frenzy could only be mended by the passage of time and the absorption of the continuously transmitted spiritual energy. A luminous glow emanated from Lin Yuan's body, signifying the absorption of the remnants of the battlefield. Absorbing a second-tier military-grade silver wolf granted him 10 units of spiritual energy and a fragment of the muscle enhancement talent. The absorption of a third-tier general-grade silver moon wolf yielded 100 units of spiritual energy and a fragment of the crescent moon talent. Indeed, the spiritual energy contained within a complete body rivaled that of spiritual energy crystals. It was regrettable that he could not slay the 2 wolf kings. Gradually, the sense of weakness that plagued him began to dissipate, and the energy within his dantian steadily rose. This journey into the desolate city had proven immensely fruitful. Zhang Ming leaned closer to Lin Yuan, perplexed by the heavens' decision to bestow such exceptional talents upon these individuals. After years of struggle, he could only approach their starting point now. His gaze swept over the pale-faced students, each appearing cowardly and submissive. Were it not for them, they could have hunted several more general-grade exotic beasts, and he was nearly on the verge of talent evolution, ready to step into the 4th tier. Zhang Ming clenched his fist, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. When I first ventured into the desolate city, I was already valiantly fighting enemies as a D grade. Lin Yuan, sensing his discontent, reassuringly patted Zhang Ming's shoulder and said, "Zhang Gu, your starting point is merely lower. Given your temperament, I believe you will gradually ascend to the ranks of the strong. We can return to hunt again next time. It's all right." Zhang Ming's eyes brightened as he playfully punched Lin Yuan's chest. "Ha ha ha, Feng Yu brother. Your words are music to my ears, unlike that stinky Xiao Wan. The greatest gain from this trip was indeed meeting you." Su Wan rolled her eyes. All right, I'm the stinky Xiao Wan." Suddenly, Lin Yuan's body radiated a different kind of brilliance, forcing Su Wan's spiritual energy out. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow and opened his eyes to see Jiang Ruoyu smiling kindly at him. Feng Yuge, my A-grade talent provides better healing abilities. Lin Yuan, unappreciative, shook his head, severing her healing light. His tone was frigid. No need. I haven't sustained any significant injuries. You should conserve your spiritual energy for them. Su Wan, initially annoyed by Jiang Ruo's demeanor, instantly relaxed upon hearing Lin Yuan's words and gave him a thumbs up. Jiang Ruo was momentarily speechless and could only snort in response. Humph. A kind gesture met with ingratitude. The carriage fell into a brief silence, interrupted only by the rumbling of the engine and the sound of wheels rolling over the road. Xue sat at a distance, her silvery hair glimmering faintly in the dim light. She crossed her arms, a black mask concealing much of her face, revealing only her tranquil eyes. Her gaze flickered over the weakened Lin Yuan, her expression revealing a hint of curiosity. Can an A-grade talent combined with a D-grade talent result in such strength? Her eyes then swept over the subdued Li Hongyu and the silent students before finally resting on the window. The outlines of the desolate city gradually blurred in the twilight. And in the distance, the massive silhouette of Jiang Cheng, shimmering with the glow of an energy shield, became vaguely visible. Beneath the icy depths of her gaze, something seemed to ripple momentarily before returning to a serene calm, betraying no emotions. We're almost there, Su Wan exclaimed joyfully, stretching her body, her alluring curves becoming apparent. I haven't bathed in days. When I get back, I'm going to enjoy a nice shower and sleep. The classmates of Class 1 collectively exhaled in relief. The vehicle halted at the Jiang Cheng Hunter's lodge, and as Li Hongyu and the others departed, they carried several large bags filled with exotic beast materials into the expansive building. We'll evenly distribute these spiritual energy crystals, saving them for our respective breakthroughs. Zhang Meng squatted down, dividing the crystals into 4 portions, placing them in front of Lin Yuan, Su Wan, and Zhao Chong, leaving only the last crystal, belonging to the bloodthirsty Rat King. Chapter 21. A-grade mission standard reward issued. Zhang Meng weighed the dark red crystal of the bloodthirsty Rat King in his hand. Feng Yu, you personally slayed this Rat King, thus earning the most credit. This royal crystal belongs to you, right? He glanced around. No objections? Su Wan and Zhao Chong nodded with smiles, and Xue also gave a slight nod. Lin Yuan, however, shook his head and pushed the crystal back into Zhang Meng's palm. Zhanggu, no need for that. This crystal should be sold and recycled. His tone remained calm. Without your efforts to restrain the rat swarm, without Wan Jia's enhancement and Xue's critical freezing, I wouldn't have been able to take it down alone. The credit belongs to everyone. The rewards should go into the communal pool. He paused, his gaze resolute. I don't lack for this bit of spiritual energy. It would be more practical to exchange it for resources. After absorbing the remnants of the end of days talent, this crystal offered limited enhancement to his body. However, more importantly, he understood that the 3 members of the Pancher team required resources for their own advancement more than he did. You lad. Zhang Meng observed the calmness in Lin Yuan's eyes and instantly grasped the deeper meaning behind his words. His heart warmed, and without further ado, he slapped Lin Yuan's shoulder heartily, laughing boisterously. Ha! Good. Brothers at heart. No need for pleasantries. He carefully stowed away the royal crystal. Amidst their light-hearted banter, they traversed through the bustling hall of the Hunter's lodge, heading straight toward the task submission window that emanated a metallic cold light. With a thud, Zhang Meng slammed the task certificate, stained with dried blood, onto the counter, sending up a fine cloud of dust. His voice, hoarse from fatigue and recent excitement, announced, the official extermination mission in F3 zone is complete. The rat nest has been eliminated, and the visual data from the underground spider web passage has also been transmitted. Additionally, we are reporting a severe anomaly. Zhang Meng's voice rose sharply, laced with suppressed fury. In the F-grade Desolate City extermination mission, a peak 3rd-tier royal bloodthirsty Rat King emerged. This is utterly against the rules. This is at least the caliber of an A-grade mission. He slammed his hand on the counter, causing nearby screens to tremble. If it weren't for our newly recruited Feng Yu and Xue being formidable enough, our Pancher team would have been wiped out in that decrepit factory today. Are you treating the lives of hunters as a joke? The staff behind the counter shrank back at Zhang Meng's wrath, swiftly reviewing the task information on the screen and rapidly retrieving the footage uploaded by the Pancher team's action camera. Upon witnessing the bloodthirsty Rat King's blood-red, malevolent vertical pupils and the terrifying aura of a royal beast nearly oozing from the screen, the staff's expression shifted dramatically. As a back-end administrative personnel, the pressure from such a level of threat sent chills down his spine. He inhaled sharply, his voice tinged with panic. We will certainly report the inaccuracies in this task information. The emergence of a royal bloodline in a low-level mission zone will be reported immediately, and a reconnaissance team will be dispatched for verification. He did not dare to delay, grabbing the nearby landline and rapidly relaying the situation. Before long, the heavy metal door behind the counter slid open with a click. A robust middle-aged man in a crisp military uniform strode out. He was tall and imposing, his steps steady and strong. The prominent scar running from his forehead to his chin resembled a fearsome centipede, adding a grim aura to his already fierce visage. As Lin Yuan raised his eyes, they met the figure entering through the door. Despite his measured pace, an overwhelming sense of authority emanated from him, suggesting he was accustomed to positions of power. It is not the energy pressure of an extraordinary being, but rather a cold and hard aura steeped in blood and fire. A shiver ran through his heart as he mused. This is a formidable character. The middle-aged man cast a glance over the five at the front desk, merely nodding lightly to them, his voice steady as a bell. Greetings, I am Lei Qianxiong, the head of the Jiangxing Reception Center. Upon finishing his words, he unceremoniously took a seat in an employee chair, his fingertips tapping on the tabletop, signaling the staff to play the footage. The moment the screen illuminated, his previously calm eyes sharpened abruptly, locking onto the images transmitted by the Panshur team from the old industrial district of the desolate city like a hawk. In the conference room, only the rustling sound of the footage and the rhythmic tapping of Lei Qianxiong's fingers against the table could be heard. When the scene shifted to Lin Yuan wielding his knife in a swift motion, a cold glint flashing as he dispatched the Rat King, his tapping halted abruptly. His brows slightly raised, and an uncontainable wave of astonishment surged in his deep-set eyes as he regarded the young man seated across from him. Despite his slender frame and youthful visage, his decisive actions were as sharp as a drawn blade. As the footage faded to black, Lei Qianxiong slowly rose, his tall figure casting a long shadow under the lights. A D-class team completing an A-class mission, an unprecedented occurrence in recent years. His gaze swept over the crowd, momentarily pausing on Shue's emotionless face. An S-class talent amidst a D-class team? How intriguing. Ultimately, his gaze settled firmly on Lin Yuan. Young man, having just broken through to the third tier, you managed to slay a king-level extraordinary beast. I admire your composure in the face of danger. Would you be interested in joining the Jiangxing military? Lin Yuan absent-mindedly rubbed the sheath of his knife resting on his knee and slowly shook his head. I have to take the college entrance examination the day after tomorrow. Matters of my future can wait until after the exam. The college entrance examination? A flicker of surprise crossed Lei Qianxiong's eyes before he chuckled, stroking his stubbled chin. Indeed. At your talent level, you should be of age for the exam. Now, to the matter at hand. Your team has exceeded expectations in this mission, and I will grant rewards according to A-class standards. Originally, low-tier king-level extraordinary beasts would not qualify, but consider this a compensation for the erroneous mission information. He raised his hand, pointing to the paused tunnel map on the screen, his expression intricate. According to reports, you encountered 3 king-level bloodline extraordinary beasts? We will investigate this matter thoroughly. With that, he exchanged glances with the front desk staff. Shortly after, the staff approached briskly, carrying a black tray containing 5 azure-colored vials and a metallic card that glimmered coldly. Lei Qianxiong pushed the tray in front of the group. 5 million huaxia coins. A reward for your discovery of the anomalies in the desolate city. That area will be temporarily sealed off. Zhang Meng was the first to reach out, his fingers trembling with excitement as he nearly snatched a vial of the genetic serum. A-class settlement? This is a mid-tier genetic serum. Lei Qianxiong nodded. And as he turned to leave, he glanced back at Lin Yuan. I have matters to attend to. Young brother, think it over. I will return for this year's Jiangxing College entrance examination. Before his words fell silent, his figure vanished through the doorway. Zhang Meng held the serum up to the light, his throat bobbing as he cursed joyfully. Damn it. I've been stuck at tier 3 for 3 years, dreaming of a low-tier serum. And this gamble has landed me a mid-tier one. Zhao Chang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the serum, while Su Wan gently ran her fingers over the cold textures of the metallic card, her voice quivering with disbelief. We've really struck it rich. 5 million. Chapter 22. Post-battle settlement. We've hit the jackpot. Let us head to the materials recycling area. Zhang Meng exclaimed, his voice booming, as the previous fatigue seemed to dissipate in the face of this tremendous windfall. He carefully distributed the 5 mid-tier genetic serums among the team members. Shaking the metallic card in his hand, he declared, first, let us dispose of these odds and ends. Then we'll divide the money. The group quickly made their way to the materials recycling area. Several bulging, blood-soaked burlap sacks were dumped onto the ground, forming a small mountain. The remains of the bloodthirsty Rat King, its fur still exuding a murderous aura, the venom sacs of the black spiked spider seeping foul-smelling slime, and a multitude of soldier-grade extraordinary beast shells, fangs, and bones were mingled together, emanating a potent scent of blood and wilderness. The appraiser, donning specially designed goggles, wielded a beeping laser pen, skillfully navigating through the pile of materials. The beam scanned each item, and the numbers on the display screen flickered rapidly. 42 pairs of stone claw rat claws, market price 10,000 per pair, totaling 420,000. Soldier grade venom sacs 96. Soldier grade shells 203, complete skin of the king level bloodthirsty rat king, 90 integrity, valued at 3 million. King level bloodthirsty rat king claws, valued at 1 million. King level bloodthirsty rat king psychic crystal, 5 million. Finally, the screen froze on a staggering total, 35 million huaxia coins. Lin Yuan stared incredulously at the number, realizing that slaying a Tier 3 king-level bloodthirsty rat king had yielded nearly 10 million in revenue, especially since the crystal was included in the sale. After all, even a king-level crystal from a 3rd tier awakened could be processed into about 10 low-tier talent genetic serums. Su Wan, noticing Lin Yuan's astonishment, explained, its fur and claws can also be made into excellent growth weapons and armor. He couldn't help but marvel at the truly staggering profits from hunting extraordinary beasts. WVE struck gold. This haul surpasses our combined earnings from the past 2 or 3 years. Zhang Meng gazed at the figures, unable to contain his laughter, delivering a hearty slap on Lin Yuan's back that made him sway slightly. Fengyu, did you see that? This was worth it. Immensely worth it. He immediately initiated a transfer through the reception center's system. The account balance fluctuated, and combined with the previous reward of 5 million, the total balance reached 35 million huaxia coins. Zhang Meng divided it into 5 equal parts, transferring the amounts into Lin Yuan's, Shue's, Su Wan's, and Zhao Chong's accounts. Fengyu Su Wan, Zhao Chong, Shue, you each receive 3.07 million. Take it. Zhang Meng's voice trembled with excitement. With this mid-tier serum, I can surely upgrade my talent to C class. Haha. If luck is on my side, maybe I can even achieve a secondary awakening of my talent with the serum. And with so many huaxia coins, I can finally purchase a good set of equipment. Lin Yuan silently gazed at the substantial balance displayed on his personal terminal. Experiencing this unprecedented sum of money for the first time, his excitement palpable. He could finally buy a new house for his parents. They could retire comfortably. Exhausted, Lin Yuan finally returned home. As he opened the door, the aroma of food wafted through the air. Bai Shuhua looked at her son, weary from the day, her heart aching. You're finally back? I was so worried. You just said you're back in Jiangcheng, Mom, and my heart could finally relax. Lin Yuan smiled softly. I've been keeping you updated every day on my phone. Lin Hai emerged from the kitchen, wiping his hands. What do you mean? After all, you went to the desolate city. How could we not worry about you? Lin Yuan felt warmth enveloping him. Well, I'm fine, aren't I? Bai Shuhua brushed the dust off Lin Yuan's clothing. Quickly freshen up and eat. As soon as you said you were back in Jiangcheng, your dad and I went to buy your favorite dishes. Lin Yuan gazed at the table filled with his beloved meals, his heart swelling with warmth. He sat at the dining table, watching his busy parents, while subtly manipulating his phone with a slight smile. Dad, Mom, renting is such a hassle. Why don't we buy a bigger house? Bai Shuhua shook her head at his suggestion. Right now, a 100 square meter home costs over 1 million. Your dad and I can only afford to take out a loan, and we won't be able to manage it for long. The pressure of paying back the mortgage would be too much for you. She gazed at the slightly moldy wall, which, despite its dilapidation, evoked a sense of nostalgia after all the time spent there. Just as her words trailed off, her phone illuminated with a notification, 1 million yuan received. Lin Hai paused, gripping the bowl of rice, and turned to the source of the sound. Bai Shuhua, with an incredulous expression, picked up her phone, and upon recognizing the sender, her eyes widened in astonishment as she looked up at Lin Yuan, her gaze filled with suspicion. My goodness, son, where did you acquire such a fortune? Have you sold a kidney or your own body? Are you being supported by some beer-bellied matron? You do have a certain charm, but you seem so frail. Lin Hai couldn't help but shake his head, lamenting their misfortune. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes, thinking that while his parents were generally good, they could sometimes be utterly disconnected from reality. Stop, stop, cease your wild speculations. This is money I earned from hunting beasts in the wasteland. With exasperation, Lin Yuan pulled out his phone to show the official payment confirmation. See, I told you, your son is not useless. When it comes to the real test for the college entrance examination, I can still make Lin Jiaqing unable to hold his head high. Bai Shuhua and Lin Hai examined the evidence closely. My goodness, is it really possible to earn this much? What have we been doing all these years? Lin Yuan chuckled. Consider yourselves unfortunate. Bai Shuhua's glare became piercing as she fixed her eyes on Lin Yuan. In the wasteland, where he had fought fiercely against formidable beasts, he now found himself shrinking under his mother's scrutinizing gaze. Lin Hai and Bai Shuhua shook their heads, returning the money to Lin Yuan's account. With earnestness, they advised him. If you have the capability, your parents can rest easy. Keep this money for yourself. The college entrance examination is approaching, and you should focus on enhancing your own strength. Lin Yuan nodded helplessly, having anticipated this result. It seemed he would have to wait until next time to buy a suitable place for his parents to move into. Under the dim light, the azure genetic potion emitted a peculiar glow. Lin Yuan scrutinized the intermediate potion in his hands, pondering its potential to enhance his abilities. His talent was rated at an SSS level. Would this potion truly be beneficial? Regardless, given its market value, it could purchase 2 apartments. With a sense of trepidation, Lin Yuan downed the potion in one gulp. A wave of warmth surged from his dantian, spreading through his limbs. Detection complete. Intermediate genetic potion successfully absorbed. Chapter 23. The Divine Technique. Eye of Insight. The F-class talent, spiritual vision, is being enhanced. The cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind, accompanied by the glowing imprint of the spiritual vision talent, which he could distinctly perceive was being reshaped. His talent, spiritual vision, successfully evolved to C-class, Eye of Insight. Talent ability. When activating Eye of Insight, one can precisely capture the fluctuations and flow of spiritual energy in the environment. In that instant, a brilliant golden light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes, his heart brimming with joy. He had initially believed that this intermediate genetic potion would be insignificant in the face of his SSS-level talent, possibly rendering it ineffective. This outcome delighted him. Although spiritual vision was once the lowest grade talent he possessed, rated at F-class and deemed useless by others, it was invaluable in life and death situations. In combat, timing often hinged on mere milliseconds, especially in battles where the opponents were evenly matched. The one who could first identify the opponent's weaknesses and predict their next moves would tip the scales of victory. His ability to slay a king-class beast with a power beyond his level was largely due to this F-class, spiritual vision, which enabled him to detect the energy convergence points of the beasts and seize the opportunity for a fatal strike. Now, having evolved into C-class, Eye of Insight, its effectiveness had undergone a qualitative leap. Lin Yuan slowly raised his hands and activated Eye of Insight. In an instant, the world transformed before his eyes. Countless delicate golden threads danced in the air, intertwining, representing the spiritual energy drifting through the universe. Within his own meridians, a robust torrent of spiritual energy surged ceaselessly, each flow and convergence as clear as the lines on his palm. This is incredible. It's practically a divine skill. Lin Yuan exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. To perceive the flow of spiritual energy meant that regardless of whether the opponent was a human warrior or a beast, any spiritual energy attack or movement preparation would leave a clear omen in his sight. Predicting the opponent's movements? No, it was akin to directly reading their attack plans. For those who derided spiritual vision as a worthless talent, they were mistaken. This ability was extraordinary. From now on, whether facing beasts or engaging with other awakened individuals, this Eye of Insight would become his sharpest, invisible blade. As the morning sun poured through the gaps in the curtains, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. After a night of deep meditation and rest, the weakness from overexerting his spiritual energy had completely dissipated, and his meridians were once again brimming with vigor. He spread his palm, feeling the presence of his doppelganger and the shared reservoir of spiritual energy. The doppelgangers sometimes need to act independently. One moonshadow is insufficient, he murmured to himself. With the college entrance examination practical assessment approaching, he needed to equip his doppelganger with suitable weapons, as well as secure a weapon for his public identity to avoid exposing Feng Yu's identity in the Moonshadow Blade. He picked up his personal terminal and noted the balance of 3.07 million Huaxia coins displayed on the screen, a plan beginning to form in his mind. This considerable sum could suffice to buy a house for his parents and support his acquisition of necessary equipment. After a quick wash and changing into casual attire, Lin Yuan headed straight to the central area of Jiangcheng, where several reputable spiritual energy stores were located. At the Balian Pavilion Spiritual Energy Store, which was of medium size and known for its comprehensive selection and reasonable prices, Lin Yuan entered. Various weapons and armor, shimmering with the faint glow of spiritual energy, were displayed on counters and shelves. With clear intent, he made his way directly to the weapons section. His gaze scanned the rows of standard combat knives and long swords, ultimately resting on several weapons of noticeably higher quality. Among them, a pitch-black broadsword adorned with dark patterns and an ancient-looking short sword radiating a greenish glow captured his attention. The spiritual energy fluctuations they emitted, while not as powerful as Moonshadow, far surpassed the typical standard weapons available on the market. Just as Lin Yuan was about to call over a store attendant for further inquiry, A voice rich with condescension rang out behind him. Oh, isn't this our dual D genius Lin Yuan? Quite the rare sight. Turning around, Lin Yuan found Li Hongyu, Jiang Ryu, Lu Yi, and two other classmates standing not far away. Their eyes expressed disdain, completely devoid of the fear they had shown the day before in the wasteland. Li Hongyu had his hands in his pockets, a smirk of unmasked derision on his face, as his gaze swept over Lin Yuan's ordinary clothes and empty hands. Zhang Shiji stifled a laugh, saying, Hongyu, don't say that. Our classmate Lin Yuan might just be here to observe and learn. He deliberately elongated his tone. Jiang Ruoyu feigned concern, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible condescension. Lin Yuan, the things here aren't cheap. Your family's circumstances and your innate abilities suggest that it would be unwise to squander the hard-earned savings of your relatives. I have heard that students preparing for the college entrance examination can also rent standardized equipment. Her implication was clear. Lin Yuan could not afford the weapons here, and therefore had no business being in such a place. Lu Yi frowned slightly as she gazed at Lin Yuan's familiar figure, musing to herself. Could it be Feng Yuge? It truly resembles him. She quickly shook her head, seemingly attempting to cast aside the image that had taken root in her mind, thinking, how could that be? Feng Yuge is so powerful. He is merely a D-class, gifted martial artist. Li Hongyu let out a derisive laugh and stepped in front of Lin Yuan, his gaze sweeping over the broadsword that had caught Lin Yuan's eye. The price tag reading 5 million Huaxia coins. TSK 1. 5 million. Lin Yuan. Your entire family would need to forego food and drink for a decade just to afford this sword, wouldn't they? He deliberately raised his voice, drawing the attention of other customers and staff in the shop. Instead of daydreaming here, you might as well heed Jiang Ruoyu's advice and quickly rent a cheaper set. Save your money for your parents to open a small shop for retirement, which would be far more practical. With a D-class talent, just getting through life comfortably would be quite an achievement. Do not entertain such unrealistic aspirations. The classmates behind Li Hongyu echoed in agreement, their laughter laced with scorn. Lin Yuan maintained a calm demeanor, even refraining from looking at Li Hongyu, as if the latter were merely a figment of the air. He raised his hand and pointed to the shelf. Excuse me, could you please bring me those two items? The staff member he addressed was a young girl who had only recently started working. Her fingers instinctively clutched the velvet cloth on the counter. She glanced quickly at Lin Yuan, noting his faded school uniform jacket, the mud stains on his sneakers, and the overall incongruity of his appearance in the opulent weapon shop. Her gaze then drifted to Li Hongyu and his entourage, clad in custom-made awakened combat suits that accentuated their athletic forms, clearly indicating their superior talents. The girl's brow furrowed ever so slightly, her smile frozen in place, hesitation weaving a delicate web of uncertainty around her heart. Li Hongyu was renowned at Jiangqing one high school as a quintessential prodigy, boasting an S-grade fire talent. Wherever he went, he was akin to a star surrounded by admirers. Leaning casually against the counter, his fingers tapped idly on the glass surface, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. The staff member found herself intimidated by his presence, instinctively believing that this plainly dressed youth before her likely had no comprehension of the prices in the premium section. Sir, those two items are our shop's signature pieces. Classified as A-grade battle weapons for the awakened, the girl steadied herself, her voice gentle yet cautious. They have been crafted by a renowned blacksmith, utilizing the claws of the royal-level beast, Swiftwind Wolf, and the blades have been tempered with spirit liquid. She hesitated. The latter part of her sentence, not something an ordinary person can afford, caught in her throat like a stone, her eyes silently gesturing toward the astounding figures displayed in the glass case. I am aware of the price, Lin Yuan's voice, though not raised, pierced through the air like a chill steel needle, abruptly cutting off the girl's words. His tone was devoid of any fluctuation, yet it carried an unusual certainty, as if he were simply stating that the weather was pleasant today. Please retrieve them for me. Li Hongyu erupted in laughter, as though he had heard an absurd joke, his derision spilling forth. Lin Yuan, what are you pretending to be? Don't embarrass yourself here. Do you know how much 5 million Huaxia coins is? Even for me, I would have to consult my father before I could withdraw that amount. Indeed, Zhang Shiji chimed in, his face jowly, his scorn unmistakable. 5 million. Even if you awakened that wretched D-class clone and used your spiritual energy to move bricks, working 24 hours a day, it would take you over a decade to save that up, wouldn't it? You must have truly lost your mind, thinking you are some hidden powerhouse. Jiang Ruoyu also furrowed her brow, her tone laced with a hint of kind-hearted admonition, her voice soft yet piercing like a needle. Yes, Lin Yuan. That weapon is far too precious. There is no need for you to embarrass yourself to maintain your pride. Her words trailed off abruptly, as though choked by an unseen hand. Lin Yuan had already reached for his personal terminal, the silver-gray device glinting coldly under the lights. His fingers danced swiftly across the virtual screen, performing a series of operations with fluidity. In the next moment, he turned the screen toward the staff member and the now silenced Li Hongyu. The figures displayed on the screen were blindingly clear. 3,070,000 Huaxia coins. The multitude of zeros struck the faces of all present like a series of resounding slaps. The entire weapon area fell into a deep silence, the air seemingly frozen. Only the wind chimes in the corner of the counter occasionally emitted a faint sound, amplifying the eerie stillness of the moment. Lin Yuan turned to the still stunned staff member. His expression tranquil and unwavering. "Can you now retrieve those two weapons for me?" Li Hongyu's smile instantly faltered, as if he had been struck by a spell. He stared fixedly at the numbers, his eyes round with disbelief, while Jiang Ruiyu and Lu Yi gasped in shock, their hands clenching at their sides. Their earlier sense of superiority washed away, leaving only astonishment. The classmates who had just been laughing alongside Li Hongyu were now slack-jawed. Their expressions transformed from disdain to sheer bewilderment. The young staff member stood frozen, only regaining her composure moments later, her face breaking into an overly enthusiastic smile. Tinged with a trace of anxiety, her voice rising an octave. "Yes. Of course, sir. Please wait a moment. I will retrieve them for you immediately." Her movements were quick as she fumbled for the keys, her fingers trembling slightly as she opened the case, carefully extracting the jet-black broadsword and the shimmering short sword, presenting them to Lin Yuan with both hands, fearful of any mishap. Lin Yuan accepted the weapons, his fingertips gliding over the icy blade, the texture both delicate and sharp. The surging spiritual energy within seemed like a slumbering beast, stirring slightly at his touch. Though it was nowhere near as formidable as the moon shadow, it was exceptionally well suited for him. He appeared oblivious to the petrified expressions of those nearby as he weighed the blue short sword in his hand and calmly said to the staff member, "I'll take this one. By the way, do you have storage wristbands?" The staff member nodded vigorously, her smile growing even warmer. "Yes, we do, sir. Since your purchase exceeds 1 million, our shop can offer you a complimentary 10 cubic meter storage wristband with guaranteed stability." Lin Yuan nodded slightly, extending his bank card. "All right, let us proceed with the payment." "Certainly, sir. The total comes to 1.5 million Huaxia coins. I will prepare the invoice for you right away." The staff member's voice trembled with excitement, her hand quivering as she held his bank card. A 1.5 million transaction would earn her a commission equivalent to 3 months' salary. Lin Yuan nodded, retrieving his terminal to complete the payment. It was only then that he seemed to remember the presence of others nearby, casually glancing at Li Hongyu. At that moment, Li Hongyu's complexion was ashen, as if doused in ink, his eyes swirling with a complex mix of shock, resentment, and barely concealed jealousy. Jiang Ruiyu and Lu Yi displayed a spectrum of emotions, astonishment, envy, embarrassment, each flickering across their faces in succession. "As for the money my parents saved for their small shop in retirement, you need not concern yourselves with it." Lin Yuan's tone remained flat, yet it pierced through the hearts of those present like a fine needle, conveying that this modest sum was well within his means. Jiang Ruiyu slightly parted her lips, her beautiful face etched with tumultuous emotions, her voice trembling with disbelief. "Lin Yuan, where did you acquire such a fortune?" "I recall your family's circumstances." Lin Yuan shrugged, his tone nonchalant, as if discussing a trivial matter. "A few days ago, I won a small prize in the lottery, bought some genetic potions, and I thought to purchase a better weapon to ensure a good result in tomorrow's college entrance examination." Chapter 25, The Strange Humanoid Monster. Having said that, he paid no further attention to the reactions of those behind him and turned his focus to the clerk to complete the transaction. Upon witnessing his purchase, Li Hongyu could only snort disdainfully. "Humph, what incredible luck." Zhao Qian's eyes turned red with envy. His face suffused with blatant jealousy as he gritted his teeth. "Why does he get to win the lottery? If I had won tens of thousands, I would have bought some genetic potions, pushed for an A-class talent, and perhaps even gained admission to a better university." "Exactly, this guy has truly struck it lucky." Zhang Shiji echoed, his tone tinged with bitterness. "Just yesterday, I risked my life scavenging at the edge of the abandoned city, only to find a piece of scrap metal. Meanwhile, he lies at home and wins 3 million. A flicker of envy crossed Jiang Ruiyu's eyes, which quickly morphed into a frown as she adopted a concerned demeanor. Her tone earnest. "Lin Yuan, even if you possess ample funds, your talent cannot keep pace. We are all classmates, and I must remind you not to squander your money. A D-class talent wielding an A-class weapon is akin to a 3-year-old wielding a heavy hammer." She paused, emphasizing her point. "You won't be able to unleash its true power. Pretending to be something you're not is utterly futile, and it won't elevate our perception of you." The disparity in talent will only widen between us. There's no need to deceive yourself with such external possessions. Lu Yi promptly agreed, her voice gentle. Indeed, Lin Yuan. Your D-class talent cannot possibly handle this A-class weapon. Even if your results tomorrow are somewhat impressive, spending 1.5 million on this is unwarranted. You should heed Ruiyu's advice and rent an ordinary weapon for the exam. It offers far better value. Lin Yuan raised his gaze, his eyes locking with Jiang Ruiyu's. Even without activating his spiritual vision, his senses were heightened several-fold, allowing him to perceive the fleeting disdain deep within her eyes, a condescending look from one in a position of power toward a presumptuous fool. He completely forgot the flattering demeanor he had displayed behind Lin Yuan moments earlier. Lin Yuan's fingertips gently traced the hilt of his short sword, the cold sensation sharpening his awareness as the corners of his mouth curled into an almost imperceptible smirk. You needn't worry about that. I have more than enough money. Watching Lin Yuan depart, Lu Yi puffed her cheeks in frustration. Look at him flaunting his newfound wealth. Humph. Good intentions turned to folly. With the newly acquired weapon bag in hand, Lin Yuan turned into a narrow alleyway. Residing in the old city, he had to traverse numerous small lanes to return from the city center, the twilight casting a dusky golden hue across the weathered walls. At that moment, a sudden tumultuous roar echoed from the depths of the alley, accompanied by a girl's urgent exclamation. Water shield. What was that sound? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and made his way toward the source, only to see a pale blue water screen unfurling like a blooming lotus, which was abruptly torn apart by a claw covered in black scales. Amidst the splashing water, a familiar figure stumbled backward, by Jia, a student from a neighboring class who had awakened the A-class talent of water manipulation. Although her talent was on par with Lin Yuan's, she evidently lacked his finesse and practical experience. After several encounters, her uniform's sleeves were torn, revealing bloodied arms, her complexion as pale as parchment. Her opponent was a hunched figure shrouded in a loose black robe. The creature moved with an eerie swiftness, lunging at Bai Jia once more, its claws slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Clang! Lin Yuan's precise strike with his steel longsword intercepted the claw, sparks flying and illuminating his stern profile. The tremendous force sent a tingling sensation through his hands, a power far exceeding that of an ordinary third-tier beast. Lin Yuan. Bai Jia recognized him, but the flicker of hope in her eyes diminished rapidly. Run! It's a monster. You've only awakened a D-class talent. You can't stop it. Before she could finish, the black-robed creature emitted a beastly growl, its assault becoming ferocious. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted as his Eye of Insight activated instantly. Golden patterns flowed within his gaze, allowing him to clearly discern the chaotic flow of spiritual energy within the creature. As he comprehended its energy dynamics, his brow furrowed tightly. How could there be both human and beastly energy fluctuations within it? Lin Yuan distinctly saw a flicker of F-class talent emanating from its core, while the energy coursing through its limbs was that of a third-tier beast. As the sword and claw collided, Lin Yuan intentionally feigned a weakness to draw the creature into a powerful attack, the sword's tip deftly aimed at the creature's elbow joint. The sound of shredding fabric filled the air, revealing a twisted visage. The left side retained a semblance of humanity, while the right was marred by dark, scaly skin. Reptilian eyes set within its sockets. Roar! The creature let out a furious howl, fully embracing its beastly form. Its muscular right arm swelled, foul-smelling liquid seeping from the gaps in its scales. With a sudden burst, it shattered the pavement and lunged forward. Lin Yuan's expression hardened, the golden glow of Eye of Insight swirling in the depths of his eyes. The trajectory of the beast's right arm, coiling with power, appeared as a burning golden thread within his vision. Just as the claw was about to tear through the air, Lin Yuan shifted his foot slightly. Whoosh! The steel longsword, imbued with the power of wind, sliced sideways. Not a direct confrontation, but a precise strike aimed at the energy flow node in the creature's elbow. Crack! The sound of shattering scales echoed. The creature's momentum faltered, a flicker of confusion flashing in its beastly eyes. Seizing the moment, Lin Yuan spun around, the hilt of his sword crashing into the creature's temple. Bang! In the thudding impact, the creature staggered back, blood oozing from the human portion of its left face. Bai Jia stared in disbelief at Lin Yuan, who moved with such ease, before quickly regaining her composure and seizing the opportunity to conjure. Water bind. Sewage surged upward within the alley, forming chains that entwined the creature's legs. The beast roared and struggled, Bai Jia's complexion paling further as she shouted. Its power is too great. I can't hold it for 3 seconds. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the creature's neck. Eye of Insight, piercing through flesh to reveal a chaotic energy source at the junction of its vertebrae, transmitting beastly energy throughout its limbs. Lin Yuan raised his hand, driving his sword directly into that energy core. The power of wind surged into the sword's tip, producing a sharp whine. Thud! The blade penetrated the scales, accurately striking the vertebrae junction. The creature's body convulsed violently, the ferocity of its right arm ebbing like a receding tide, its eyes morphing from rage to terror. Roar! The creature's human mouth on the left struggled to open, its voice hoarse and rasping. Kill! Kill me! Before it could finish, Lin Yuan twisted his wrist, crushing the flesh surrounding the energy core, revealing a crystal of spiritual energy. The creature collapsed lifelessly to the ground, its right side decaying to reveal rotting human skin beneath the scales. Bai Jiejia, exhausted, sat down, staring at the corpse in shock. My goodness, how are you so strong? You're even more monstrous than it is. And did it just ask you to kill it? Lin Yuan crouched down, lifting a tattered piece of the black robe, revealing a blood-stained ID badge at the creature's waist. Jiangxing Biological Research Institute, Level 3 Technician Chen Tao. He furrowed his brow at Bai Jiejia. How did you come across such a creature? I didn't provoke it at all. Bai Jiejia replied, feeling wronged. Pointing deeper into the alley, I took a shortcut home, and it suddenly leaped out from behind the trash can, had it not been for my water shield. At that very moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance, and several men clad in military uniforms swiftly approached the alleyway. Security Bureau's inspection team. Lay down your weapons immediately. Chapter 26, The Divine Descendants. As the stern command of the inspection team dissipated into the damp air, a steady voice emerged from the shadows at the alley's entrance. Have you located the target? No sooner had the words left his lips than heavy footsteps resonated on the stone pavement, and a towering figure slowly emerged. He was as broad as a door, his dark uniform billowing slightly in the night breeze, while the silver badge on his chest glimmered coldly under the yellow streetlight. Officer Lei. The inspection team members snapped to attention, their bodies rigid in salute, their throats constricting with tension. The target had already been neutralized. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes at the familiar visage, as information from his auxiliary neural interface flooded his mind. Human, 7th stage of transformation, talent level S. With the innate ability of Thunderclap, could he really be a warrior of the Third Realm following Awakening and Foundation establishment? The newcomer was none other than Lei Qianxiong, head of the Hunter's Lodge. He nodded slightly to the team members, his hawk-like gaze sweeping over the twisted corpse at the end of the alley. The half-human, half-beast body still bore Lin Yuan's short sword embedded in its neck, dark brown blood oozing through the crevices of the stones, creating small ripples in the standing water. His gaze then settled on the two figures at the alley's entrance, a fleeting glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. What brings you here? Lei Qianxiong fixed his gaze on Lin Yuan, raising an eyebrow. It's you again, lad. Why aren't you wearing a mask this time? Clearly, he recognized the young man from a few days prior at the Hunter's Lodge. Lin Yuan scratched his head, a harmless smile on his face. Officer Lei, your eyesight is sharp as ever. It seems I cannot deceive you. I happened to encounter this creature on my way home. It injured my classmate, and I couldn't just stand by. Lei Qianxiong took 2 strides to the corpse, crouching beside it as a faint blue glow emanated from his fingertips. He first examined the wound where the short sword had pierced, pausing slightly when his fingers brushed against the irregular flesh. His gaze sharpened as it landed on a dark red crystal, pulsating with the energy of a ferocious beast, embedded at the base of the neck. A cold undertone crept into his voice. Indeed, it is their doing. He lifted his gaze to the side, whereby Jiejia leaned against the wall, panting. The girl's school uniform was soiled with dust, her pant cuffs smeared with mud, her complexion pale as paper. Lei Qianxiong furrowed his brow, then turned back to Lin Yuan, his tone softening. Well done, lad. You almost allowed him to commit murder right under my nose. This monster is one of our targets. He gestured to the corpse on the ground. Recently, many of these half-beasts have emerged in Jiangxing, severely disrupting public order. I am currently investigating some matters while also dealing with these remnants. Lin Yuan retracted his short sword, his wrist twisting lightly as the blade hovered above the corpse. A drop of blood plummeting onto the stone, splattering small droplets. He calmly pointed to the neck of the corpse. Officer Lei, something is amiss with this creature. The core energy source is a king-grade beast crystal, forcefully embedded in the cervical vertebra. As he spoke, a flash of golden light flickered in his eyes. Swift as an illusion, I can sense the chaotic energy trajectory, akin to a ruptured pipe, ready to explode at any moment. Good lad. Lei Qianxiong clapped heavily on his shoulder, the force making Lin Yuan sway slightly. No wonder I hold you in high regard. Your instincts are spot on. His expression suddenly turned grave as he pulled out a half-exposed identification badge from the corpse's waist. The words Jiangxing Biological Research Institute. Level 3 researcher Chun Tao were particularly clear under the streetlight. Individuals like him have recently appeared in several cases. Lei Qianxiong's voice grew somber. Most are low-tier talent individuals from the research institute or related organizations, possessing powers far beyond their previous capacities due to their modifications. Yet the price is the extraction of their vitality to fuel the beast energy, ultimately sacrificing both reason and humanity. We now refer to these experimental subjects as half-beasts. He suddenly squinted, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the research institute's emblem on the badge. What complicates matters further is that, according to our investigation, members of the Divine Descendants have infiltrated the upper echelons of the Jiangcheng Biological Research Institute. They exploit the institute's resources, data, and these desperate low-tier individuals to secretly conduct human experiments. Recently, the appearance of king-grade beasts in the wasteland is likely connected to them. While Lin Yuan pondered with his chin in hand, Lei Qianxiong suddenly turned his gaze to him, unreserved admiration in his eyes. Lad, not only did you save lives today, but you also uncovered the crux of the matter. I am increasingly fond of you. I genuinely hope you consider joining the Jiangxing military. Have you thought about the college entrance examination tomorrow? I would personally mentor you. Lin Yuan listened in silence, meeting Lei Qianxiong's expectant gaze. He did not shy away from the idea of joining the military. It was indeed a platform for rapid growth, where one could become stronger amidst blood and fire. However, what he valued most was freedom. With his unique talent, he could explore his secrets without constraint at a higher education institution offering greater autonomy. His voice remained calm, yet carried a subtle sharpness. Officer Lei, I will seriously consider your proposal after the college entrance examination. Suddenly, the urgent ringtone of a mobile phone interrupted him. Lei Qianxiong frowned as he answered, listening intently for a moment before his expression darkened. What? A new target has appeared? Where? After hanging up, he glanced at the increasingly stiff corpse on the ground and raised his hand to signal the inspection team. Secure the scene and collect the bodies. Turning to the two, his tone carried a note of caution. You should head home now. I must pursue the next target. Be careful. Jiangxing has been quite unstable lately. You should return home quickly. The college entrance examination is tomorrow. Lin Yuan sheathed his short sword, leaving behind several vials of potion as he turned to leave. Bai Jejia watched his retreating figure, her eyes narrowing slightly. This did not resemble the demeanor of a mere D-level talent awakener. She shook her head, dismissing the thought. Never mind, the practical assessment tomorrow will reveal everything. Chapter 27, A New Avatar? Mental System? Lin Yuan stretched, the joints of his body cracking with a series of crisp sounds. Morning light sliced through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled shadows on the ground littered with dull, stone-like energy crystals. These were the fruits of his night's absorption, the residual warmth of energy still lingering at his fingertips, while his limbs thrummed with unprecedented strength. He surveyed the lifeless crystals, raising an eyebrow. The stock from the recent beast hunt in the wasteland has run low again. His fingers brushed against the last few glimmering pieces in his pocket, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. This talent of mine truly is not something an ordinary family can afford to fund. As Lin Yuan casually brushed his hand against the mobile phone on the bedside table, the screen illuminated, revealing today's notification. Ling Ning Gao Cao begins today. A sharp glint ignited in his eyes as he swiftly rolled out of bed. His movements so rapid they left only an afterimage. His school uniform jacket traced a neat arc through the air, and in an instant, he was fully dressed. The cool down for his talent, Wanxiang Fenshun, had ended, and he was ready to go. A sudden mechanical voice resonated in his mind, causing him to pause, anticipation sparkling in his gaze. Almost forgotten, his prized talent was finally unlocked today. What delightful surprise awaited him. He lightly tapped his fingertip against his forehead, narrowing his eyes into slender slits, instinctively softening his breath. He awakened his mental-type talent, A-grade Niankong. The ability allowed him to manipulate telekinesis, with its strength directly correlating to his mental power. As the voice continued, it detected the undifferentiated related doppelganger and began generating a mental-type doppelganger. Before the words finished, a pale purple halo erupted in the center of the room, resembling a ghostly lotus suddenly blooming. When the radiance faded, a figure identical to Lin Yuan appeared, albeit with slightly weaker energy, surrounded by faint ripples of mental power. Successful differentiation, mental-type doppelganger, awakening stage 1. Next doppelganger cooldown, 7 days. Another mouth to feed. Fortunately, my main body and doppelganger have already stepped into the 4th stage. Lin Yuan chuckled, shaking his head, though his fingers couldn't resist stroking his chin. Mental-type talents were rare among awakeners, and Niankong was a ruthless ability capable of striking unseen. This was a substantial gain. He raised his hand, a glint of silver flashing in his eyes as invisible telekinesis surged forth like a tide, instantly enveloping the short sword he had purchased just yesterday. With a hum, the short sword broke free from the constraints of gravity, gliding through the air as if alive, and landed steadily in his palm. The cool metallic sensation invigorated Lin Yuan, and he murmured in admiration, "What a truly useful talent." A flash of spiritual light sparked in his palm, and several spirit energy crystals materialized, pure energy flowing from his fingertips into the doppelganger's form. Acquiring 10 spirit energy, talent poison immunity has reached its limit. Acquiring 10 spirit energy. Talent skin hardening has reached its limit. The mechanical prompts rang out in succession, yet Lin Yuan was not surprised. He had discovered yesterday that the limitations of the beast bloodlines meant these racial talents could only reach B grade at most. Xiao Yuan, are you up? Hurry out for breakfast, or you'll miss the exam. A hurried voice called from outside, belonging to Bai Shuhua. Feeling the surging spirit energy within his doppelganger. Now at the pinnacle of stage 2, Lin Yuan stored the crystals and responded, coming. He decided to utilize this doppelganger for the first stage. Adjusting his collar in front of the mirror, a sly glint flickered in his eyes. His physical strength was more than sufficient for testing. Revealing his true capabilities too early would make him a target during the upcoming chaotic battle. After all, he had borne the title of D-grade waste for so long. Why not wear it a little longer and surprise everyone? As he opened the door, a sweet voice greeted him. Good morning, Lin Yuan. He looked up to see Bai Jiajia, the morning light illuminating her face, her soft hair shimmering with a golden hue. Clad in a blue and white school uniform that accentuated her graceful figure, no longer reflecting the disheveled state from their perilous encounter in the ruins yesterday. Good morning, Jiajia, he replied, chewing on a slice of bread. They lived close by and often met after school, fostering a sense of familiarity. Unbeknownst to him, the girl had been waiting at the door for a full 20 minutes, her hand discreetly tightening around the strap of her backpack. As Lin Yuan strolled ahead with the bread in his mouth, Bai Jiajia hurried to catch up, her curiosity piqued. Lin Yuan, you were incredible yesterday. That monster was entirely beyond my capabilities. Lin Yuan turned back, arching an eyebrow. Haven't I always been like this? Bai Jiajia paused, captivated by the youthful elegance of his profile illuminated by the morning glow. She belatedly recalled that this boy, whether in theoretical tests or practical assessments, had always been a legend at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. But aren't you a D-grade talent? How could you? Confusion wrapped around her like vines. And after hesitating, she whispered her question. Lin Yuan rested his hands behind his head, his steps unyielding as his voice floated back with the wind. Just because it's a D-grade talent doesn't mean it can't be impressive. Their conversation flowed easily as they approached the gates of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. The playground was already bustling with students, awakened third-year students lined up by class, the colorful glows of their talents flickering through the crowd like a spilled palette of colors. After a week of adaptation, everyone was eager to showcase their new abilities before the exam. A massive red banner hung above the podium, boldly proclaiming, Ling Ning Era, Class of 214, Ling Ning Assessment Phase 1, Physical Function Test. Lin Yuan gradually made his way to his class's line, scanning the sparse ranks. In just a week, those with lesser talents had gradually dropped out of the examination, and what was once a group of 50 had dwindled to around 20. Why are you so late? The voice of their homeroom teacher, Qin Huai, carried an unmistakable impatience. The usual warm smile had vanished, replaced by a frown. You're the class leader. Don't you know to organize the team in advance? Teacher, he's a D-grade talent now. The exam is just a formality for him. A sarcastic voice interjected from the side. Zhang Shiji stood with his arms crossed, a mocking smile plastered on his face, his derision evident. The class leader should step aside to avoid wasting everyone's time. Qin Huai nodded in agreement, casting a glance at Li Hongyu. That's right. Those with abilities should take the lead. From today onward, Li Hongyu will be the class leader. Li Hongyu stepped forward, his expression brimming with arrogance and disdain as he glanced at Lin Yuan. Understood, teacher. Lin Yuan observed the absurdity of the scene before him, finding it both ridiculous and amusing. The teacher, once kind to him, had completely changed demeanor due to talent ratings. He scoffed softly, internally lamenting that in this world, those with lower talents had no rights. Yet on the surface, he remained composed, simply shaking his head and quietly stepping to the back of the line. Hey, Lin Yuan. A hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, and Chun Ninghai leaned in with a worried expression. They are being too pragmatic, right? It's just a talent rating. Does it really matter? He, like Lin Yuan, had awakened a D-grade talent, speaking with a shared sense of helplessness. If only your talent were better. You might have already been recruited by the military. At least you have 2 talents. Perhaps a miracle could happen. Chun Ninghai patted his arm sincerely. I genuinely believe we could catch the eye of some influential figures from Lingning University or the military. Just as Lin Yuan was about to respond, a derisive voice interrupted. It's good to have dreams, but that's unrealistic. It's called fantasy. Zhao Qian stood not far away, arms crossed, a mocking smile on his lips, his gaze treating the two like trivial clowns. You. Chen Ninghai clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, the anger in his chest threatening to explode. Me? What is wrong with me? Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips, his gaze dismissive as it swept over Chen Ninghai, as if looking at a bothersome insect that was hardly worth his time. He stepped forward, deliberately puffing out his chest, the waves of spirit energy subtly emanating from his body. If you're a man, come and hit me. What, you scared? Chen Ninghai's breathing grew heavy. Had it been before their awakening, he would have rushed in to argue with this guy. But now, knowing that Zhao Qian was already a B-grade awakener, even without activating his talent, his body enhanced by spirit energy was leagues beyond Chen Ninghai's in strength and speed. Chen Ninghai ultimately succumbed to his apprehension, quietly retracting his neck and swallowing the words that were on the tip of his tongue, daring only to cast a furious sidelong glance at his opponent. Oh, have you turned timid? Zhao Qian, witnessing this, was invigorated, raising his voice intentionally so that those around could hear. Humph, what a cowardly softy you are. You, along with Lin Yuan, the great turtle, can just cower together. No sooner had he spoken than an invisible force unexpectedly ensnared Zhao Qian's ankle. He lost his balance, flailing his arms in a desperate attempt to steady himself, but ultimately fell hard onto the ground, his chin striking the concrete with a painful thud, causing him to grimace. Who dares to ambush me? Zhao Qian sprang up, brushing the dust off his body, his fierce gaze sweeping the surroundings. His first suspicion fell upon Lin Yuan and Chen Ninghai, who stood not far away. Yet, both remained stationary. Chen Ninghai still held his cowering posture, while Lin Yuan, hands tucked in his pockets, wore a faint smile, standing at least 3 meters away without any sign of having moved. As he surveyed the area, he noted a few scattered onlookers at the edge of the playground, all wearing expressions of amusement, clearly not inclined to intervene. At that moment, Lin Yuan leisurely spoke up, a fleeting glimmer of silver light flashing in his eyes. What is the matter, Zhao the genius? Everyone is so far from you. Are you perhaps a fan of tripping over flat ground, being a B-grade talent? You. Zhao Qian's eyes widened, a burst of orange-red flames igniting in his palms, his energy fluctuating violently. You're seeking death. Cough, cough, silence. A commanding voice suddenly resonated from the podium. The crowd turned to see a middle-aged man in impeccably tailored military attire stride forward, the stars on his epaulets glinting in the sunlight. I am your chief examiner today, Tang Xuanyu. As he came to a halt, a tremendous wave of psychic energy emanated from him, sweeping through the arena like an invisible tide. The previously boisterous playground fell into an immediate hush, the sound of the wind rustling through the flagpole distinctly audible. The flames in Zhao Qian's palms flickered and died under this overwhelming pressure, leaving him frozen, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Humph, consider yourself lucky. Gritting his teeth, he muttered a threat to Lin Yuan, barely audible. You think things will be the same as before? Just wait for the practical assessment. You will see. Tang Xuanyu ignored the commotion below, raising a microphone to address the entire playground. The first phase of the psychic ability entrance examination will begin immediately. All candidates, prepare yourselves. The test projects will include punching power, speed, and perception. He paused, emphasizing his next words. Note that during the first phase of testing, the use of talents is strictly prohibited. A cacophony erupted at this announcement. We can't use our talents? My talent is muscle enhancement. I was hoping to cheat with my punching power. Excitement surged through the crowd. Would those with strong talents falter now? Chen Ninghai quickly leaned closer to Lin Yuan, urgently whispering, Old Lin, show us your former dominance in the first phase. It's said that those with outstanding physical strength can be admitted even with poor talents. Silence. Tang Xuanyu's voice boomed again, carrying an undeniable authority that resonated in the ears of every individual present. Remember this, talent determines the upper limit, while the body determines the lower limit. No matter how strong the talent, it requires a corresponding physical form to sustain it. So do not underestimate this. His piercing gaze swept across the crowd, sharp as a blade. Now, advance to the testing area in class order. Following his gaze, the crowd observed a vast testing zone marked out in the center of the playground, equipped with a variety of intricately designed instruments. Although the pace of technological advancement had slowed since the outbreak of psychic energy, humanity's quest for exploration had never ceased, giving rise to numerous technological products that integrated psychic energy. The storage bracelet on Lin Yuan's wrist was one such invention. Within the testing area stood 10 3-meter-tall alloy punching targets, each adorned with a high-definition digital display overhead. 10 teachers in white lab coats stood beside the punching targets, their tables laden with silver bracelets. The first group of candidates, please come forward to collect your testing bracelets. One teacher called out. The bracelets will connect with the testing instruments, uploading your results in real time. Lin Yuan's class happened to be the first group. The candidates erupted in excitement, rushing forward to receive their bracelets. Lin Yuan picked one up and slipped it on. The bracelet, made of an unknown material, tightened automatically upon contact with his skin, conforming perfectly to his wrist. The small screen quickly lit up, displaying the message testing in progress. Moments later, the screen flashed a line of text, talent level, peak second stage, result, none. As expected, it still could not detect his talent. However, it accurately measured his cultivation level. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, unperturbed. He rejoined the line, eyeing the testing instruments before him, while his classmates eagerly flexed their muscles, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. After all, since their talents had awakened, they had never formally tested the strength of their bodies. First 10, step forward. Let us begin the tests, the teacher announced. The first to step forward was Li Hongyu, who nodded confidently as he positioned himself at the first testing post. The last was Zhao Qian, who cracked his knuckles, a hint of boastfulness in his gaze. As everyone prepared, the chief examiner of the testing area nodded, signaling for them to commence. All 10 candidates inhaled deeply, hands forming fists in front of their bodies, their forearm muscles slightly bulging. A chorus of uneven shouts erupted as they bent their knees, engaging their core, delivering perfectly executed straight punches against the targets. Boom! The sound of fists connecting resonated, with powerful strikes generating gusts of wind, causing the targets to indent immediately. The screens above the targets and the bracelets on the candidates' wrists lit up simultaneously, numbers rapidly fluctuating. Chapter 29. The punching power value, 1,520 kilograms. Zhao Qian's gaze was fixed on the display of the force meter, joy radiating from his eyes, his voice trembling with excitement. This number was more than 10 times his strength before awakening. The supervising teacher nodded nonchalantly, his gaze casually sweeping over the faint blue psychic energy aura enveloping Zhao Qian. Speaking flatly, Zhao Qian, peak second stage, B-grade talent. By the standard of excellence, a peak second stage punching power should be around 2,000 kilograms. He paused, noting Zhao Qian's somewhat uneasy expression, and added, the result is average, indicating a performance of about 50%. Your physical strength is rated as ordinary B-grade. Meanwhile, in another testing area, Jiang Ruoxue stared at the 2,000 kilograms displayed on her bracelet, her brows knitting into an attractive frown. As a mid-stage A-grade talent, why was her punching power only yielding such a mediocre figure? The teacher in front of her shook his head in disappointment, his tone tinged with frustration. With a mid-stage third-tier cultivation, excellent punching power should be around 2,500 kilograms. Your control over your body is too weak. You need to double your foundational physical training. At that moment, as Jiang Ruoxue clenched her fists in frustration, a sudden uproar erupted from the direction of the first testing post, spreading like ripples across water, drawing more and more candidates toward it, even prompting the supervising teacher to lift his chin in curiosity. My goodness, over 3,000. Is this the terrifying power of S-grade talent? Incredible. As expected of Li Hongyu, who once held second place in the grade, he has literally taken off since his awakening. With the endowment of innate talent, it seems that now he is leagues ahead of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan? What does it matter how formidable he was in the past? Now that he has awakened a D-level talent, he is nothing but a useless individual. Lin Yuan, standing at the periphery of the crowd, lifted his gaze and peered over the sea of heads, where the screen clearly displayed 3,144 kilograms. The teacher responsible for testing Li Hongyu could not conceal a flicker of admiration in his eyes as he raised his voice, loud enough for everyone in the testing hall to hear. 3,144 kilograms. Peak stage 3 cultivation, outstanding. Body strength rated S. He patted Li Hongyu on the shoulder, his tone brimming with praise, marveling at such explosive power without any prior martial training. An S-level talent paired with S-level physical strength is a rare prodigy in the awakening realm. Zhao Qian and Zhang Shiji, like shadows, swiftly approached, their faces nearly dripping with flattery. Brother Hong, you're incredible. Please take us along in future combat assessments. Jiang Ruoxue, shaking off her earlier disappointment, stepped forward with a smile. Such results must rank among the best in the history of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. Wouldn't you agree? The supervising teacher nodded affirmatively, stating, to manifest power that surpasses 1's level in the awakening realm, possessing an S-level body strength rating. Only 5 individuals in the history of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, including him, have achieved this. All of them later became legendary powerhouses. Nearby, Lu Yi, who had yet to be tested, approached with a look of shock, her eyes wide as saucers. Brother Hong, that is simply astonishing. This is a score that could rank among the top 5 in school history. You are about to make history. Li Hongyu beamed, nearly lifting his eyebrows to the heavens. His face radiating pride. His gaze, as if equipped with a precise locator, traversed the throngs of people and locked onto Lin Yuan in the corner. His eyes brimming with provocative disdain, akin to a peacock flaunting its spoils. He did not move his lips, but used his psychic energy to send a clear message to Lin Yuan's ears, each word laced with contempt. Lin Yuan, what do you have to compete with me? Useless. Lin Yuan met his gaze and suddenly curled the corners of his lips, using his psychic energy to respond nonchalantly. Tinged with playful mockery. No rush, I haven't T-tested yet. Second group of candidates, step forward. Tang Hongyu's deep voice interrupted the commotion, as he glanced at the roster and signaled for the next batch of candidates to take their places. Lin Yuan exchanged glances with Chen Ninghai, both of whom were listed among the second batch, along with the recently astonished Lu Yi. Chen Ninghai stared at the testing pillar, inhaling deeply, clasping his hands in silent prayer. Heavenly Lord, please let a reputable college want me. It all hinges on this physical test. The chief examiner, noticing everyone had taken their positions, nodded. Commence. As the command echoed, the testing area erupted with the sounds of punches being thrown, the testing apparatus beeping incessantly. 1,220 kilograms? Lu Yi gazed at her score, her eyes wide with disbelief. The teacher overseeing her test frowned, his tone laced with impatience. With your combat-type talent, how can you be so lacking in control over your body? Several candidates with C-level talents have outperformed you. He paused. Lu Yi, far below the expected punch strength. Cultivation, peak stage 2, body strength, C-level. Chen Ninghai dared not look up at the instrument, gripping his clothing tightly, until the teacher's voice struck down like a hammer. Chen Ninghai, 600 kilograms. Cultivation, early stage 2, body strength, D-level. No miracle had appeared. Chen Ninghai's shoulders slumped instantly, his voice heavy with disappointment. Nearby, Zhao Qian laughed uproariously at this figure, his voice piercing. Seriously, Chen Ninghai? With that score, you still come to test? You're just wasting everyone's time. Look at those with D-level talents. They know enough to stay away, yet you insist on coming here for humiliation. Zhang Shiji directed his gaze toward Lin Yuan, who remained motionless before the testing pillar, arms crossed, unleashing a barrage of scornful remarks like hail. What's wrong? Afraid to throw a punch? Useless with a D-level talent. If you lack the ability, why come here to make a scene? If you can't throw a punch, just go home and don't waste our time. However, at this moment, Lin Yuan was stroking his chin, deep in thought. How much enhancement does my hidden talent provide to my physical strength? Should I hold back a bit? If I hit too hard, will I scare someone? Never mind, I'll give it my all. After all, my psychic avatar is only at the peak of stage 2. It shouldn't be too exaggerated. Lin Yuan had previously dominated the first place in his grade not due to talent, but because of his nearly terrifying control over his own body. Even the strength of a single finger could be precisely controlled to the gram. Lin Yuan stepped forward calmly, eschewing the typical stance and roaring encouragement, simply forming a fist and delivering a textbook-perfect punch. What appeared to be a light punch unleashed an extraordinary gust of wind upon contact with the testing pillar, as if the surrounding air had been compressed and then exploded. Bang! A dull thud resounded as the testing pillar was deeply indented. The display of the testing apparatus seemed to go haywire, with numbers escalating wildly. From 1,000 to 2,000, then 3,000, the numbers continued to soar. The entire testing hall fell silent, all eyes glued to the display before Lin Yuan, even forgetting to breathe. What kind of score could this former genius, now a D-level talent, possibly achieve? How is this possible? How could a D-level talent possess such physical strength? Li Hongyu stared at the absurdly rising number, his earlier pride frozen in place. The examiner, who had previously been casually sipping water, looked up at the screen, his cup clattering to the ground, splattering water everywhere. His breath hitching, eyes wider than Lu Yi's. He glanced at the basic information uploaded from Lin Yuan's wristband, his mind swirling. Why wasn't he the talent detected? I remember that this student awakened a D-level talent. He must have taken a genetic potion, and his talent hasn't fully evolved yet, which is why it didn't show. Otherwise, how could a D-level talent reach the peak of stage 2? Why is he at the peak of stage 2? How is that possible? To be rated S-level in physical strength, one must achieve a punch strength of 2,000 kilograms. Yet Lin Yuan's score is 3,321 kilograms. Amused, Lin Yuan looked at the figure before him, realizing it was just slightly higher than Li Hongyu's, which must infuriate him. Unable to hold back any longer, Li Hongyu shouted, "This must be a malfunction of the equipment." The chief examiner finally snapped back to reality. Glancing at Lin Yuan's unremarkable data and also suspecting an equipment issue, he raised his hand, pointing to the apparatus previously used by Chun Ninghai. "Lin Yuan, your score is somewhat exaggerated. Let us try that apparatus again." Lin Yuan nodded and walked directly to the adjacent device, delivering another punch. 3,400 kilograms. My goodness. It's even higher. He is simply superhuman. How is this possible? Isn't he a D-level talent? The testing examiner gasped at the still outrageous score, reluctantly announcing, "Achieve the excellent standard line for peak stage 3 strength." Lin Yuan, with a physical strength rating of SS level, listened to the murmurs around him and shrugged. A second-tier peak level student could only exert physical fist power equivalent to a third-tier peak level. Several armory personnel quickly arrived to conduct tests with their instruments. After a short while, one of them shook his head at the examiner. The instruments were functioning normally, and the data was valid. The examiner gazed at Lin Yuan's astonishing results. The strongest genius in the school's history at 18 years old had never surpassed 15 times the realm's fist power explosion in physical tests. And his talent was an S-level innate amplification type. Even in used talents provided a certain enhancement. Chun Ninghai joyfully patted Lin Yuan's shoulder. "Lin Gu, you've made history." The chief examiner nodded. 17 times the fist power explosion. Not only is your physical strength extraordinary, but your body control must be exceptional as well. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow toward Li Hongyu, but said nothing. Li Hongyu's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly. "Impossible," Lu Yi exclaimed in disbelief. "Even with 2 D-level talents enhancing the body, it shouldn't be this absurd." Hearing Lu Yi's remark, Lin Yuan realized that perhaps the talent imprints in his mind had collectively fortified his body. 2 A-level talents plus considerable strength estimated to be at an S level. Zhang Shiji muttered quietly, trying to rationalize the situation. He must have used some secret method to overdraw his potential. The crowd seemed to find a vent for their disbelief and echoed the sentiment. In the subsequent tests, Lin Yuan continued to display terrifying results. The chief examiner pointed to the starting line. "Lin Yuan, prepare for the speed test." Li Hongyu stared at his own S-level record of 3:32 seconds, biting his teeth. "Trickery. I refuse to believe you'll succeed this time." At the sound of the starting gun, Lin Yuan's figure blurred into a cyan afterimage. His school uniform fluttering violently in the airflow. Fellow students running alongside were instantly left far behind. The electronic screen 100 meters away flashed red. 12 seconds. The stands erupted in cheers. "Damn, even with my talent awakened, I'm not this fast." Within the hemispherical chamber, the inner wall lit up with countless red dots as 360-degree rubber balls were ejected from launch ports. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, focusing, though unable to activate his talent. His insightful eye had already enhanced his vision, and telekinesis strengthened his mental power to a level far beyond ordinary people. The tearing trajectories of the rubber balls transformed into slowly extending golden threads in his perception. 3 inches to the left rib. A slight shift to the right shoulder. He moved as if rehearsed, narrowly evading the balls as they brushed past his clothing. It was as though he had eyes in the back of his head, relying solely on subtle wind sounds and airflow disturbances. He precisely turned his head, twisted his body, and stepped aside, narrowly avoiding every attack. When the last ball struck toward the back of his neck, he caught it with a precise backward grasp without even looking back. The final screen displayed 2 scores: dynamic capture rate, 982, prediction accuracy, 936. By morning's end, excluding students not participating in the psychic entrance exam, all had completed their tests. The data was compiled on the chief's podium screen. Lin Yuan's results remained unrivaled, even surpassing those before awakening his talent. Fist power, 3,400 kilograms, SS level. Speed, 4:12 seconds, SS level. Spiritual perception, dual 90, SS level. Body control, 909, SS level. The second place was a tie between Gu Qingqing and Li Hongyu. The former excelled in spiritual perception, the latter in fist power, both with body control around 70. The crowd gazed in awe at the incredible numbers on the screen, whispering again. "He's even stronger after awakening a D-level talent? Has the genius not fallen after all?" Lin Gu is still Lin Gu. The military officer atop the podium tapped his fingers lightly on the table, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. "Is this the boy Lei Qianxiong told me to watch? His level of body control rivals many Ningyuan realm warriors. Truly formidable, though his talent grade is regrettably low." He raised his headset, and his deep voice echoed across the field. "The first phase of physical testing is complete. Some of you might doubt Lin Yuan's results. So let me provide some theoretical background. Our body is a vessel. Talents and other factors are merely parts within this vessel. He enlarged the body control column on the screen. The ultimate purpose of this assessment is to test body control ability. Lin Yuan is undoubtedly the most terrifying genius in this regard. Even I marvel at his talent. If only his talent grade were higher. The middle-aged officer shook his head ruefully. A control level of 70 can unleash S-level physical strength, like those two. But a control level of 90 can achieve a 17-fold amplification, as Lin Yuan does. Hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded, confirming his own expectations. His current physical strength had reached the normal S level. Those who performed poorly need not despair. While talent is hard to change, body control can be improved. Reflect on this, and I hope everyone will show new progress in the afternoon S practical test. No sooner had he finished speaking than Li Hongyu glared fiercely at Lin Yuan's departing figure. Strong body control or not? Let us see how your humble D-level talent fares in tomorrow's practical test. Nearby, Gu Qingqing smiled faintly as she looked at the terrifying scores on the screen. Lin Yuan, huh? Interesting. Chapter 31. The school bell's invitation. A scorching wind swept through the barren plains, carrying grains of sand. The afternoon arrived swiftly. Students from various high schools across Jiangxing gathered before this desolate city. At the F1 Kongqing entrance, yellow sand billowed as a pale blue military energy shield stretched like a celestial dome, isolating the howls of beasts within. Only a dull vibration through the ground remained. This site had been the unchanging testing ground for the annual entrance exam. The beasts roaming inside were carefully captured and released by the military department. On the temporary platform outside the city, Tang Hongyu, dressed in a crisp military uniform, scanned the dense crowd below with sharp eyes. Clearing his throat, his deep voice boomed through the psychic amplifier, silencing all whispers. We are about to commence the second test, the psychic combat trial. Considering some students' unique talents, this test will be conducted in teams of 3. Please form your teams accordingly. He paused, tapping a floating virtual panel. Within the Wangcheng urban area, beasts and psychic crystal-embedded mechanical puppets have been released. Eliminating them earns points. Assisting earns half points. For every level increase in bloodline rank, your score multiplies tenfold. All scores will be recorded in real time on your assessment wristbands. His tone suddenly sharpened. Of course, you may also defeat others to plunder their wristband points. Remember, in this Wangcheng, hunters may instantly become prey. Final rankings will be based on combined assessment and hunting scores. Killing is prohibited during the assessment. Teachers patrol the area and in danger. Tapping your wristband will teleport you out. Glancing at his watch, he announced, the test begins in half an hour. Form your teams now. At once. Chaos erupted in the crowd. Students from Jiangxing No. 1 High School dispersed from their orderly class formations. Li Hongyu was surrounded by 7 or 8 peers, many smiling and pleading to join his team, while he lifted his chin slightly, basking in the adulation. By contrast, Lin Yuan's side was cold and desolate. Only Chun Ninghai and a few other classmates with D-level and C-level talents stood not far away, their toes scraping the ground, eyes hesitantly glancing at him. Everyone knew that Li Hongyu and Lin Yuan were at odds. Approaching to form a team now was tantamount to inviting Li Hongyu's wrath. Chun Ninghai gritted his teeth but still walked beside Lin Yuan, lowering his voice to say, Brother Lin, I 1T hold you back. That guy Li Hongyu is terrifying. I'll just go in and slack off to get some basic points. Although Lin Yuan had secured first place in the morning's physical test by a wide margin, everyone understood that no matter how strong the body was, a D-level talent after unlocking was insufficient in the hunting assessment. For a while, the two prodigies with S-level talents and physiques, Li Hongyu and Gu Qingqing, became the objects of admiration. Zhang Ruoxue and Lu Yi stood in the front row, their eyes full of anticipation as they looked at Li Hongyu. Yet he seemed oblivious. Turning directly to Lin Yuan with a mocking smile curling the corner of his mouth. Lin Yuan, you may be a genius in body control, but I surpass you. You should know, no matter how long a board is on a bucket, it still cannot hold much water. Right now, you are just unwanted goods. Before his words fell, a clear voice suddenly burst from the crowd. Lin Yuan, let us form a team. It was by Jejia from the neighboring second class, her high ponytail bouncing and cheeks flushed with excitement as she pushed through the crowd to Lin Yuan's side. Being the one who knew Lin Yuan's strength best, she had rejected all invitations from her own class immediately, her eyes only on that figure leaning against the broken wall. Seeing her waving her little fists with an innocent expression, Lin Yuan could not help but smile and ruffle her hair. All right. Zhang Ruoxue frowned slightly and stepped forward. Jejia, are you sure you want to team with him? His morning results were impressive, but his talent is only D-level. He'll be a burden to you. Zhang Shiji and Zhao Qian also chimed in, their tones full of regret. Yeah, Jia, you have A-level talent. Don't gamble with your future. Teaming with him? You're better off with us. I even have B-level talent. I'll team with whoever I want. None of you fence-sitters have a say. Bai Jia snorted, her sharp gaze sweeping over them. Those who had clung to Lin Yuan like shadows before now distanced themselves further than anyone else. Zhang Ruoxue, stung, blushed deeply and turned away muttering, "Humph, good intentions taken for granted." Bai Jia paid her no mind, inwardly mocking their short-sightedness. Recalling how Lin Yuan had once blocked her path with his sword and swiftly dealt with half-beast men, she glanced at his handsome profile and felt her cheeks flush. Indeed, Jia, no wonder they act like this. Reality is cruel. Lin Yuan's cousin's D-level talent truly would only hold you back. Suddenly, Lin Jiaqin appeared from nowhere. Although he did not attend Jiangxing No. 1 high school, he had come attracted by the commotion. Lin Jiaqin? Bai Jia frowned slightly upon seeing him. Having lived near Lin Yuan since childhood, she had often been harassed by Lin Jiaqin. He sneered at Lin Yuan. Remember what I told you before? Today you will pay the price. Lin Yuan nodded calmly. I understand. Don't underestimate a young man's poverty. Seeing Lin Yuan's indifferent attitude, Lin Jiaqin was infuriated. Only Jia is willing to tolerate you, you coward hiding behind women. Who else would want to team with you? At that moment, the surrounding chatter abruptly fell silent as if muted by an invisible hand. A tall and beautiful figure approached from afar, her moon-white gown sweeping over the scattered stones. The hem dusted with sand, yet her aloof aura remained untarnished. The crowd instinctively parted, forming a path for Gu Qingqing. Her silver hair flowed like moonlight upon her shoulders. As the school's belle and a double S-level prodigy, every step she took drew all eyes. Seeing her approach, Li Hongyu's breath caught, and he hurried forward, extending his hand with barely concealed excitement. Qingcheng, we are both double S levels. If we join forces, we will surely dominate. The silver-haired maiden, however, passed him by without a glance, stopping before Lin Yuan's shadowed figure by the broken wall. She lifted her eyes, and her cold voice fell upon Lin Yuan's ears. Lin Yuan, team up? Lin Yuan was stroking the refined steel sword at his waist. At her words, his hand paused slightly, eyes wide with surprise. You want me? Team up? He almost suspected the school belle had lost her mind, seeking out a waste like him for such a critical assessment. Come on, Gu. I'm just an unremarkable D-level talent. Gu Qingqing suddenly leaned in, warm breath lightly brushing his earlobe, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. You wouldn't want others to discover your identity as Feng Yu, would you? That smile melted the ice like spring breeze, leaving the onlookers stunned. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly widened, and he whispered in a low voice. How do you know? It's really you. Gu Qingqing's lips curved slightly, her beautiful eyes gleaming with clarity. I wasn't sure at first, but now I am. Although I don't know why your talent test showed a problem. I even checked yesterday. Your talent shows as? She paused, then continued. Your physique and Feng Yu's are too alike. You can see through my talent, so you must be from the same school. Coupled with your exaggerated physical strength, just now, an A-level third-tier talent was able to kill the Rat King, and your body control is unmatched. You're the only one I can think of. Lin Yuan nodded in understanding, smiling wryly. Never expected to be outplayed by you. What if you guessed wrong, and I'm really just a D-level loser? Gu Qingqing proudly lifted her head, confidence shining in her eyes. If I'm wrong, I'll go hunt alone. I'm more than capable. She extended her slender hand, a meaningful smile curling her lips. Don't want to continue teaming up? Old teammate. Lin Yuan looked at her outstretched hand, her fingers pale and graceful, gleaming faintly in the sunlight. He reached out to clasp it, and at the moment their fingertips touched, the figure before him began to merge with the memory of Shue's silhouette. He accepted without hesitation. The 3S wristbands glowed, and a holographic confirmation of the team appeared. With the team formed, the raucous noise at the training ground's entrance suddenly froze. Li Hongyu and Lin Jiaqin's pupils constricted simultaneously, staring ahead as if seeing a ghost. The trio's team exuded an absurd sense of dissonance. If Bai Jia and Lin Yuan teaming up could be barely understood as neighbors' camaraderie, Gu Qingqing's joining was like a boulder plunging into a tranquil lake, leaving the two baffled. Qingqing. Li Hongyu stepped forward abruptly, disbelief thick in his voice. He's just a D-level loser. I'm the one who should stand beside you. The true genius. In his eyes, he was the rightful partner of Gu Qingqing, deserving her favor. Gu Qingqing's gaze suddenly turned cold, like an ice-forged blade sweeping over Li Hongyu. Memories flashed through her mind of his near foolishness that almost dragged down the entire team in the ruined city. Do I need to report to you whom I choose? Her icy voice fell, chilling the air as if the very wind carried a frosty bite. Exactly. Lin Yuan seized the moment, stepping forward with a sly squint. I have a weak stomach. So what if I eat soft rice? Some individuals yearn for sustenance, yet find themselves unable to attain it. He deliberately cast a glance towards Bai Jiejia and Gu Qingqing, his tone increasingly irritable, contrasting sharply with my own situation, where I enjoy a bowl on either side, living comfortably. Relying on the soft support of others will not enhance your hunting prowess. Lin Jiaqing's voice was akin to a poisoned needle, laced with sarcasm. He stepped forward, intentionally raising his voice, drawing the attention of classmates preparing to enter. With your D-grade talent, what can you accomplish by teaming up with them? Do you recall our wager? Today, I shall make you acutely aware of the vast chasm that lies between us. I hope they can protect you. Before his words faded, an intense wave of spiritual energy erupted from Lin Jiaqing, radiating a light blue electricity that danced around him, the crackling sound of the current silencing the surrounding murmurs. My heavens, has Lin Yuan provoked a formidable opponent? That is Lin Jiaqing, with an A-grade talent. It is rumored he is also his cousin. The conflict between relatives is quite thrilling, and this promises to be an entertaining spectacle. The whispers reached Li Hongyu's ears as he turned to observe the ashen-faced Lin Jiaqing, raising an eyebrow. Do you also have a grievance with this fellow? Not just a grievance. Lin Jiaqing's fists clenched tightly. His mind flooded with memories of being bested in Lin Yuan's home. His knuckles turned white, and his eyes nearly ignited with fury. I would relish the opportunity to tear him apart, witnessing the violent A-grade energy emanating from Lin Jiaqing. A calculating smile crept across Li Hongyu's lips as he slowly extended his hand. The pressure of his early fourth-grade spiritual energy spread like a tidal wave, forcing several lower-grade students to instinctively take a step back. Why don't we join forces? Nearby, Zhao Qian and Zhang Shiji were momentarily stunned. Zhao Qian rubbing his eyes in disbelief. What the heck, Honggu? Have you broken through again after just a few hours? I haven't even reached the 3rd grade yet, and you are already at the 4th? Truly, one misstep leads to another. I was just a step away yesterday and managed to break through this morning. Li Hongyu casually remarked. As an S-grade talent, he was never short of spiritual energy crystals, and his breakthrough speed far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Lin Jiaqing gazed at the outstretched hand, then glanced at the profound 4th-grade energy radiating from Li Hongyu, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, the strongest in Yizhong. Li Hongyu, I have heard of you. He then reached out to shake hands, a pleasant collaboration. Can you believe it? 2 geniuses joining forces against Lin Yuan. A mere D-grade? This is not a hunt. It is a death sentence. If I were in your shoes, I would retreat immediately. 1 A-grade and 1 S-grade. How can one compete? The discussion surged, and Li Hongyu raised his gaze towards Lin Yuan. The pressure of his early 4th-grade energy bearing down on Lin Yuan like a tangible force, his tone dripping with derision. If you bow your head and admit your faults now, I might consider sparing you. Faced with this dual pressure, Lin Yuan merely yawned. His gaze tranquil as a deep pool, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding agitation. Bow my head and admit my faults? What have I done wrong? It is merely your subordinates who have been defeated for too long, twisting their own minds. You think I would rely on my teammates as if they were mere fodder? Exactly. Bai Jiejia immediately waved her fist, her petite face serious. Do you think we are mere decorations? Li Hongyu was momentarily taken aback by the retort before letting out a cold laugh. Very well. Gu Qingqing, dare you to place a bet with us? His gaze passed over Lin Yuan, glancing at the consistently indifferent Gu Qingqing, sneering softly, humph, a woman lacking insight. Finally, Gu Qingqing raised her eyes, her cool gaze landing on Li Hongyu's face, her tone devoid of any emotion. Oh? What shall we wager? Chapter 33. The bet. Let us wager on the ranking of this hunting team. Li Hongyu pointed towards a distant screen updating in real time, his voice resonating with authority. The losing team shall forfeit all the spiritual energy crystals earned during the assessment to the winning side. Gu Qingqing cast a brief glance at the screen, not bothering to look back at Li Hongyu, merely parting her lips to utter a single word. Agreed. Splendid. Upon hearing her agreement, Li Hongyu's smile deepened as he crossed his arms and stepped in front of Lin Yuan, surveying him from a superior position. I am eager to see how a D-grade waste like you will refrain from hindering them. With their talents, they could acquire a considerable amount of spiritual energy crystals this time. Let us hope you do not end up causing them to turn against you. Lin Jiaqing leaned in as well, giving Lin Yuan a thumbs-down gesture, malice gleaming in his eyes. Just pray you do not encounter me too soon. Hurry and form your teams. The practical assessment will commence in 5 minutes. Once your teams are confirmed, the wristbands you hold will teleport your team to a randomly assigned point within our wasteland city. The assessment will begin immediately after the countdown ends. The cold electronic voice shattered the silence of the square outside the wasteland city, silver light glittering like scattered stars as beams of light soared into the sky. transporting the prepared teams to the assessment area in succession. Simultaneously, the live broadcast of the Jiangqing Spiritual Energy Practical Assessment was launched across the internet, countless screens lighting up, focusing on this trial that would determine the fate of the talented. In the Lin family's living room, Bai Shuhua and Lin Hai had taken special leave, huddling closely in front of the television, their eyes ablaze with excitement. "Look, our son is over there." Bai Shuhua pointed at the lower right corner of the screen, her voice barely containing her thrill. "Zoom in, make it bigger." On the screen, Lin Yuan stood beside the dissipating teleportation array, his fingertips lightly touching the wristband. A pale blue holographic map instantly unfolding. The coordinates of their trio were prominently marked at the edge of the map, while the central area flickered with a blinding red light, a cold prompt echoing. "Warning, the closer you are to the center, the higher the level of the aberrant beasts, with the danger factor increasing exponentially. Examine your capabilities carefully. For those with the ability, it is advised to move closer to the central area to acquire higher points." The assessment duration is 72 hours, officially commencing now. Gu Qingqing surveyed her surroundings, standing on cracked concrete, with dilapidated residential buildings teetering precariously, vines creeping up the weathered walls. They had been transported to a long-abandoned old neighborhood. The teleportation array was set up on the outskirts of the city. Her voice was cool as she scanned the nearby foliage, noting that the aberrant beasts here predominantly ranged from first to second grade, primarily consisting of mechanical puppets. A glimmer of golden light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes as he activated his Eye of Insight. The energy fluctuations within 100 meters surged into his perception like a tide, revealing the outlines of the mechanical aberrant beasts lurking in the thickets. Their energy response is mild and dispersed. This area serves as a practice ground for lower-grade talents, with a low density of aberrant beasts. He withdrew his gaze, his tone calm. "Wow, this practical assessment is quite considerate." Bai Zhejia's eyes sparkled as she fixated on a uniquely shaped mechanical aberrant beast nearby, her fingers shimmering with layers of water patterns. The water from the artificial lake in the center of the neighborhood seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, slowly rising into the air. "Let us begin swiftly. In the northeast corner, leave 2 to me." Before Gu Qingqing's words had fully settled, a biting cold mist spread beneath her feet, frost visibly freezing the ground at a rapid pace. The 2 first-grade mechanical beasts that had just leaped from the thicket did not have the chance to emit a single cry before being precisely pierced through the head by suddenly erupting ice spikes, transforming into a heap of scrap metal. "Bai Zhejia, fix your gaze on the garbage heap in the southwest corner. There is another one." The rising lake water instantly coalesced into a sharp, high-pressure water arrow, shooting forth with a sound that split the air, instantly penetrating the core of a cat-like mechanical beast. Defeated a first-grade aberrant beast. Team score 3. The assessment wristbands on both of their wrists simultaneously lit up with a gentle blue glow, the scores updating in real time. Lin Yuan's figure darted past several carcasses of mechanical beasts, his nimble fingers deftly disassembling their core components, extracting the crystals that contained faint spiritual energy, one by one. These mechanical beasts were powered by spiritual energy crystals. He weighed the crystals in his hand and remarked analytically, "They are slightly weaker than true exotic beasts. I suppose this is a token of our first meeting." Gu Qingqing nodded slightly, her steps already leading her towards the entrance of the community, her tone tinged with impatience. "Too slow. These minor creatures yield too few points. It's a waste of time." She lifted her hand to glance at her wristband, noting a high-intensity spiritual energy response in the northwest, most likely a Jiang-level exotic beast. Jiang level? Bai Zhejia furrowed her brow in surprise. How could there be Jiang-level exotic beasts in such a marginal area? They should just be ordinary ones wandering to the outskirts. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and quickened his pace to match Gu Qingqing's, a glimmer of eagerness flashing in his eyes. "Perfect. This saves us the trouble of running deeper." A faint smile graced Gu Qingqing's lips, her eyes glinting with battle intent. "Indeed, we still have a wager to win. Let us hurry." Bai Zhejia immediately kept pace, her footsteps quickening. Before long, a half-collapsed, unfinished building came into view. On the rooftop's pillar, a pitch-black feline exotic beast was elegantly licking its claws, surrounded by several discarded mechanical beast remains, metallic fragments strewn everywhere, clearly having just endured a fierce battle. Lin Yuan lifted his gaze, and his Eye of Insight instantly captured the creature's information. Ding. Jiang level, peak tier, Ling Yimao. Racial talent, Ling Gan, heightened perception. Ing Dun, high-speed movement and invisibility. Almost simultaneously as he sensed the creature, the Ling Yimao abruptly lifted its head, its indifferent vertical pupils locking onto the 3 of them, its previously languid aura suddenly transforming into one of sharp intensity. "Meow?" A piercing cat's cry shattered the air as the Ling Yimao morphed into a shadow, seemingly disregarding the spatial distance, instantly appearing before Gu Qingqing, its sharp claws glinting with cold light, lunging directly at her face. Be careful. It's a Jiang-level peak, Ling Yimao. Bai Jiajia's expression changed, hastily mobilizing her spiritual energy for support. However, Gu Qingqing merely snorted coldly, unleashing her fourth-tier initial stage spiritual energy without reservation. A surge of overwhelming coldness instantly enveloped the surroundings. She pointed her hand, her crisp command resonating in the air. Ice seal thousand edges. The swirling cold mist rapidly solidified. Countless ice crystals cascading down like a meteor shower, swiftly enveloping the Ling Yimao. The frost quickly climbed over its fur, freezing its movements. A flicker of terror flashed in the Ling Yimao's eyes. It had not anticipated that these seemingly ordinary humans possessed such formidable power. Chapter 34. The Transcendence of Gu Qingqing. Suddenly, it exerted its strength, its form turning into a fleeting shadow, enveloped in dark light, attempting to escape using its shadowy evasion. Still trying to run? Gu Qingqing had already anticipated this. With a single hand grasping the air, the scattered ice crystals instantly redirected, weaving together into a dense, cold glowing ice net that sealed off the Ling Yimao's retreat. Meow! A heart-wrenching wail pierced the air as the Ling Yimao was fiercely pierced by the ice crystals. Blood oozing down the icy spikes, crashing heavily to the ground, its breath visibly waning. Gu Qingqing's palm glowed with blue light, a mechanical notification chiming in. Ding. Killed Jiang-level exotic beast, 1,000 points. The team's points skyrocketed, catapulting them to the top of the leaderboard. She retracted her spiritual energy, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she glanced at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan immediately gave a thumbs up, his tone sincere. It's been just 3 days. Yet your progress is remarkable. Not only has your cultivation advanced, but your mastery of talent has also significantly improved. If that Rat King were still around, it wouldn't stand a chance against you for even 3 rounds. Bai Jiajia hurriedly approached, her eyes wide with admiration as she gazed at Gu Qingqing. Truly deserving of an S-class talent. In such a situation, if it were me, I'd probably exhaust half my spiritual energy. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement, unable to deny that the growth speed and explosive power of S-class talents were far beyond those of ordinary talents. Lei Qianxiong lounged in a recliner, his gaze fixed on the live broadcast on the big screen, exclaiming in praise, "Old Gu's girl is impressive. She possesses such solid combat capabilities." Beside him, Tang Xuanyu squinted, observing Gu Qingqing's composed face on the screen, slowly nodding. The Gu family is currently in disarray. It seems they cannot provide a simulated combat holographic battlefield. To possess such strength, she must have honed it through rigorous practice. Upon hearing this, Lei Qianxiong recalled the day when the S-class talent joined the D-class team. Smiling as he remarked, "Indeed, it was not an easy feat." He paused, lightly tapping the screen. "The young man you have your eye on is also in the team. He appears as if he's just out for a stroll." Lei Qianxiong's gaze then zeroed in on the nonchalant Lin Yuan, adding with a chuckle, "Strolling is good. I find this young man increasingly likable. Judging solely by his physical control, even if he only has a D-class talent, I would still want to cultivate him diligently. If he were to reveal his true strength, many old-timers would be unable to remain seated." He glanced at Lin Yuan's detection report indicating 2 D-class talents, shaking his head lightly. "What I saw that day was certainly not limited to these 2 talents. Their level is far beyond D-class. Could this young man possibly be a divine perceiver?" Tang Xuanyu focused intently. Divine perceiver? That thing is indeed formidable in the early stages. However, whether he can reach the origin condensation realm remains uncertain. Xiao Wan, look quickly. Doesn't that silver-haired girl's talent resemble Shui? Su Wan, sprawled on the sofa munching on potato chips, groggily rubbed her sleepy eyes. "When did you start watching television?" Zhao Chong quickly reminded. "Don't you remember? Today's the Spiritual Energy College entrance examination, and Feng Yu and Shui will also participate." Su Wan abruptly sat up straight, realization dawning upon her. Right. She focused on the screen, where Gu Qingqing's silver hair flowed elegantly as she effortlessly dispatched the Ling Yimao, exclaiming, "This is definitely Shui. Let me take a closer look at Gu Qingqing." Zhang Ming suddenly pointed at the screen, shouting excitedly, "Isn't that Feng Yu?" In the screen, a figure wielding a short sword was skillfully weaving through the exotic beasts, striking decisively. Aside from the absence of the iconic green spiritual energy surrounding him, his movements and techniques were strikingly similar to Feng Yu's. Su Wan observed the figure thoughtfully. "I believe it is him. His movements are so alike. This young man excels at playing the fool to catch the tiger." Lin Yuan, of course, would not merely stand by. The scores from the personal assessment would ultimately contribute to the results. As the group ventured deeper, the density of exotic beasts increased, and first-tier exotic beasts had vanished without a trace. Finally, Lin Yuan made his move, wielding his sword single-handedly as he navigated through the beasts, his eyes shimmering with alternating silver and gold light. The A-class short sword, combined with his telekinetic talent, was more than sufficient to handle ordinary soldier-level exotic beasts. A third-tier soldier-level iron-toothed mouse suddenly pounced towards him, its sharp claws aimed directly at his face, seemingly poised to tear through flesh. A void barrier abruptly materialized, the claws crashing against it with an ear-piercing screech. Lin Yuan gripped his short sword tightly, channeling spiritual energy into the blade, and with a flick of his mind, the iron-toothed mouse was forcefully drawn toward the razor-sharp edge. Splat! Blood splattered as the iron-toothed mouse fell to the ground. The exotic beasts surrounding Lin Yuan were swiftly dispatched. He collected all the spiritual energy crystals and began the absorption process. Ding! Absorb the spiritual energy crystal from the third-tier iron-toothed mouse. Spiritual Energy 100 acquired D-class talent sharpening, which allows the controlled objects to become sharper. This telekinesis truly is a divine skill. He lifted his gaze toward the camera, a smile gracing his handsome face. It is still not easy to be discovered. I shall continue to refine my skills. The wristband displayed the points. Slain third-tier soldier-level exotic beast, points 100. Current total points, 135. He shook his head with a wry smile, glancing at Gu Qingcheng. After all this time, your score surpasses mine by a mere night spirit cat. Gu Qingcheng moved with an effortless grace, summoning a flurry of ice spikes that swiftly dispatched several encroaching beasts. In the outer circle, she resembled an ice queen. Those low-tier beasts were not even worthy of approaching her. Then, we shall leave the next encounter with a higher-tier beast to you. Why haven't I seen you utilizing your wind powers? Lin Yuan toyed with the recently acquired spiritual energy crystal, a smirk playing on his lips. I'm simply honing my close combat skills. Beside him, Bai Jiejia was far less composed, as the number of beasts surged. Her lack of practical experience and low offensive talent left her flustered, grumbling. Hey, you two seem to be out for a leisurely stroll, making me look particularly clumsy. Yet her hands did not pause, adeptly controlling the water currents to eliminate the beasts. Lin Yuan stretched lazily, speaking in a slow drawl. Take your time. We'll wait for you. You should engage in more practical combat as well. After much effort, Bai Jiejia finally cleared the beasts before her, exhaling deeply, and lamented. Being out here with you monsters is truly disheartening. Meanwhile, Lin Jiachuan was enveloped in a tempest of raging electricity, several mechanical beasts collapsing under the thunderous assault. His wristband flickering with blue light recording scores. He turned to Li Hongyu and Jiang Ruiyu, his voice tinged with excitement. An A-grade support talent is genuinely formidable. Under this enhancement, my strength has surged by at least 30%. Li Hongyu nodded slightly, unleashing a fiery fist that sent a second-tier mechanical beast crashing to the ground. His tone dismissive. With Ryu as our supreme support, their team is burdened with a liability. I truly wonder how they dare to compete with us. Lin Jiachuan smirked in mock agreement. I cannot wait to encounter them, especially Lin Yuan. He raised his gaze to the holographic leaderboard in the sky, his pupils contracting in shock as he saw that Lin Yuan's team had surpassed 1,000 points, while his own team barely scraped 30. Li Hongyu scrutinized the leaderboard, his voice grave. Our efficiency is lagging. Their team, aside from Lin Yuan, is also well-equipped. We should head directly to the core area to hunt high-tier beasts. In an instant, numerous elite teams surged towards the perilous yet opportunity-laden core region. Chapter 35. The 4th-tier steel armored bull rhino. Be cautious. The beasts in the core area are not comparable to those mechanical puppets in the outer circle, Lin Yuan advised, his gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The ruins loomed larger and the shadows grew deeper. Just moments after entering the periphery of the core region, a pungent, bloody wind assaulted them. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a massive shadow suddenly burst forth from the side of a half-collapsed shopping mall. Debris flew and dust billowed. As the dust settled, the true form of the assailant was revealed. It was a rhinoceros-like beast, its size comparable to a small truck, covered entirely in thick, dark green armor, with sharp bone spurs sprouting from the gaps in its shell. A robust horn atop its head glimmered with a metallic sheen, nostrils exhaling scorching white vapor, its hooves thundering against the ground. A 4th-tier elite, the steel-armored bull rhino. Lin Yuan's insightful eye instantly provided information from the auxiliary device. Talent, Mighty Charge, B-grade. Hardened Skin, B-grade. Its weaknesses lay at the joints and abdomen, yet its frontal defense was exceedingly formidable. This steel-armored bull rhino was evidently in an extremely agitated state. Its scarlet eyes fixated on the three, particularly on Gu Qingcheng, who had just emitted a powerful ice energy wave. It dug its hind hooves into the ground, its massive body charging forth like an uncontrollable locomotive, intent on crushing everything in its path, heading straight for Gu Qingqing. The ground trembled violently beneath its tread. Sister Qingqing, be careful. Bai Jiajia's face paled, instinctively manipulating the water to form a shield before the charging beast. However, the B-grade mighty charge, augmented by the 4th-tier elite beast, was terrifyingly potent. The seemingly resilient water shield disintegrated upon contact, exploding into a shower of droplets. The steel-armored bull rhino's speed remained unabated. Its horn aimed directly at Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing's gaze sharpened. Faced with this overwhelming onslaught, she chose not to confront it directly. The azure light of her spiritual energy erupted, spreading an icy surface beneath her feet, and her body glided backward as if weightless, her hands swiftly forming seals. Ice wall multi-prism. With a commanding shout, several massive ice walls, each half a meter thick and crystalline clear, sprang forth in layers to obstruct the bull rhino's charge. These walls were not mere barriers. Their prism structure significantly refracted and dispersed the impact force. Boom! The steel-armored bull rhino crashed into the first ice wall with unstoppable momentum. Ice shards erupted like cannon fragments, the wall shattering on impact. Next came the second and third walls. With each one destroyed, the beast's terrifying speed and power were visibly diminished. By the time it shattered the last ice wall and reached the spot where Gu Qingqing had once stood, the cataclysmic force of its charge had been reduced by over half. Gu Qingqing had already gracefully glided to the side, completely unscathed. Now's the chance. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with determination. The moment the bull rhino demolished the last ice wall and became momentarily rigid from inertia, he sprang into action. He did not target the beast's remarkably tough back or side, but instead locked onto the relatively vulnerable joint at its exposed abdomen. With precision guided by telekinesis, an invisible force instantaneously enveloped the A-grade short sword in his hand. The blade emitted a slight hum, as if imbued with life. Lin Yuan approached like a specter, not relying solely on speed but on the exquisite adjustment of his center of gravity through telekinesis and the explosive reaction force from the ground, executing an almost physics-defying advance. The short sword, under the meticulous manipulation of telekinesis, thrust with an impossibly sharp angle toward the connection between the bull rhino's foreleg and torso, piercing through the relatively thin tendon gap beneath its heavy armor. Simultaneously, he quietly activated his newly acquired D-grade talent, Sharpen. The sword tip was instantly enveloped in an imperceptible yet razor-sharp brilliance. Slicing through the tough leather, a sound that grated against the teeth echoed. Infused with all of Lin Yuan's strength, augmented by Sharpen, and precisely directed by telekinesis, this strike broke through part of the B-grade hardened skin defense. The steel-armored bull rhino emitted a thunderous roar of agony. The excruciating pain caused it to wildly thrash its head, its robust horns sweeping towards Lin Yuan. Unleashing a terrifying gale, Lin Yuan had anticipated this, his eyes gleaming with light as insightful eye captured every detail. The moment he struck his target, telekinesis activated again, not to resist, but to leverage the force. His feet felt as if they were glued to the rhino's skin, his body gracefully evading the lethal sweep of the horn, landing a few meters away in a controlled manner. Although he did not deliver a fatal blow, his precise strike had severely injured one of the beast's foreleg joints, drastically impairing its mobility. Blood gushed from the wound, staining its dark green armor. Well done. Bai Jiajia's eyes lit up, seizing this perfect opportunity. She clasped her hands together, exclaiming, Water Dragon Twister. The water flow, which had just been disrupted, seemed to be drawn by an invisible hand, instantly converging into two robust torrents, wielding formidable binding and cutting power. One surged left, the other right, coiling around the injured forelimbs and relatively vulnerable neck of the steel-armored Baoshi. The water torrents twisted and contracted violently, attempting to strangle and immobilize its prey. With a roar, the Baoshi struggled fiercely, its brute strength surging forth, almost breaking free from the watery bindings. At that moment, the temperature in the arena plummeted. Gu Qingqing had leaped into the air, her silver hair dancing wildly, emanating an intense chill. Her eyes had transformed entirely into a piercing ice blue, and with hands outstretched, a colossal spear forged from pure ice rapidly took form in her grasp. The spear's tip gleamed with a soul-freezing azure light, and intricate ice crystal patterns coursed along its shaft, exuding a menacing aura of annihilation. Absolute Zero, Ice Meteor descends. Her cold voice resonated like an oracle throughout the ruins. As the last word fell, the immense ice spear, imbued with the terrifying might to freeze all, plummeted like a celestial meteor towards the steel-armored Baoshi's temporarily restrained and injured head, striking down with relentless force. Where the ice spear passed, the air itself crystallized into delicate shards of ice. The deafening explosion echoed throughout the heavens. Ice shards, flesh, and broken shell fragments mingled with a violent shockwave of cold, sweeping outward like a tsunami. Chapter 36. The water of calamity diverted. Lin Yuan takes action. Smoke and ice mist enveloped the area, obscuring vision. As everything gradually settled, a massive ice pit remained in the center. At the bottom of the pit, the enormous body of the steel-armored Baoshi lay completely encased in ice. Its head shattered to pieces, leaving only a frozen carcass. Kill of a 4th-tier commander-level beast, steel-armored Baoshi, 5,000 points. The prompt from the wristband chimed once more. The total score of Lin Yuan's team surged dramatically, distancing them from other teams. Lin Yuan and Bai Zhejia's wristbands also displayed an increase, awarding 1,000 points for assisting in the kill of a 4th-tier commander-level beast. Bai Zhejia gazed at the horrifying scene before her, her mouth slightly agape, rendered speechless by shock. Gu Qingcheng landed gracefully, her ice-blue eyes returning to normal, though her breath was slightly hurried, clearly indicating that the ultimate strike had taken a toll on her. She looked at Lin Yuan, apologizing for stealing the kill. Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head, stating that this was the most energy-efficient method of kill. Their synergy was impeccable, a testament to their long-standing partnership. Gu Qingcheng's eyes shimmered with complex emotions. Lin Yuan's attack had been so precise, almost as if he had predicted the future. His elusive movements, even without the use of wind power, were formidable. She marveled at his battle instinct and timing, reflecting that perhaps even she would struggle to triumph over him. He rubbed his nose, relieved that it was finally resolved, remarking on the beast's thick hide. Meanwhile, not far from them, in another section of the ruins, Li Hongyu, Lin Jiaqing, and Zhang Ruiyu had just collaborated to defeat 3 late-stage 3rd-tier commander-level beasts. Gazing at the fluttering points on their wristbands, they looked up at the glaringly high score of Lin Yuan's team on the holographic leaderboard, and Li Hongyu's expression darkened ominously. Damn, how could they be so quick? Lin Jiaqing stared at the leaderboard, jealousy burning in his eyes, fists clenched tightly. It seemed that Gu Qingcheng and Bai Zhejia were truly risking everything to carry that useless teammate. Zhang Ruiyu spoke with a sour tone, laced with resentment and bitterness. But the core area is not easy to breach. They are so high profile, it won't be long before. Li Hongyu abruptly interrupted, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Not long. I can't wait that long. Lin Jiaqing, haven't you always wanted to teach Lin Yuan a lesson? Here's your chance. We'll change our plan. No need to rush into deeper hunts. He fixed his gaze on Lin Yuan's name on the leaderboard, as if wanting to burn it into his memory, gritting his teeth as he added, First, we find them, snatch them away, break their legs, and let us see how those 2 women can carry him then. Lin Jiaqing's face twisted into a sinister grin at the words, electricity crackling around him. Perfect. I've waited for this moment for so long. Lin Yuan was skillfully extracting the energy crystals from the steel-armored Baoshi's body, casually severing its horns and some thick hide to store in his spatial compartment. Those horns and hide were valuable commodities. His hands glided over its thick back as the moment of eternal theft activated. Ding. Acquired 393 energy. Obtained talent fragment for talent skin hardening, upgrading to B-grade reinforced skin. Obtained C-grade talent charge, adding to the body's amplification of clones. With the absorption of energy, Lin Yuan's mental clone also reached the mid-tier of the 3rd stage, and his eyes sparkled, truly a 4th-tier commander-level beast. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. Help! A cry for help echoed from not far away. Lin Yuan looked up to see 3 familiar faces frantically fleeing. Lu Yi, Zhao Qian, and Zhang Shiji were in a panic. Behind them, 2 early-stage 4th-tier steel-armored Baoshi were roaring and charging towards them. Lu Yi, with a face full of despair, shouted anxiously. No way. How does he have backup? I told you not to provoke 4th-tier commander-level beasts. Zhao Qian gritted his teeth. Didn't you say we had all leveled up and should explore deeper? Especially Zhang Shiji, whose plump body was on the verge of collapse, drenched in sweat, murmuring, I need to press the wristband. Yet his trembling fingers could not bring themselves to do it, fully aware that pressing it would mean forfeiting the assessment. Zhao Qian quickly spotted Lin Yuan and his team nearby, his eyes lighting up. Hold on a bit longer. I see Lin Yuan, he exclaimed. Anyway, he's useless. We can lead them over there. Lu Yi hesitated. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Zhao Qian shot her a glare. Do you have a better plan? He's only D-grade. The longer we stay, the more energy crystals we can collect, and the more points we earn. If we exit now, we'll only make it to a regular energy university. Lu Yi bit her lip, ultimately nodding in agreement. Lu Yi, Zhao Qian, and Zhang Shiji gathered their last ounce of strength and scurried towards Lin Yuan's team, who had just concluded their battle and were preparing to collect their spoils. The two early-stage fourth-tier steel-armored Baoshi behind them, with blood-red eyes and thunderous breaths, pursued relentlessly, raising dust that nearly engulfed the trio. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. It seemed they intended to divert trouble towards him. Zhao Qian, overjoyed at the sight of Lin Yuan, exclaimed, "Look what I've brought you, fresh points." Lin Yuan smirked, his expression sharpening with resolve. There was no time to evade. It was clear the three were coming straight for them, and they could only confront them head-on. "Prepare for battle. Points are coming our way." As he spoke, his actions were swift. With a thought, he drew Zhang Shiji towards him, whose breath was already labored. Under Lin Yuan's mental control, Zhang Shiji lost his balance momentarily. Lin Yuan caught him with one hand, swiftly snatching his wristband. Then, with a kick, he sent Zhang Shiji flying, transferring the points into his own account, while simultaneously sending out a distress signal from the wristband. Ding! Acquired Zhang Shiji's points. 152. Zhang Shiji stared wide-eyed at Lin Yuan's fluid movements. "You." Lin Yuan smiled and said, "You were hesitating about whether to press it, so I gave you a hand. No need to be polite." In an instant, a powerful aura locked onto Zhang Shiji, pulling him out of the desolate city. His temperament had never been one of weakness. It was high time to collect some interest for the constant trampling he had endured. Lin Yuan lifted his gaze toward the two rampaging steel-armored beasts charging in, his eyes revealing no hint of fear. They had evidently also noticed the frozen remains of their kind on the ground, growing increasingly enraged and unleashing thunderous roars. One of them, without hesitation, lowered its massive horn glistening with metallic coldness toward Lin Yuan, initiating its signature charge. The other raised its colossal hoof, aiming to stomp down on Gu Qingqing. Chapter 37. Is this creature truly our offspring? One for each of us. How about it? Lin Yuan's voice resonated amidst the air thick with the stench of exotic beasts, his sword trembling slightly at his fingertips, reflecting the menacing silhouettes of the two steel-armored beasts ahead. "Jejia, you maintain control and keep an eye on those two fools," he added without turning his head. And just as he finished speaking, a furious roar erupted from behind him. Zhao Qian, having just recovered from a feeling of suffocation, was suddenly enveloped in a blaze of orange flames, the fire licking at the tips of his hair. "Who are you calling a fool?" Suddenly, a crystal-clear column of water plummeted from the sky, drenching him from head to toe and extinguishing the flames with a hissing sound, leaving only wisps of white smoke. Bai Jejia leaned against a broken pillar with her arms crossed, a teasing smile playing on her lips. "I advise you both to behave, or I won't hesitate to toss you out alongside that creature." The water shimmering at her fingertips made it clear she was not jesting. "Excellent," Lin Yuan exclaimed, and instead of retreating, he forcefully pushed off the ground, propelling himself like an arrow toward the charging beast. Each step of the colossal creature sent tremors through the earth, its horn gleaming with metallic coldness as it bore down on him, accompanied by a fierce wind that threatened to break his face. Gu Qingqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she raised her delicate hand. "That is precisely my intention." The ice-blue energy coalesced in her palm, the chill causing the surrounding air to shimmer with mist. Just as the horn was about to impale Lin Yuan, he suddenly ducked, his body sliding out at an unorthodox angle, as if he had anticipated the beast's trajectory. The rough hide of the beast grazed his shoulder armor, the gust it generated stinging his cheek as he narrowly evaded this lethal strike. In the corner, Lu Yi and Zhao Qian's pupils dilated, their mouths agape in disbelief. They had just been pursued by these two beasts in a frantic escape, yet these two dared to initiate an attack? As Lin Yuan dodged, Gu Qingqing's energy had already taken form. Now, with a light command, several towering ice walls shot up from the ground, resembling a crystalline barrier that obstructed the path of the steel-armored beasts. Boom, boom, boom. The beast's massive hooves struck the ice walls with a thunderous impact. Amidst the flying ice shards, the sturdy walls shattered layer by layer, yet they successfully absorbed the force of the beast's charge, momentarily halting their momentum. "Jejia, disrupt!" Lin Yuan commanded sharply as the beast turned, his form already maneuvering to the side of the giant creature. Bai Jejia instantly complied, forming hand seals as countless streams of water surged from the ground, coiling around the other beast attempting to assist its companion. The water flowed relentlessly, resilient against the beast's struggles and roars, ensnaring it as though it were trapped in a quagmire. Lin Yuan focused on the injured beast before him, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes as he ceased to conceal his strength. He instantly switched to his enhanced form, having stepped into the fourth tier. His energy surged dramatically, and his previously slender figure seemed to gain an imposing stature. A pale silver sheen enveloped him as his talents, hardened skin, and energy amplification, activated, causing a metallic glow to emanate from his skin and significantly boosting his defense. Clenching his left fist, his muscles bulged as a torrent of ferocious power coalesced within him. It was the charge ability he had stolen from the previous beast, although not as potent as the original. The explosive force he compressed in his fist struck with the sound of wind breaking as he delivered a crushing blow to the relatively soft joint of the beast's side. Thud! A dull sound echoed, akin to two massive stones colliding. The beast staggered, its balance disrupted as it let out a piercing roar of pain and rage. The injury to its joint delayed its movements, transforming its once smooth turning into a clumsy affair. A prime opportunity. A sharp glint flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes as Eagle Eye had already captured the beast's vulnerabilities. He activated his lightness talent to its fullest, moving like a specter around the colossal creature. His sword gleamed with cold light, each strike precise and deadly. The blade fell like raindrops, targeting the weak points of the beast's defense, the unarmored knee joints, the glistening eyes, and the soft flesh connecting the head and neck, previously displayed by his auxiliary light brain. On the other side, Gu Qingcheng, aided by Jiejia's water streams, pushed her ice manipulation to the limit. Countless ice spikes erupted from the ground, forming a blockade that restricted the beast's movements, while a smooth layer of frost spread beneath its feet, forcing it to tread carefully. Although unable to unleash her previous lethal attacks, she successfully confined the beast in place. The icy mist once again enveloped the battlefield as Gu Qingcheng's breath steadied, the raging ice attribute energy erupting in an instant. It rapidly froze the water swirling around the steel-armored beast, with ice crystals piercing through its vulnerable joints. Meanwhile, Lu Yi and Zhao Qian huddled behind the relative safety of a broken wall, witnessing a battle far beyond their comprehension, their faces pale with shock and disbelief. Lu Yi covered her mouth, her voice trembling with incredulity. How can Lin Yuan be this strong? Isn't he a D-tier talent? Zhao Qian, equally dazed, instinctively shook his head. His mind flooded with images of Lin Yuan clashing with the steel-armored beast. He seemed like a Superman. It feels like if he wanted to kill me, he could do it with a single punch. Bai Shuhua stared wide-eyed at the television screen, nudging Lin Hai. Is this really our son? How can he be this powerful? She turned to Lin Jiachuan, who was fiercely battling the enemy, her lips twitching. It seems we truly have no reason to worry. That kid from his aunt's family doesn't seem to stand a chance against our son. Roar. With the continuous roars of the two steel-armored beasts, the scales of victory began to tip in favor of Lin Yuan's team. Blood flowed from the connections of their armor, and their speed gradually diminished. Bai Jiejia placed her hands on her hips, smirking. A fourth-tier beast is nothing remarkable. Just as Lin Yuan prepared to deliver the final blow to the steel-armored beast. Whoosh, whoosh. Several sharp beams of lightning suddenly shot out from the thickets behind him, striking quickly and mercilessly at Lin Yuan's unguarded back. Taking advantage of the moment when he was at his weakest, the timing was impeccable, as it was the very moment he had exhausted his previous strength and had yet to regain his new energy. His entire focus locked onto the beast. Lin Yuan, with his eagle eye fully activated, quickly sensed the impending danger. Not good. A fiery pillar shot up from the horizon, engulfed in the flames of the heavens. Li Hongyu burst forth from the thicket. Lin Jiachuan followed closely, the ferocity radiating from him enveloping Lin Yuan. Cousin Lin Yuan, I finally found you. Chapter 38. You'd better withstand my fury. Li Hongyu? Gu Qingcheng's expression darkened as she recognized the newcomer, while Bai Jiejia's eyes widened in alarm. Watch out, Lin Yuan. She hurriedly manipulated the water streams to intercept the beams. However, some could not catch up with the speed of the lightning. Bai Jiejia glared at the two, exclaiming, how despicable to launch a sneak attack. The deadly beams of lightning instantly targeted Lin Yuan. At that moment, the steel armor Violent Rhinoceros seized the opportunity to charge at Lin Yuan, caught between two foes. In front of the screen, Bai Shuhua and Lin Hai felt their hearts tighten. How could Jiachuan act this way? Zhang Meng and the others stared wide-eyed, deeply concerned for this person resembling Feng Yu. Only Lei Qianxiong seemed to see through everything, smiling as he remarked, finally, no more hiding? Lin Jiachuan's lips curled into a cold smile. I underestimated your strength, but it is of little consequence. Rest assured, I won't kill you. Just press exit, and you won't suffer too much. Before his words could settle, Lin Yuan vanished, revealing merely an afterimage. Lin Jiachuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? So fast. Lin Yuan reappeared nearby, surrounded by a pale blue aura, as if an invisible wind circled him, howling. What? The crowd stared in shock at Lin Yuan, enveloped in the power of wind. Particularly, Li Hongyu and others were reminded of someone by this familiar wind attribute. It's you. Zhang Ming clenched his fists and shouted, "See, I told you this kid was Feng Yu." The onlookers gazed in disbelief at Lin Yuan, who stood lightly on the wind. How can it be him? Isn't he D-grade talent? Lu Yi, hiding nearby, watched the striking figure, her eyes filled with incredulity. He saved me. He isn't useless. No wonder he was so cold towards me. Lu Yi instantly understood the inexplicable hostility from Feng Yu. Before the crowd could ponder further, Lin Yuan moved. With a light sound, he retracted the short sword into his storage space. Accompanied by the familiar moon shadow, a light breeze enveloped the blade. Lin Yuan turned and burst forth with incredible speed, delivering the final blow to the nearly defeated steel armor Violent Rhinoceros. The sharp wind blade severed its head. His cold gaze immediately locked onto Lin Jiachuan. "You rodent." Lin Jiachuan looked at the erupting Lin Yuan with trepidation, feeling as if his cousin had transformed back into the figure he once had to look up to. Lin Yuan gripped Moon Shadow tightly, stepping lightly on the wind as he sped toward Lin Jiachuan. "Ruoyu, quickly grant me a boost." A surge of spiritual light quickly enveloped him, and feeling his strength intensify, Lin Jiachuan regained confidence. "Humph, enough of your tricks, let me see what you've got." As he spoke, violent thunder surrounded him, and he gathered it into his hands, advancing toward Lin Yuan. Thunder Python. Several thick bolts of lightning, like serpents, charged at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed, anticipating the attack. He sidestepped, wielding Moon Shadow to conjure multiple wind blades. Wind blade. The invisible, high-speed rotating wind blades began to coalesce and shoot forth under Lin Yuan's control, deflecting Lin Jiachuan's Thunder Python. Watching Lin Yuan approach, Lin Jiachuan felt an inexplicable panic, as if facing a terrifying humanoid beast. He frantically channeled his spiritual energy, summoning countless violent bolts of lightning around him. He hurled all the thunder at Lin Yuan with a punch. Lin Yuan was ablaze with fury. Had it not been for his eye of insight and wind power, he would have had to withdraw from the assessment to escape unscathed. Lin Yuan swiftly reached Lin Jiachuan. Realizing he didn't need to rely too much on his talents to deal with him, he tightened his grip on Moon Shadow, and a sweeping whirlwind quickly dispersed the lightning protecting Lin Jiachuan. "Humph, a flicker of firefly. Rodent, you'd better withstand my wrath." The violent thunder could not deter Lin Yuan, as countless wind blades swept across Lin Jiachuan's body. His skin soon bore numerous wounds. How is this possible? So strong. Ah! A piercing scream echoed across the wilderness. Moon Shadow swiftly positioned itself before Lin Jiachuan's neck as Lin Yuan's indifferent voice rang out. "Will you exit on your own, or shall I assist you in doing so?" Lin Jiachuan, eyeing the Moon Shadow in Lin Yuan's hand, retorted defiantly, "Humph, you're only relying on your weapon." Realizing the dire situation, Lin Jiachuan shouted, "Help me. Li Hongyu, if I exit, you won't fare any better." Li Hongyu snorted dismissively. "No need for your reminders." He unleashed a fiery punch, enveloped in blazing flames, toward Lin Yuan. Having anticipated this, Lin Yuan sidestepped and coldly turned his gaze to Li Hongyu. "You didn't hit him, did you? Two rats in the same hole." Lin Yuan raised his hand, his spiritual energy surging dramatically as bloodthirsty frenzy activated, his aura skyrocketing. Various talent marks in his mind flickered wildly. To confront Li Hongyu, an S-grade talent of the same level, Lin Yuan entered his most powerful state. "An S-grade genius? I shall see just how strong you are." Boom. Li Hongyu's eyes ignited with fervent battle intent. "Come on. I've long awaited this battle." With all his talents activated, Lin Yuan's presence became formidable. His eyes sparkled with silver light as mind control was instantly activated. Li Hongyu's fiery punch, fierce and unrelenting, surged toward Lin Yuan, but before it could reach him, an invisible force restrained it. Subsequently, Lin Yuan wielded his knife, gathering wind spirals. He raised his hand and swung the knife, unleashing a powerful wind pressure that engulfed Li Hongyu. Before Li Hongyu could react, he was hurled backward by this violent wind pressure. "Ugh!" Li Hongyu grunted, his body uncontrollably flying back, leaving deep furrows in the ground. Finally stabilizing himself, he gazed at Lin Yuan with horror. "Your talent is astonishingly powerful. You've hidden it well." The strength and speed Lin Yuan displayed far exceeded his expectations. Reacting swiftly, Li Hongyu slammed his hands against the ground, and surging crimson flames erupted before him like a volcanic explosion, forming a towering wall of fire, distorting the air with its scorching heat, isolating him from the moaning Lin Jiachuan behind the fire wall. "Humph, you're not the only one with a weapon." As his words fell, a red curved blade appeared in Li Hongyu's hand. The fire elemental energy continuously gathered, heating the blade. "Humph, mere tricks." Lin Yuan scoffed, his gaze unwavering. Facing the terrifyingly hot firewall, he did not retreat, but stepped forward. "Wind drill," Lin Yuan shouted, slashing the Moon Shadow forward. The pale blue aura surrounding him suddenly condensed and compressed into a highly refined, rapidly spinning conical wind drill. This wind drill was not a brute force assault. Its tip carried a tearing shriek, precisely targeting the weakest point of the blazing wall, a capability bestowed by Eye of Insight. Screech. The sound of tearing echoed. The seemingly indestructible wall of flames, capable of melting gold and iron, was torn apart by the wind drill, akin to a heated knife slicing through butter, creating a massive breach. The violent wind rushed in, extinguishing the flames surrounding the gap and shaking the entire firewall, causing flames to scatter. What? How can your wind be this powerful? Chapter 39. The Never Fallen Genius. Li Hongyu's pupils constricted suddenly, his face draining of color as if all blood had been drawn away. To his astonishment, the opponent effortlessly shattered his pride. The S-rank, Hua Tianyan. How could this be possible? Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, the winds swirling around Lin Yuan had already ascended to a level comparable to Hua Tianyan. Empowered by the dual enhancements of Ling Neng Chang Hua and Shi Shui Kuang Bao, as the firewall crumbled, Lin Yuan's figure, like a specter, slipped through the rift torn by the flames, almost instantaneously appearing before Li Hongyu. His speed was so remarkable that it left behind only a faint azure afterimage. Li Hongyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Yuan's explosive power far exceeded his imagination. He finally set aside all condescension and gasped urgently, "Ruoyu, provide me with support." Only then did Zhang Ruoyu snap back to reality, hastily enveloping Li Hongyu in a gentle embrace of Sheng Yu Guang. Nearby, Gu Qingqing, who had just slain another steel-armored bull rhinoceros, brandished her sword, but Lin Yuan waved her off without looking back, his voice cold and resolute. "I can handle this." With a fierce flick of his wrist, Lin Yuan unleashed a flurry of phantom-like strikes with the Moonshadow longsword. In an instant, the air around Li Hongyu became saturated with countless invisible yet razor-sharp wind blades, born out of thin air. These wind blades did not charge straight ahead, but instead swirled like a frenzied tornado, attacking from every conceivable angle without mercy. The air was filled with a high-pitched screeching as it was sliced apart. Even light appeared to warp under the weight of this unseen sharpness. Hua Tianyan Long. Li Hongyu howled, swinging his curved blade, desperately extracting the remaining spiritual energy within him, attempting to condense the surrounding Hua Tianyan into a protective flame dragon. The crimson flames roiled, barely forming a hazy dragon shape around him. However, under the gaze of Lin Yuan's Dong Shijiyan, this entire process was laughably slow compared to the speed of the wind. With a series of sharp, cutting sounds, the nascent flame dragon was instantly torn to shreds by the multitude of wind blades, scattering like sparks in the air. The relentless wind blades pierced through Li Hongyu's hastily erected fiery defense, viciously slicing into his spiritual energy shield and flesh. A blood-curdling scream, even more heart-wrenching than that of Lin Jiaqing, echoed across the desolate expanse. Li Hongyu's body felt as though it had been thrown into an invisible meat grinder. His resilient combat suit torn into countless tatters as blood gushed from numerous deep wounds, visible down to the bone. He was swept away like a rag doll by the turbulent wind blades and crashed heavily into a nearby pile of rubble, dark red blood rapidly spreading across the ground. He struggled to rise, but was met with excruciating pain, convulsing like a fish on the brink of death, his eyes filled with boundless fear and disbelief. Lin Yuan's figure slowly emerged from the dissipating maelstrom of wind blades, the Moonshadow longsword poised at the ground. A drop of crimson blood falling from its tip, blood that belonged to Li Hongyu. The azure winds surrounding him continued to howl, while his cold gaze swept over the writhing Lin Jiaqing and the gasping Li Hongyu. The wilderness fell into a profound silence, with only the crackling of residual flames and the two men's agonized groans resonating in the air. Before the screen, Bai Shuhua, Lin Hai, and others held their breaths. Zhang Ming excitedly pumping his fists, so cool. Fengyu. Su Wan abruptly stood up, oblivious to the chips scattering from her hands. He has become even more formidable in just a few days. Zhao Chang couldn't help but nod in agreement. I thought our talent evolution and reaching the 4th tier would bring us closer, yet here we are. Bai Jiejia, Gu Qingqing, and others were utterly stunned by Lin Yuan's overwhelming and destructive power. Lin Yuan's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Infused with absolute authority and a hint of barely perceptible disdain. I can't be bothered to debate with you. You've overstepped your bounds. Lu Yi and Zhang Ruoyu gazed at the familiar figure before them, momentarily entranced. He shone as brilliantly as ever. That once questioned genius had never truly dimmed, instead exploding with an even more dazzling brilliance after a period of silence. Zhang Ruoyu, her face pale, looked at Lin Yuan and instinctively took a step back. Lin Yuan, I did not ambush you. Lin Yuan's icy gaze swept past her, gesturing for her to leave. He turned to pick up the hand ring dropped by Lin Jiaqing, seizing the points before leaning down to pat the other's cheek. His tone flat, yet imbued with undeniable power. I told you, you cannot defeat me. If not for the rules prohibiting killing, you would already be a corpse. He then pressed the distress signal on Lin Jiaqing's hand ring. A flash of light later, the latter's figure was teleported away. Li Hongyu watched Lin Yuan approach, a glimmer of frenzied obsession flashing in his eyes. I cannot stop here. There are many resources in the core area. Gritting his teeth, he spat out a mouthful of blood, a strange crimson aura enveloping him. Blood escape. A dense, blood-red mist enveloped him, shooting forth like a meteor towards the distance. Lin Yuan, wait for me. Just as Lin Yuan sensed the movement, Li Hongyu had already vanished. Such a secret technique still exists. He furrowed his brows. Blood escape techniques are extremely taxing, yet their evasion capacity is such that even a significantly higher-tier warrior would struggle to intercept them. Lei Qianxiong observed the tall figure of the youth on the screen, slowly speaking, what a pity. From his appearance, he is not merely a gifted spiritual awakener. Perhaps he will only stop at the awakening realm. Tang Xuanyu shook his head with regret. Li Hongyu soon found himself in a hidden corner of a park. Clutching his chest, his face was as pale as paper, clearly having suffered greatly from the blood escape. Leaning against a tree beside the park, he clenched his fists in frustration, his nails digging into his palms. Lin Yuan. Suddenly, a pitch-black mist silently enveloped him, and a hoarse voice echoed directly in his mind. Do you yearn for power? With your current means, you cannot defeat him. Who are you? Li Hongyu gazed fearfully at the writhing black mist before him, now exhausted and bereft of any strength to resist. Humph, I can grant you the power you desire. Help you vanquish him. A low chuckle emerged from the black mist. In your current state, entering the core area will yield little resources. Why not trust me? Li Hongyu's eyes widened, a flicker of struggle and greed crossing his gaze. How can you help me? The black mist gradually coalesced into a vague humanoid silhouette, extending a dark hand and presenting a crystal pulsating with an eerie red light, its voice laced with temptation. Just follow my instructions. Chapter 40. You can't be a spiritual awakener, can you? The first time Bai Jiejiao witnessed Lin Yuan demonstrating, Feng Zhili, her eyes widened like saucers. Perceiving the wind elements surrounding Lin Yuan, which rivaled her own strength. So that's why you're so powerful. You possess an A-rank talent. How many trump cards are you hiding? Including your 2 D-rank talents. Don't tell me you have 3? Gu Qingqing also set aside her earlier nonchalance, lightly resting her finger on her chin, an inquisitive glimmer in her beautiful eyes as she slowly spoke. Indeed, I have long wanted to ask. You can't be a spiritual awakener, right? A spiritual awakener? Bai Jiejia tilted her head, perplexed, scratching the back of her head. What is that? Lin Yuan's previous indifference had long since faded, replaced by a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. He playfully tapped Bai Jiejia on the forehead, teasing. During theory lessons, I advised you to pay attention, yet you were busy dreaming of feeding pigs. He then took out several spiritual energy crystals to absorb and continued. The majority of our human race's talents originate from the spiritual energy crystals within our brains, which we manipulate with our mental strength. Generally, the more refined one's mental strength is, the stronger the physical constitution during the early stages, the higher the awakened talent tier. Gu Qingqing interjected at the right moment. Her voice as clear as a mountain spring. There exists a category of individuals with inherently exceptional mental strength. Upon their first awakening, some may directly manifest mental-type talents, transforming their mental strength into the sharpest spear. Conversely, others may possess unstable mental strength, remaining in a state of excess after awakening their talents. Particularly those whose initial awakened talent tier is lower. As they ascend in rank, they will gradually awaken stronger talents. Isn't that immensely profitable? Bai Jiejiao exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes filled with envy. However, Gu Qingqing gently shook her head, a hint of regret in her tone. It's not without its drawbacks. Although they can possess multiple talents, their bodies struggle to bear the conflict of various spiritual energies. Once they break through the awakening realm and enter the condensation source realm, they may face the risk of self-detonation due to spiritual energy backlash. Thus, the majority of divine perception practitioners remain trapped in the awakening realm for their entire lives, unable to progress further. Bai Jiejia's envy dissipated instantly, replaced by a flicker of sympathy. Why didn't I think of that? Lin Yuan smirked slightly, relieved to find a suitable response, as if a pillow had been provided during his slumber. He shrugged, his tone light, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. We'll take it one step at a time. Worst case, we'll be the strongest in the awakening realm. He then approached the corpses of 2 armored violent rhinoceroses. beginning to collect materials from them while simultaneously absorbing the residual energy. Ding. Spiritual energy acquired. The auxiliary brain's prompt echoed in his mind. The spiritual energy from the two corpses not only replenished his earlier losses, but also propelled the cultivation of his mental-type avatar to the pinnacle of the third tier. However, the bloodthirsty and frenzied side effects persisted, causing his complexion to pale slightly, revealing traces of weakness. This ranking is truly competitive. Bai Jiejia exclaimed as she activated the holographic leaderboard on her wrist, astonished. We obtained Lin Jiachuan's points, yet we are only ranked third? Gu Qingqing nodded, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. The prominent families in Jiang City possess substantial resources. Their teams are not weaker than ours. And they even have specially crafted spiritual energy equipment. We need not be overly concerned about the hunting leaderboard at this moment. Lin Yuan, cradling the moon shadow, stepped forward, aware that this assessment would ultimately evolve into a confrontation among the core teams. Only those who emerge victorious at the end can truly stand at the forefront. Let us proceed to the core area. The figures of the three gradually faded into the distance, and Jiang Ryu finally sighed in relief, supporting herself against the wall to rise. Zhao Qian and Lu Yi emerged from another corner, inquiring, "What are you doing here?" Zhao Qian scratched his head, gesturing towards the remains of the armored violent rhinoceros on the ground, his face etched with distress. These two behemoths were lured by us. But we didn't expect Lin Yuan to conceal himself so deeply, dispatching Hong Gu in just a few moves. Lu Yi nodded, her expression inscrutable. I knew that Wind Whisperer's figure seemed familiar. It truly is him. Jiang Ryu shook her head helplessly, murmuring, we all misjudged the situation. After a brief rest, the trio continued their journey toward the city's core area. As they drew nearer, the spiritual energy fluctuations in the air intensified, and the beasts they encountered grew increasingly formidable, most being above the third tier. They fought and advanced, accumulating more and more spiritual energy crystals, their cultivation steadily rising through combat, and their synergy becoming increasingly harmonious, allowing them to face the beast's assaults with growing ease. Lin Yuan's sense of weakness gradually faded away in this rhythm of combat, nurturing strength. At that moment, they found themselves walking along a wide, abandoned road. The cracked asphalt was littered with debris, and the nearby buildings were in a state of disrepair. A broken traffic light dangled from its wires, swaying gently in the breeze. How strange. Why is it so quiet here? Not even a shadow of a beast in sight, Bai Jiejia remarked, halting in her tracks and peering into the distance, her tone laced with unease. Lin Yuan's voice broke the silence of the road from behind. In the desolate city, the quieter the place, the more perilous it is. This indicates that we may have stepped into the territory of some powerful beasts. Bai Jiejia lowered her head to activate the holographic map, her finger gliding across the screen. We're nearly entering the core zone. Encountering high-tier beasts is to be expected. Before she could finish her sentence, a sudden, muffled tremor echoed from nearby, followed by an ear-splitting roar. Roar! Gu Qingqing's eyes lit up, instantly locking onto the northwestern direction. Excitement evident in her voice. Isn't this just what we were waiting for? She pointed towards that direction, her spiritual energy flashing beneath her feet, and with two agile leaps, she landed atop a neighboring high-rise. Let us go take a look. The three figures darted like nimble cats among the dilapidated buildings. The sounds of the tremors and roars grew closer, and they could even hear the sharp sound of claws tearing through the air. It seems like two beasts are fighting, Bai Jiejia whispered, her curiosity piqued. The commotion sounds quite intense. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, gazing intently into the distance. It's not just a fight, it's a life-and-death struggle. He could vaguely see two figures clashing in the distance, one black and one yellow, releasing astonishing energy waves with each collision. Soon, the trio arrived at an abandoned city square, where they quietly ascended to the rooftop of a nearby high-rise, overlooking the battle below. Bai Jiejia, observing the two figures locked in combat at the center of the square, could not help but cover her mouth in astonishment. Wow, what a massive creature. What is that thing with the bone spines? Chapter 41, The Clam and the Heron Struggle. As Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon the two entangled figures ahead, information rapidly streamed into his mind from the auxiliary brain. Ding. Detected mid-stage 4th tier king-level beast, Iron Spine Earth Dragon. Racial talents, Dragon Sense, Earth Dragon Charge, Earth Power. Ding. Detected early-stage 4th tier king-level beast, Xian Yi Spirit Cat. Racial talents, Shadow Strike, Shadow Clone, Dark Power. The Iron Spine Earth Dragon truly lived up to its name. Its body measuring over 10 meters in length, resembling a moving rock fortress, each breath resonating with the weight of the earth. Its yellow-green scales glimmered with a metallic sheen, and 3 sharp bone spines protruded from its back like natural spears, yet a massive scar slashed diagonally from its shoulder to its abdomen, completely undermining its intimidation factor. The gaping wound tore through its back scales, revealing bone amidst the rolled flesh, and dark red blood seeped continuously from the scale seams, pooling into a viscous puddle on the ground. Roar! You foul cat! Don't think I fear you just because I'm injured. The earth-shattering roar erupted from its massive jaws, the sound waves sweeping across the entire area, causing the surrounding debris to tremble. Accompanied by its furious roar, a dense yellow energy surged around its body, causing the ground beneath it to quake violently. In an instant, dozens of thick, sharp earth spikes burst forth from the ground, glimmering like arrows shot from a powerful crossbow, raining down towards the ghostly black shadow opposite. Although the Xianyi spirit cat was much smaller than the earth dragon, its movements were as nimble as a specter, enveloped in a layer of flowing, faint shadows that seemed to absorb all surrounding light. It transformed into elusive afterimages with each motion. Every deft maneuver was executed with exquisite precision, gliding seamlessly through the dense gaps of the earthen spikes, while sharp claws sliced through the air, leaving fleeting, cold black marks in their wake. Humph, foolish reptile. A voice, sharp and laced with derision, resonated with the unique languor and ferocity characteristic of feline beasts. In your prime, I would indeed have regarded you with caution. But now, you are wounded at your core. Your strength reduced to a mere fraction, unable even to stand firm. Are you? The spirit cat's emerald eyes fixated on the wound on the iron spine earth dragon's back, shimmering with an almost frenzied glint of greed. Your spiritual energy crystal, rather than falling into the hands of those wretched humans, would serve as a stepping stone for my ascension. Before the words had fully escaped its lips, the shadowy figure of the Xianyi spirit cat vanished. It was not merely a burst of speed, but rather an integration into the very shadows, akin to a drop of water merging with the sea. In the next moment, a silhouette, so indistinct it was reduced to an outline, shot forth like a black arrow released from a bowstring, bypassing the protruding stone pillars with a velocity that defied the limits of sight, aiming directly at the most fatal and vulnerable scar on the iron spine earth dragon's back. You dream. The iron spine earth dragon's scales bristled, a desperate and furious roar escaping, fueled by a lethal sense of crisis. Its massive body writhed with effort, the bone spines along its back vibrating intensely, erupting with a blinding ochre light. A surge of earth element energy instantly poured into the ground, and with a deafening crash, several sharp stone pillars, each more than a meter in diameter, erupted from the ground like the fangs of a colossal beast, directly in the path of the Xianyi spirit cat. The swirling black currents enveloping the Xianyi spirit cat surged violently, and from either side emerged two shadowy clones, eerily similar to its true form. The three figures intertwined and dispersed, and in that brief moment of delay as the iron spine earth dragon's attack fell short, the original spirit cat utilized the shadows of the stone pillars for concealment, stealthily maneuvering to the dragon's defensively weak flank. Its eyes glinted with ferocity as its claws, infused with a dense dark energy, gleamed with a light that extinguished life, howling through the rift in space, striking with brutal precision into the already oozing massive scar. A heart-wrenching roar reverberated, shaking the very air, as the iron spine earth dragon's colossal body convulsed violently. Not far away, hidden from view, Baijia covered her mouth, eyes wide with astonishment, her voice thick with shock. It can speak. This is truly a beast of royal bloodline. Gu Qingqing crossed her arms, her gaze fixed intently on the battlefield, nodding slightly. A beast possessing dragon bloodline starts at the royal level at the very least. Judging by the formation of its bone spines, it should be the iron spine earth dragon. This breed boasts unparalleled defensive capabilities among its peers. To be injured thus, the human team that previously confronted it must have been exceptionally formidable. This core area is indeed a hidden treasure. Lin Yuan crouched at the forefront, the faint glow of his eye of insight, flickering incessantly. This was a fortuitous opportunity. We shall wait for them to exhaust one another and then reap the benefits as the fishermen. The clash at the heart of the battlefield intensified. The iron spine earth dragon roared thunderously, its azure yellow scales fracturing, blood splattering like rain. The Xianyi spirit cat, capitalizing on its agile form, launched frequent assaults. Yet in its haste for a swift resolution, was grazed by several of the dragon's thrusts, its left leg stained with blood, its movements noticeably slowed. In mere moments, both powerful royal beasts were gasping for breath, their bodies marred with injuries, their energy signatures significantly diminished. The iron spine earth dragon teetered on the brink of collapse, sustained solely by its ferocity, while the Xianyi spirit cat crouched low, its emerald eyes entwined with fatigue and greed. seeking the perfect moment to deliver a fatal blow to the dragon. Now, Lin Yuan's voice rang out, calm as an icy blade. His eye of insight had thoroughly analyzed the weaknesses and conditions of both beasts. Jia, bind them with utmost speed. Qingqing, the wound on the dragon's back is its Achilles heel, strike with me. Understood. Bai Jia responded with a sharp command, her hands forming seals as vapor surged around her, even drawing the water from the central pool of the plaza, coalescing before her into a tumultuous water dragon. After days of combat training, her control over spiritual energy had improved immensely. Water dragon, constrict. With a forceful push of her palms, several robust streams of dragon-shaped water surged forth, wrapping themselves around the Xianyi spirit cat, which was eager for battle, and the faltering iron spine earth dragon. Almost simultaneously with Bai Jiajia's strike, Gu Qingqing transformed into a blue meteor, darting forth, crossing her hands to form seals. The water summoned by Bai Jiajia froze instantly under her ice-based spiritual energy. Thousand ice spikes, countless ice spikes, varying in thickness from that of a human arm, coalesced in the air, descending with a bone-chilling aura. With a resounding crash, the iron spine earth dragon's massive body stiffened abruptly, its instincts alerting it to a mortal threat, and it hurriedly raised its head to conjure a massive shield of ochre energy. However, in its weakened state, it was already beyond its limits. The ice spikes shattered upon impact with the shield, yet the subsequent spikes descended unimpeded, striking precisely at the wound on its back. Chapter 42, Gu Linqing. What are you trying to do? A thunderous explosion erupted from deep within the wound. The sound of the spine snapping mingled with the excruciating pain of its insides being torn apart, causing the iron spine earth dragon's fierce ochre eyes to dim completely. In the next instant, its mountainous body crashed down, raising clouds of dust that surged like a tidal wave, utterly extinguishing the life of this royal beast. Meanwhile, the Xianyi spirit cat, feeling the chill emanating from Gu Qingqing's fingertips, bristled in alarm. The lethal threat did not come from the dying dragon before it, but rather from the shadow that silently approached from behind. It fought against the creeping numbness in its left leg, instinctively channeling the dark energy within, attempting to split into shadow clones to escape. Yet Lin Yuan had already anticipated its every move. Just as the shadow energy around the spirit cat was on the verge of coalescing into tangible clones, his eyes sparkled with intensity. Mental control. An invisible force gripped the spirit cat's energy flow, ruthlessly severing its escape route. Meow! A piercing cry of agony shattered the dust. As the shadow energy the Xianyi spirit cat had gathered dissipated like a burst dam, its agile form freezing in place. The water dragons entwined around it tightened suddenly, their scales and claws embedding into its fur, securing it firmly. This fatal delay lasted but half a breath, and Lin Yuan's figure darted like a specter to the spirit cat's flank, the moonlit dagger in his hand erupting with a bright and sharp gleam. Moonlight wind blade slash. A violent blade of wind, infused with lunar energy, struck precisely at the relatively vulnerable junction of the spirit cat's neck and skull. In the instant blood sprayed forth. Its emerald eyes widened in shock, before swiftly dimming. Its nimble form collapsed like a marionette with severed strings, falling silent forever. From the moment the trio launched their assault to the demise of the two royal beasts, the entire sequence transpired in a flash, lasting no more than 3 breaths. Their tactical coordination was seamless, each attack aimed with precision at the critical points, devoid of any hesitation. As the dust slowly settled, Lin Yuan advanced briskly, skillfully dissecting the heads of both beasts to extract the 2 spiritual energy crystals that radiated distinctly different glows. The crystal from the iron spine earth dragon was as weighty as ochre quartz, while that of the Xianyi spirit cat appeared as deep as dark stars. The pure energy within almost overflowing. The team's ranking surged to first place, and as Lin Yuan observed the sudden increase of 50,000 points in his personal score, he couldn't help but click his tongue. These 2 creatures certainly yield a bountiful score. Bai Jiajia approached, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She had heard that the top 3 teams in the Lingning Gaokao would receive additional rewards specially approved by the military department. Lin Yuan's fingertips lightly touched the corpse of the exotic beast, and droplets of spiritual energy surged into his body through his fingers. In the next moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Terminal theft activated. Spiritual energy acquired. Acquired B-level talent Dragon Sense. Acquired A-level talent Earth Power. Acquired B-level talent Shadow Assault. Acquired A-level talent Shadow Power. A gleam flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes as he pondered how the combination of Dragon Sense, with insightful eye, was truly a perceptive weapon. Suddenly, the newly acquired Dragon Sense talent began to flicker intensely. A strong wave of unease spread like a tide. Every rustle of wind and grass around him became extraordinarily clear, even enabling him to catch the subtle sound of leaves brushing 100 meters away. A sharp, piercing sound cut through the air. Lin Yuan instinctively rolled to the side. A bullet whizzed past his cheek and slammed heavily into the recently deceased iron-spined Earth Dragoness corpse, creating a gaping, menacing bullet hole the size of a bowl. Debris and blood splattered everywhere. Cold sweat soaked his back as he silently thanked the timely arrival of Dragon Sense. He abruptly raised his head and activated Insightful Eye. Not far away, 3 figures were slowly approaching, their auras no less imposing than the 2 king-level beasts before. The leader was tall and upright, clad in silver-gray mechanical battle armor that shimmered coldly. In his hand was a slender spiritual energy battle knife radiating a chilling light. His stern face bore a striking resemblance to Gu Qingqing. Data immediately appeared in Lin Yuan's vision. Ding, human warrior, height 187 centimeters. Spiritual energy level, peak of 4th tier, talent, S-level spatial control. To his left, a warrior carried a peculiarly shaped spiritual energy sniper rifle. Its muzzle still faintly glowing with energy, clearly the one who had just launched the stealth attack. To his right, another held a gigantic axe the size of a door panel, his arm equipped with a heavy energy shield. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble faintly. Gu Qingqing's expression darkened instantly upon seeing the leader, her voice tinged with restrained anger. Gu Linqing, what do you intend? Gu Linqing's gaze swept over Lin Yuan and by Jia before settling on Gu Qingqing, a mocking smile curling his lips. What do I intend? You snatched the exotic beast we were hunting and still dare to ask me that. Qingqing, he shook his head, his tone indifferent yet unmistakably condescending. If you can't survive in a noble school, so be it, but your judgment is deteriorating as you even team up with these lowly scum. No sooner had he finished speaking than the sniper-wielding warrior chuckled mockingly. But this kid's not bad. Quick reflexes, even dodged my armor-piercing bullet. Yue Chuan. Remember this name. I'll make sure you understand death clearly later. Gu Qingqing ignored the taunts, instantly condensing several icy shards at her fingertips and launching them swiftly at Gu Linqing's face. He lifted his hand casually, and an invisible spatial barrier abruptly appeared, blocking all the ice shards without a single crack. Not bad. Progress has been made. You're already late 4th tier, Gu Linqing remarked with a scrutinizing gaze. He then instructed the 2 beside him. Yue Chuan. Hao, you 2 deal with these trash. I'll have a proper chat with my good sister. Gu Qingqing hurriedly turned and warned, be careful. Yue Chuan is a scion of the Yu family of Jiangcheng, adept in psychic telekinesis. Hao belongs to the He family, possessing tremendous physique and explosive close combat power. They are well equipped and supplied with numerous advanced potions and spiritual energy crystals, though lacking S-level talents. Their A-level talents combined with auxiliary talents make them formidable opponents. Don't waste words with these lowlifes. Gu Linqing sneered and raised his hand, causing the space around Gu Qingqing to warp and compress as if countless invisible hands sought to crush her. She frowned and retreated, quickly forming a thick ice wall before her to resist the spatial pressure. Yue Chuan swayed his sniper rifle, his narrow eyes narrowing like a cunning fox's. Pretty girl. I don't like hitting women. Hand over your points and spiritual energy crystals obediently, and I'll let you off, he taunted. Meanwhile, Hao's towering figure blocked Lin Yuan's path. Lin Yuan's insightful eye immediately captured his data. Human warrior, height 193 centimeters, spiritual energy level, mid-4th tier. Talents, A-level earth power, B-level muscle enhancement. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, realizing that this hulking figure must have acquired a secondary talent through genetic medicine. Hao towered half a head taller than Lin Yuan, his robust body standing like an iron tower, exuding an overwhelming aura. He glared down at Lin Yuan arrogantly. Kid, hand over the spiritual energy crystal of the iron-spined earth dragon and your points. I can let you exit gracefully. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile playing on his lips. It's not even night yet, and you're already daydreaming? Humph. You refuse a toast, but accept a penalty. Hao's face darkened as his spiritual energy surged explosively. The aura of mid-4th tier swept like a violent gale. His muscles visibly bulged, straining his once-fitting battle suit. His massive fist, enveloped in earth-colored spiritual energy, slammed fiercely toward Lin Yuan's face. The gust of his punch roared with the might reminiscent of an earth-shaking dragon. Chapter 43. Spiritual Energy Battle Armor by Jia saw Hao's bear-like figure rushing at Lin Yuan with a roaring punch. Her fingertips spun spiritual energy rapidly, manipulating water flow to aid him with astonishing speed, almost leaving afterimages. Several water arrows pierced the air, weaving a translucent defensive net around Lin Yuan. Bang! The gunshot suddenly tore through the battlefield. A spiritual energy bullet grazed by Jejia's ear, the scorching airflow carrying the scent of gunpowder swept past her. She felt a buzzing in half her head and instinctively covered her ear, staggering backward half a step. Yu Ichuan leaned against a broken wall. His fox-like eyes narrowed to slits. Casually blowing away the blue smoke from his gun's muzzle, a mocking smile curled his lips. Mind your own business first, little girl. Get down. He Hao's roar shook the surrounding rubble, his pot-sized fist wrapped in earth-colored spiritual energy, intent on smashing the skinny youth into the ground. Lin Yuan did not flinch. Golden veins flowed through his pupils like molten gold as insightful eye activated instantly. He analyzed the trajectory of He Hao's spiritual energy. The contraction points of his muscles, even the airflow ripples stirred by the punch. In the next moment, pale blue spiritual energy burst from his body. His muscles visibly swelled and bulged, his originally slender figure now emanating a fierce aura. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes and met the colossal fist with a punch of his own. Ha! An ant shaking a tree. Overestimating yourself. He Hao laughed heartily, his chest shaking. He added 3 more points of force to his punch. This single blow could shatter bones and tendons even in 4th-tier beasts of inferior bloodline. Boom. The moment their fists collided, the ground exploded violently. Debris shot out like bullets, and dust billowed into the sky. He Hao's wild laughter abruptly ceased, his pupils contracting sharply. You endured it? A tingling pain radiated from the point of impact. He looked at the youth before him in disbelief. Not only was he not crushed, but he did not even frown, his face remaining calm and composed. A scorching battle fervor surged from He Hao's heart. He licked his lips. Interesting. Again, Lin Yuan's low shout was cold as ice. Charge. Skin steelification. 2 talents ignited almost simultaneously, as faint golden-tempered light patterns swiftly crawled across his limbs and torso, delineating lines brimming with explosive power. While He Hao was still stunned, Lin Yuan's figure surged forward like a cannonball, the ground beneath his toes fracturing with intricate web-like cracks. Disaster loomed. He Hao hastily raised his hand. The shield on his wrist suddenly blossomed with a dazzling blue radiance, transforming into a half-human height energy barrier. Yet, at the very instant Lin Yuan was about to collide with the shield, his body twisted mysteriously, with the subtle aid of wind element buoyancy. He adjusted his balance and slid past the shield's side. A sharp sound. Psychic energy condensed at Lin Yuan's fingertips, the sharpen skill instantly activating. His palm transformed into a razor-sharp blade, precisely thrusting into He Hao's unguarded knee. A crisp crack echoed harshly as the earth armor shattered. The blade pierced 3 inches into the tendon, and dark crimson blood erupted instantly. A harrowing scream burst from He Hao, who collapsed heavily to one knee. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a deep blue potion from his bosom and swallowed it in one gulp. The spurting blood ceased immediately. Slowly, his towering figure rose, earth-colored armor recovering his body. Now even denser than before. Gripping his mighty axe, madness gleamed in He Hao's eyes. Interesting kid, looks like I'll have to show some real strength. Come on. A dust storm erupted as He Hao charged forth like a ferocious tiger. The surrounding earth elements he madly condensed formed arm-thick rock spikes, howling as they flew swiftly toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on his blade, the moon shadow sword descending to the ground. The air around him suddenly hissed with fierce currents. Jade-green wind elements coiled around the jet-black blade, veins of flowing light gleaming vividly, as if alive. The golden patterns in his pupils spun faster, his inside eye pierced through the sky, filled with rock spikes. Wind power exploded in a cyclone beneath his feet. His figure abruptly split, 9 afterimages flickering in place, while his true form darted like a phantom close to the ground. His nimble figure weaved constantly through the gaps between the spikes. Each dodge was so precise it seemed preordained, closing in on He Hao. Seeking death. Enraged, He Hao slammed the ground, and his earth-colored psychic energy detonated violently. The giant axe, as if with eyes of its own, flew back into his palm. The axe blade, wrapped in the force of shattered rock, swept out, but was precisely parried by the Moonshadow sword. A deafening clang of metal rang out, the surrounding air trembling violently. He Hao felt the axe's force being gradually dissipated by layers of flowing wind. Just as he prepared to exert more strength, Lin Yuan's blade tip suddenly gleamed with a piercing green glow. His inside eye had long targeted the old wound on He Hao's left shoulder, pierced by a dragonbone spike the day before, now the weak point of his psychic energy flow. Lin Yuan used psychic control to completely neutralize the axe's force. His figure flickered, wind power surged through his meridians, and he instantly closed in on He Hao. The moon shadow sword bit like a venomous serpent, precisely piercing the gap in He Hao's energy shield. His shoulder armor shattered with a thunderous crash, and blood sprayed once more. Impossible. He staggered back several steps. Lin Yuan seized the moment, condensing psychic energy into his fist and punching He Hao's chest. The powerful recoil forced He Hao to retreat continuously. Gazing into Lin Yuan's eyes, where golden patterns swirled amidst the whistling fierce wind, his voice trembled. Muscle enhancement, wind element, and tempered skin. How many talents do you possess? He slammed his battle axe heavily on the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood, then suddenly burst into derisive laughter. A foolish glutton. When you break through to the awakening realm, psychic backlash will shatter your body. Our He family only dares to absorb 2 kinds of homologous talents while constantly reinforcing our physique with nutrient solutions. Who do you think you are? No need to trouble yourself, Lin Yuan said calmly, his blade rising again. The fierce wind pressure even tore the ground beneath his feet. At the critical moment, He Hao suddenly pounded the core of his chest armor. Blue electric circuit patterns instantly spread across his body. Mechanical joints hissed loudly. The giant axe, wrapped in surging earth elemental energy, came crashing down toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan hastily formed a wind shield, which shattered upon impact. He was flung over 10 meters. The moon shadow sword's tip embedding into the ground and gouging a deep furrow, barely halting his backward momentum. Amidst the dust, He Hao's arrogant sneer rang out. Primitive fool, do you know what a psychic battle armor is? It can amplify my psychic energy by 30%. He caressed the azure circuit on his arm armor, his rough voice brimming with arrogance. His eyes swept toward Lin Yuan, a disdainful smirk curling his lips. A lowborn without family heritage. Do you really dare compete with me for fortune? Background is part of strength, you know? Better luck in your next life. Before his words faded, the outer layer of his armor burst into dazzling blue light. His muscles inflated as if filled with air, tearing the fabric of his sleeves inch by inch. The giant axe, charged with earth elemental energy and electric sparks, sliced through the air with a piercing scream once more. The free earth elements around seemed pulled by an invisible hand, rapidly condensing behind the axe blade into a massive ochre dragon, its scales and claws distinct, imposing enough to make the air itself freeze. Humph! Lin Yuan's cold snort carried a chill. Using the recoil from the stones scattered by the moon shadow sword's gouge, his body leapt lightly like willow fluff. The golden patterns in his pupils spun rapidly, like finely meshed gears at high speed. In an instant, the trajectory of the giant axe, the energy flow nodes of the earth armor, and even the flaws in He Hao's muscle exertion were all analyzed clearly by his inside eye. With a light tap of his toes, wind power surged through his meridians like a tidal wave. Lin Yuan's figure abruptly retreated, leaving behind multiple afterimages. Just as he dodged back, the giant axe slammed down with a tremendous crash, gouging a 3-meter deep trench in the earth. Stones scattered like rain, dust shrouding the air. He Hao sneered fiercely, pushing his B-grade muscle enhancement to the limit. His arms bulged like dark blue-black rock pillars. The giant axe swept horizontally. The axe wind entwined with the earth dragon's phantom, completely sealing off Lin Yuan's retreat. Useless coward who only knows how to dodge. A cracking sound. Lin Yuan's toes stirred the wind vortex, his figure suddenly sidestepping like a phantom to evade the axe blade. The sharpened green radiance on the moonshadow sword's tip surged violently, blinding all who looked. Moonlight wind blade slash. As his shout fell, powerful wind pressure exploded outward from Lin Yuan, instantly suppressing He Hao's momentum. Countless azure wind blades swept like a torrential downpour, striking He Hao's armor with a dense clattering, leaving deep white scars visible to the bone in moments. He Hao staggered to his knees under the wind pressure, his face beneath the helmet full of horror. How is this possible? You're only mid-4th tier. How can you unleash such overwhelming power? Yet Lin Yuan did not pursue. His gaze suddenly shifted sharply to the flank, whereby Jie's shoulder was soaked in blood, her light gray school uniform stained dark red. Yu Ichuan's energy gun muzzle glowed ominously with a dangerous charge. The young girl gritted her teeth, struggling to maintain a water shield riddled with cracks. Her face was pale as paper from psychic energy exhaustion, but she still clenched her jaw, manipulating her energy to resist. Give up if you can't hold on. I don't want to bully a girl. Yu Ichuan's voice carried false gentleness, yet his fox-like eyes gleamed with cold, killing intent, as if gazing upon a toy ready to be crushed at any moment. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Gu Qingsheng was also embroiled in a fierce struggle. Her silver hair, drenched in sweat, clung to her pale cheeks. Though her innate talent was not inferior to Gu Linsheng's, the disparity in equipment was a chasm that seemed insurmountable. Crystals of ice danced in the air like falling stars. Yet few could penetrate the opponent's psychic armor and inflict harm upon Gu Linqing. Meanwhile, Gu Qingcheng had already sustained numerous injuries beneath the relentless swings of his long blade. The blade shimmered with a mysterious silver light, accompanied by the distortion of space. Each strike left her with a gash deep enough to reveal bone. Give up, Qingqing. Without a psychic soldier, you cannot defeat me. Gu Linqing scoffed, twirling his long knife with flamboyant flair. You cannot win this bet for the psychic college entrance exam. Bow your head. Without the support of your family, you can't even overcome me, let alone the Chun family of Kyoto. Return with me and accept the marriage alliance, and you might endure less suffering. Impossible. Gu Qingqing's silver hair billowed in the heat of battle, her tone resolute as ice. Even as blood trickled from her lips, her gaze remained astonishingly bright. Seeking death, He Hao seized the moment Lin Yuan was distracted, grinning as he sprang from the ground, wielding a giant axe aimed at his back. However, with the dual enhancements of Dragon Sense and Insight, Lin Yuan had already sensed the lethal intent behind him. In the fleeting moment between life and death, an exquisite silver light erupted from within him, and his psychic energy surged dramatically. It was time for a swift resolution. All the psychic energy from his avatars converged into his main body, like rivers returning to the sea. The brilliance of psychic enhancement and muscle enhancement intertwined and radiated forth. Lin Yuan turned abruptly, gripping the Moonshadow blade with both hands as he faced the giant axe head-on. Boom! The shockwave exploded like a bomb, causing Lin Yuan's palms to crack, blood trailing down the blade's hilt. Using the recoil, he slid backward while activating mind control. An invisible force field gripped He Hao's armor core like a giant hand, and the golden light of insight pierced through the azure circuitry, precisely locking onto the flickering energy overload point. The energy overload point was right here, Lin Yuan shouted, releasing the Moonshadow blade, which transformed into a green arc. Propelled by the force of the wind, piercing the circuit node at the chest of the armor like an arrow. Zing! The armor instantly overloaded and exploded, blue sparks flying everywhere. He Hao spewed blood, his body flying backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground, his helmet falling off, leaving him unconscious. Yu Yichuan and Gu Linqing looked at the fallen He Hao, their eyes filled with disbelief. Gu Linqing furrowed his brow, dropping his earlier flippancy as he coldly remarked, "Enough of the games, Yichuan. Let us finish this quickly. This kid seems off." With that, both of them lightly tapped their armors, causing the surface to shimmer. The hidden amplification modules were fully unleashed, enhancing their aura further. Yu Yichuan set aside his energy gun, his psychic energy flashing as 5 glimmering metal throwing knives materialized in his hand, each blade surrounded by a faint psychic wave. "Little sister, I'm getting serious now. It's best to concede quickly. I don't want to harm a delicate flower." His fox-like eyes glinted coldly, silver light flickering, revealing that he too possessed the mind control ability, just like Lin Yuan. As his words fell, the throwing knives, under the powerful psychic control, became 5 afterimages, flying towards Baijia. Baijia clutched her wound, her body trembling slightly from blood loss, yet her eyes shone with determination, refusing to press the exit button on her wrist. Meanwhile, Gu Linqing unleashed his full power, the silver light on his long knife surging as the spatial fluctuations intensified. Void Slash. The powerful strike instantly shattered the surrounding ice crystals, forming a translucent spatial blade that sliced through the air with a piercing shriek towards Gu Qingqing. In an instant, the battlefield's dynamics shifted towards peril. Chapter 45, Avatars. Deep within Lin Yuan's pupils, silver light suddenly erupted, as if 2 miniature silver moons burned brightly at the depths of his gaze. The SSS-level talent imprint at the core of his consciousness began to flicker intensely as Myriad Forms avatars activated. The surging energy of his avatars coalesced into a vortex, and a faint silver phantom detached from his shoulder, tracing a shimmering arc in the air before solidifying into a tangible form. Lin Yuan had long tested that if he merged several avatars, his main body could utilize all talents, and the merged avatars could do the same. At this moment, he would wield 2 of the most formidable powers. His main body swiftly summoned an A-grade short sword, the power of wind coiling around the blade like a living serpent, producing a melodious sound akin to a phoenix's cry as the short sword flew forth, aimed at the avatar. The avatar reached out midair, fingertips grazing the sword's hilt. As the silver radiance of psychic enhancement and the crimson glow of muscle enhancement simultaneously emanated, transforming its form into a silver arc, charging towards Baijia's besieged area. Whoosh! Yu Yichuan's throwing knives pierced the air with a sharp whistle, now mere moments away. Baijia's pallid complexion, drained of blood, slowed her movements. The hastily formed water shield barely rippled before being pierced by the throwing knives like parchment. Dodge! The Avatar's command and the urgent whistle of the wind coincided. The mind control force field, like an invisible hand, yanked by Jiejia's collar, pulling her aside. The throwing knife grazed her shoulder, snipping a lock of her hair, and embedded itself into the rock wall behind her, leaving a gaping hole as debris cascaded down. The Avatar spun into the fray, manipulating the short sword with invisible psychic energy to carve out 3 afterimages, accurately intercepting the subsequent 3 throwing knives. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of blade meeting knife resonated across the battlefield. In the instant the last throwing knife was deflected, the golden patterns of insight rapidly whirled within the Avatar's pupils, locking onto Yu Ichuan, who was toying with Bai Jejia. The familiar psychic energy fluctuations caused Yu Ichuan's brow to furrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. You also possess mind control? He quickly raised his gaze towards Lin Yuan's main body, which had swiftly dealt with the large brute. Impressive. His fox-like eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc as his tone turned suddenly severe. Multiple talents? No, wait. 3 diamond-shaped darts slipped from his sleeve, the psychic force field enveloping the darts in a triangular formation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The trajectories of the darts twisted like living serpents, tracing 3 intricate arcs in the air. The Avatar's pupils glimmered with golden patterns. The short sword, under the subtle control of mind control, traced a Z-shaped afterimage. Cling, cling, cling. The 3 darts were precisely struck down, quivering as they embedded into the ground. The distance between the 2 rapidly closed to 10 meters, and an invisible psychic force field collided explosively. Given the accumulation of many psychic energies from the corpses of exotic beasts, Lin Yuan's mental avatar had already reached the 4th tier, equating his mind control level to Yu Ichuan's. Boom. An invisible shockwave sent debris flying, and Yu Ichuan stumbled back 3 steps, his eyes filled with astonishment. Such tremendous power, your psychic precision must be over 90. Who on earth are you? His voice trembled, possessing so many talents and such potent mental energy. What kind of monster was he? Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's main body tossed several vials of potions to Bai Jejia, observing her stubbornly reddening eyes, and a gentle smile graced his lips. Jejia, you've worked hard. Leave the rest to me. At the same time, Lin Yuan's main body activated the charge talent, unleashing a ring of sonic boom clouds beneath his feet. The green light of Sharpen on the Moonshadow blade flickered erratically, tearing through the air like a serpent's tongue, aimed straight at Gu Linqing. Gu Linqing grinned as he swung his knife, the spatial ripples on his silver-gray armor expanding suddenly. The ice sword conjured by Gu Qingqing began to shatter in the distorted force field, and an almost imperceptible spatial blade quietly emerged, slicing toward her body like the scythe of death. Shatter. Lin Yuan's true form wielded the Moonshadow blade to block, its blade humming and vibrating as the power of the wind surged violently into the edge, transforming into a high-speed rotating spiral drill that collided fiercely with the spatial blade. The sound of tearing echoed through the air, distorting even the surrounding light. Gu Linqing's pupils constricted as he realized that the black blade entwined with the wind had indeed resisted the space cutting. How intriguing! Can an A-level wind be this powerful? His gaze swept over Lin Yuan with astonishment, noting the doppelganger, wind power, and a series of enhancement skills that the true body possessed. You are truly a madman. How can you maintain such an abundance of spiritual energy without chaos within? For scions of noble families like them, non-top-tier talents could be selectively acquired through high-grade spiritual energy crystals, but no one dared to choose talents with disparate origins, let alone be greedy. Those with S-tier talents, like him, wouldn't he even dare to touch a second talent. His fingers trembled slightly in shock beneath his battle armor as Gu Linqing's voice grew heavy. I have never encountered a seer like you. Reaching the awakening realm is akin to climbing to the heavens. Lei Qinxiong, watching from the screen, nodded in agreement and sighed. While he indeed possesses countless means in the awakening realm, the path of cultivation ahead will likely be arduous. Lin Yuan's eyes glimmered with a mix of golden and silvery light, and without further ado, the Moonshadow blade's azure glow intensified. Then I shall become the strongest in the awakening realm. The vortex of wind surged violently, and the spatial blade shattered like glass. Gu Qingqing, witnessing Lin Yuan's true form soaring toward her, exchanged a knowing glance, and once more conjured an ice sword to launch an assault alongside Lin Yuan against Gu Linqing. With a cold grunt, Gu Linqing maximized the spatial power under his battle armor, manifesting a transparent sphere, spatial prism. As he moved, an immense pressure, akin to a mountain, descended upon Lin Yuan and Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing coughed, blood staining her icy blue skirt. The spatial suppression intensified, and with great effort. She pointed her fingers. Extreme Frost Prism. Ice crystals stubbornly coalesced within the distorted force field, creating a refracting passage for Lin Yuan. Understanding her intent, Lin Yuan drove the Moonshadow blade through the ice prism. Moonlight pierces the clouds. The azure-white blade light refracted 3 times through the ice mirror, its trajectory as cunning as a venomous dragon emerging from its lair. Gu Linqing hastily formed a spatial shield to block, only to see the blade light explode into hundreds of wind needles midair. The wind needles rained down upon the cracks in his battle armor, causing the spatial prism to shatter with a resounding crash. The remaining wind needles struck his armor, yet it remained utterly unscathed. How interesting. Gu Linqing tightened his grip on the peculiar long blade in his hand. Rather than fear, a fierce battle spirit ignited within him, and the spatial fluctuations around him grew increasingly violent. Ichuan, grant me full liberation of the battle armor's enhancements. This lad may be a variable. With Gu Linqing's command, both of them pressed their hands against their energy cores. Their battle armors instantly activated, enveloping them in a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Zhang Meng stared wide-eyed at the two, astonished by their rapidly escalating aura. This is outrageous. It can be played like this too. Lei Qinxiong frowned and sighed at the same time. Chapter 46, by Jiejia's Wisdom. The Application of Water. Buzz. A piercing hum suddenly erupted as Yu Ichuan's spiritual energy battle armor core erupted with blinding blue light, as if he had captured the very thunder of the heavens within his chest. The enhancement modules fully activated, and a ferocious aura surged like a tsunami, distorting the air and causing the surrounding light to ripple. He clenched one hand, and 9 beams of cold light coalesced between his fingers, each a finely crafted throwing knife gleaming with a toxic cold radiance. The pretense of gentleness that had adorned his face washed away like the tide, leaving only the swelling silver light in his pupils and an almost palpable cold, killing intent. What does it matter if it boasts 90% precision? Yu Ichuan's voice was as cold and hard as metal scraping against metal. I possess S-tier battle soldiers with 9-fold thunder tribulations, and with the enhancement of battle armor, my total psychic energy far exceeds yours. Crush him. At the moment his command fell, he spread his fingers wide and pressed down fiercely toward Lin Yuan's doppelganger. Boom. The invisible psychic field suddenly thickened like molten iron, a pressure akin to tons of seawater crashing down enveloped the battlefield. The air groaned under the unbearable weight, and even the light seemed to sink slightly under this force. The 9 throwing knives howled through the air, tearing towards Lin Yuan and by Jiejia from 9 expertly calculated angles. Lin Yuan's doppelganger's pupils swirled with golden patterns. The moment, Eye of Insight, activated. The weak points within the opposing psychic field became clear as a map. He chose not to withstand it head-on, activating Light Body Talent. His figure transformed into a wisp of willow fluff, sliding sideways with uncanny precision just before the immense pressure struck. The heavy psychic field crashed down where his afterimage had been, driving deep into the ground and creating a palm-shaped pit half a foot deep, scattering debris like dust. Jiejia. The doppelganger called out, releasing the short sword from his hand, which, guided by psychic control, became a silver streak aimed precisely at the core node of Yu Ichuan's control over the throwing knives, a fatal flaw he had identified through Eye of Insight, intending to disrupt the opponent's psychic output. Simultaneously, his gaze turned to Bai Jiejia. The girl had already gritted her teeth and swallowed the potion Lin Yuan had handed her, the gaping wound on her shoulder rapidly healing under the potion's influence, while her pale face regained a hint of color. Yet, her eyes burned with a fierce mixture of defiance and anger, resembling a dying beast that refused to bow. She instantly grasped the doppelganger's intent, gazing at Yu Ichuan, enveloped in a psychic halo not far away, her eyes flashing with determination. 1,000 waves of water curtain. She slammed her hands against the ground, disregarding the excruciating pain from her shoulder wound, forcibly channeling the remnant spiritual energy within her. The remaining puddles on the plaza, the currents flowing beneath, and even the water vapor suspended in the air were all madly siphoned and gathered. Towering water walls shot up from nowhere, stacking like a labyrinth, instantly segmenting the entire battlefield, isolating Yu Ichuan, Lin Yuan's doppelganger, and herself into 3 separate zones. The murky water churned violently between the walls, not only severely obstructing visibility, but also serving as an invisible barrier hindering the transmission of the psychic field and the targeting trajectories of the throwing knives. Yu Ichuan was suddenly surrounded by the water curtain, his brows knitting tightly. The trajectories of the controlled throwing knives became sluggish and distorted under the resistance of the water and visual interference, forcing him to divert some psychic energy to attempt to disperse this annoying water barrier. Just as he was distracted, Lin Yuan's doppelganger moved. He instantly comprehended Bai Jiejia's strategy. This vast water curtain was not merely a defense, but a battleground crafted specifically for him. Yu Yichuan's violent psychic energy and vision were significantly weakened in the water, obliterating his ranged advantage. Without hesitation, he maximized the light body and charge talents, while Eye of Insight and Dragon Sense locked onto Yu Yichuan's presence. He transformed into a silver streak racing close to the ground, ignoring the thick water curtain's obstruction, his skin shimmering with the unique pale golden glow of hardened skin. You seek death. Yu Yichuan sensed the imminent threat, and his eyes flared with ferocity. He decisively abandoned the precise control over the distant throwing knives. The remaining 3 knives swiftly returned to defend, like 3 venomous snakes lunging at Lin Yuan's doppelganger from lethal angles, throat, back, and knee. Suddenly, a substantial telekinetic shield coalesced before him, radiating an impressive defensive aura. His clone's eyes were devoid of any turbulence. As the Dongshi Jiang had already illuminated the trajectory of the flying daggers with meticulous precision, unyielding in his forward momentum. His body exhibited astonishing flexibility and foresight while moving at high speed, twisting to evade the sharp edge aimed at his back, tilting his head to dodge the cold gleam targeting his throat, and bending his knee to avoid the lethal strike aimed at his leg. 3 fierce blades of light grazed his skin, the ensuing gust of wind instantaneously tearing his robe apart, while 1 dagger merely grazed his covered arm, leaving behind a faint white mark without breaking the skin. What? As Yu Yichuan witnessed his opponent's ghostly evasion of deadly attacks, drawing perilously close. His pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. In haste, he thrust the telekinetic shield forward, hoping to thwart this imminent threat. Yet, the clone's speed was swifter. In the split moment before colliding with the shield, he crouched low, employing not for assault, but rather, it surged beneath his feet, erupting with a minute, yet concentrated upward thrust. Boom! The clone, as if treading upon invisible steps, soared above the telekinetic shield with perilous grace. The short sword, already summoned back to his hand through Nangkong, shimmered with the intertwining brilliance of Lingning Chenghua and the sharpened glimmer of Feihua, erupting in a dazzling dual-colored radiance. Suspended in midair, his body formed a perpendicular angle with the ground, and the short sword transformed into a silver meteor, piercing towards the unguarded crown of Yu Yichuan with relentless ferocity. Before the blade could reach its target, the sheer sharpness pierced into Yu Yichuan's scalp, sending a tingling sensation coursing through him, causing his hair to stand on end. No. The shadow of death swiftly enveloped him, and Yu Yichuan let out a terrified scream. In a frantic attempt, he could only channel every remaining ounce of telekinetic energy into a thin, hastily formed protective layer atop his head, while desperately contorting his body to evade this fatal strike. Observing this, Lin Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. His aim was never the seemingly critical spot atop Yu Yichuan's head. With a swift thrust, the short sword effortlessly tore through the makeshift telekinetic shield. Chapter 47. Refraction of the ice prism. The ethereal blue glow of Dongchadrian, intertwined with the searing pulse of Ongan, within the perception domain. As Lin Yuan's vision swiftly peeled away the flickering blue light of the battle armor, precisely honing in on the almost invisible seam at the shoulder of the energy armor, the most critical weak point in the entire defensive system. In a flash of cold light, the short sword plunged unimpeded into Yu Yichuan's left scapula, the Royoa, enhanced blade slicing through flesh and bone as if it were butter. At the moment the blade broke through his body, a fountain of scalding blood erupted into the air, splattering onto the frigid pavement of the square, emitting a faint sizzling sound. Ack! A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Yu Yichuan's throat, as the agonizing pain surged through him like a tidal wave, causing him to lose all control over his telekinetic energy and armor. 3 daggers, now devoid of concentrated telekinetic energy, clattered to the ground. While the cascading water curtain set by Bai Jieji collapsed with a thunderous crash, turbulent waters swirling and pooling into a shallow puddle across the square. The clone landed without a hint of hesitation, bringing his foot down heavily upon Yu Yichuan's chest. Crack! The sharp sound of breaking bones resonated alongside the dull thud of impact, sending Yu Yichuan flying like a discarded sack, blood gushing from his mouth as he crashed against a distant wall, sliding down its cracked surface. The energy armor upon his chest was significantly dented, its flickering blue light dimming rapidly, akin to a candle struggling against the wind, ultimately rendered powerless, leaving only his body writhing in pain upon the ground. Bai Jieji, clutching her still aching shoulder, stepped slowly towards the clone. Gazing at the imposing silver figure, her eyes sparkled with admiration, her previously tense body finally relaxing. as she exhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling with the tremors of survival. Lin Yuan turned his head to regard the girl's pale, yet smiling visage. A slight grin gracing his lips as he offered her a crisp thumbs up. Almost simultaneously with the clone's assault, Gu Linqing's armor erupted with violent spatial fluctuations. A pale violet ripple expanding like waves upon water, as the amplification module activated fully. The elongated silver blade in his hand gleamed brilliantly. The ripples of distorted space spreading out like tangible waves, forcing Gu Qingqing back several steps. The blood at her lips staining deeper as her frail form swayed amidst the turbulence. Humph, what does amplification matter? Lin Yuan's gaze was razor-sharp, penetrating the chaotic spatial fluctuations with Dongcha Jian, locking onto the core node of Gu Linqing's energy flow, as well as the hidden seam of the armor's amplification module. The wind surged around him with a deafening roar, his garments fluttering wildly as the crimson aura of Ball flickered momentarily in his eyes, his momentum, far from waning amidst the fierce battle, coiled tighter like a bowstring brimming with tension. Qingqing, Lin Yuan called out sharply, his words slicing through the air like thunder. Ice prism, spatial weak point, left 3, right 7, 45 degrees upwards. Gu Qingqing initially froze, evidently taken aback by Lin Yuan's profound understanding of her talent. Gritting her silver teeth, she forcefully suppressed the turmoil within her, her jade hands swiftly forming seals, as the ice-based energy surged forth without restraint, causing the temperature in the air to plummet. The extreme freeze, 1000 prism domain. More densely and brilliantly than before, ice-blue prisms rapidly materialized before her. Not to defend against Gu Linqing's assault, but strictly following Lin Yuan's guidance, precisely positioned at several specific angles. The angles of the ice mirrors were meticulously adjusted, their surfaces reflecting faint glimmers, reminiscent of a lurking predator. As Gu Linqing gazed at the ice mirrors, an inexplicable jolt surged within him, an intense sense of foreboding coiling around him like a creeping vine. He dared not delay further, gripping his long knife tightly, infusing it with spatial power, causing the air around the blade to distort. Spatial annihilation slash. With a sudden swing, a more refined and terrifying spatial blade instantaneously formed. No longer merely a cut, but carrying the cataclysmic force of localized spatial collapse, silently, yet swiftly slicing towards Lin Yuan and Gu Qingqing. Wherever it passed, light warped, and the air seemed devoured, leaving behind a pitch-black trail. Just as this annihilating blade approached, Lin Yuan sprang into action. He did not confront it head-on, nor did he entirely evade. The wind beneath his feet erupted violently, propelling him forward rather than retreating, charging towards the terrifying spatial blade at an angle, aiming directly for the ice prism that Gu Qingqing had so skillfully adjusted. Now is the moment. On the Moonshadow long knife, the wind power compressed to its utmost emitted a piercing shriek, forming a highly concentrated, rapidly spinning spiral wind drill. His swing was not a slash but a precise thrust, driving that spiral wind drill forcefully into the heart of the ice prism. Buzz. The ice prism trembled violently, its mirror surface shining brilliantly. Lin Yuan's strike, infused with Lingneng Changhua, Shishir Kongbao, and all of his corporeal strength, was instantaneously refracted, deflected, and accelerated by the peculiar power of the ice prism. Indeed, this was the S-grade ice attribute's unique capacity for energy refraction. The spiral wind drill traced an incredible zigzag path across the mirror surface, as if endowed with the property of spatial leap, remarkably evading the oncoming edge of the spatial annihilation slash, shooting towards an unpredictable destination. What? Gu Linqing was struck with sheer terror, his pupils abruptly constricting. He watched in horror as the lethal spiral drill emerged, like a specter, from an angle he could not possibly defend against, precisely at the juncture where the battle armor's amplification module and the energy transmission node intersected, seemingly materializing from thin air. It was too swift, too cunning. It completely surpassed the limits of his reaction. With a piercing sound, the spiral drill, infused with Lin Yuan's utmost power, forcefully penetrated the gap beneath Gu Linqing's left rib in his battle armor. The shrill sound of tearing metal filled the air as the Azure energy circuit was instantly overloaded, resulting in an explosion. The violent elemental wind energy rampaged within the battle armor, shredding and slicing as if countless daggers were mercilessly carving through flesh. Ag! Gu Linqing emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his body feeling as though it had been struck by a colossal hammer, violently propelled by the shockwave of the explosion. The silver-gray armor on his left rib erupted, creating a gaping hole the size of a basin, its edges a grotesque blend of melted metal and charred circuitry, with broken ribs faintly visible amidst the mangled flesh. Blood gushed forth like a fountain from the rupture, and his mouth, staining half the sky crimson. The spatial long knife in his hand slipped free, spiraling through the air before embedding itself into the distant ground with a thud. His body traced a heavy parabolic arc through the air before crashing down, rolling for several meters before coming to a halt. The faceplate shattered, revealing a visage twisted in agony, horror, and disbelief. He attempted to struggle, but the intense pain and severe damage to his psychic circuitry rendered him unable to move even a finger, only able to emit ragged gasps that sounded like a wheezing bellows. The spatial blade, having lost its master-esque control, reluctantly dissipated into the air after shattering a few shards of ice, leaving behind a gradually calming spatial disturbance. The wind began to subside, the ice crystals slowly melting and dripping, forming small streams upon the ground. Lin Yuan stood firm, the moonlit blade angled towards the ground, a few drops of blood sliding down its edge. The wind continued to swirl around him, his gaze as piercing as ice. Chapter 48. The sudden appearance of a half-beastman splendid. Lei Qianxiong suddenly leaned forward, his knuckles unconsciously tightening around the armrest as he watched Lin Yuan's team maneuvering on the virtual screen, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his murky eyes. Utilizing the dense water to disrupt the trajectory of psychic energy, and employing the rigidity of ice to refract and weaken spatial cuts. These children-esque combat instincts are truly those of natural hunters of the battlefield. Tang Xuanyu lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Gu Linsheng was indeed too arrogant. It seems that Qinsheng has won her bet against her family. Lei Qianxiong's gaze remained fixated on Lin Yuan at the center of the screen, his voice betraying an undeniable awe. Such terrifying combat talent, coupled with precision control over his body. If he were not a god perceiver, one can hardly imagine the heights he could achieve in the future. What a pity. Tang Xuanyu gently shook his head, his tone laced with regret. Such a mixed talent would likely struggle to surpass the threshold of the Ningyuan realm due to physical limitations. Such a promising seed, ultimately constrained by his physique. Lei Qianxiong furrowed his brow slightly, his fingers stroking his chin. I wonder if those top-tier academies will overlook his transgressions for this talent. Before he could finish speaking, a thick, inky black mist suddenly surged from the corner of the screen, engulfing the entire image like spilled ink. What is happening? Lei Qianxiong sprang to his feet, his brow furrowing into a knot. Other areas maintained normal signals. Tang Xuanyu swiftly switched through the images, pointing to the still-clear student combat scenes, his expression darkening. Only Lin Yuan's team had lost contact. This is unusual. Lei Qianxiong spoke gravely, immediately contacting the patrolling teachers at the city center square. Yes, Commander Lei. A soldier in military attire responded promptly, striding towards the communicator in the corner. However, all he received through the receiver was a monotonous, busy tone. He turned back. Confusion etched on his face. Report, we cannot reach the patrolling teachers. Lei Qianxiong's expression hardened. Seizing his coat from the back of the chair as he headed for the door, I shall go to the scene. Meanwhile, the smoke at the city center square had yet to dissipate. Lin Yuan's avatar returned to his main body, kneeling on the ground, propping himself up with the moonlit blade. His chest heaving violently, cold sweat dripping along his jawline. Gu Qinsheng stood beside him, gazing at his pale yet resolute back, her eyes filled with complex emotions, ultimately transforming into a barely audible thank you. Bai Jiejia, however, seemed entirely unconcerned with the atmosphere, exclaiming with excitement, Lin Yuan, you are so formidable. I knew it was right to follow you. We even trounced the team from Jiangxing Noble Academy. She dashed over to collect the scattered wristbands on the ground, her fingers swiftly gliding across the virtual panel, watching their team's points soar on the leaderboard at a visible speed, far outpacing the second place. She kicked the unconscious opponent on the ground, her once pallid face regaining some color. This is fantastic. Our ranking is secured. Suddenly, a piercing chill, mingled with a potent scent of sulfur, wafted from the eastern side of the square. Lin Yuan abruptly looked up, his pupils shrinking. This was not natural mist, but a rolling mass of ominous black fog, visibly encroaching upon them. Within the black mist, a strange figure slowly materialized. A voice, raspy as sandpaper, pierced through the fog, laced with a venomous smirk. Humph, you possess some skill, Lin Yuan. But in your current state, can you withstand me? Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the moonlit blade, the blade still bearing traces of fresh blood. Upon recognizing the figure's form, his pupils constricted in shock. Li Hongyu, how have you transformed into this inhuman, ghostly state? You resemble the half-beastman from that day. Bai Jiejia also stepped forward, the excitement on her face evaporating instantly, replaced by vigilance. But he seemed to retain some semblance of his consciousness. The black mist gradually dispersed, revealing Li Hongyu in full. His face was covered in strange crimson scales, veins bulging on his neck, and a tail, adorned with fine scales, sprouted inexplicably from behind him. His once pitch-black eyes had transformed into crimson slits, fixated intently on Lin Yuan, as if intent on devouring him whole. "It is all thanks to you," Li Hongyu roared, his voice rife with seething hatred. Lin Yuan slowly straightened himself, despite his limbs trembling slightly from the earlier bloodthirsty frenzy. His gaze remained sharp. "Have you encountered those from the divine lineage?" "Ha ha ha, the younger generation shows some insight." Suddenly, a vague dark figure coalesced from the black mist behind Li Hongyu, its voice dripping with mockery. "I can sense the chaotic aura emanating from you. A god perceiver? How intriguing. Behold, your thorn in the eye is right here. I have blocked all signals in this vicinity. Just right. Let us test your current strength and settle your grievances." Li Hongyu's slit-like pupils shone with a golden light, his muscles bulging abruptly, his already formidable frame growing even larger. He stomped the ground, causing the concrete to crack in a spiderweb pattern, his figure transforming into a blur, moving several times faster than before, charging directly at Lin Yuan. Bai Jiajia's pupils dilated in terror, the fear of her previous encounter with a half-beastman flooding her mind. She had no time to think, quickly forming seals with her hands, and several water dragons surged forth from her palms, spiraling towards Li Hongyu. However, as soon as those water dragons encountered the searing heat radiating from Li Hongyu, they instantly transformed into mist, not even brushing against his clothing. "Did you think such trivial tricks could ensnare me?" Li Hongyu scoffed, erupting into a furious roar. That roar resonated like a beast's howl, igniting a fierce flame upon his body, the scorching energy causing the surrounding temperature to soar dramatically. His aura surged steadily, ultimately stabilizing at the pinnacle of the fourth tier. Flames roared to the heavens. With a fierce shout, two blazing orbs of fire coalesced in his fists, exuding a devastating energy as they were hurled towards Lin Yuan. Frowning deeply, Lin Yuan felt the agonizing aftereffects of bloodthirsty rampage, leaving his body sore and his spiritual energy significantly depleted. He could only rely on the residual effects of lightness and wind power to evade the flames with great difficulty. Seizing the opportunity to dodge, he swiftly withdrew a vial of restorative potion and gulped it down, while grasping several energy crystals tightly in his palm, drawing upon his innate talent to absorb their energy frantically. "Is evasion all you can do?" Beastified, Li Hongyu had grown increasingly irritable, his attacks becoming ever more ferocious. The figure cloaked in black mist chuckled softly, his voice laced with seduction. "Indeed, the power of a dragon is commendable. Your S-class talent truly can harness it. Why not test your new abilities? See how well you can merge with it?" The golden light in Li Hongyu's eyes intensified, his speed surging once more, gradually enabling him to keep pace with Lin Yuan, his claws slicing dangerously through the air around him. Lin Yuan could only brandish the Moonshadow blade to block, the clash of blade and claw resonating with a jarring metallic screech. Chapter 49. You can evade, but can they? The Eye of Insight had already unfurled golden patterns deep within Lin Yuan's pupils. In his vision, an orb of distorted spiritual energy hovered just behind Li Hongyu's neck, a familiar fluctuation that unmistakably mirrored the alien beast energy crystal embedded in the half-orc he had previously slain. A crystal wave akin to that of the Earth Dragon? As this doubt fleetingly crossed his mind, his expression darkened like a frozen pond. A chilling, malevolent aura surged forth, and Lin Yuan could distinctly sense the power surging within Li Hongyu. That human body had been refined to rival that of a king-class alien beast. Coupled with his innate S-class talent, he now appeared even more enigmatic and terrifying than a pure king-class alien beast. Humans struggle against king-class alien beasts of the same tier, not only due to their unmatched physical prowess, but also because alien beasts can harness various racial talents, rendering their techniques far superior to those of humans. "Humph. You may run fast, but can they?" Suddenly halting his pursuit, Li Hongyu's blazing beastly eyes turned sharply to the side. There, Gu Qingcheng and Bai Jiajia sat weakly on the ground, vulnerable at their most feeble moment. With a low growl, his body transformed into a projectile enveloped in searing winds, hurtling towards the two women with the force of annihilation. Qingcheng, Jiajia, Lin Yuan's pupils constricted like needles. Having just endured an intense battle, his limbs felt as though they would shatter, and his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Forcing himself to activate the charge skill, his body felt as heavy as lead, ultimately lagging by a fraction of a second. Gu Qingcheng clenched her silver teeth, disregarding the tumult within her body and the dizziness brought on by her drained spiritual energy. She swiftly formed seals with her hands, conjuring a shield of ice as thin as a cicada's wing before her. The crystalline surface trembled slightly. Bai Jiejia also shouted, expending her last vestige of spiritual energy to hastily form two slender streams of water, attempting to ensnare the fiery figure and impede its advance. However, against the fourth-tier pinnacle beastified Li Hongyu, such defenses were akin to paper. Crack. Sizzle. The ice shield shattered into a flurry of ice crystals, and the water vaporized into a thick mist upon encountering the intense heat. The flaming fist continued unabated, striking down upon the defenseless women with temperatures capable of melting steel. At that critical moment, a flicker of resolve crossed Lin Yuan's eyes. He abruptly abandoned the futile pursuit, gripping the Moonshadow blade tightly and thrusting it into the ground to stabilize his faltering form. With his left hand, he opened his fingers wide, no longer concealing the secret he had deliberately suppressed, reaching out into the void towards Li Hongyu's back. Earth power, dark power. Earthly bindings, dark bindings. A rich yellow earth element surged from the ground, entwining around Li Hongyu's flames like chains. While it could not diminish the flame's ferocity, it weighed heavily upon the frenzied beast, causing his movements to falter noticeably. Not far off, the shadowy figure suspended in the black mist narrowed its eyes as it observed Lin Yuan suddenly unleashing two entirely different talents. A contemplative expression emerged on its indistinct face, pondering whether this youth possessed something extraordinary. Just then, Li Hongyu's charging form abruptly froze, not due to a tangible attack, but because the shadow beneath him seemed to come alive, transforming into a viscous, ink-like mire that erupted with powerful pulling and slowing forces. This binding was not physical. It directly affected the connection between his beast form and the shadows, precisely disrupting his balance and rhythm. Simultaneously, a distorted phantom, nearly identical to Li Hongyu's true form and composed of pure shadow energy, surged forth from the shadows beside him under Lin Yuan's deliberate guidance, exuding a bone-chilling intent aimed directly at his flank. This sudden and bizarre attack completely caught the beastified Li Hongyu off guard, whose mind had become increasingly simplistic and frenzied. Although he possessed dragon sense, at this moment, all of it was devoted to locking onto Lin Yuan's true form and the two women in front of him, leaving him unprepared for the deceptive assault emerging from his own shadow and the side. What is this? A mix of surprise and fury surged within him as his forward momentum was violently halted by the shadow. Confused by the phantom, he instinctively twisted his body and swung his claws, the fiery talons slashing towards the encroaching shadow clone. It was this fleeting moment of hesitation and distraction that granted Lin Yuan his opportunity. Swish! Lin Yuan moved. He chose not to confront directly, but instead summoned the last remnants of wind power within him to its utmost limit. Coupled with the lightness skill, he glided just above the ground, merging with the gale like a specter, slipping through the gap exposed by Li Hongyu's turn, and instantly positioned himself before Gu Qingsheng and Bai Jiejia. The Moonshadow blade crossed before his chest, its blade illuminated by the intertwining azure glow of sharpen and the remaining silvery brilliance of spiritual energy enhancement, emitting a low, resilient hum. His gaze was as cold as eternal ice, firmly locking onto the furious Li Hongyu, who was enraged by being toyed with. Roar! A mere trick. Seeing Lin Yuan standing before his targets, Li Hongyu descended into complete rage. The flames enveloping him surged dramatically, the intense heat warping the surrounding air, even causing the fragments of stone on the ground to begin to heat up. He abandoned all flashy maneuvers, consolidating his entire strength into his burning claws, and, with the might to incinerate all, charged forth once more. This time, his dragon sense ensnared Lin Yuan like a spider's web, intent on tearing apart the obstructive barrier along with the two women behind it. Lin Yuan. Gu Qingsheng gazed at the not-so-wide yet exceptionally resolute figure standing before her, her heart trembling violently, tears welling in her eyes as she desperately attempted to summon ice energy once more, even if just a trace of cold seeped from her fingertips. Bai Jiejia gritted her teeth, her pale face resolute as she sought to draw upon even the slightest moisture from the air. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, ignoring the piercing pain coursing through his meridians and the dizziness from his depleted spiritual energy. He could not retreat. The golden patterns of the Eye of Insight whirled chaotically within his pupils, functioning like a finely tuned instrument, calculating every tremor of Li Hongyu's muscles, the flow of each flame energy, and the rhythm of his breaths. He was searching, seeking that slender thread that would decide the outcome. The energy crystal fluctuation node behind Li Hongyu's neck, enshrouded in raging flames. Just as he had done against the half-orc, that spot was the core of his power, the sole vulnerability. However, at this moment, Li Hongyu's state far surpassed that of the previous half-beasts. His speed, strength, and defense had all surged to terrifying levels. More importantly, he retained his human consciousness, understanding how to conceal his vital points. That crystal was enveloped in layers of raging fiery spirit energy, like a gem hidden deep within a volcano, exceedingly difficult to locate and even harder to touch. As the burning claws, exuding the aura of death, descended upon him, Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the Moonshadow blade, his arm muscles taut like a drawn bowstring, gathering every remnant of spiritual energy from his clones into the blade. In his mind, all his talents glowed intensely, preparing to confront this inescapable strike head-on. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed across the plaza, and the violent energy shockwave radiated outward. Lin Yuan's figure resembled a kite torn apart by a fierce wind. Suddenly, a sharp sweetness surged in his throat. Blood mixed with shattered breath spewed forth as his body flew back like a severed thread. Gu Qingqing and Bai Jiajia's startled screams shattered the plaza's silence. They hurried forward, their fingertips barely catching the hem of his falling clothes, exerting all their strength to cradle his heavy body. A dull pain of colliding bones instantly radiated from their palms. At that moment, a shadowy figure floating within the dense black mist, who had been watching coldly as if enjoying a spectacle, suddenly emitted a brief, soft exclamation. His indistinct face shifted slightly, precisely aiming toward the eastern side of the plaza. There, violent purple thunder rent the heavy air, surging like an enraged dragon breaking through the black fog, swiftly approaching with the might to annihilate all. His hoarse voice, wrapped in the chill of the black mist, carried a faint trace of regret and a hint of malicious amusement. TSK, the annoying pest runs quite fast. Li Hongyu. The game is over. Li Hongyu's eyes blazed crimson like blood, fixating fiercely on the feeble Lin Yuan cradled in Gu Qingqing's arms. The murderous intent surging within his chest nearly shattered his reason. He roared in fury, "Don't bother me. I will kill him." The black shadow slowly shook his head. Fingers distinctly jointed lifting casually, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "As my creation, how could you refuse your master's command?" Before the words had faded, Li Hongyu's movements stiffened abruptly, as if bound by invisible shackles. In the next moment, their figures faded and dispersed along with the spreading black mist. The shadow glanced deeply one last time at Lin Yuan lying in the embrace of the two women. A sinister curve seemed to twitch at the corner of the shadow's mouth. A uniquely gifted individual, stacking so many talents, and yet not breaking apart. Interesting. Worth my careful study. Perhaps I can craft an even more perfect creation. I shall return for you. The black mist dissipated completely within moments, and a figure wrapped in crackling thunder swiftly arrived. The speed was so extreme that Bai Jiajia and Gu Qingqing, still recovering, could only gape in astonishment. Such astonishing velocity. Bai Jiajia widened her eyes, staring at Lei Qianxiong, who was enveloped in purple lightning. Her fingertips trembled slightly, as the surrounding air brimmed with the terrifying aura of thunder, 100-fold more dreadful than that on Lin Jiachen. Each strand carried a heart-stopping sense of destruction. Lei Qianxiong's gaze swept over Lin Yuan in Gu Qingqing's arms. Rubbing his stubbled chin with rough fingers, he displayed not a trace of solemnity, but rather a hint of admiration. "Good lad, possessing the swiftest wind attribute talent. Yet you are the first to fall. You are tougher than I imagined, worthy of my attention. If no one wants you, I, Lei Qianxiong, shall nurture you." At that moment, a man in military uniform hurried over, panting heavily as he steadied himself on his knees. After catching his breath, he reported loudly, "Reporting, officer. All the patrolling teachers nearby have been knocked out at the plaza entrance, and students in various areas have also been attacked. Residual Shadow Clan energy of S-rank intensity has disrupted communications in this vicinity." Lei Qianxiong nodded slightly, but furrowed his brows. Teachers at the pinnacle of the Ningyuan realm were silently subdued. This infiltrator at the exam site is no minor adversary. He turned toward the pale and weakened Bai Jiajia and Gu Qingqing, softening his tone somewhat. "Enough, time is short, and your conditions prevent further progress. This practical assessment ends here. Rest assured, your scores will be calculated according to standard evaluation." No sooner had he spoken than he gestured, and several uniformed men approached with stretchers, carefully lifting Lin Yuan and the others before hastening toward the armored vehicle waiting outside the plaza. "Where's this place?" "And Li Hongyu?" Lin Yuan abruptly sat up from the bed, the pungent scent of disinfectant immediately invading his nostrils, causing him to frown. He scanned his surroundings, realizing he was in a pristine white hospital room. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. "You're awake, lad. You've been unconscious for 2 days," came a familiar middle-aged voice. Following the sound, Lin Yuan saw Lei Qianxiong holding a blue-covered dossier, seated beside his bed, his gaze lifting from the document with a scrutinizing expression. "Officer Lei," Lin Yuan greeted, struggling to sit up. only to be gently pressed down by Lei Qianxiong's hand. "You're finally awake, Lin Yuan," exclaimed by Jia from the other side of the room, lying on her own bed. Though her face was still pale, her eyes shone with joy. "What exactly happened? Where are Li Hongyu and that shadowy figure?" Lin Yuan inquired urgently. Lei Qianxiong frowned, his tone tinged with regret. "By the time I arrived, they had already fled." Judging from the residual aura at the scene, at least one Spirit Realm Shadow clan member infiltrated the exam site. Li Hongyu and the shadow vanished together. "This was my oversight. But your assessment results will be processed normally." His expression grave, Lei Qianxiong continued. "Many students have gone missing within the exam area, likely abducted for transformation. Just like Li Hongyu." He nodded slightly, lowering his head to peruse the documents, his fingers tapping lightly on the paper. "You fought the transformed Li Hongyu. Tell me, what impression did he leave?" Lin Yuan scratched his head, closing his eyes to recollect the brutal battle, his tone gradually growing serious. "After transformation, his most notable change was the immense enhancement of his physical abilities, strength and speed far beyond before. Moreover, the spirit energy crystal on the back of his neck must be an A-rank fire dragon class. Under its amplification, he possessed the physique of a king-class beast and could wield some dragon talents." Lei Qianxiong activated the smart bracelet on his wrist, and a holographic projection appeared in the center of the ward, displaying fragments of footage from the exam site. Communications were severed. "This is all we have." Relieved that the scene of Lin Yuan's full talent eruption had not been recorded, he watched as Li Hongyu blazed with fierce flames, his attacks as ferocious as a beast. "Indeed, as you said, the energy fluctuations indicate he was implanted with the spirit energy crystal of an A-rank blazing earth dragon. Unlike those previous mindless half-beasts, he retained his reason." Furthermore, Gu Qingcheng, her voice weak yet clear, began to analyze. "He now possesses multiple king-class beast talents and obeys that shadow completely. This controllability makes him far more dangerous than earlier transformed subjects." Lei Qianxiong let out a heavy sigh, closing the document with a grave expression. If the Divine Offspring Society were to truly master this controllable transformation technology, the consequences would be unimaginable. "You all should rest well. I must leave first. It is imperative that I locate the missing students." Lin Yuan nodded, powering on his phone to reassure his parents. Suddenly, a message from Chun Ninghai from a day prior popped up, and Lin Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, Director Lei, is it really here?" Lin Yuan's voice quivered with incredulity. Noticing the sudden constriction of Lei Qianxiong's pupils and the frown forming on his brow, he followed Lin Yuan's gaze to the phone in his hand. The screen displayed a frantic message from Chun Ninghai, filled with a desperate plea for help. "Help me. Brother Lin, many people have been captured here. It's terrifying. They can actually transform people like this. You shouldn't have been caught. We were." The message abruptly ceased, as if the sender had been silenced. However, the accompanying photo left Lin Yuan astounded. In it, the once jovial classmates huddled in rusted iron cages, their faces ashen. Outside the cages, several shadowy figures held glimmering crystals, observing the trapped students. Among the cloaked figures, Li Hongyu, whose face was half covered in crimson scales, stood prominently. What struck Lin Yuan with the most shock was the underground tunnel behind them, supported by numerous thick spider webs. "Director Lei, this is the tunnel entrance we discovered during our last mission. It's beneath the old factory from our previous cleanup operation." Lin Yuan suddenly raised his head, his voice tinged with urgency. Upon hearing this, Lei Qianxiong immediately turned back, taking the phone with rough hands and scanning the screen with keen eyes. When he recognized the spider-webbed fissure, his pupils contracted sharply. The crack was indeed the secret passage through which the rodent-like aberrations had infiltrated Jiangsheng during their last mission. Indeed, this cursed place. He lifted his head abruptly, a glint of cold fury igniting in his eyes. His voice, now thick with suppressed rage, declared, "These vermin dare to establish their lair right under our noses and even dare to harm students." He sprang to his feet, his imposing figure casting a large shadow in the hospital room, creating an almost palpable sense of pressure in the air. After a moment of silence, Lei Qianxiong's gaze swept over the three individuals on the hospital bed. "Lin Yuan, I may require your assistance." Lei Qianxiong's tone lost its usual authority, replaced by a resolute decisiveness. "You know your situation well. As a divine perceiver with such a complex array of talents, it is both a blessing and a curse. The chasm of the Ningyuan realm has historically claimed many divine perceivers with intricate endowments like yours. Top-tier academies seek talents who can shine at higher realms, not unpredictable time bombs that may explode upon awakening." Lin Yuan's expression grew contemplative. To conceal his talents, he nodded in agreement, albeit reluctantly. Just as the atmosphere reached a low point, Lei Qianxiong's tone shifted, becoming resolute. "However, I possess a method to facilitate your entry into a top-tier spiritual energy university. Lei Qianxiong, do not fixate on such trivial matters. Your combat talent, adaptability in the heat of battle, and relentless tenacity are the most exceptional I have witnessed in recent years. He stepped closer, leaning in to lock eyes with Lin Yuan, his gaze intense. This rescue is not merely about saving students. It is crucial to dismantling the Divine Offspring Society's stronghold in Jiangqing. I need someone familiar with the terrain, with sharp instincts, capable of engaging in hard-fought battles. The tunnel entrance is concealed, and the situation is unclear. A large-scale assault would only alert them and endanger the hostages. Therefore, I will personally lead a small, elite team into the fray. Lin Yuan, I understand this operation is perilous for someone at the Awakening Realm. Yet, you are the most familiar with that passage, and your presence would be less likely to raise alarms. Time is of the essence. I need your help to pinpoint their location immediately. Are you willing to take this risk with me? I will do my utmost to protect you. Lei Qianxiong's voice resonated like a hammer striking the hospital floor. Come with me. As long as I am alive, I will ensure your safety. If you perform admirably, I will put my reputation on the line and personally write you a recommendation for the Kyoto University's Spiritual Energy Academy. Not as a problem student, but as a distinguished candidate with untapped potential. If they dare refuse, I will topple their admissions office to ensure you gain entry. But, Lei Qianxiong paused, continuing, I cannot guarantee the enemy's maximum combat strength. I may perish as well. However, we cannot afford to dwell on such uncertainties. Those students do not have the luxury of time. They may soon be subjected to transformation. Are you willing to gamble your life with me? The room fell into a silence so profound that they could hear each other's breathing. Lei Qianxiong's weighty promise bore down on Lin Yuan, and without a moment's hesitation, he slowly nodded. No matter how formidable his talent, he required the backing of a spiritual energy university for accelerated growth. Besides, with his abilities, as long as he maintained a clone, he would not truly perish. With resolve, he threw off the covers, moving with a swiftness that belied his recent injuries. 2 days of ample rest, bolstered by top-tier medical resources, had restored him to peak condition, even allowing him to break through to the 4th-tier pinnacle due to the life-and-death experience he had recently endured. Yes, Lin Yuan's voice was calm, yet imbued with tremendous strength. His gaze sharp as a drawn saber. Director Lei, when do we depart? Good lad, you've got guts. Lei Qianxiong's eyes sparkled with appreciation as he patted Lin Yuan's shoulder with enough force to make him stumble slightly. Taking on such a dangerous task, without hesitation. I truly did not misjudge you. Lin Yuan suppressed a smirk, internally musing, what choice do I have? I can't reveal my talent and be captured as a lab rat. Can I? Yet his face remained resolute as he nodded earnestly. This is what I must do. I am familiar with that place. I will go. Gu Qingqing suddenly interjected, her voice determined. However, Lei Qianxiong shook his head. This is a surprise attack. Fewer people are better. Moreover, your cultivation level is too low. Protecting Lin Yuan alone would be a challenge. Gu Qingqing opened her mouth, ultimately letting out a soft sigh. Worry etched on her face as she looked at Lin Yuan. Be careful. Bai Jie nodded vigorously, clenching her small fists. Lin Yuan, you must rescue old Chun and the others. And be wary of that dark figure. Rest assured. Lin Yuan replied briefly, swiftly donning the spare combat uniform provided by Lei Qianxiong. In less than half an hour, a 6-member elite team personally selected by Lei Qianxiong had gathered at the hospital's secret passageway. Aside from Lin Yuan, the other 5 were seasoned military personnel, each exuding a focused demeanor, their eyes sharp. The lowest among them was at the 9th tier of awakening, with 2 having reached the Ningyuan realm. Their gazes toward Lin Yuan held a hint of scrutiny, yet more so reflected absolute obedience to Lei Qianxiong's orders. As the night darkened like ink, an armored vehicle silently departed the urban area, its lights meticulously concealed, racing like a phantom toward the abandoned subway station in the old industrial zone. Lin Yuan quietly closed his eyes, tightly gripping the spiritual energy crystal meant for the assessment and gradually absorbing its power. He expertly halted before the rusted iron gates of the factory, and Lei Qianxiong stepped forward, his broad palm pressing against the icy surface of the door. He turned to the 5 individuals trailing behind him, signaling for silence with a gesture, his voice low and restrained, to avoid alarming the enemy. Lin Yuan and I will enter first. You will remain on guard outside. I will leave a mark with Lei 1. Act only upon my signal. Understood, Commander Lei. The 5 responded in unison, their voices brief yet resolute, their gazes filled with a palpable intensity. Lin Yuan turned and made his way toward a concealed corner of the factory, cloaked in half-dried vines. He parted the greenery to reveal a narrow opening barely wide enough for a single person. A damp, Musty odor mingled with a faint metallic scent assaulted their senses. Lei Qianxiong nodded to his comrades one last time before bending low and following Lin Yuan into the aperture. As soon as they landed, a soft violet lightning aura enveloped Lin Yuan. The previously tumultuous energy of the thunder system now flowed gently around them like a tranquil stream, completely shrouding their presence within a protective barrier. Good. Our presence is concealed. Stay close to me, he whispered, taking the lead up the moss-covered steps of the tunnel. Water droplets seeped from the tunnel walls, and with each step, their footfalls echoed faintly in the elongated space. As they delved deeper, the sounds of muffled beatings and anguished cries grew increasingly distinct, prompting them to halt behind a crumbling wall at the tunnel's end. Peering through a crack, the sight that met Lei Qianxiong's eyes made his fists clench tightly, knuckles whitening. A massive steel cage was crammed with tattered students, some huddled in corners, weeping softly, while others stared vacantly into the void, as if their souls had long departed. Lu Yi was among them. She curled up in the farthest corner of the cage, her once bright eyes now dulled with a layer of despair, blankly observing a companion being beaten nearby, her face expressionless save for the tear stains still fresh on her cheeks. Lin Yuan noted that the number of students in the cage had diminished by nearly a third since the photographs were taken. While the number of patrolling half-beasts outside had doubled, their beastly ears and claws glistening ominously in the dim light. It appeared that a considerable number of students had already been transformed. A repressed fury simmered in Lei Qianxiong's voice as his brows knitted together in a tight scowl. Lin Yuan remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the platform beyond the cage. There, several half-beasts clad in tattered school uniforms wielded blood-stained whips, mercilessly striking the imprisoned students. The sound of the whips cracking against flesh was jarringly loud, mingling with the students' screams, reverberating throughout the empty factory. Ha ha ha, stop struggling. One half-beast laughed maniacally, shaking droplets of blood from his whip, his eyes gleaming with fervor. After all, our talents are mediocre, and we lack the background to evolve. Rather than toiling away at low-tier abilities, why not join us? Once you truly experience the sensation of power, you will no longer cling to your identity as humans. Lin Yuan's pupils dilated sharply. The student being beaten was actually Chen Ninghai. The sight of the whip-wielding figure sent a chill through Lin Yuan's heart. The familiar face was covered in crimson fur, eyes glinting with avarice. Yet the outline revealed it to be Zhao Qian. Useless. What are you still holding on to? Zhao Qian lashed the whip across Chen Ninghai's shoulder, leaving a gaping wound, deep enough to see bone. In the human realm, you are merely a pathetic D-rank creature, but here, a simple nod can elevate you to B-rank status. The black whip fell again and again, soaking Chen Ninghai's uniform in blood. His body swayed precariously, yet he refused to fall. He gazed at Zhao Qian's twisted face, gritting his teeth, his voice hoarse yet resolute. I refuse to become a creature that is neither human nor ghost like you. Infuriated, Zhao Qian spat at Chen Ninghai. Humph. If it weren't for the need for consent in the divine transformation, I would have already dealt with you. Chen Ninghai closed his eyes, allowing the sounds of the whipping to wash over him. Before long, a student who had been beaten suddenly trembled and murmured, I am willing to accept the transformation. Captain, I have recruited one. The half-beast before that student burst into raucous laughter, and Lin Yuan recognized his face. Lin Jiaqing, the very one he had previously defeated. Can I receive the divine gift? A dark figure emerged slowly from the depths of the tunnel, cloaked in dense black mist, revealing only a pair of eyes glowing red. He regarded the elated Lin Jiaqing and nodded slowly. Indeed, you have successfully recruited 3 today. I grant you an A-rank crystal to complement your A-rank talent, bestowing you with combat power surpassing that of the king level. As soon as the words left his lips, he raised his hand, and a radiant A-rank energy crystal shot forth from the shadows, hovering above Lin Jiaqing's head. This is marvelous. I am about to attain S-level power. Lin Jiaqing laughed heartily, his eyes betraying a morbid obsession. The violent force of thunder flickered around him, his hair standing on end. The shadow's fingers curled, and the energy crystal immediately flew to the back of Lin Jiaqing's neck, where bizarre blood-red runes appeared, coiling around the crystal as if alive. The crystal gradually fused with Lin Jiaqing's body, causing his aura to surge dramatically, propelling him from the early 4th stage directly into the mid-4th stage. The overwhelming power compelled the surrounding half-beasts to instinctively take a step back. The shadow turned to face the other students in the cage, their raspy voice laced with temptation. Did you see that? By serving our divine kin, you can reap immediate rewards, rather than remaining a stepping stone for others. Why not strive with us in the divine kin? If you follow us, you will eventually possess the so-called genius strength. He paused, his eyes glinting red as they swept over each student. In the past, you were the underprivileged, lacking background and resources, scorned by others. Talent dictated everything for you. But here, as long as you put in the effort, we all have the opportunity to grow stronger. His words ignited a spark in the half-beast students present, and they erupted in fervent support for the divine kin, raising their hands and shouting with wild enthusiasm that nearly threatened to lift the factory roof. The shadow nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for the subdued student to be taken away, while the other half-beasts continued to mercilessly whip their former kin. Lin Jiaqing's face twisted with malice as he reached for the next target within the cage. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, observing the hellish scene. What do you think, Lin Yuan? Time is short. Are you prepared? Chapter 53. Delving into the tunnel, the atrocities of transformation, Lei Qianxiong gradually closed his eyes. A slight furrow forming on his brow, as the energy radiating from his body spread out like a spider's web, meticulously capturing every unusual fluctuation in the air. The closest presence was at the peak of the awakening stage. According to the intelligence gathered, there was at least one entity in the spirit transformation stage. He suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of sternness flashing within, raising his hand to swiftly tap on the holographic display on his wrist, causing several red dots to flicker on the three-dimensional map. Ground exploration was absolutely out of the question. The perception range of a spirit transformation expert could encompass half a block, and we would be discovered the moment we revealed ourselves. He activated his communicator, and after a crackling sound, clear instructions followed. Squad, prepare for infiltration. Conceal yourselves at the marked points. Remember, do not move without my signal. Wait for the opportune moment. He paused, his voice suddenly intensifying. Take them down decisively. Additionally, prioritize the safety of the hostages. This is a non-negotiable order. Understood, Commander Lei. Came the unified response from the other end of the communicator, imbued with the soldier's characteristic resolve. Lei Qianxiong turned off the communication device and glanced at Lin Yuan beside him. His heavy brows knitted into a shape as he let out a soft sigh. The fluctuations of my spiritual energy are too conspicuous, but you are different. He summoned a faint purple glow at his fingertips. I can fully conceal your presence using spiritual energy, but you must discern the situation within on your own. You have learned to use the mimetic battle armor, haven't you? Lin Yuan remained silent, merely nodding solemnly as he pressed the embedded button on his arm's armor. In an instant, a gentle blue spiritual energy enveloped his entire body, rendering his form indistinguishable from the mottled tunnel walls behind him. Even his breathing became inaudible. I cannot utilize spiritual perception to gather information within the cave. They will certainly notice. It all depends on you now. Remember, preserving your safety is the utmost priority. Lei Qianxiong's voice was low, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yuan. The intelligent camera on your chest has real-time scanning capabilities, automatically analyzing the enemy's realm and information. Our goal is to strike decisively and minimize casualties. Lin Yuan nodded once more, and the spiritual light in Lei Qianxiong's palm surged, cocooning him like a chrysalis. In just a few moments, the last trace of his human presence was completely erased. In this dimly lit, cobweb-laden sewer, even if someone brushed past, they would be utterly oblivious to his existence. Lightness. Wind-S power. Lin Yuan whispered in his heart, his form suddenly becoming weightless. With a gentle push of his toes against the ground, he leapt gracefully like a willow seed, landing steadily atop the intricate web of strands that crisscrossed the tunnel. Were it not for Lei Qianxiong witnessing his leap, even his spiritual energy sense would have failed to capture any trace of him. Lei Qianxiong nodded with satisfaction, channeling spiritual energy into Lin Yuan's mind. Excellent. I was right about you. This reconnaissance task suits you perfectly. Lin Yuan lay cautiously on the web, moving silently towards the tunnel where the shadow had vanished. From below came intermittent wails, akin to a cat with its throat grasped, sending chills down one's spine. Narrowing his eyes, he spotted the shadow at the pinnacle of the awakening realm escorting several pale-faced students deeper into the tunnel. The students' uniforms were stained with mud and blood, their steps unsteady as if they might collapse at any moment. Lin Yuan held his breath, silently following along the web. To ensure safety, he concentrated, and the newly awakened dark power surged forth, an inky black energy enveloping him, seemingly absorbing the surrounding light. At that moment, he resembled a silent breeze, gliding over the heads of the shadow and the students below, completely unnoticed. The tunnel widened further inside, the ominous atmosphere growing increasingly palpable. Thick strands of webs not only clung to the walls, but also seemed to support the entire structure of the tunnel. Unfamiliar fragments of flesh and bones hung from the webs, emanating a nauseating stench. Despite being mentally prepared, Lin Yuan could not help but break into a cold sweat. The strangeness of the divine race far exceeded his expectations, and the stench of blood in this tunnel was nearly suffocating. In the silence, his heartbeat amplified. Each movement felt as if he were stepping on taut piano strings. Suddenly, the scene ahead opened up, revealing the shadow leading the students to the edge of a vast underground cavern. Upon recognizing the sight before him, Lin Yuan's pupils constricted, and his stomach churned violently, nearly causing him to vomit. In the center of the cavern stood a stark, modern laboratory. The blinding brightness of the overhead lights illuminated the entire space, revealing several stainless steel operating tables lined up in a row, with figures bound upon them that appeared to be students in uniforms. The shadow pointed at the operating tables, its voice grating like sandpaper. When the modifications begin, it's best to cooperate. If you resist, you will end up like them. A cold laugh escaped its lips. Your consciousness will be utterly obliterated. Lin Yuan followed the direction of the shadow's finger and saw several researchers in white coats standing before the operating tables. Their eyes were as vacant as machines, holding crystalline shards of spiritual energy that flickered with various glows, gradually embedding them into the students' necks through a complex apparatus. These spiritual crystals appeared extraordinarily unusual, their surfaces swirling with intricate energy patterns, exuding an ominous aura of ferocity. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow as the camera on his chest emitted a faint buzzing, beginning its automatic scan and analysis. Suddenly, a shrill, inhuman scream pierced the air, though it was dampened by an invisible soundproof barrier, rendering it muffled and eerie. Lin Yuan fixated on one of the boys on the operating table, witnessing the final crystalline shard embedded into his neck. In that instant, the boy's body convulsed violently, veins bulging beneath his skin, muscles expanding and contorting at an alarming rate, gray hair erupting from his pores like a wild surge. However, the most horrifying transformation was yet to come. The boy's youthful visage aged at an astonishing speed. His once full cheeks hollowed, skin lost its luster, becoming wrinkled and sagging, and his dark hair turned gray, falling out within mere moments. In a matter of seconds, a teenager morphed into a middle-aged man, with only the terror in his eyes betraying the inhumane torment he had just endured. Yet in the next moment, the spiritual crystal embedded at the back of his neck glowed brightly, enveloping him in a pale green light, and that aged face began to revert to its youthful form at the same eerie pace. But this time, the sanity in his eyes was completely shattered, replaced by a feral ferocity. A howl erupted from his throat, reminiscent of a wolf-esque cry. It was evident that he had undergone a transformation using a wolf-like beast's spiritual crystal. The boy, devoid of human consciousness, struggled violently, the iron restraints creaking under his force. His eyes filled with unrestrained, murderous intent. The shadow scoffed, its tone laced with menace. Did you see? If you do not cooperate, you will become a mindless beast. Comply, and you may still harness this power with your talents and become a new human. The students brought forth were already terrified beyond belief, hastily nodding like a bobblehead. The shadow waved its hand, and two researchers in white coats stepped forward, dragging one of the students toward an empty operating table. The shadow itself turned and walked toward a stone chamber deeper within the cavern. Lin Yuan's heart tightened. He quickly maneuvered his limbs to crawl along the web, peering through the crack in the chamber door. At the center of the chamber stood an obsidian round table. As soon as the shadow entered, it bowed before several figures seated around the table. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted. These figures, clad in black robes, exuded an astonishingly formidable aura, all at the pinnacle of the 9th level of awakening. They surrounded the main seat with a demeanor of reverence, seemingly awaiting instructions. Elder. The voice of the shadow dripped with honeyed malice, laced with nauseating flattery. The elder is wise. The figure in the main seat finally lifted its gaze slowly. Cloaked in an oversized black robe adorned with dark golden patterns, those patterns appeared to writhe like living entities in the shadows, forming both eerie and majestic designs. The air around him was as deep as an unfathomable abyss. Even the flickering candle flames within the hall seemed intimidated by this overwhelming presence, the light dissipating as it approached the edges of the robe as if devoured entirely. Lin Yuan's heart contracted sharply, a chill running up his spine. This suffocating coldness and sense of being consumed was unmistakable. It was the mysterious figure that had appeared 3 days prior in the square alongside Li Hongyu. Lin Yuan, hold your breath. Do not use spiritual energy to probe. Lei Qiansheng's voice suddenly resonated in Lin Yuan's mind, laden with an unusual gravity. As a veteran of the 5th tier of transformation, he could detect even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. Clearly, through the miniature camera on Lin Yuan's chest, Lei Qiansheng had discerned the chilling scene within the hall. Before Lin Yuan could process this horrifying information, a figure in a black robe stepped forward eagerly from the right, his voice brimming with an almost frenzied enthusiasm. Elder, Your sagacity is unparalleled. The latest breakthroughs from the Research Institute have confirmed that by merging numerous low-tier spiritual energy crystals, we can now reliably produce composite spiritual energy crystals approaching the potency of king level, A level. Moreover, these materials can also yield considerable abilities through these crystals. He paused, his eyes glinting with avarice. While the bestowed talents are not as pure and formidable as those from naturally occurring king-level crystals, they compensate with an immense total energy. With this, we can certainly forge a legion endowed with king-level destructive power. To the left, another figure in a black robe reported in a voice as raspy as sandpaper, devoid of warmth. Elder, today S-Furnace has successfully transformed 12 kindling. Their life force has been fully liberated post-transformation and is now continuously being infused into the source pool. The individual referred to as Elder slightly nodded. Within the shadow cast by his hood, a chilling smile seemed to curve at the corners of his lips. Satisfaction permeating the air like ink. Excellent. These low-tier gifted individuals, abundant in number but lacking in talent, are indeed a splendid resource bestowed upon us by the divine. Transforming them into new humans or kindling will not only augment our power, but also lay a solid foundation for my evolution. His voice slithered like a serpent across the ice, hissing with intent as he pressed a hand against the icy glow emanating from his chest. The crystal of the Shadow Bat Monarch was still too potent. I require a stronger physique to accommodate more ferocious power. The life force contributed by these base beings is crucial for my perfect integration with the Shadow Bat Monarch. The Elder slowly raised his bony hand, pale fingertips swirling with tendrils of black energy. This energy exuded a peculiar vitality, evidently drawn from the essence of life within the source pool. There is also a student named Lin Yuan, whose talents are of significant research value. Unfortunately, I missed the opportunity to capture him during the last incident in the square. The black glow at his fingertips suddenly solidified, his tone carrying an irrefutable command. You are to immediately monitor his movements and ensure he is captured. The remaining figures in black robes bowed their heads in unison, their voices a fervent chorus. Yes, Elder. The Elder's gaze swept over everyone in the hall before finally resting on the dark tunnel outside. His voice imbued with a chilling ambition. Lei Chenxiong, that brute, believes he has secured the surface. Yet he remains oblivious to the fact that the foundation has already been hollowed out by us. Through this extensive underground tunnel network, we will continuously acquire materials. When our numbers of new humans are sufficient, and when I have integrated enough life force to fully harness the power of the Shadow Bat Monarch. His voice suddenly rose in intensity, laced with a heart-stopping ferocity. It will be the moment we shatter the defenses of Jiangcheng, bathing this city in the glory of the divine. Lei Chenxiong, he will be the first sacrifice. For the glory of the divine. 7 figures in black robes simultaneously knelt, their voices a fervent roar that nearly shook the hall to its foundations. On the other end of the tunnel, Lei Chenxiong stared at the screen, releasing a sigh of relief. His voice returned to Lin Yuan's mind. It is time, Lin Yuan, withdraw for now. It seems they have yet to accumulate sufficient power and have unwittingly revealed their stronghold. This is indeed a providential opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly devised a strategy. Currently, only those half-beast guards are stationed at the tunnel entrance. Lin Yuan, you will act first to free the students from their confinement. Since they are interested in your talents, they will undoubtedly send members of the Divine Order at the 9th tier of awakening. Once they reveal themselves, I will have my people immediately join the fray. As for that Elder, Li Cheng's tone grew solemn. To prevent his escape, I will only act if he targets you. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Yuan swiftly retreated towards the tunnel's exit. The arrangements laid out by Lei Chenxiong were clear in his mind, and his steps were light and steady, each one landing silently in the shadows. Lin Yuan moved like a shadowy leopard, silently traversing the web-like tunnel back to Li Cheng's side, leaning against the cold, damp wall. Lei Chenxiong relaxed slightly upon seeing Lin Yuan return safely, yet his eyes burned with a thunderous fervor for battle. The intelligence was confirmed. The timing was perfect. Lei Chenxiong's voice boomed like thunder in Lin Yuan's mind, filled with unwavering resolve. Prepare for action. Follow my signal. The response came swiftly through the communication line. Lei Chenxiong nodded, and Lin Yuan readied himself to strike. Lin Yuan nodded, and the Ying blade flickered into existence, shimmering with spiritual light. At that moment, a tragedy unfolded in the confinement area below. The sound of a whip crack echoed as it struck Tan's back, tearing through his already tattered school uniform to reveal a gaping wound, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. Chening's body convulsed violently, a rasping sound escaping his throat as his gaze grew unfocused, the breath of life flickering like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Waste. Your bones are still quite resilient. The beastified Dachin spat, his crimson eyes gleaming with cruel delight. Since you refuse to accept the divine's grace, then perish. The furnace requires fresh kindling. He raised the whip high, the tip coalescing with a violent flame of spiritual energy, clearly poised to deliver a fatal blow to Che. Chapter 55. Wake up, classmates, it's time to go. Good heavens, I shall no longer call you grandfather. Are you truly treating me like your grandson? Cheng He gazed up at the ceiling, dripping with sewage, his voice laced with an invisible force, akin to a heavy hammer, struck precisely along the path of Zhao Qian. With a muffled thud, Zhao Qian's already grievously injured body was dealt another severe blow, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His forward momentum abruptly halted. He staggered back a few steps before barely regaining his footing. Lin Yuan cast a cold glance in his direction, his gaze as indifferent as one would regard an annoying ant, his icy words cutting through the air and landing clearly in Zhao Qian's ears, a mere clown. This scornful declaration pierced Zhao Qian's distorted sense of pride like the sharpest dagger. His furious roar reverberated, shaking the surrounding iron cage, yet was completely disregarded by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan gently set down Chen Ninghai and swiftly retrieved a vial of luminescent green life potion, unhesitatingly prying open his mouth to pour it in. As the liquid slid down his throat, Chen Ninghai's pale visage finally regained a hint of color. Lin Yuan, Zhao Qian, slowly rising, remained defiant, his energy surging wildly, muscles coiling beneath his scales. I will make you pay. Before he could finish, Lin Yuan swiftly brandished the Moonshadow dagger, a flash of razor-sharp light slicing through the air. With a sickening sound, Zhao Qian's neck was severed, his head rolling to the ground, eyes wide open in disbelief. Lin Yuan, maintaining an expression of calm indifference, collected the energy crystal from Zhao Qian amidst the blood-soaked chaos, his fingertips untouched by the blood that stained them. The half-beasts in the vicinity finally reacted, roaring and surging towards Lin Yuan. No, I refuse to go out. I do not want to be transformed. Within the cage, Lu Yi, the next target of Lin Jiachuan, erupted into heart-wrenching cries, her voice rasping as if scoured by sandpaper. She lunged at the cage's edge, her hands gripping the cold iron bars tightly. Knuckles turning pale from the strain, her once dull eyes now swirling with desperate pleas, akin to a drowning person clutching at a final lifeline. Enough noise. Lin Jiachuan's impatient growl echoed in the damp space as he forcefully yanked open the iron door of the cage. His coarse, beastly claw, reeking of blood, seized Lu Yi's slender arm, dragging her out with brute force. I take you for transformation to ensure your evolution. Do not be ungrateful. I refuse. I do not want to become that hideous creature. Lu Yi's eyes widened in fury, her nails digging deep into Lin Jiachuan's claw as she struggled with all her might. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Jiachuan delivered a heavy kick to her chest, the dull thud resonating as her body crumpled against the iron cage. Her vision clouding with tears, collapsing in a heap. In the corner, Jiang Ruyu had long curled into a ball, her pale fingers clawing at the ground. Shrinking into the shadows, breathing softly, fearful that she might be the next target. Just as Lin Jiachuan was about to seize Lu Yi, he noticed a movement and looked up. The figure on the high platform ignited his fury, and through gritted teeth, he spat, Lin Yuan. He fixed his gaze on the central figure, like a predator locking onto its prey. I was just wondering how to find you, and here you are, delivering yourself to me. Lin Jiachuan tossed Lu Yi aside, who landed with a painful cry. His scales crackled with electric energy, and the surging power of thunder caused the surrounding air to tremble, his footfalls echoing as he charged towards Lin Yuan, the crackling electricity on his claws nearing tangible form. Lin Yuan's lips curled slightly, a glint of battle intent flashing in his eyes. Come at me. He gripped the Moonshadow tightly, his body sidestepping like a specter, narrowly evading Lin Jiachuan's electrified claw. The claw's wind grazed his clothing, leaving a charred mark on the ground. Li Hongyu, witnessing this, immediately surged forward, enveloped in searing energy, spewing forth flames as thick as a bowl, the heat causing the surrounding iron bars to radiate heat. However, as the flames dissipated, the true Lin Yuan had already transformed into a mere afterimage. The real Lin Yuan stood before the cage, looking down at the shimmering blue energy of his mimicry battle armor, his fingertips gliding over the cool surface. He could not help but marvel. This energy armor is indeed remarkable. It not only amplifies energy, but also enhances speed significantly. The equipment provided by the military is truly exceptional. Before he could finish, he swung the Moonshadow dagger, and with a flash of light, the shackles on the cage were severed. A gentle push opened the heavy iron door with a creak. Wake up, classmates. It is time for us to get out. Lin Yuan's voice was gentle yet powerful, like a beacon illuminating the darkness of the cage. The classmates within the cage instantly awoke, their previously numb gazes igniting with joy as they stumbled out, their eyes filled with gratitude and admiration for Lin Yuan. In the corner, Jiang Ryu was busy bandaging Lu Yi's chest wound. She looked up, gazing at Lin Yuan, who stood there like a hero, her expression complex and difficult to decipher, gratitude, envy, and a hint of bitterness that she herself was unaware of. Why is it always you, Lin Yuan? Lu Yi leaned against Jiang Ryu's embrace, regretfully hanging her head, tears welling in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks and staining her dirted clothes. She opened her mouth, her voice choked. Lin Yuan, Chapter 56. The battle resumes. It is always you. Her tone was laced with an ambiguous mixture of regret for her earlier disdain towards Lin Yuan and a heartfelt appreciation for the sliver of hope in this dire situation. Lin Yuan turned to the crowd in the cage, speaking loudly. Those who can still move, do not hesitate. Follow me and fight your way out. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that most of the beings in the cage were still low-tier half-beasts not fully transformed, a sigh of relief escaping him. Thankfully, he had arrived in time before the transformation progressed too far. Eagerly, the group rallied, igniting their energy in resistance. Lin Yuan. Lin Jiachuan roared as he pursued, his footsteps barely reaching the cage before a familiar emerald figure surged towards him, brimming with lethal intent. Reacting instinctively, he loosened his grip to defend himself, the metallic clash ringing in his ears, sending shivers down his spine. Charge. Light steps. Wind power. 3 innate abilities activated instantaneously, propelling Lin Yuan's speed to its zenith, his figure blurring into a ghostly shadow as he raised an eyebrow. All right, dear cousin, let us have some fun once more. Lin Jiachuan licked his cracked lips, the surrounding purple-black thunder swirling like a tempest, snarling, thunder python. Several massive electric serpents, as thick as barrels, lunged with snapping jaws towards Lin Yuan. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Yuan executed a dazzling sword flourish, advancing instead of retreating, his skin radiating a heavy, earthy glow. Earth power. He moved with a strange footwork, weaving through the gaps in the thunder, the electricity striking him only to spark harmlessly. Seeing this, Lin Jiachuan's eyes turned crimson, his hands pressing against the ground as he shot forward like an arrow. Thunderclaw? The furious lightning grazed past Lin Yuan's ear, the muck beneath them sizzling as it was electrified, yet he remained unharmed by the protective barrier of earth power. Not again, cousin, you are still so useless. Lin Yuan chuckled lightly, his tone dripping with mockery, igniting Lin Jiachuan's fury completely. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, a torrent of scorching flames surged forth, instantly vaporizing the surrounding muck into a thick mist. Lin Yuan had anticipated this, gathering a swirling vortex of wind at his fingertips, deftly redirecting the trajectory of the flames. Li Hongyu emerged from the shadows, crimson flames dancing in his palms, glaring fiercely at Lin Yuan. If he cannot do it, then how about I join in? The red flames intertwined with the purple-black lightning in the air, weaving an impenetrable net of destruction that engulfed Lin Yuan in an instant. Boom! The roaring waves of heat and the explosive sound of arcs of electricity reverberated through the underground space, causing dust to rain down from above. Lin Yuan retreated swiftly amidst the chaotic energy currents, his arms crossed in a defensive posture. The surface of his mimetic battle armor shimmered with vibrant waves of pale blue spiritual light, accompanied by a sizzling sound. A cough escaped his throat, tinged with a metallic sweetness, as he glanced down to see his right arm, gripping a blade, marred by several charred gashes from the residual shockwave of thunder, blood dripping steadily down the hilt. Although the energy barrier of his armor had mitigated much of the impact, the lingering destructive force still surged within him, causing his blood to boil. Remarkable. It truly transformed into a humanoid beast. Let us see how much you can endure. Lin Jiachuan pounced with a savage grin, his beast-like claws entwining around the thunder python, aiming directly for Lin Yuan's heart. Li Hongyu, in perfect synchrony, sealed off the flank, unleashing thick plumes of flame from his palms. Burn it to ashes. Lin Yuan planted his feet firmly, and a translucent barrier materialized instantaneously, forcibly blocking the fire pillars. Sparks flew as the wall behind him cracked rapidly. In the same motion, he spun and slashed with his moonshadow blade, the weapon colliding fiercely with the thunderous claws. The clash erupted with a deafening clang, dazzling sparks igniting, causing Lin Yuan's palms to split, and he was thrust back several meters by the tremendous force. A charred claw mark appearing on his shoulder, the spiritual light flickering erratically. As Lin Yuan was pushed back, nearby, weaker half-beasts roared and charged at him. Lin Yuan. Jiang Ryu's cry pierced the din. Finally regaining her wits from the shock, she witnessed Lin Yuan fighting desperately, her fingertips bursting forth with pure white light, holy healing light. A warm beam, as gentle as moonlight, descended from above, enveloping Lin Yuan with precision. The charred wounds healed at a visible rate, abundant spiritual energy coursing through his limbs. Lin Yuan swiftly unleashed several wind blades, forcing the surrounding low-tier half-beasts back. Kill Jiang Ruoyu first. Lin Jiechen, consumed by rage, lunged towards her with wild abandon, entirely forgetting their former camaraderie. Yet, a blade of wind surged through the air, compelling him to retreat in disarray. Your opponent is me. Lin Yuan flicked the blood from his blade, his aura rising steadily, the holy light swirling in his eyes. The abundant spiritual energy causing his armor to hum with a low vibration. Wind flash step. As his afterimage faded, his true form appeared behind Li Hongyu. The moon shadow blade entwined with azure and violet spiritual energies, cleaving through the air with a shrill whistle. The moment of impact. Li Hongyu's fiery shield shattered like parchment. A blood arrow shot from his back, revealing bone. A cry of agony erupted as Lin Yuan's blade did not relent. He countered with telekinesis, launching Lin Jiechen, who sought to ambush Jiang Ruoyu, into the rock wall with tremendous force, spiderweb-like cracks spreading out instantly. Amidst the rising dust, Lin Yuan stood resolutely within the column of holy light, his armor radiating with the brilliance of divine energy. He gazed at the two, their faces displaying shock. Pointing the blade towards them, his voice cold and resolute. Now, it is my turn. Lin Yuan's speed increased dramatically, each flicker of his form accompanied by a sharp glint of his blade, inflicting more wounds upon Li Hongyu and Lin Jiechen. The clarity in their eyes gradually faded, replaced by bloodthirsty madness, their facial scales creeping down their necks. Li Hongyu's hands thickened, long whiskers sprouting from his mouth, while Lin Jiechen's tongue morphed into a serpentine flick, incessantly licking his parched lips, the features of their beastly forms becoming increasingly pronounced. Dragon flame burning heaven. Electric python thunder calamity. Their auras suddenly surged. Scorching flames entwining with furious thunder, the two volatile energies intertwining to form a devastating energy sphere, hurtling towards Lin Yuan with immense force. Lin Yuan could distinctly feel that this strike bore the essence of the beast crystal, its power having multiplied several times compared to before. Alas, it seems I have no choice but to enter my true warrior mode. Lin Yuan's aura deepened. His spiritual energy armor began to radiate a dazzling brilliance, fully unleashing its maximum amplification. Bloodthirsty frenzy. When he raised his gaze once more, a hint of savage hunger flickered in his eyes. The majority of his talent marks flashing wildly in his mind, the spiritual energy converging like a tidal wave upon the hilt of his blade. Lin Yuan traced his fingers along the moonshadow blade, issuing a cold command, Moonlight Wind Blade Slash. In an instant, the raging power erupted from the blade, the dark energy enveloping the moonlight in a mysterious glow, intertwining with the razor-sharp wind element, propelled by telekinesis to form a colossal wind blade, its might rivaling that of the destructive energy sphere of intertwining thunder and fire. Come forth. Lin Yuan roared as he executed this strike, his entire spiritual energy pouring into the blade, even the energy from his doppelganger being drained to its last drop, all for this decisive blow. Chapter 57. The terrifying power of multi-elemental fusion. The massive wind blade, enveloped in chilling moonlight and ominous dark energy, struck like a silver-black stream of light that tore through the night, crashing into the blazing energy sphere of intertwined thunder and fire. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated as the two ultimate forces collided, unleashing a cataclysmic wave that engulfed the heavens and the earth. Blazing white light instantly filled the underground chamber, a scalding shockwave coalescing into a circular pulse that swept outward. The enclosing metal bars melted into molten iron in the blink of an eye. Nearby low-tier half-beasts were hurled away with anguished screams, crashing heavily against the rock wall, their cries silenced, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Thunder and flame rampaged beneath the edge of the wind blade, purple-black arcs of electricity twisting and darting, crimson tongues of fire licked the rock wall, scorching deep pits into its surface, acrid smoke and the scent of charred matter wafting through the air. Yet, Lin Yuan's wind blade displayed remarkable resilience. The moonlight power softening the thunder's ferocity, the dark energy devouring the flame's intensity, while the wind element relentlessly tore apart the structure of the energy sphere. The sound of energy annihilation piercing the air. Li Hongyu and Lin Jiechen's faces turned pale as parchment, the beast crystals within them trembling violently, their spiritual energies spiraling into chaos, nearly slipping beyond control. Impossible! Li Hongyu roared, pouring forth flames, his arms bulging with veins like coiled dragons. Yet the surging crimson flames crumbled before the wind blade like mere paper, instantaneously shredded into fine embers, vanishing without a trace. Lin Jiaqin's serpentine pupils were filled with horror as he desperately urged the thunder to reinforce his defense. But the dark energy on the moonlight wind blade clung to him like a relentless curse, voraciously consuming his thunder power, his spiritual energy visibly depleting, his limbs and bones feeling achingly weak. "What is this power?" he murmured, his tone steeped in despair. "Even in this transformed state, I still cannot defeat him." Lin Yuan stood firm at the eye of the storm, surrounded by the flowing holy light that shielded him, remaining steadfast against the ferocious onslaught of the shockwave. He gripped the moonshadow blade tightly, veins bulging at his temples. A continuous surge of spiritual energy flowed into the blade, straining to maintain the wind blade's might. "It is over." With a decisive shout, the cold light in his eyes intensified, the wind blade suddenly expanding by a third, as if a celestial being wielding an axe. It cleaved the thunderfire energy sphere in two. What a remarkable young man! In the shadows, Lei Qianxiong and 5 martial artists gazed in astonishment at this violent strike. Lei Qianxiong rubbed his chin, surveying the deep crater in the arena, and said solemnly, "Is this truly the damage a 4th tier can inflict? The power of this strike is at least sufficient for 5th or even 6th tier. This multitude of talents in the awakening realm is nothing short of dominion level." Some echoed their admiration, yet upon seeing Lin Yuan, brimming with vigor, Lei Qianxiong suddenly sighed, his words unspoken, leaving only a lingering sense of regret. Uft! Li Hongyu and Lin Jiaqin simultaneously spewed forth torrents of blood. Lin Jiaqin's serpentine form was sent flying, crashing heavily against the rock wall with a dull thud. His scales shattering and peeling away, the thunderous aura dissipating, his breath extinguished like a flickering candle in the wind. Li Hongyu was swept by the residual force of the wind blade, his left arm severed at the shoulder, blood gushing forth, the flames within him extinguished. He fell heavily to the ground, unable to move, left with only labored breaths. Lin Yuan slowly sheathed his sword, the brilliance of his spiritual energy armor gradually dimming until only a faint holy light flowed around him. He was somewhat surprised. The power unleashed by the amalgamation of various elements far exceeded his expectations, yet the cost he incurred was not insignificant. Breathing heavily, his complexion pale, this strike had nearly drained him of all his spiritual energy, but the sharpness in his gaze only intensified. Could he still stand? He looked at the 2 individuals on the ground, barely clinging to life, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. Li Hongyu struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with venomous hatred that seemed almost tangible. "Lin Yuan, do not feel too pleased. The organization will never let you go." "Organization?" Lin Yuan's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. "The organization cannot aid you." In an instant, Li Hongyu and Lin Jiaqin's heads fell, their spiritual energy crystals and beast crystals in his grasp. These 2 talents were not bad. This was yet another significant enhancement for him. He then turned to walk towards Jiang Ruyu. By now, his classmates had steadily regained their composure, and the survivors looked at Lin Yuan with eyes full of reverence and gratitude. Jiang Ruyu hurried forward, her fingertips shimmering with white light as gentle spiritual energy flowed into Lin Yuan's body. "Are you all right? No harm done." Lin Yuan gently shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he spoke in a deep voice. "It is not safe to linger here. We must leave swiftly." "Humph. Leave? Do you think you can?" A hoarse voice echoed from the depths of the tunnel, powerful spiritual energy instantly locking onto Lin Yuan, the invisible pressure causing the air to thicken. The students were paralyzed by the sudden influx of spiritual energy, too fearful to move. Before Lin Yuan could react, a violent wave of spiritual pressure surged forth, sending him crashing against the edge of the cage, pain racking his insides, a metallic taste rising in his throat. This was the power at the pinnacle of the awakening realm. Lin Yuan raised his gaze, witnessing 2 figures slowly emerging from the tunnel, evidently drawn by the earlier fierce battle. The figure cloaked in black stared intently at Lin Yuan, a mocking tone in his voice akin to a cat playing with a mouse. "I never expected a rat to sneak into my home. Just when I was worried about where to find you, you come knocking on my door. Want to be a hero? You should first consider your own weight." Before he could finish, a figure had already lunged forward, effortlessly shattering the holy healing light surrounding Lin Yuan, lifting him high with a single hand. Eyes filled with disdain, as if viewing an insignificant insect. A mere insect dares to display heroics here? His gaze swept over Lin Yuan, only to find the youth entirely unfazed. Just as he was filled with curiosity, 2 sharp sounds sliced through the air. Lin Yuan's lips curled slightly as he softly uttered 2 words. "They've arrived." In an instant, the spiritual energy binding him severed abruptly, the cloaked figure's head fell. blood gushing from his neck, his eyes wide in disbelief, staring until his last breath at the two rotating metallic blades in the air, filled with resentment and astonishment. A robust figure instantly shielded Lin Yuan, his adaptive armor slowly shedding its disguise, a sharp aura erupting, the presence of the Source Realm unmistakable. It was one of the powerful allies brought by Lei Qianxiong. He looked down at Lin Yuan, grinning broadly. I don't know whether you were lucky or whether you intentionally lured him here. You just happened to place yourself within my optimal attack range. Lin Yuan smiled but offered no response, the faint glow of his eye of insight swirling in his gaze. He had long sensed the danger, observing the surrounding situation. Lei Qianxiong had not concealed his strategic deployment from Lin Yuan. Utilizing mind control, he had timely adjusted his position. The remaining cloaked figure stared at his fallen comrade's corpse. Horror etched across his face, as another figure resembling the soldier before Lin Yuan appeared. He wielded identical metallic blades, charging at the cloaked figure. Sensing the overwhelming aura, the cloaked figure dared not underestimate the situation, his spiritual energy surging wildly, beginning to mutate. Fine hairs sprouted all over his body, a rat-like tail flicking behind him, a piercing roar echoing throughout the subterranean space. Enemy attack. Chapter 58. Finally, I've been waiting for you. That immensely powerful spiritual energy instantaneously locked onto everyone present. Descending like an invisible mountain, the surrounding students were immediately pressed to the ground by this terrifying pressure, unable to move, even finding it difficult to breathe. Lin Yuan was no exception. His body sank heavily, one knee hitting the ground, a bitter smile escaping his lips. Why must it always be like this? Can't we end it all at once? A dense black mist surged from the depths of the tunnel, accompanied by a chilling, eerie laughter. Ha! Are these not the new stars of the Jiangxing Military District, the twin brothers Wu Yuan and Wu Hua? What brings you here? Although I do not know how you found this place, do you think you can enter with your lives and leave with them? As the words fell, the remaining 5 figures at the pinnacle of the awakening realm, whom Lin Yuan had previously encountered in the cavernous hall, emerged like phantoms from the black mist. Their cloaks fluttered without wind, a chaotic surge of spiritual energy vibrating around them, filled with a feral and destructive aura. More unsettling was the rapid decay of their human features. Beneath the cloaks, hands transformed into clawed appendages covered in scales or fur. Their heads contorting to reveal traits of wolves, lizards, and giant apes, low growls escaping their transformed throats, brimming with a thirst for blood. They fully revealed their terrifying half-beast forms. These 5 completely beastified pinnacle awakening realm warriors had a clear target, swiftly locking onto the exposed 2 source realm officers, Wu Hua and Wu Yuan. They transformed into 5 shadows, imbued with the scent of blood and destructive energy, launching themselves from different directions. Roar! The beastly claws tore through the air, accompanied by blades of wind, venom, rock spikes, flames, and thunder, violently crashing towards Wu Hua and Wu Yuan. Though the two were strong, facing 5 half-beasts whose strength had been augmented and who were undeterred by death, the pressure increased dramatically. Power of gold, solid gold spin. Wu Hua shouted, his 2 metallic blades spinning rapidly, forming shimmering silver barriers that blocked most of the incoming claw shadows and energy attacks, producing a cacophony of piercing metallic clashes and energy explosions. Wu Yuan defended the flank, the blades striking back like venomous snakes, attempting to slice the vulnerable joints and throats of the attackers. However, the half-beasts coordinated seamlessly, fearless and reckless, relying on their beastified physiques to withstand some attacks. The offensive wave crashing like a tide. In an instant, Wu Yuan and Wu Hua were forced to retreat repeatedly, the ground beneath them cracking under the violent impacts. Debris flying, revealing a degree of disarray and decline. Though the two had just stepped into the source realm, the 5 beastified pinnacle awakening realm warriors could temporarily suppress them. Shock evident on their faces. Humph, the source realm is nothing special. A gorilla-like half-beast sneered, its powerful arm striking down on Wu Hua's blocking blade with tremendous force. Laughter echoed once more from within the black mist, a voice laced with seduction. Did you see that, Officer Wu? They are merely C and D grade talents. Under the blessing of the divine, not only did they advance rapidly, but they also possess strength that rivals your grade talents. Join us and become a new human. At this critical moment, 3 fierce auras unexpectedly erupted from the battle circle, the periphery, even from the blind spots of the half-beast's attack. Zing, zing, zing. 3 figures tore through the night like lightning, their adaptive armor instantly shedding its optical disguise, revealing deep-colored military uniforms and adaptive armor identical to those of Wu Hua and Wu Yuan. They were the other 3 officers brought by Lei Qianxiong. They remained as the most patient of hunters, perfectly blending into the shadows of their surroundings, awaiting this very moment when the enemy, believing themselves victorious amidst the fervent onslaught of their exposed companion, would let their guard down in their moment of complacency. This sudden and lethal ambush completely exceeded the expectations of the 5 half-orc black-robed figures. They were fully engaged in attacking Wu Hua and Wu Yuan, leaving them no time to defend or evade. The sounds of blades piercing flesh echoed almost simultaneously. One serpent-like half-orc was impaled through the back by a poisoned military dagger, the venom instantly paralyzing his nerves. Another wolf-like half-orc had his neck precisely severed by the chain blade of a fellow officer, his head soaring into the air. A lizard half-orc, attempting to withstand the blow with his hard scales, was met with a devastating fist infused with spiritual energy from a third officer, striking his spine with a sickening crack, leaving his entire body limp like a discarded sack. In an instant, 3 peak awakened half-orc black-robed beings were struck down by this thunderous assault. The situation turned on its head. The remaining 2 half-orcs, horrified and desperate, emitted shrill and fearful howls, instinctively attempting to retreat. The pressure on Wu Hua and Wu Yuan diminished drastically. Their eyes sparkled with intensity, their blades gleaming with light, ready to shred the 2 remaining foes to pieces. Just as victory seemed imminent, a cold, piercing snort, laced with endless authority and fury, erupted from the depths of the tunnel, akin to a chilling wind from the depths of the abyss. A tremendous force, 100 times more potent than before, deep and terrifying like an unfathomable chasm, surged forth as if manifesting as tangible black ripples. This power transcended the realm of condensed origins. It was the oppressive force of a transformative realm expert. The air seemed to solidify into steel. Wu Hua, Wu Yuan, and the 3 officers, who had just completed their kills and were poised to pursue their advantage, were struck as if by an invisible giant hammer. Their spiritual energy shields shattered like bubbles, and their simulated battle armor emitted a mournful wail under the overwhelming pressure. The 5 were sent flying uncontrollably by this unstoppable force. They crashed against the hard rock wall behind them with a series of thuds, the sound echoing as debris fell around them. Blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. Their faces pale, their internal energies tumultuous, instantly suffering severe injuries. They struggled to rise but found their movements agonizingly slow beneath the weight of the transformative realm's pressure. The entire underground space seemed to have been pressed on pause, leaving only the swirling black mist and the cold, despairing aura emanating from it, reminiscent of a deity gazing down upon mere ants. Wu Hua coughed up a mouthful of blood, laboriously lifting his head to fixate on the figure emerging from the black mist, devoid of fear, only cold battle intent and a glimmer of triumph in his eyes. Finally, I've been waiting for you. Chapter 59, Complete Fusion. Shadow Bat Monarch. The shadow stood still, confusion evident in its gaze as it locked onto Wu Hua, a hoarse query escaping its throat. Waiting for me? Before the words could fully escape, a warning surged in its heart, sensing an intentionally concealed presence not far away. Faint as spider silk, imperceptible without a thorough search. This presence was unsettlingly familiar. Without a moment's hesitation, a solid barrier rose around them, the black light swirling, sealing this space completely. In the darkness, Lei Qianxiong stepped forward, the metallic sheen of his simulated battle armor slowly fading, raising a hand to adjust his gauntlets. A playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At last, I've caught you, slippery little eel. Cao Gui, we are old acquaintances, there is no need for concealment. The shadow laughed maniacally, the black mist surrounding him receding like a tide, revealing a gaunt middle-aged face, with a hooked nose and crimson eyes. He surveyed the barrier with a suddenly cold glare, fixating on Lei Qianxiong. Such grand gestures, even using the 9 Seals spirit realm for my sake. Lei Qianxiong shrugged, his tone nonchalant. Who told you to run faster than a rabbit? Without this, you would have fled after just 3 exchanges. Turn back, Cao Gui. This path of slaughter will ultimately backfire on you. Cao Gui licked his cracked lips, malice surging in his gaze. Turn back? You gifted geniuses always speak such pretty words. You do not understand. There is no escaping now, but I have nearly completed my fusion. He suddenly raised his gaze, his voice turning ferocious. Since you wish to fight, then I shall accompany you to the end. With a thunderous roar, a pair of luminous bat wings erupted from his back, his crimson pupils completely drenched in blood, his aura surging like a volcano. Species, Human Clan Shadow Bat Monarch level. Transformative Realm 6 stage, 3rd realm. Talent, B-Class Shadow, S-Class Shadowborn Power, S-Class Soul Impact. Lin Yuan quietly activated Eye of Insight, the mechanical prompt echoing clearly in his mind. Yet this subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy was precisely captured by the fully transformed Cao Gui. He abruptly turned, his head twisting at an unnatural angle. His crimson-slit pupils locking onto Lin Yuan, his nostrils flaring, his hoarse voice dripping with malice. Such a familiar fluctuation. I sensed it recently. No wonder Lei Qianxiong could find this. It turns out he was hiding a rat. A foul wind surged, and with a flap of his bat wings, Cao Gui lunged at Lin Yuan like an arrow. But a bolt of purple lightning was even faster, streaking through the void in an instant. Lei Qianxiong stood protectively in front of Lin Yuan, purple lightning dancing around him, the explosive, thunderous aura far surpassing that of Lin Zhechen by 100-fold. His gauntlets vibrated with a resonating hum as he coldly shouted, "Your opponent is me." Under the seal of the Nine Seals Spirit Realm, the underground space transformed into a closed arena, the air thick with murderous intent. Cao Gui's gaunt frame expanded grotesquely due to the transformation. His dark bat wings tearing through the air, his crimson beastly eyes fixating on Lei Qianxiong as he roared deafeningly. "Lei Qianxiong, today, I shall offer your blood as a sacrifice to my god." With a thunderous flap of his wings, Cao Gui transformed into a viscous shadow, dashing low to the ground, unleashing the full force of his S-class, Shadowborn power. The shadows on the ground boiled to life, sharp shadow spikes erupting from the earth like venomous snakes, entwining towards Lei Qianxiong's legs. Simultaneously, his claws twisted, enveloped in corrosive black mist, lunging for his heart, a deadly intertwining of shadow and corporeal attacks. Mere trifles. Lei Qianxiong's feet crackled with thunder, the S-class, purple lightning thunder, unleashed without restraint, dazzling bolts of lightning coiling around him, forming a tangible purple lightning armor. As the shadow spikes collided with the lightning armor, they vaporized instantly, while the black mist hissed and sizzled upon contact. He pulled back his right fist, condensing the thunder core within his gauntlet, and struck resolutely against the claws. The clash between purple lightning and shadow erupted, a circular shockwave radiating outward, shattering the ground layer by layer. Cao Gui's beastly claws and scales charred and curled, while Lei Qianxiong's gauntlet trembled with a resonant hum. Beneath them, a massive 10-meter pit exploded open, debris flying in all directions. Truly, as an entity of the Third Realm, this immense destructive power is remarkable. Wu Hua, standing beside Lin Yuan, couldn't help but shake his head, observing the fierce battle between the two within the Nine Seals Spirit Realm. Were it not for the sealed realm, we would surely suffer. Shadow Prison. Cao Gui roared, the shadows of the battlefield twisting abruptly, 8 black shadow chains shooting forth, binding Lei Qianxiong's joints, showcasing the lethal confinement of Shadowborn power. Lei Qianxiong smirked, his body crackling with thunder. Thunder domain. Thousand thunder. Amidst the crackling sounds, countless lightning bolts erupted from him, the shadow chains disintegrating upon contact, the purple lightning rebounding to strike back against the shadows. Cao Gui hastily withdrew, yet a lightning bolt struck his shoulder, leaving a charred wound, the stench of blood permeating the air. Now it is my turn. Lei Qianxiong transformed into a humanoid form, surging forward like a tempest, his fists embodying the might of collapsing mountains. Each strike summoned the wrath of thunder, leaving behind molten plasma trails that scorched the air. Cao Gui, with his bat-like wings in a wild dance, narrowly evaded the onslaught using his bat perception, his figure flitting like a wraith through the gaps of lightning. Yet the claw winds always lagged slightly behind. The speed of the purple lightning utterly suppressed the shadows. Thunderclap Dragon Fawn. Seizing the opening in Cao Gui's defense, Lei Qianxiong unleashed a spiraling thunder lance from his gauntlet, piercing through the black mist with sudden ferocity. The scales on Cao Gui's chest shattered, blood splattering forth. Yet he grinned savagely, a glint of malice in his eyes. "I've caught you." The shadow power abruptly reversed. Shadows erupted beneath Lei Qianxiong's feet, ensnaring his legs like pitch. Cao Gui's claws tore through the air, aiming directly for his throat, revealing a murderous intent. Boom! Lei Qianxiong's body radiated with blinding lightning, a violent storm of thunder engulfing the subterranean space, the brilliance so intense it was blinding. Cao Gui's claws struggled to penetrate the tempest, his fingertips charred by the electric energy. Lei Qianxiong shook his head, his tone indifferent yet oppressive. "Futile. You are no match for me. My thunder is the bane of your shadows." Cao Gui, far from panicked, instead revealed a sinister smile. "Is that so?" The ring on his finger erupted in a rich emerald glow, his injuries visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Noticing the strange luminescence emanating from the ring, Lei Qianxiong felt an unsettling shift and hastily charged at Cao Gui, only to be obstructed by a murky darkness that hindered his power. Lei Qianxiong frowned. "Useless. Allow me to showcase the fully fused Shadow Bat King. The shadow power intensified, enveloping him in a thick, inky mist, his human features rapidly fading, bat wings expanding grotesquely, and his crimson eyes reflecting pure, savage beastliness. Though he intended to gather more vitality before complete fusion, killing you would suffice. Chapter 60. The Eye of Insight Strikes. Chao Gui's howl resonated like the wails of abyssal demons, the dense, inky shadow power no longer merely entangling, but fully merging with him. His form underwent a dramatic transformation under the astonished gazes of all. His already inflated body swelled further, muscles bulging, covered in gleaming, pitch-black scales. The bat wings unfurled entirely, dark red energy coursing through their membranes, each flap stirring a foul tempest that stirred the viscous black mist. His head morphed completely into a beastly visage, sharp tusks piercing his lips, crimson-slitted pupils narrowing into cruel lines, and twisted horns sprouting from his forehead. The aura of a sixth-tier transformation surged like boiling oil. Lei Qianxiong grimaced at the overwhelming, chaotic, destructive power that rattled the 9 forbidden spirit realm, far surpassing before. A roar erupted, no longer human language, but a primal growl. The complete form of the Shadow Bat King, Chao Gui, was unleashed. His speed reached unfathomable heights, as if he melded into the omnipresent shadows. One moment, he stood still. The next, claw shadows that could rend space were upon Lei Qianxiong's face. No longer mere physical attacks, the claw winds coalesced with highly compressed shadow power, infused with terrifying corrosive energy that annihilated spiritual energy. Lei Qianxiong's pupils contracted sharply as purple lightning erupted to its zenith, crossing his arms in defense. Boom. Crack. The ear-splitting explosion and the sickening sound of shattering resonated simultaneously. Lei Qianxiong's seemingly invulnerable purple lightning armor shattered like fragile glass under Chao Gui's claws, now infused with the essence of otherworldly beasts. The frenzied shadow energy penetrated his defenses, striking mercilessly against his crossed arms. Thud! Lei Qianxiong was hit hard, blood spattering forth as he was sent hurtling like a cannonball against the boundary wall of the 9 forbidden spirit realm, which trembled violently, emitting a strained hum. Struggling to land, he knelt on one knee, his arms trembling slightly, the lightning on his gauntlets dimmed to a charred black, blood dripping continuously from his lips, his breath faltering. The disparity was insurmountable. After complete fusion, Chao Gui's power, speed, defense, and the sheer destructive force of his shadow power reached an entirely new echelon, utterly overpowering Lei Qianxiong. The pale green ring on his beastly fingers still radiated with a soft glow, continuously mending any minor injuries he sustained in battle, granting him an almost immortal resilience. Do you see it, Lei Qianxiong? This is the grace of the divine. This is the power of the new humanity. Chao Gui's voice, hoarse and distorted, bore a non-human timbre as he advanced, the bat wings casting a vast shadow over Lei Qianxiong. This time, I emerge victorious. With relentless pursuit, each claw strike tore through the air, eliciting sharp howls. Lei Qianxiong relied solely on his extensive combat experience and the S-class speed of lightning to narrowly evade and block. Yet every collision inflicted further wounds upon him, the purple lightning being continuously eroded and suppressed by the thick shadows. His adaptive battle armor lay in tatters, his exposed skin marred by charred claw marks and corrosive wounds. The scales of victory had decisively tipped. Commander Lei, to your right. There is a delay at his shadow connection point. The green light of the ring dims for a brief moment during full attacks, just as Lei Qianxiong was struck by a devastating whip-like tail that sent him reeling and spitting blood. A calm, yet urgent voice pierced through the chaos, reaching Lei Qianxiong's ears with precision. It was Lin Yuan. He had been monitoring the battle closely, pushing Eye of Insight to its limit. Beneath Chao Gui's ferocious and unmatched display of strength, he keenly detected a minuscule, fleeting pattern of vulnerability whenever Chao Gui unleashed a full-force attack. Particularly when channeling a massive reserve of shadow power for his ultimate strike, the peculiar ring on his finger, which provided continuous healing, experienced an exceedingly brief, nearly imperceptible interruption in its green glow. Simultaneously, at that moment, there was a slight delay in Chao Gui's connection to his vast shadows, a transient overload gap that inevitably occurred during full output. This revelation shone like a beacon in the darkness. On the brink of despair, Lei Qianxiong, as a battle-hardened warrior of the transformation realm, seized this solitary glimmer of hope in an instant. Without hesitation, he acted on instinct and the unwavering trust in his comrade, responding with the most direct action. Confronted with Chao Gui's deadly claws, intent on piercing his heart, Lei Qianxiong's eyes reflected no fear, but rather erupted with fierce determination. He ceased his evasion and blocking, instead compressing all remaining purple lightning power into his gauntlet in an almost self-destructive manner. The gauntlet blazed with blinding light, emitting a high-frequency hum akin to a thunder core on the verge of explosion. Perish, Lei Qianxiong. Chao Gui's beastly eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty delight. Just as the claw, ensnared in thick black mist, approached within mere inches of Lei Qianxiong's heart, the green light of Chao Gui's ring dimmed as Lin Yuan had predicted, revealing that moment of subtle delay in the connection between his immense form and the shadows. I've got you. Lei Qianxiong roared with earth-shattering fury, echoing Lin Yuan's earlier words. He summoned the full might of his thunderous right fist, no longer aimed directly at Cao Gui's body, but instead propelled with an unprecedented velocity, akin to teleportation, forcefully striking 3 inches above Cao Gui's right wrist. There lay the most vulnerable node, exposed due to instantaneous overload, as detected by the Dongxi Jiyan. The point connecting Cao Gui to his colossal shadow energy core. With a sharp sound, the compressed purple thunder core precisely impacted that scarcely perceptible energy node. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a muffled sound akin to something being forcefully torn apart, followed by the piercing sound of sizzling electricity. A howl erupted from Cao Gui, a wailing cry so haunting it seemed to distort reality. His claw, which was meant to secure victory, stiffened and disintegrated in an instant. The ring on his finger flashed wildly with green light, desperately attempting to mend itself, but Lei Qianxiong's strike, which had condensed all his power and hit the energy node with precision, inflicted damage far beyond mere physical harm. The shadow energy coursing through his massive, beastly form became chaotic, akin to a punctured balloon, tumultuously unraveling. The thick black mist surrounding him dissipated rapidly as if it had lost all support, and his powerful bat wings shrank and twitched as if deflating. Chapter 61. Seizing the Body. The crisis of Lin Yuan. Cao Gui's crimson eyes brimmed with malice, fixating intently on Lin Yuan, who had dared to issue a warning. A guttural roar surged from his throat. Damn you, insect! The dense power of the shadow lineage coalesced into a profound dark tide, crashing towards Lin Yuan with the intent to obliterate. The darkness collided with the Nine Seals' spirit realm, causing ripples to spread but failing to harm Lin Yuan in the slightest. Yet, the barrier of the spirit realm had quietly developed several fine cracks. Battle-hardened, Lei Qianxiong would not let this opportunity to reverse the tide slip away. He endured the excruciating pain from his grievous wounds and depleted spiritual energy. His left fist enveloped in residual purple lightning, slicing through the void with the speed of thunder, infused with overwhelming rage and intent to kill. Striking fiercely towards Cao Gui's exposed head, a result of his agonizing loss of control. Bang! The dull, piercing sound of bone fracturing reverberated, tightening hearts in terror. Cao Gui's beastly head twisted at an unnatural angle, his crimson vertical pupils dimming, leaving behind only a frozen expression of shock and disbelief. Unbeknownst to all, a subtle, sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth. His massive form swayed, as if every sinew had been severed, crashing heavily into the dust. And the faint green light of the ring on his finger flickered out, rolling to the side. Within the Nine Seals' spirit realm, the violent energy turbulence began to subside, leaving only Lei Qianxiong's heavy breaths, the air thick with the smell of charred flesh and blood. The tide of fate reversed, and victory was sealed. Lei Qianxiong staggered to regain his footing, wiping the blood from his lips, casting a complex glance at Lin Yuan, whose face was pale outside the barrier. That look concealed a sense of survival, mixed with admiration for the young man's perceptive insight. His robust form slowly sank to the ground, clearly at the end of his strength. Lin Yuan exhaled a breath of stale air, the faint glow of the Dongxi Jiyan quietly fading. The dull thud of Cao Gui's corpse hitting the ground had yet to dissipate when an unexpected turn of events occurred. A viscous, ink-like green light suddenly shot forth from his shattered head. This was not a physical entity but a chaotic amalgamation of violent spiritual energy and a twisted soul, carrying Cao Gui's malice and the feral howl of the Shadow Bat Emperor, hurtling towards the minuscule crack in the Nine Seals' spirit realm. My true strength lies not in my corporeal form, but in the formidable spiritual energy that constitutes my spiritual body. Ha ha, feudal Lei Qianxiong. Your Nine Seals' spirit realm cannot confine my spiritual form. I have taken a liking to this boy's body. We shall battle again. Danger loomed. It was a soul assault. His target was Lin Yuan. Lei Qianxiong's eyes widened in horror, his grievously injured body unable to even raise a hand. In an instant, he understood that Cao Gui's furious roar had not been mere impotent rage. This madman, aware of his impending physical demise, had chosen to exhaust his essence. Betting everything on a desperate gamble to tear apart the spirit realm, and seized the body of the young man who had discerned his weakness. Swish! The green light flashed through the crack like lightning, Cao Gui's manic laughter exploding within the spiritual body. Want to kill me? You are far too early. This body belongs to me. Ignoring all barriers, the spiritual entity instantly penetrated Lin Yuan's brow, who was half kneeling on the ground from spiritual energy depletion. Lin Yuan felt as if struck by lightning. His body trembled violently, his eyes rolling back as he fell backward. A bone-chilling wave of spiritual force surged into his consciousness, entwining with the bat's shrieks and Cao Gui's frenzied curse, aiming to utterly shatter his awareness. The onlookers from Wuhua attempted to rush forward to assist, but were violently repelled by the overwhelming pressure of the spiritual realm, unable to take a single step. In the eye of the storm within the consciousness space, Lin Yuan's spiritual sea, once dim due to excessive consumption, was now forcibly dragged into a purgatory of life and death at the soul level. You little brat, you have ruined my grand scheme. Your body belongs to me. Cao Gui's spiritual form licked his lips, eyes filled with greed. Your peculiar talent shall also be mine. The twisted soul image intertwined with the Shadow Bat Emperor's beast soul transformed into a humanoid bat demon, enveloping the destructive energy of S-grade, Soul Shock, ruthlessly tearing at Lin Yuan's fragile consciousness barrier. This fused soul was filled with purer malice than in life, burning with its last vestiges of existence, vowing to obliterate Lin Yuan's soul and take over. The agony felt like millions of steel needles piercing into his spiritual sea. Lin Yuan's consciousness drifted in the boundless darkness, as if it would completely vanish in the next moment. But when Cao Gui's spiritual energy touched the core of Lin Yuan's soul, the consciousness space was filled with numerous talent marks. The most attractive to him was the massive, intricately patterned talent mark at the center. He widened his eyes in shock. What? This is astonishing. Having devoted a lifetime to the study of talents, he sensed that aura, laughing maniacally alongside the Bat Emperor's piercing scream echoing in the spiritual sea. Such a grand talent mark. And so many talents. How is this body possible? As his spiritual form penetrated deeper into Lin Yuan's spiritual sea, his arrogance only grew. I see it. An SSS-level talent. And that unawakened potential. Fortune favors me. At the brink of reality's despair, Lin Yuan, Jiang Ruyu's face turned pale, whether from guilt or something else. She suddenly lunged forward. Healing white light surged from her palms towards Lin Yuan, but it was like a drop in the ocean. For the erosion of the soul could not be healed by mere physical remedies. It was a soul seizing. That madman Cao Gui. Wu Hua struggled to rise, but was firmly pinned down by the overwhelming pressure of the spiritual realm, only able to roar in questioning. Leito? Can the Nine Seals' spirit realm confine souls? Lei Qianxiong clutched his collapsed chest, coughing blood as he shook his head, a look of helpless urgency filling his eyes. The spirit realm only confines the physical and energy forms. It cannot stop a pure soul entity. This is his innate origin. It can only rely on Lin Yuan to withstand it. He fixed his gaze on Cao Gui's corpse, having calculated every possible outcome, never anticipating that this cultist would resort to such madness, launching a surprise attack at the cost of his own body. I lack the strength to intervene, and you cannot assist against the pressure of this spiritual realm. Lei Qianxiong cast a deep glance at the fallen Lin Yuan. This time, you must rely on yourself. In the realm of spiritual transformation, can you still create a miracle? In the consciousness space, a glimmer of hope emerged as Lin Yuan's awareness was battered by the violent onslaught. Cao Gui's fused soul claws had reached the core of his soul, the cold, decaying aura eroding relentlessly. Give up, kid. Become a part of me. With your terrifying talent combined with my imperial-level body, it won't be long before the entire world bows at our feet. As his words fell, the storm within Lin Yuan's spiritual sea grew even more ferocious. It was evident that Cao Gui's spiritual form was vastly superior to Lin Yuan's mere awakened state. With each of Cao Gui's relentless assaults, Lin Yuan's consciousness gradually began to blur. Attacks at the soul level were hard to evade, even if his physical form was outside. Would I perish? I have yet to become a formidable warrior. I have not yet bought a house for my parents. I am unwilling. Chapter 62. The End of Seizure. Dongxi Zhiyan. As passive triggers cease to focus outward, the gaze turns inward. Amidst the chaos of the storm, Lin Yuan's fragmented consciousness, relying on the primal instinct of his SSS-grade talent, firmly locks onto the core of Cao Gui's fused soul body. The intertwining souls exhibit a glaring imperfection. Cao Gui's human soul body bears the scars of resentment and bitterness, while the Shadow Bat Emperor Beast soul is engulfed in feral chaos following its transformation. At the moment of the full eruption of soul impact, A subtle yet fatal soul rift manifests at the junction of these two disparate souls due to energy overload. Seizing this flaw, Lin Yuan's consciousness clings to the final vestige of hope, channeling all residual willpower from his soul. No longer defensive or retreating, he transforms into an invisible dagger, piercing with unwavering resolve toward the fleeting soul rift. No, how could you possibly discover this? Chao Gui's fused soul body emits a deafening shriek, filled with disbelief and terror. It attempts to counter, to strangle, yet its full-force assault leaves it unable to adjust in an instant. The silent blade of the soul precisely penetrates the rift. This is not the sound of flesh being torn, but rather the silent annihilation of a soul's essence being forcefully breached. Lin Yuan's soul blade, consolidated from all remaining will, accurately pierces the exposed rift created by Chao Gui's overexertion of soul impact. This fragile gap connects Chao Gui's vengeful human soul with the chaotic beast soul of the Shadow Bat Emperor. Foolish human! Roar! The soul shadow of the Shadow Bat Emperor howls in fury. After being stabbed by Lin Yuan, the two souls no longer remain inseparable, and the rift begins to widen. No, how could you possibly discover this? This is impossible. You foolish bat. Chao Gui's fused soul body unleashes a shriek that transcends limits. A sound that rends Lin Yuan's near-collapsing consciousness space, filled with profound horror and disbelief. Its distorted, bat-headed humanoid form momentarily stiffens, previously brimming with confidence as it prepared to crush Lin Yuan's soul, now collapsing like a core-breached star, spiraling into uncontrollable implosion. Lin Yuan, akin to a flickering candle flame, observes the two souls tearing at one another and suddenly contemplates, does this count as my target for the end's theft? Just as the soul defense collapses entirely, and the core essence teeters on the brink of annihilation, deep within Lin Yuan's soul, the coveted and intricately patterned SSS-grade talent mark of 10,000 aspects avatar suddenly ignites. It is not a weapon of proactive assault, but rather reveals its nature as the supreme predator at the moment when the prey is weakest and closest to demise. A force beyond description, seemingly emanating from the cosmic void of annihilation, erupts from the locus of Lin Yuan's soul core. This power disregards levels and soul forms, akin to the singularity that devoured all during the birth of the universe. What is this power? My spiritual energy, my talent, no? Stop. Chao Gui's shriek morphs into a wail of despair. He feels his decades of arduous cultivation, the immense source of spiritual energy from the sixth stage of the spirit transformation realm, being uncontrollably siphoned away like a dam bursting. Yet, the most terrifying aspect is that his talent, even the essence of the Shadow Bat Emperor bloodline woven into his soul, appears fragile as mere paper before this force. The laws and source runes that form the core of his power are forcibly stripped away, torn apart. They are then ground, refined, and transformed into the purest energy and information torrent, surging into Lin Yuan's soul core, which should have shattered. Outside, Lin Yuan convulses violently, his body on the brink of life and suddenly stiffening. His once rolling eyes are shrouded in an unfathomable darkness, one that seems capable of devouring even light itself. An oppressive force, far surpassing the awakening realm, and even causing the severely injured Lei Qianxiong to feel dread, mixed with the cold shadows and the remnants of violent thunder, erupts from his diminutive form like a tangible tsunami. The first to bear the brunt is Jiang Ruiyu, who is desperately attempting to cast healing spells to no avail. She is violently thrown back against the cave wall, blood trickling from her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide with horror. Lin Yuan, Wu Hua and the others are similarly struck as if by an invisible hammer, groaning as they are hurled backward, their voices trembling. This pressure is frigid, domineering, bearing the essence of Chao Gui, yet imbued with a fundamentally different and more primal terror. Is this the power of Chao Gui? Lei Qianxiong clutches his collapsed chest, struggling to rise to a half-kneel, his bloodshot eyes glowing with unprecedented shock. He fixates on Lin Yuan, then suddenly glances at Chao Gui's lifeless, beastly corpse. He witnesses the last remnant of energy belonging to the Shadow Bat Emperor, as if drawn by an invisible hand, causing the withered body to visibly disintegrate alongside the dull ring beside it, both turning to ash and vanishing completely. Lin Yuan's consciousness floats and reshapes within the turbulent torrent of energy. N's theft functions as the universe's most efficient furnace, executing its authority with cold precision. The vast source of spiritual energy from the sixth stage of the spirit transformation realm rushes forth like a flood, violently washing and expanding Lin Yuan's originally feeble spiritual veins and limbs. The barriers of the awakening realm collapse like paper. The violent torrent of energy nearly threatens to burst him apart. His avatar fills with spiritual energy in an instant. Yet, as the imprint of N's theft glimmers. A powerful binding force compresses this energy torrent, which could obliterate an awakening realm cultivator, forcing it to condense and settle. His realm soars like a rocket, ultimately stabilizing at the pinnacle of the 7th stage of the awakening realm. Had it not been for his talent forcibly suppressing the foundation, this plundered energy could have obliterated him. A mechanical notification resonates within Lin Yuan's mind, layers upon layers merging into one. N's theft has been triggered. Talent plunder initiated. Target detected. 6th stage spirit transformation body. Core talent being analyzed. B-grade talent, shadow, has been stripped. Mastery over shadows, affinity, concealment, transformation, and manipulation powers. Target imprint purification complete, fully integrated with the host. S-grade talent, shadow spawn power, has been plundered. Ability to manipulate physical shadows, absorb shadow energy for sustenance, short-range shadow traversing, and bind enemies with shadow shackles. Complete authority belongs to the host and can be activated at will. S-grade talent, soul impact, has been fused, enhances soul essence. Can unleash powerful soul impacts using mental force, effective against lower-tier spirit bodies. A series of notifications sounds resound, as Chao Gui's core combat talents, upon which he relied, are stripped away like masterless objects, cleansed by the power of N's theft, transforming into the purest energy and authority, steadily merging into Lin Yuan's soul. As the fusion of talents approached its conclusion, a crisp notification echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. His spirit stirred, and his eyes subtly brightened, revealing uncontainable joy. Unexpectedly, in addition to vanquishing Chao Guiji, he was blessed with an unforeseen reward. A voice announced that the royal bloodline trait had been detected, initiating the fusion of the Shadow Bat Emperor's bloodline fragment. At that moment, a chilling and pure force of bloodline power began to flow silently within him. An unparalleled sense of dark perception spread like an invisible net throughout the underground space, allowing him to detect even the slightest movement of shadows in the corners. Meanwhile, a formidable instinct for flesh and blood regeneration seeped into his limbs and bones, rapidly healing the organs and meridians that had been grievously injured by Chao Guiji. Deep within his pupils, a flicker of dark red bloodlines surged like lightning, exuding an eerie cold glow that added an inexplicable aura to his previously handsome visage. The soul refinement was underway, as he absorbed the remnants of the soul of the powerful being, enhancing his mental prowess. The remnants of Chao Guiji's soul, already weakened, were entirely consumed by Lin Yuan, although a significant portion transformed into pure spiritual energy to fill his void. The profound essence of the original soul nourished Lin Yuan's spiritual foundation like a top-tier spiritual material. What was once a devastated spiritual body, due to his injuries, transformed into a solid and weighty form under the refinement of this immense soul power, gaining a tangible essence as the spiritual aura flowed. Lin Yuan immersed himself in his sea of consciousness and was astonished to find that he could now manifest a spiritual body standing within it. The previously cramped space of his sea of consciousness suddenly expanded several times, becoming clear and ethereal. His mental energy surged like a roaring tide, tempered to the resilience of forged steel, unmatched and poised. This manifestation of the spiritual body was indicative of the mental strength attainable only in the condensation realm. Lin Yuan was filled with awe, reflecting that although this encounter was fraught with danger, it had ultimately borne unexpected fortune. Not only had he regained his life, but he had also acquired opportunities far beyond his expectations. His mental power had leaped in rank, and the internal surge of spiritual energy was at its zenith, supplemented by several formidable talents and the early steps into the condensation realm. In that moment, his strength was now incomparable to before, just as his emotions surged. Another notification resonated in his mind, and the continuous announcements brought a broader smile to his lips. He detected spiritual energy crystals, initiating energy absorption, and thus acquired spiritual energy. He obtained an A-grade talent, control of thunder, enabling him to manipulate ferocious lightning, which possessed penetrating and paralyzing effects. Additionally, he gained an S-grade talent, burning heaven flame, mastering a flame that was both scorching and domineering, capable of incinerating spiritual energy and disintegrating flesh, with a restraining effect on evil entities. Almost forgetting these two treasures, Lin Yuan smirked, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. The spiritual energy crystals he had casually collected after defeating Li Hongyu and Lin Jiachuan were still in his grasp. This time, with the full activation of the end of day's theft, he unexpectedly absorbed and refined these two crystals, along with the talents contained within, resulting in delightful surprises. He clenched his fists, feeling the newly acquired powers of shadow, thunder, and flame surging within him. Lifting his gaze towards the dense and pure spiritual energy of the condensation realm hovering above his sea of consciousness, his eyes gleamed with brilliance. At last, he would no longer lack spiritual energy, and a breakthrough was imminent. As the last trace of Chao Guiji's soul imprint was utterly obliterated and absorbed, the end of days theft mark, suspended in the center of Lin Yuan's sea of consciousness, gradually withdrew the oppressive aura it had radiated. The light dimmed, ultimately transforming into an almost imperceptible beam, vanishing among the intricate patterns of Lin Yuan's soul core, silently, as if it had never existed. The terrifying pressure enveloping Lin Yuan dissipated like a receding tide, leaving the underground space suddenly unburdened. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Yuan abruptly arched his body, his chest heaving violently. And a bout of excruciating cough erupted, expelling a mouthful of tainted blood mixed with dark clots and faint black mist, which splattered onto the ground with a dull thud. The black mist dispersed upon contact with the ground. Wu Hua, Jiang Ruyu, and others, tense with anxiety, rushed forward as the oppressive aura vanished, their faces etched with concern. With Wu Hua exclaiming, "Lin Yuan, are you all right?" At that moment, Lin Yuan's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, the energy aura circulating around him. Though he did not intentionally release a pressure, instinctively caused those nearby to hold their breath, their hearts inexplicably tightening. He slowly rose, his movements slightly stiff and sluggish, evidently still recovering from his severe injuries. Yet with each motion, he felt the explosive power within him, far surpassing his former self. Looking down at his intact arm, energy surged beneath his skin, glowing faintly. His fingers gradually tightened, causing his joints to crack, as the overwhelming spiritual energy within him surged like a tumultuous sea, robust and formidable, indicating his peak strength at the 7th level of the awakening realm. Lin Yuan raised his gaze, slowly scanning the crowd. Jiang Ruyu and Lu Yi, witnessing the dramatic transformation in his aura, were filled with terror and disbelief, instinctively stepping back slightly, their voices trembling. "Is that really you, Lin Yuan?" A smile played on Lin Yuan's lips, a gentle glimmer crossing his eyes as he nodded in affirmation, the familiar radiance easing their apprehension. He surveyed the surroundings, finally fixing his gaze on the injured Lei Qianxiong, who lay on the ground. Despite appearing weak and with a gruesome chest wound, his eyes burned with intensity. Fixated on Lin Yuan, filled with shock and urgency. Upon noticing Lin Yuan's gaze, he rasped, "Lin Yuan, are you all right? What about that Chao Guiji?" Chapter 64. The cold radiance appears in the night. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a slow smile, a weariness tinged with the relief of survival. "Officer Lei, it is I?" His voice, still rough from recent injuries, resonated clearly through the silent underground space, each word laden with the weight of shadowy gravity. "You referred to that slippery eel." He paused, his gaze drifting to the remnants of Chao Guiji reduced to ashes, where only the faintest trace of a cold aura lingered, subtly dissipating with the air. A cruel, cold curve emerged on his lips as he uttered, "Now, not even a trace remains." Lei Qianxiong locked his gaze onto Lin Yuan's eyes, recognizing the familiar glimmer within. He surveyed the surroundings, and despite his mastery in the condensation realm, he found no trace of Chao Guiji's presence, not even a lingering remnant of his soul. The tension in his heart dissipated, his rigid body relaxing, a broad smile breaking forth, filled with admiration and relief. "Good lad. Even if he was merely a spiritual body, he was still a genuine condensation realm practitioner. I truly underestimated you." Lin Yuan contemplated for a moment, loosening his fingers, allowing 2 dull, lifeless spiritual energy crystals to fall to the ground with a soft thud. Maintaining a light tone, he refrained from mentioning the recent peril, attributing his fortune to the sudden revival of the Shadow Bat Emperor, which had engaged in battle with Chao Guiji. "I seized the opportunity when they were both weakened, launching a mental assault. They likely did not anticipate I possessed a spiritual-type talent." Lei Qianxiong nodded, sighing, "That Chao Guiji, truly a case of losing more than he gained. The Shadow Bat Emperor is inherently skilled in shadow and soul abilities. It seems he never fully refined it. He relied on it, yet ultimately fell victim to it." As he spoke, he gradually bent down to pick up 2 energy crystals lying beside Chao Gui's body, his fingertips caressing the surface of the crystals, his gaze imbued with a complex and inscrutable emotion. A heavy voice echoed in the vast space, tinged with an unmistakable sense of melancholy. "Chao Gui was my childhood friend. We entered the military together, navigating countless life and death trials before finally stepping into the realm of Hualing. Unfortunately, his innate talent was limited. After entering Hualing, his cultivation stagnated. He went missing 5 years ago during an investigation into the Shun E Society, only to discover that they had brainwashed him." Pausing momentarily, He raised his gaze to Lin Yuan, his tone resolute. I hope you do not walk the same path as him in the future. The path of the Shun Yi is ultimately inferior. Lin Yuan nodded, his mental energy suddenly surging forth, instantly imprinting the scene of the entire tunnel into his mind. His eyes narrowed slightly, anticipation swirling within. Indeed, the mental energy of the Ning Yuan realm possesses such intensity. How formidable must my Yin Kong be? Lei Qianxiong sensed the dispersing mental energy and could not help but click his tongue, his gaze profound. It appears your cultivation has awakened to the 7th tier. Your mental energy must have stepped into the Ning Yuan realm, correct? It seems all their spiritual bodies have been devoured and refined by you. What? Upon hearing this, the officers behind Lei Qianxiong were all visibly taken aback, turning to look at Lin Yuan in unison, especially the already established Wu Hua and Wu Yuan, who widened their eyes in astonishment, envy evident in their expressions. Lei Qianxiong shook his head with a smile. Pointing at the two, the cultivation of mental energy is the most arduous. Even Wu Hua and the others have yet to reach the Ning Yuan realm. Yet you have fortuitously advanced your mental energy ahead of your cultivation. In future encounters with individuals like Gu Linsheng, your Nian Kong will ensure they endure sufficient hardship. The nearby students were equally astonished. Within just a few days, Lin Yuan had left them far behind, as if a chasm separated them. Lei Qianxiong raised his hand and issued a stern command. Count the number of students and send those who have been modified back to the research facility. Xiao Lu, take Lin Yuan and the students back to the city first. The rest will follow me as we continue to trace the Shun Yi Society's whereabouts. Yes, Commander Lei. The orderly response shattered the silence, resonating through the underground space. Night fell swiftly, and as the convoy rolled over the neon-lit streets of Jiangcheng, the sky had already darkened to an inky hue. Xiao Lu hooked his arm around Lin Yuan's shoulder, his smile bright and unpretentious. Casually gesturing towards the half-orc bound at the rear of the armored vehicle, his tone light-hearted. Lin Yuan, my task is wrapping up. I must first escort this batch of modified students back to the research facility. His eyes sparkled with pure combat fervor, devoid of any provocation. Next time, let us spar. I have long wished to test just how formidable the strongest awakening realm truly is, as my boss claims. Lin Yuan regarded the unpretentious combativeness in his gaze and nodded faintly. Let us arrange for it next time. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Lu's figure had already darted into the night, vanishing in an instant. A timid voice suddenly broke the silence, tinged with unmistakable guilt. Lin Yuan turned to see Lu Yi, her gaze downcast, her cheeks flushed with remorse, hesitantly speaking. I'm sorry, whether it was during the Fengyu incident or today. It was all thanks to you. Beside her, Jiang Ruyu nodded in agreement, about to speak when the classmates behind them began to apologize to Lin Yuan in unison. Lin Yuan raised his hand to interrupt, his expression indifferent, his tone calm and unwavering. I merely assisted the military in completing a task. It has nothing to do with saving you. You should return home soon. With that, he turned away from their complex expressions and strode off, leaving Lu Yi and Jiang Ruyu standing in place, their faces reflecting a mix of regret and complexity. The night breeze swept through the streets with a chill. As Lin Yuan walked alone on his way home, remnants of the thrill of life and death still lingering in his heart. His dual innate talents of elemental and mental energy were growing increasingly formidable, yet the memory of that near-death suffocation still prompted him to clench his fists involuntarily. He needed to be more cautious moving forward. He murmured to himself, having always acted boldly relying on the existence of his doppelganger, yet not anticipating that this time he had almost stumbled. Although he possessed a doppelganger, the soul remained singular. If the soul imprint were to be destroyed, the doppelganger would also lose its efficacy. Contemplating this, a steely glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He must grow stronger. As he turned into a familiar, shadowy alley, subtle, fragmented sounds quietly emerged. Having integrated fragments of the Shadow Bat Monarch's bloodline, his perception of darkness had sharpened to an acute level, instantly detecting the ominous aura permeating the air, causing his brow to furrow sharply. A glimmer of cold light flashed as several flying daggers cut through the air, their deep, chilling gleam contrasting against the night, and that familiar aura rushed towards him, emanating from the shadow powers he had only recently mastered. Now that Lin Yuan's mental energy had entered the second realm of Ning Yuan, he was exceedingly perceptive. With a quick sidestep, several daggers embedded themselves into the wall beside him. Frowning, he gazed at the daggers exuding tendrils of chilling black energy and spoke in a deep voice. Who is it? Chapter 65. Just the right opportunity for me to hone my skills. What astonishing reflexes. Amidst a chilling round of applause, a figure slowly emerged from the darkness. Draped in a pitch-black robe, a featureless metallic mask obscuring his face, revealing only a pair of eyes shimmering with an eerie glow. His voice, rasping like metal scraping, echoed through the mask. From the shadows at the alley's entrance, two more figures appeared, similarly clad in dark attire, forming a triangular formation that trapped Lin Yuan in the narrow alley's center. A palpable, frigid murderous intent enveloped the entire space like a tangible web. Lin Yuan slightly raised an eyebrow, his gaze precisely locking onto the emblem of a rose, faintly visible in the darkness, outlined in blood-red metal, emblazoned on the chests of the three. His insightful eye activated instantly, a mechanical notification ringing clearly in his mind. Ding. Target: Human, Cultivation, Awakening Tier 7, Peak. Talent: A grade Dark Power. Ding. Target: Human, Cultivation, Awakening Tier 6, Initial. Talent: B grade Swiftness, C grade Tear. Ding. Target: Human, Cultivation, Awakening Tier 6, Initial. Talent: B grade Tough Skin, C grade Heavy Strike. A killer organization? Bloodrose. Lin Yuan's voice remained calm and unflustered, devoid of any hint of panic, instead carrying a trace of cold understanding. You possess some insight. The masked leader appeared somewhat surprised that Lin Yuan could recognize their origins, but his tone quickly turned sinister. However, it's of no use. Intelligence indicates you have just undergone a fierce battle and are severely depleted, barely at the peak of Awakening Tier 4. This will save us some effort. Attack. Quickly eliminate this brat, and do not let any complications arise. One of the killers at the alley's entrance impatiently urged, his figure suddenly blurring, as if merging into the surrounding darkness. However, his movements were as clear as ink dots shifting on white paper under Lin Yuan's current Ning Yuan realm's mental perception and the ultimate shadow insight granted by the Shadow Bat Monarch's bloodline. Lin Yuan quickly locked onto the target, attempting to stealthily approach. Before he could finish his thought, the figure at the alley's entrance vanished like a wraith. And in the next moment, a chilling killing intent was already at Lin Yuan's side. A pitch-black dagger, infused with dark power, silently lunged towards Lin Yuan's side, its angle vicious and merciless. Simultaneously, another killer endowed with the swiftness talent created an afterimage as he charged directly at Lin Yuan, a short sword aimed at his throat. Meanwhile, the burly killer possessing tough skin and heavy strike let out a roar, his fist the size of a cooking pot, roaring through the air as it struck fiercely towards Lin Yuan's back. Faced with the combined assault of the three killers, Lin Yuan a day prior would have found himself in grave danger, even with a doppelganger, and would have to pay a price to escape. Yet at this moment, a cold smile curled at the corners of Lin Yuan's lips. Intelligence? That was already outdated. With a light push of his toes against the ground, the wind power, combined with the lightness, talent activated, causing him to feel weightless as he transformed into a wisp of smoke, effortlessly slipping through the gaps in the attacks aimed at him. The lethal dagger, sword, and fist all missed their targets completely. What? Astonishment flickered in the eyes of the three assassins. This speed is certainly beyond the fourth tier. Eating fun. Lin Yuan uttered a sharp command, providing them no time to react. He immediately tested the newly acquired B-class Yin talent. The shadows beneath his feet surged violently, spreading like a living entity, and swiftly transformed into several pitch-black chains of shadow, meticulously ensnaring the ankles of the three assassins. The binding effect of the shadow chains erupted. The burly assassin, endowed with resilient skin, roared in fury as his muscles bulged, forcibly breaking the shadow chains around his ankles, but his movement was momentarily hindered. The concealment assassin, relying on the affinity of dark power, managed to partially dissolve some of the shadows, though his actions were evidently impeded. Only the frontal assault specialist, the swift assassin, reacted slightly slower, becoming thoroughly bound by the shadow chains and stumbling. Nian Kong barrier. Lin Yuan raised his left hand, and a transparent barrier of psychic energy instantly appeared before him, precisely blocking the second heavy punch thrown by the enraged burly assassin after breaking free. Bang! A muffled collision resounded, and the psychic barrier held firm, sending a tremor through his arm. How could this be? The psychic strength at the condensation realm far exceeds that of the awakening realm. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan's right hand formed a blade with his fingers. Vibrant crimson gold flames dancing at his fingertips. S-class, Burning Heaven Flame. Burning. A spear-like line of searing fire, infused with the terrifying heat of incinerating spiritual energy, shot directly towards the swift assassin, who was briefly ensnared by the shadow chains. Ah! A scream pierced the air. Although the assassin desperately sidestepped to avoid a fatal blow to the heart, his left shoulder was instantly pierced by the fiery line. The domineering force of Burning Heaven Flame, fiercely eroding his flesh and spiritual energy, leaving the wound charred, and excruciating pain nearly rendered him unable to grip his weapon. A smirk curled at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. Li Hongyu, do you truly understand this talent? It seems it is up to me. Damn it. The intelligence was incorrect. He is at least a 7th tier, and possesses a fire attribute talent. The masked leader was both astonished and furious, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. In the span of a single day, from being reported as a severely injured 4th tier to now showcasing peak 7th tier prowess. With bizarrely powerful shadow manipulation, a refined psychic barrier, and this terrifying flame, it utterly exceeded their expectations. Hold nothing back. Kill him. The masked man bellowed fiercely, forming seals with his hands, as dense, dark power coalesced into a massive spear of darkness in his palm, its tip exuding a terrifying aura of devouring light, hurled fiercely towards Lin Yuan. At the same time, he melded back into the shadows, seeking an opportunity for a fatal strike. The burly assassin roared, his skin taking on a rocky, grayish-white sheen, disregarding his fire-scorched comrade, and charged towards Lin Yuan like a human tank, his fists imbued with the force of heavy strike, crashing towards the psychic barrier. In the face of this more frenzied assault, a glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Not only did he not retreat, but his fighting spirit soared. The numerous talents he had just acquired were perfectly suited for testing these unfortunate assassins. He concentrated, feeling thunder power surge within him. Fine purple arcs of electricity instantly enveloping his arms, crackling with explosive sounds. Since you are so eager to meet your demise. Lin Yuan's voice resonated with a chilling intent to kill as he lowered his body slightly, preparing to welcome an even fiercer clash. Then, let us play. Feeling the palpable power erupting from Lin Yuan, the 3 assassins felt a chill run down their spines. They finally understood that their target was far from the easy prey described in the intelligence report. Instead, he was a ferocious beast cloaked in sheep's clothing, with terrifying fangs. Not good. Retreat quickly. Lin Yuan slowly advanced, energies swirling in his hands. Run? Can you escape? Chapter 66 Brother, please stop shocking me. Nian Kong's psychic barrier. The moment his command fell, an invisible psychic force enveloped the entire dark alley, forming an impenetrable barrier. The dark-clad figures crashed violently against the barrier, their energies surging wildly, straining with all their might to tear it apart. Yet the barrier remained steadfast, not even a ripple appearing. The leader, cloaked in a dense aura of shadows, frantically drew a dagger from his waist, hacking fiercely, yet the blade merely sparked against the psychic barrier, leaving no trace whatsoever. His pupils dilated, disbelief etched across his face. His voice trembling. How is this possible? The intelligence clearly stated that his psychic power had only just reached the 4th tier. This intensity is at least 7th tier and above. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yuan had silently appeared before them, responding, correct, here is your reward. As energies surged around him, a blazing fire ignited in his left hand, while his right hand crackled with violent lightning. The 2 palms suddenly converged, and the 2 extremes of furious energy collided, transforming into a swirling sphere of intermingled light and darkness. A technique that could only be executed collaboratively by Li Hongyu and Lin Jiachuan. Now, Lin Yuan alone could wield this formidable offensive technique. It surged forth with the destructive might of a natural disaster towards the dark-clad man. Thunder and fire erupted. The energy sphere shot forth, small in size, yet exuding an oppressive aura that sent chills down the spines of the 2 6th-tier dark-clad men. Just as they attempted to evade, the energy's residual force swept towards them, violently sending them crashing against the wall, blood spurting from their mouths as they collapsed, utterly incapacitated. The remaining assassin frantically summoned the dark power within to resist, but each strand of elemental power interwoven with lightning and fire was no weaker than their dark power. Combined, these 2 ferocious energies multiplied their destructive force exponentially. Is this even human? I've faced 7th-tier king-level aberrations and never encountered anything so terrifying. The leader of the dark-clad men was on the verge of madness, gritting his teeth as he unleashed all his shadow energy, enveloped in a bizarre black light. Attempting to withstand this blow, boom, a deafening explosion echoed through the alley, thick smoke billowing upwards. As the dust settled, the 3 dark-clad figures lay bloodied and battered on the ground, their breaths weak and labored. Lin Yuan looked down at them, fingers stroking his chin, pondering. Indeed, after elevating my realm, the combination of talents has rendered my combat prowess terrifyingly formidable. Previously, although I could defeat opponents of the same tier, it would often drain my mental energy. Now, relying solely on the power of the fused thunder and fire elements is sufficient to obliterate opponents of the same rank, without even fully utilizing the burning heaven flame and shadow powers. He stepped forward, placing a heavy foot upon the wrist of the lead dark-clad man. The sound of cracking bones accompanied by a chilling cry of pain. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with a cold intent to kill as he spoke coldly. Speak. Who hired you to kill me? Had it not been for this breakthrough in realm and transformation, facing such an assassination squad, he might have already perished. Thus, his murderous intent was unabashed. The lead dark-clad man clutched his agonized chest, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Yet he stubbornly gritted his teeth and replied, I am a professional assassin. I will never speak. Lin Yuan suddenly increased the pressure, causing the dark-clad man to spasm in pain, yet he still resolutely held his ground, refusing to divulge. I won't say, just kill me. I would rather die than face organizational retribution. A tough nut to crack, Lin Yuan smiled faintly, raising his gaze to the two remaining sixth-tier assassins beside him, and with a swift kick, sent them flying against the wall, causing them to spout blood and weaken further. We won't say either, they cried out, barely holding on. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, a cold smile gracing his lips as he approached one of them, his palm gently resting on the shoulder of the assassin. The ferocious lightning instantaneously engulfed the man, and the acrid scent of charred flesh swiftly permeated the air. The figure clad in black convulsed violently, his eyes rolling back in agony, nearly losing consciousness. Will you speak? Lin Yuan's voice was cold and piercing. Observing his companion's torment, the other assassin trembled with fear, instinctively retreating a step. Upon perceiving Lin Yuan's frigid gaze upon him, he collapsed to the ground, crawling to Lin Yuan's feet, pleading for mercy. Brother, you are my kin. I will speak. I will speak. Professional ethics mean nothing. Please, do not electrocute me. I will divulge everything. The seventh-tier assassin in the corner glared at him menacingly, muttering, The organization will not spare you. The sixth-tier assassin shook his head, retorting, Nonsense. I just joined. My soul is not yet marked. That fool could not even convey the information correctly. He might as well die. It was the Gu family from Jiangsheng that sent us. I just started and received my first mission. It was their erroneous intel. I do not wish to perish. Please, let me go. Lin Yuan frowned slightly, a thought crossing his mind as he pulled the three of them together with his mental force, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. Indeed, it was the Gu family. He had always avoided conflict, having only offended the family by assisting Gu Qingsheng in defeating Gu Linsheng during a practical assessment. It seemed that the Gu family harbored resentment, waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. Brother, I have already said it. Let me go, and I promise I will never leak your information. The assassin pleaded desperately. Lin Yuan glanced at the three individuals on the ground, who were barely clinging to life, and nodded indifferently, then turned to leave the alley. Seeing him depart, the leading figure in black glared venomously at his disclosing companion, enduring intense pain as he propped himself against the wall to rise, sneering, Dare to disclose client information? Prepare to face the organization's punishment. He then raised his gaze towards Lin Yuan's retreating figure, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Still too young, unaware of the consequences of letting a tiger return to the mountain. Under the bounty of the blood rose, no one can survive. His words were abruptly cut short. His shadow suddenly writhed like a living creature, and a chilling aura surged from behind him. It was the shadow element, in which he excelled. The deep, eerie presence behind him sent a shiver down his spine. In the next moment, a shadowy blade pierced through his chest, blood gushing forth along the blade. He looked down in disbelief at the icy shadow blade embedded in his chest, as if the terrifying aura mocked his incompetence. The two nearby assassins were not spared either, similarly pierced through the chest by the shadow blades, their vitality swiftly fading. The pungent scent of blood filled the alley as Lin Yuan continued walking without pause, a cold smirk gracing his lips, not bothering to look back as he headed home, his deep voice laced with chill dissipating into the wind. I never claimed I would let you off the hook. I will settle this score with the Gu family in due time. Chapter 67. Is anyone going to manage this? Lin Yuan paused momentarily before swiftly arriving at his doorstep, where two familiar figures swiftly came into view. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. Bai Jejia waved her arms energetically. Sprinting towards him, Gu Qingqing stood at a distance, nodding in acknowledgement. She was panting, her cheeks flushed with excitement. You're finally back. I knew you would return when I saw them discussing you in the group. Lin Yuan smiled and ruffled her hair, noting her vibrant energy, indicating her recovery was going well. Bai Jejia nodded vigorously, displaying her lack of significant biceps. Of course. Who do you think I am? Gu Qingqing approached as well, holding a gift bag, her normally cold demeanor softened by a rare smile. Lin Yuan, thank you for your assistance during the practical assessment. This is a gift for your parents. Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively, smiling. There is no need for such formality among teammates. Bai Jejia chimed in, exactly. No need to be so polite. The group is buzzing. Everyone is discussing you. Discussing me? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Yes, yes. Bai Jiajia's excitement surged as she pulled out her phone, skillfully scrolling through it, and excitedly held it up for Lin Yuan to see. Look, someone recorded the audio of your battle. No, I mean, when you were handling matters outside and shared it in the group. My goodness, so many people are flooding the chat, saying you were so cool, that your skills were incredible, and calling you a powerhouse. There's even a flood of screaming. Haha. She animatedly mimicked the comments from the group. Gu Qingqing, who approached, nodded gently, her cold features revealing a trace of imperceptible amusement as she looked at Lin Yuan and added, indeed, those concise and powerful commands, along with your calm handling of the unexpected situation, left a strong impression. The group had a significant reaction. Lin Yuan observed the rapidly scrolling messages and exaggerated praise on the screen, shaking his head with a hint of exasperation. They recorded a video. How idle. Just as the three stood at the doorway, engrossed in lively discussion about the group, familiar footsteps and voices approached from the alley. Old Lin, isn't that Xiao Yuan back at the door? Came the gentle voice of his mother, Bai Shuhua. Hey, indeed it is. And look, there's Jiejia, Lin Yuan's father. Lin Hai exclaimed with evident delight. Lin Yuan's parents, Lin Hai and Bai Shuhua, approached briskly, carrying groceries. Upon seeing their son return safely, flanked by two beautiful young women of distinct charm, the couple's faces blossomed with joy. Uncle and Auntie, Bai Jiejia immediately greeted them with a bright smile, radiating warmth. Having been a frequent guest at the Lin household since childhood, she was as familiar with Lin Yuan's parents as if they were her own kin. Ah, Jiejia, you are becoming more beautiful, Bai Shuhua responded with a smile, her gaze then landing on the poised and elegant Gu Qingqing, her eyes filled with admiration and affection. And this young lady is? Auntie, uncle, hello. I am Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing introduced herself gracefully, her voice melodious and clear. Oh, what a lovely name and a lovely girl. Lin Hai praised with a hearty laugh. Come, come, don't just stand at the door. Let us go inside and sit. We have some fruits and snacks prepared. Lin's mother warmly encouraged, stepping forward to take Gu Qingqing's wrist in a friendly manner. Xiao Yuan's friends are our friends. Come inside. It's chilly out here. Bai Jiejia giggled, bouncing inside without hesitation, heading straight for the water cups, as if she were home. Gu Qingqing, being led by Lin's mother, felt the warmth and unabashed kindness radiating from the gentle hand clasping her wrist. Her body paused slightly, a subtle stirring in her heart, as if softly touched by something profound. This pure, homely warmth and care was an extraordinarily unfamiliar, yet immensely treasured experience for her. She obediently followed into the tidy and cozy Lin household, observing Lin's parents bustling about preparing fruit and tea, the long-lost warmth of home quietly enveloping her, causing ripples in her previously desolate heart. Lin Yuan watched as his parents fussed over Gu Qingqing, and though she remained her usual cool self, the subtle softness and unease in her eyes were unmistakable, her lips curling into a faint smile. The atmosphere in the living room was warm and harmonious, with Bai Jiejia chattering animatedly about the amusing events in the group, bringing laughter to Lin Yuan's parents, while Gu Qingqing quietly sat nearby, nibbling on the fruit offered by Lin's mother, occasionally responding with a word or two. Suddenly, a sharp and agitated knocking at the door shattered the tranquility. Bai Shuhua, Lin Hai, open the door. Let me in. The shrill voice belonged to Lin Yuan's aunt, Zhao Li Yuan. Lin Hai furrowed his brow and rose to open the door. As the door swung open, Zhao Li Yuan stormed in with an air of fury, tightly clutching her phone, its screen illuminating the viral video circulating in the group, a pivotal clip depicting Lin Yuan's decisive strike against Lin Jiachuan. Her face flushed crimson, her eyes ablaze with wrath, and as she entered, her gaze sliced through the living room like a blade, landing squarely on Lin Yuan. Her voice pierced the air, shrill and accusatory. My son died a tragic death. Well done, Lin Yuan. You little beast, look at this. Everyone, take a look. What is this circulating in the group? How dare you lay such a venomous hand on Jiachuan? You must explain yourself today. Lin Hai, Bai Shuhua, you raised a fine son. How could he extend the slaughtering knife toward his own kin? She brandished her phone, spittle flying as she pointed at Lin Yuan's figure in the video, her body trembling with rage, plunging the atmosphere of the living room into an icy abyss. The warmth that once filled the space was abruptly replaced by a chilling dread, as all eyes turned to the infuriated Zhao Li Yuan and the gruesome image frozen on her screen. Bai Shuhua and Lin Hai cast a glance at their son, their expressions laden with inquiry. Lin Yuan remained unfazed, nodding slightly, as if to say, yes, I did it. What of it? Bai Jiejia interjected, he has been transformed. He is no longer a normal human. He can only be said to have brought this upon himself. Zhao Li Yuan's fury intensified. You butcher. I will call the police. You murderer. In a frenzy, she lunged towards Lin Yuan. With a mere glance, Lin Yuan used his mental power to repel the untrained Zhao Liyuan, sending her crashing to the ground, where she began to wail, "Is there no justice? Is murder no longer a crime? Is there no one to intervene? Who will give me an explanation? My beloved son." "Of course there is," came a deep voice from nearby. Chapter 68. Someone to lean on. Just as her heart-wrenching cries filled the air, that deep, authoritative voice resonated like thunder at the door, cutting through Zhao Liyuan's shrieks. "Of course there is." Everyone turned sharply towards the sound. A tall figure appeared at the entrance. Lei Qianxiong. "Commander Lei, what brings you here? Please, come in and have a seat." Lin Yuan gestured, clearing a space for him. Lei Qianxiong smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. He had changed out of his tattered military uniform and now wore a sharp, dark civilian outfit, adorned with noticeable epaulets. Though his complexion still bore the pallor of recent injury, and he seemed to harbor lingering discomfort, the ironclad aura of a battle-hardened warrior remained undiminished. His gaze sharp as an eagle's, immediately locking onto the crumpled Zhao Liyuan. Behind him followed two equally stern-faced military officers clad in uniform. The heavy thud of their boots on the floor echoed clearly, drowning out Zhao Liyuan's lamentations as the atmosphere in the living room thickened, rendering the air almost suffocating. Lei Qianxiong's gaze swept over the tear-streaked Zhao Liyuan, his expression cold and scrutinizing, the terrifying scar on his face rendering her sobs to mere gasps of fear. She instinctively sensed the immense pressure emanating from a true powerhouse and an authoritative institution. "You seek an explanation?" Lei Qianxiong's voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable weight, resonating clearly in every ear present. "I am here to provide that explanation." His gaze shifted to Lin Hai and Bai Shuhua, offering a slight nod of respect before finally resting on Lin Yuan, his eyes betraying a hint of unspoken approval and affirmation. This silent exchange brought a measure of comfort to Lin Yuan's parents. Once more, Lei Qianxiong directed his attention to Zhao Liyuan, his tone icy and stern, each word striking like falling icicles. "Your son, Lin Jiachuan, has long been subjected to inhumane semi-beastly transformation by the cult organization, the Divine Blood Society. Following the practical assessment, he is no longer human, but a monstrous killing machine nurtured by the Divine Blood Society. In the cave stronghold, he, along with other transformed individuals, threatened dozens of innocent students. His hands are stained with blood. Had Lin Yuan not stepped forward at a critical moment and decisively eliminated him, the casualties would have been far more grievous." With each assertion, Zhao Liyuan's complexion drained further of color. She opened her mouth, attempting to retort, "My son is not a monster." But in the face of the frigid gaze of this military colonel and the ironclad truth laid bare, any defense seemed utterly futile. A chill surged from her toes to the crown of her head, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. She raised her head in a frenzy, fixing her gaze on Lei Qianxiong. "Impossible. You must be colluding with Lin Yuan to frighten me." Clinging to this desperate hope, she placed her hands on her ample hips, defiantly declaring, "Do you think I am easily intimidated?" With a cold snort, Lei Qianxiong unleashed his formidable psychic energy, instantly locking onto Zhao Liyuan. He displayed his military identification, his frigid gaze sweeping over her. Lei Qianxiong's voice was resolute, imbued with an authority that brooked no dissent. "The Jiangqing Military District Special Operations Team, including myself, Lei Qianxiong, participated in the entire operation and witnessed everything, and we can testify to that. All evidence, including the combat records from the scene, biological sample analysis reports, and the detection report of the transformation agents remaining within Lin Jiachuan, has been reported to the Law Enforcement General Administration." He stepped forward, towering over the crumpled Zhao Liyuan, whose face had turned ashen, his tone laden with a final warning and deep disdain. "Is this explanation clear enough? Should you dare to continue to harass, slander, or attack the valiant Lin Yuan and his family on this basis, it will amount to interfering with military affairs and framing military personnel. The consequences, you must weigh for yourself." Each of Lei Qianxiong's words landed like a hammer, striking forcefully against Zhao Liyuan's heart. Gazing at the military identification in Lei Qianxiong's hand and the solemn expressions of the officers behind him, she utterly lost the strength and courage to cry out. Left with only a bone-deep fear and despair, her body trembling like chaff, unable to utter a single word. The son she had once taken pride in had become a monster of a cult, and she could not even ensure that the true culprit faced justice? The colossal impact of this revelation, coupled with the stark reality, left her utterly stunned. Silence enveloped the living room. Lin Hai and Bai Shuhua regarded the imposing figure of Colonel Lei, then glanced at their calm son, their questions and worries dissipating under the weight of Lei Qianxiong's authoritative testimony. leaving behind a complex mix of emotions regarding their son's situation, both relief and pride, mingled with a tinge of pity for Zhao Liyuan. Lei Qianxiong no longer paid heed to the dazed Zhao Liyuan, his gaze shifting to Lin Yuan. Imbued with concern and inquiry, Lin Yuan, are you all right? How is your recovery? Lin Yuan looked at the man who had stood up for him, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. I am fine, Commander Lei. Thank you. Lin Hai's voice trembled with relief as he broke the silence, finally emerging from his shock to look at his son. His gaze complex. Is this all real? Jiachuan. Lin Yuan met his father's eyes, his expression calm and sincere, nodding in affirmation. Observing this, Lei Qianxiong signaled to the officers behind him. One of them stepped forward, half persuading, half compelling, to assist the slumped and dazed Zhao Liyuan to her feet. Ms. Zhao, we understand your feelings regarding your son, but facts are facts. Zhao Liyuan, akin to a marionette, was lifted up, no longer crying or shouting, merely allowing the officer to escort her away from the Lin household in a daze. The sound of the door closing seemed to punctuate the end of this sudden upheaval. The living room fell silent once more, but the atmosphere was starkly different from the warmth it had once exuded. A faint sense of oppression hung in the air, mingled with the weariness of surviving a calamity. Lei Qianxiong turned his gaze towards Lin Yuan's family, his tone softening. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, I apologize for intruding at such a time. Lin Yuan is not only the hero of this mission, but also a member of the victim's family. The military district and the law enforcement agency will provide a formal report regarding the Xinyi Society in this incident. Rest assured, Lin Yuan's actions were entirely justified. Lin Hai and Bai Shuhua quickly nodded, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Commander Lei. We appreciate your sense of justice. Lei Qianxiong then turned his attention to Gu Qingcheng. Giving a slight nod, Miss Gu is also here. Gu Qingcheng stood up, returning the greeting with an icy demeanor. Colonel Lei. Her gaze swept over Lin Yuan, revealing a hint of curiosity. The mention of Lin Yuan as a hero by Lei Qianxiong suggested his role within the cave was far more significant and perilous than she had previously understood. Lei Qianxiong shifted his focus back to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, you performed admirably in this operation. However, for safety's sake, I need you to accompany us for a while. The spirit of Chao Gui is exceedingly powerful and poses a significant danger to you. It is wise to conduct a thorough examination. As his words settled, the atmosphere in the living room, which had just relaxed after Zhao Liyuan's departure, grew tense once more. Lin Yuan's parents, Lin Hai and Bai Shuhua, immediately displayed concern. Commander Lei, is our son all right? Bai Shuhua asked anxiously, stepping forward. Mrs. Lin, please rest assured, Lei Qianxiong replied, his tone steady and reassuring. Lin Yuan's physical constitution and mental strength are outstanding. This examination is primarily to confirm the stability of his integration with the spirit of Chao Gui and to eliminate any potential risks. It is a routine procedure and a responsibility we must uphold. Lin Hai nodded, patting his wife's hand, and addressed Lin Yuan. Xiao Yuan, listen to Commander Lei and undergo the examination. We will wait for you at home. As parents, their hearts were perpetually anxious. Knowing their son had faced so much and was involved with a cult and the fusion of spirits, matters far beyond ordinary comprehension. Lin Yuan himself appeared remarkably composed. He was well aware of his excellent condition, yet the spirit of Chao Gui indeed represented a considerable threat. Thus, a comprehensive examination was prudent. He nodded. All right. I will go with you. I want to go too. Bai Jiajia exclaimed, jumping up and grasping Lin Yuan's arm, her large eyes brimming with curiosity and excitement. Lin Yuan is my good brother. I must keep an eye on him. Plus, the military department. I've never been there. It must be so cool. She looked at Lei Qianxiong, attempting to blink her eyes innocently and persuasively. Lei Qianxiong regarded the lively girl before glancing at Lin Yuan, a hint of a helpless smile gracing his face. Gu Qingcheng then spoke softly, Colonel Lei, I would also like to go. Lei Qianxiong's gaze lingered on Gu Qingcheng for a moment. After a brief contemplation, he made a decision. Very well. However, the military base is a secured area with strict regulations. Once you arrive, you must remain in designated zones and refrain from wandering. All actions will be under command. It is fortuitous that you are among the individuals we wish to recruit. An early visit will be beneficial. Yay, Uncle Lei is the best. Bai Jijia cheered. Understood. Thank you, Colonel Lei. Gu Qingcheng nodded slightly. Observing this, Lin Yuan could only shrug helplessly. Dad, Mom, we are off now. We will return after the examination. He informed his parents. All right, take care, Lin Hai and Bai Shuhua urged. Lei Qianxiong signaled to the two accompanying military officers, and the three turned to lead Lin Yuan, Bai Jiajia, and Gu Qingcheng away from the Lin household. At the Jiangxing Military District, 1st Combat Base, the heavy alloy doors slowly slid apart with a deep, authoritative hum. A chilling atmosphere of discipline, iron will, and order enveloped them. Towering walls, dense surveillance cameras, armed soldiers with sharp gazes, and the faint presence of spiritual energy in the air silently proclaimed the stringent security of the location. Bai Zhejia's earlier excitement diminished considerably. She instinctively moved closer to Lin Yuan, whispering, "Wow, it feels so oppressive, yet I can't help but glance around, filled with curiosity." Gu Qingcheng, however, appeared remarkably composed, her gaze sweeping over the cold steel structures and well-trained soldiers with an air of indifference, as though such sights were commonplace. Yet, beneath her calm demeanor, there was a subtle concern regarding the examination Lin Yuan was about to undergo. Lin Yuan's perceptions were the clearest. The spiritual energy within him seemed to resonate faintly with a certain field of the base, gently stirring as he stepped into the area, only to quickly settle back down. Lei Qianxiong guided them through several security gates requiring identity verification and permissions, taking a high-speed elevator downward. Ultimately, they arrived at an underground area brimming with futuristic technology, the military district's spiritual energy and vital signs research center. The pristine white corridors, softly glowing light sources, and mirror-smooth alloy walls were occasionally traversed by hurried researchers clad in lab coats or military uniforms, creating an atmosphere of quiet focus. "You two wait in the lounge here," Lei Qianxiong instructed, pointing to a room separated by transparent glass, which revealed sofas and beverage stations within. "Lin Yuan, accompany me." "Okay, Uncle Lei." Bai Zhejia eagerly nodded, pulling Gu Qingcheng inside, her eyes glued to Lin Yuan and Lei Qianxiong as they ventured deeper into the examination room. Gu Qingcheng quietly settled on the sofa, her gaze firmly fixed on Lin Yuan's retreating figure. Upon entering the examination room, the equipment appeared even more intricate and sophisticated. At the center stood a transparent device resembling a medical pod, surrounded by various instruments flashing with indicator lights. This was the latest spiritual energy resonance and mental mapping scanner, capable of probing the subtle states of the spiritual energy core and mental sea, particularly precise in assessing the stability post-fusion with the spirit. A bespectacled middle-aged researcher approached, saluting Lei Qianxiong before explaining to Lin Yuan, "Please lie down and relax your mind. The process will not be painful." Lin Yuan complied, reclining within the pod. The transparent cover gradually closed, a gentle glow illuminating the interior as scanning beams began to traverse his form. The instruments emitted a deep hum, and a massive screen on the wall began to display intricate patterns of spiritual energy flow and mental wave images. Lei Qianxiong stood at the control panel, his expression serious as he focused intently on the screen. The middle-aged researcher swiftly operated on the touchscreen. Basic vital signs perfect. Spiritual energy intensity at the initial stage of the condensation realm? No, it continues to rise, approaching the mid-stage of the condensation realm. This is a terrifying potential. The researcher spoke with astonishment, initiating deep scan of the spirit. The images on the screen became increasingly complex, with numerous lines representing spiritual energy and mental strength intertwining and entangling, with the core area precisely located at Lin Yuan's mental sea. Deep within the vortex lay a faint dark red fluctuation, almost imperceptible, resembling a dormant serpent that occasionally flickered, exuding an unsettling, sinister, and obstinate aura. The researcher furrowed his brows, pointing at the dark red fluctuation. "Colonel Lei, observe here. Chao Gui's original will seems not to have been completely digested or purified. It is suppressed deep within the mental sea by an exceedingly powerful force, lying in a state akin to suspended animation. Currently, it appears quite stable. But this deep-seated anchor theoretically carries the risk of being reactivated by special means. Although the probability is minimal, it cannot be entirely ruled out." Lei Qianxiong's gaze sharpened like a blade, fixated on that dark red point. "So, it is akin to a dormant seed buried deep within the mental sea? That is an apt interpretation. He has almost completely suppressed his life force, resembling an energy-providing spiritual crystal." The researcher nodded, acknowledging that currently, Lin Yuan's mental power and will are extraordinarily potent, sufficient to keep it firmly under control. However, should he encounter extreme mental shocks in the future, or should he fail to maintain this suppression, is there a definitive remedy? Lei Qianxiong spoke solemnly, to which the researcher shook his head, explaining that this dormant seed has fused too deeply with his spiritual entity, and forcibly removing it would be impossible. Only if Lin Yuan's cultivation improves can he fully refine it. However, he pointed to the data displayed on the screen, indicating that it was not entirely detrimental. A robust physique could reciprocate mental power, and likewise, powerful mental energy could enhance the body. A holographic three-dimensional projection unfolded before them, showcasing Lin Yuan's physique continuously strengthening under the nurturing of this formidable mental power. "As you mentioned, Commander Lei, he is a Shinjues. His sturdy physique likely affords him the potential to ascend to the realm of Ningyuan. Lei Qianxiong nodded and then addressed Lin Yuan in the cabin. Lin Yuan, the situation is generally clear. There is no significant issue, but you must remain vigilant and strong. As your cultivation progresses, you will gradually eradicate it, while striving to avoid mental harm. You may emerge now. Subsequently, a flicker of spiritual light appeared in Lei Qianxiong's hand, revealing an ancient ring. This is the spirit ring I used in my youth. It is a Ningyuan level weapon. It can protect your sea of consciousness and withstand mental level attacks, serving as one of my commendations for you this time. As the hatch opened, Lin Yuan sat up with a calm demeanor. He had long been mentally prepared for this and nodded politely as he accepted the ring. Thank you, Commander Lei. Exiting the examination room and returning to the lounge, Bai Jiejia rushed forward, anxiously asking, "How was it, Lin Yuan? Is everything all right?" "It's nothing, just a routine checkup," Lin Yuan replied with a relaxed smile. Gu Qingsheng also stood up. Although she said nothing, her eyes clearly expressed her concern. Lin Yuan gave her a slight nod, signaling that she need not worry. Lei Qianxiong observed the three young individuals before him, his gaze particularly lingering on Lin Yuan. He patted Lin Yuan's shoulder, his tone imbued with a senior's care and a soldier's seriousness. "Lin Yuan, I have always sensed a resilience in you that others lack. I have a premonition that the threshold of Ningyuan will not confine you." He then turned to Bai Jiejia and Gu Qingsheng, smiling lightly. "As the top team in this year's college entrance examination, would you like to experience our Jiangxing military department?" "Absolutely. Yes." Bai Jiejia nodded vigorously. Her earlier tension instantly replaced by curiosity, her bright eyes ignited with excitement. "Follow me." Lei Qianxiong nodded and led the trio out of the serene research center area. Upon stepping into the broader expanse of the base, a distinctly different atmosphere enveloped them. Gone were the precision and coldness of the research area, replaced by an aura brimming with iron and blood, sweat, and strength. The first sight to greet them was a vast indoor training ground, far surpassing any facility at their school. The ground was composed of solid alloys, and the walls were adorned with targets for strength testing and defensive runes. At that moment, dozens of soldiers were engaged in high-intensity training. Some were bare-chested, their muscles bulging as they sweat profusely while striking specially designed alloy posts. Each impact resonating with a thunderous sound, their fists emanating a faint spiritual energy glow, with the posts marked by deep imprints and indentations. Others were executing tactical drills, moving swiftly through obstacles with agile and rapid movements, their actions synchronized flawlessly, the fluctuations of spiritual energy accompanying their motions, filled with the ferocity of combat. Further away, there was even a simulated battlefield area where soldiers donned full combat gear, engaging in offensive and defensive drills amid the sounds of explosions and simulated energy beam attacks. The cacophony of shouts, commands, and clashing equipment deafening. The air was thick with the sense of sweat, metal friction, and the faint aroma of scorched spiritual energy. Bai Jiejia's mouth fell open in awe as she excitedly pointed, "Wow, this is incredible. Far more intense than at school." Although Gu Qingsheng remained cool and composed, her eyes betrayed a sense of seriousness and a hint of shock, as she distinctly felt the soldiers' honed killing intent and discipline. Lin Yuan observed silently, noting that while the soldiers' realms might not be the highest, the will forged in the crucible of adversity, their precise coordination and effective combat skills delivered a unique impact on him. This was a different kind of strength, one that was purer, more fundamental, and deserving of profound respect. Unlike the power he had gained through talent and chance. Lei Qianxiong nodded. "As you enter university, you will learn combat techniques, strategies, and body control." He gestured to the soldiers training hard nearby, stating, "While talent is certainly important, it is essential to enhance one's combat effectiveness through such rigorous training. Although most of them may not possess your talents, they continuously refine their techniques in the crucible of blood and fire. Among them, the exceptional can even rival you. Martial arts is never about merely awakening talent. It requires relentless progress to pursue the pinnacle." His voice was deep yet powerful, causing the three to unconsciously clench their fists. As they passed through the training ground, Lei Qianxiong did not pause, but led them down a corridor that bore a significantly heavier atmosphere. At the end of the corridor lay the medical area. Upon entering, a pungent mix of disinfectant and the scent of blood assaulted their senses. The transparent observation windows lining the corridor revealed harrowing scenes within the hospital rooms. Some soldiers were wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, lying on beds, while others bore severe injuries, their severed limbs encased in devices adorned with flickering healing runes, emitting a low hum. On one bed, a young soldier had half of his face charred black, the ghastly wound still unhealed, yet he gritted his teeth, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the ceiling. In another room, Several soldiers gathered around a bed. Their comrade suffering from a gaping wound in his chest inflicted by some claw-like weapon, deep enough to expose bone, covered with a thick layer of spiritual energy gel. His face pale as paper, yet he managed to muster a weak smile for his companions. Medical personnel hurried by, their expressions grave and focused, as various life-supporting and injury-treating spiritual devices flickered with either steady or urgent lights. Bai Jiejia's excitement evaporated instantly. She instinctively clutched Lin Yuan's sleeve, her complexion paling as her voice softened. They are so badly injured. Chapter 71. The glory of a soldier. Gu Qingqing furrowed her brows, a hint of compassion and shock evident in her cool eyes. This was far more real and brutal than the simulated injuries she had witnessed in family training grounds or assessments. Lin Yuan scanned the faces, some in agony, others resolute. His heart stirred. He recalled the classmates attacked by the modified beings in the cave and the battles he had endured. But the scenes before him felt more direct and intense. The scars on these soldiers were the most tangible proof of the price of their guardianship. Lei Qianxiong's deep voice resonated in the oppressive atmosphere, carrying a weighty significance. Do you see? This is the reality at the front lines. The battles we wage against the Yishuo are far from effortless. The sweat shed on the training grounds serves to minimize the blood spilled on the battlefield. Yet sometimes, bleeding remains an inevitable price to pay. The tranquility enjoyed by the countless households in the city beneath our feet is not a gift granted by chance. It is safeguarded inch by warriors like them, who stand resolutely between the Wang Sisub, the Abyss SMO, and the malevolent cults such as Sinivoi, shielding this land with their flesh and blood. His gaze swept over the three of them. Every alarm that sounds signals someone must charge forward. Every serene night may conceal fierce combat raging through the watch posts. The small-scale conflicts you see reported in the news, successfully repelled, are the fruits of their relentless vigilance. He gestured toward the wounded soldiers in the infirmary. Many among them may never return to the training ground, some perhaps never again, yet none falter. For behind them lies home, their parents, wives, and children. At last, Lei Qianxiong led them to a relatively quiet hall. At its center stood a colossal wall of honor, forged from a special alloy. The wall bore no ornate decorations, only a dense array of names. Beneath each name were succinct details: name, rank, date of sacrifice, location, and deeds. Besides some names were blood-stained medals of various shapes, some faded, others still faintly gleaming. Before the wall rested relics of fallen warriors, heavily worn caps, engraved dog tags, shattered fragments of weaponry. Lei Qianxiong's figure loomed tall before the wall, exuding a profound and solemn heroism. This wall chronicles the heroes who sacrificed themselves to protect Jiangxing Military District and this land. Behind each name lies a once vibrant life, a story concluded in the name of guardianship. His voice was low yet thunderous, striking each heart with immense gravity. We soldiers seek neither fame nor fortune. All we desire is the peace of this land, so that young people like you may cultivate your skills in schools and run freely beneath the sun. Lei Qianxiong turned, his hawk-like eyes once again sweeping over Lin Yuan, Bai Jieji, and Gu Qingqing, filled with expectation and trust. You are the prodigies of this generation, the hope for the future. Being the top scorer in the college entrance exam is merely the beginning. No matter which top-tier university you choose to pursue higher enlightenment, always remember what you have witnessed today. He paused, his tone growing more solemn. Remember the weight of this peace. Remember who bears the burdens for your sake. I hope that when you grow strong enough, you will wield that strength to protect. Lei Qianxiong's gaze lingered on them. Imbued with profound recognition and hope, I have witnessed your potential and character. The gates of the military are forever open to those who truly guard. Should you find that the academic environment cannot fully satisfy your pursuit of power and protection, Jiangxing Military District awaits you at any time. Here lies the harshest forging, the truest battlefields, and the purest sense of duty and honor. Silence enveloped the hall, broken only by the silent names on the wall, as if whispering solemn vows of guardianship. The clamor of the training grounds, the pain of the infirmary, and the solemnity of the wall interwove into a tableau of iron-willed sacrifice, etched deeply into the hearts of the three. Bai Jieji restrained her usual liveliness, her delicate face taut with unprecedented seriousness. Beneath Gu Qingqing's cool exterior, complex emotions churned. Lin Yuan gazed at the wall inscribed with names, his thoughts tumultuous. The communicator on Lei Qianxiong's body shattered the solemnity before the wall. He glanced down at the flashing message, and, to the surprise of all, a faint, almost imperceptible smile curved his scarred face, tinged with knowing amusement and a hint of mischief. These warlike youngsters, he muttered softly, his voice barely audible, yet clearly reaching Lin Yuan and the others. He lifted his head, his piercing gaze sweeping over Lin Yuan. a slight smile playing on his lips. Lin Yuan, it seems your exploits in the Rongdong have spread far and wide. Some young soldiers at the base cannot sit still. They know you have arrived and are clamoring at the training field, eager to spar with you, the top scorer and monster-slaying hero, to gauge your true strength. Bai Jiajia's solemn mood, stirred by the wall of honor moments ago, instantly gave way to excitement. Her large eyes sparkled. A spar? Wonderful. Lin Yuan, show them your prowess. She shook her small fists eagerly, as if eager to incite chaos. Gu Qingqing's cold eyes flickered with a hint of brilliance. Her gaze fixed on Lin Yuan with subtle curiosity. She too wished to see the extent of Lin Yuan's power now. Lin Yuan's expression remained composed, a faint curve touching his lips. The arrangement by Officer Lei was clear. His tone was calm, yet imbued with quiet confidence. Then let us proceed. Lei Qianxiong waved his large hand and turned to lead the way, his steps steady and resolute. It is time to show you the indomitable spirit of our military sons. The group departed the solemn hall, traversing several corridors until they arrived at a vast, bustling indoor training arena. The air was thick with heat, permeated by the scent of sweat, the scrape of leather, and the roar of fierce shouts. At the center, a cluster of rugged soldiers had already gathered. Most were bare-chested, revealing sinewy muscles and scars both fresh and old. Their eyes were sharp as eagles, exuding a fierce and formidable aura. As Lei Qianxiong led Lin Yuan and the others inside, the cacophony abruptly ceased. Every gaze fixed upon Lin Yuan, filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and unmasked combativeness. Captain Lei, a towering, burly man, stepped forward like an iron tower, saluting with precision and a voice resonant as a bell. Everyone is eager to learn a few moves from brother Lin Yuan, the top scorer. Lei Qianxiong nodded and surveyed the crowd, speaking sternly. Challenges are welcome, but must follow the rules. Lin Yuan is our honored guest and the hero of this mission. Keep it brief and respectful, understood? His voice carried undeniable authority. Understood. The soldiers responded in unison, their collective roar vibrating ears. The towering man grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, and clasped his fists toward Lin Yuan. Brother Lin Yuan, I am Wang Taizhu, a 7th-tier awakened warrior with a B-grade talent in light. I've long heard of your skills from Captain Lei. My hands itch to learn a few moves. Rest assured, it will be a friendly spar, no hard feelings. 7th-tier warrior? Bai Jiajia whispered in astonishment nearby, unaware Lin Yuan had already reached this level. Her face was etched with shock. Can Lin Yuan truly handle this? Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. He stepped forward, returning the fist salute with calm eyes and steady energy flow within. His aura instantly contracted, yet remained taut like a drawn bow, poised to release. Excellent. Wang Taizhu's eyes blazed with intensity as he let out a low shout, stomping the hardened alloy floor, which emitted a muffled thud. Despite his massive frame, he exploded forward with startling speed, like a cannonball unleashed, charging at Lin Yuan with relentless ferocity. No flashy moves, just a brutally powerful straight punch tearing through the air with a roaring wind, aimed squarely at Lin Yuan's chest. This was the Army's battle-hardened killing technique, simple, direct, efficient, and imbued with explosive force. The watching soldiers held their breath, their eyes fixed intently. They are all acutely aware of the tremendous weight behind Wang Taizhu's punch. Even among fighters of the same rank, to withstand it head-on is no trivial matter. Confronted with this thunderous strike, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He chose not to meet the blow directly. Instead, at the very moment the fist was about to connect, his footwork shifted with exquisite finesse, allowing his body to glide sideways as if devoid of weight. Simultaneously, his right hand darted forth like a serpent emerging from its hole, not to block, but to deftly seize the outer side of Wang Taizhu's wrist, his fingers curling and pulling with precision. Oh! Wang Taizhu felt as though the overwhelming force of his punch had struck nothingness, and a cunning force began to draw along his arm, causing him to momentarily lose his balance and veer off course. Although Lin Yuan lacked practical experience compared to him, his remarkable control over his body and his formidable spiritual perception allowed him to navigate the encounter with ease, even without activating his innate abilities. Wang Taizhu, a seasoned warrior with immense combat experience, quickly steadied himself, his fighting spirit intensifying. He changed tactics in an instant. The punch that had been deflected morphed into an elbow strike, while his other hand whipped horizontally at Lin Yuan's ribs with the force of an iron whip. His assault relentless and swift. Each strike sliced through the air with a distinct sound, clearly honed through countless life-and-death battles. Lin Yuan moved like the wind, evading Wang Taizhu's tempestuous onslaught with grace. His movements were concise and effective. At times, he dodged with the agility of a nimble ape, while at others, He penetrated the openings in his opponent's attacks with remarkable speed for precise counterattacks. Such speed. This lad is exceptionally elusive. Even without formal training in footwork, his evasion is impressive. Did Captain Wang anticipate his every move? The soldiers watched with rapt attention, whispering in astonishment and admiration. If he were to learn a proper footwork technique, how formidable he would become. Initially, they believed Lin Yuan would rely on his innate gifts or superior strength to dominate. But they were taken aback by his combat skills and bodily control, which were equally superb and seasoned. Faced with the ferocious assault of a veteran like Wang Taizhu, he held his ground and even subtly seized the initiative in the rhythm of the fight. Bai Jejia clenched her small fists nervously, her eyes unblinking. Gu Qingqing nodded slightly, her cold gaze sparkling with insight. She perceived more deeply. Lin Yuan's fighting style diverged from the techniques instilled by her family, embodying an instinctual wildness and utmost efficiency. With every ounce of force applied with precision, leaving no room for waste. This left her secretly impressed. Wang Taizhu became increasingly alarmed. It felt as though he was battling a capricious gust of wind. No matter how strong his power, he could not land a solid hit. Lin Yuan's counterattacks were cunning, timely, forcing him to constantly defend himself, his rhythm entirely dictated by his opponent. Splendid. Wang Taizhu bellowed, abandoning restraint as the energy surged within him. His speed and strength escalating dramatically. I will unleash my innate ability now. Lin Yuan, brace yourself. The force of his fists intensified, akin to unleashing a mini-tempest. In the face of this sudden pressure, Lin Yuan's expression sharpened. At the moment, Wang Taizhu executed a powerful side kick, accompanied by a tearing sound aimed at his head. Lin Yuan inhaled deeply, and a swirling wind began to envelop him. What? Lin Yuan, how has he reached the 7th rank? Sister Gu with her S-class talent has only just stepped into the 5th rank. Lin Yuan, have you somehow cheated? Whoosh. A sharp brilliance erupted from his fist, targeting Wang Tiezhu's face. The furious assault momentarily halted Wang Tiezhu's movements, stifling his wild momentum as that fierce side kick hung suspended in the air. A smirk appeared on his lips as a peculiar glow enveloped him, light intertwining. Lin Yuan's form was ensnared by the suddenly manifesting light, slowing his speed. Yet his eyes gleamed with an extraordinary light as the Eye of Insight, activated instantaneously. He slipped into the opening created by Wang Tiezhu's exposed midsection due to the kick. His right fingers poised together like a blade, striking towards Wang Tiezhu's chest with lightning speed. Though the energy at his fingertips had yet to fully erupt, it bore an aura of piercing force. Wang Tiezhu's pupils constricted. It was too late to block or evade. He distinctly sensed the horrifying penetrating power contained in Lin Yuan's fingertips, capable of rendering him instantly incapacitated. However, just as the tips were about to graze Wang Tiezhu's chest, a golden shield coalesced before him, astonishingly capable of withstanding an A-class innate ability using only a B-class light ability. Lin Yuan regarded Wang Taizhu with surprise. Wang Taizhu chuckled. You haven't even begun to touch combat techniques, and yet your attack is impressive. However, once you learn battle techniques, the amplification of your energy will be entirely different. As his words fell, the light surrounding him surged dramatically. The next move will be formidable. Lin Yuan, my young brother, be cautious. Wang Taizhu formed a hand seal, and strange runes began to swirl around him, his spiritual energy escalating to new heights. Light flash explosion. The soldiers gasped, realizing Captain Wang was deploying this technique. With his mastery of battle techniques, Lin Yuan was in for a challenge. Indeed, against an opponent who had yet to learn combat techniques. It was evident Lin Yuan posed considerable pressure on Wang Taizhu. A colossal sphere of light hurtled toward Lin Yuan's face. Chapter 73, Long Time No See. Cousin facing the roaring, massive light sphere infused with chaotic light elemental energy, Lin Yuan remained unperturbed, his gaze only brightening. Excellent, he exclaimed, as the wind elemental energy within him surged forth. This time, however, he did not opt to evade but raised his right hand. With his palm facing upward and fingers slightly splayed, a verdant wind blade rapidly coalesced above his palm. This wind blade was significantly more refined and sharper than when he hastily conjured it in the cavern, its edges glimmering with a chilling radiance. Yet, this was not the end. Mind control. Just as the wind blade took shape, Lin Yuan's immense mental force surged forth, akin to an invisible tide, precisely infusing into the wind blade. His control over the mental energy hovered around the 7th rank, and even so, the wind blade became extraordinarily sharp. A barely perceptible, yet distinctly clear hum of energy resonated. Though the wind blade's form remained unchanged, its core suddenly retracted, unleashing an intense, almost tangible sharpness. The air surrounding the blade warped and sliced, emitting a subtle hissing sound. Even more astonishing was the nearly invisible, powerful mental pressure emanating as a transparent ripple, encircling the wind blade like water waves. Lin Yuan sensed a slight warmth emanating from the spiritual ring on his finger, a cool and stabilizing power flowing forth, aiding him in precisely controlling the fusion of this mental energy with the wind blade, ensuring it remained solid and sharp. Lin Yuan regarded the ring with astonishment. Truly, it was commendable of Officer Lei to provide such a generous gift. Go. With a flick of his wrist, the wind blade, now deeply enhanced by his mental energy and more solidly contained, shot forth silently, yet with the speed of lightning. It did not merely tear through the air but appeared to carve a vacuum pathway, instantly traversing the distance to the light sphere. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Sizzle. A sound akin to a hot knife slicing through butter resonated. The light sphere, empowered by Wang Tieju's exquisite battle techniques and capable of demolishing walls, was cleaved in two upon contact with the wind blade, as fragile as a soap bubble. The two halves of the unstable light spheres erupted violently on either side of Lin Yuan's body, scattering brilliant light and shockwaves that made his garments flutter. Yet he stood firm as a rock. The wind blade, empowered by his mental energy, sliced through the light sphere, retaining much of its sharpness, its speed merely slightly diminished, still exuding an intent to sever all as it aimed directly for Wang Tieju's chest. What an astonishing turn of events! Wang Tieju's pupils constricted sharply, his heart overwhelmed with disbelief. He had never anticipated that Lin Yuan could not only breach the light flash explosion enhanced by his painstakingly cultivated combat techniques, but that the wind blade would maintain such ferocity after the initial strike. The degree of concentration and the exquisite application of mental energy displayed was far beyond that of a mere recent high school graduate. Golden Light Shield. In the critical moment, Wang Tieju's wealth of combat experience saved him. Instinctively, he activated his innate ability, Light, conjuring a robust golden shield that gleamed with metallic luster before his chest. Boom! The wind blade, reinforced by mental energy, struck fiercely against the golden shield. This time, it did not merely cut. Instead, it emitted a cacophonous clang reminiscent of metal against metal. The shield's surface shimmered violently, trembling as spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread across it, threatening to shatter entirely. Wang Taizhu felt an overwhelming force mixed with a chilling mental impact collide against him, causing him to stagger back 3 steps before barely steadied himself. A surge of blood rushed within him, and his arm, clenched in a fist, felt numb. Meanwhile, the exhausted wind blade finally dissipated completely. The entire training ground fell silent. All the soldiers watching were wide-eyed in disbelief. Had the light flash explosion been cleaved through? That wind blade felt peculiar. Why was it so sharp? It seemed to carry a mental shock as well. Wang Tieju's golden shield was nearly shattered. Was this young man truly a high school student? An A-class talent coupled with such terrifying mental energy? By heavens, what a monster! No wonder it is said that those who awaken to their divine sense are invincible. If he were to continue on this path and enter the realm of condensing essence, how formidable he would become. Bai Jiejia leapt up with excitement, her face flushed. Wow, Lin Yuan is so cool. Did you see that? She vigorously shook Gu Qingqing's arm beside her. Gu Qingqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue as she intently focused on Lin Yuan's figure. She perceived more clearly than Bai Jiejia that Lin Yuan's recent strike was not merely a display of talent, but an integration of formidable mental will and precise control. That wind blade had already faintly grazed the threshold of combat intent, something no ordinary awakener could achieve. Her evaluation of Lin Yuan quietly rose several notches. Standing at the edge of the arena, Lei Qianxiong wore a calm expression on his scarred face, yet his eyes betrayed an uncontainable admiration and astonishment. Lin Yuan's performance had once again exceeded his expectations. The ingenious application of the wind blade empowered by mental energy, the precise timing, and the unwavering composure in the face of danger all revealed the nascent form of a future powerhouse. Excellent! 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 Lei Qianxiong could not help but exclaim thrice. Breaking the silence of the arena, he glanced at the slightly panting Wang Taizhu, whose gaze remained sharp, then turned to Lin Yuan, who stood still and composed. With a booming voice, he declared, "Splendid. Wang Taizhu, your combat techniques are exquisite, seamlessly blending offense and defense. You have not disgraced the military." Lin Yuan. Lei Qianxiong's intense gaze fell upon Lin Yuan. Your performance has truly surprised me, having yet to learn combat techniques. Relying solely on innate talent and absolute mastery over his body, combined with the clever application of mental energy, you have managed to reach this level against Taizhu. Given time to systematically learn advanced combat techniques from a top university and further refine your mental energy application, Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Calming the surging spiritual and mental energies within him, and slightly bowed to Lei Qianxiong. Thank you for your recognition, Commander Lei. He then turned to Wang Taizhu, clasping his fists. Brother Wang, I concede to your strength. Your combat techniques are formidable. Wang Taizhu rubbed his still numb chest, looking at Lin Yuan. The previous battle intent had transformed into genuine admiration and a hint of wry amusement. Concede? Nonsense. You are truly a monster. If you can do this without learning combat techniques, what will happen once you do? Today, I have truly opened my eyes. I am impressed. He stepped forward, delivering a hearty pat on Lin Yuan's shoulder with enough force to make Lin Yuan sway slightly. Good lad. Come often. We must train together. Having a rival like you is invigorating. Suddenly, a tall, slender youth strolled out from the sidelines. A divine awakener? How intriguing. I wish to have a match as well. The crowd turned to look, their eyes widening in disbelief. What wind has blown Gu Ting here? Isn't his A-class awakened state at the 8th tier akin to bullying? Gu Ting smirked at Gu Qingqing. Long time no see, cousin. Chapter 74. I will only use 7th tier power. Gu Qingqing regarded the newcomer with evident disdain. Why are you here? Gu Ting sneered. I am a soldier of the military. Why should I not be here? He squinted at Lin Yuan, a glimmer of interest sparking in his eyes. How about a match? With a hint of contempt, he dismissed Lin Yuan as merely a fleeting strong presence. One who could not even step into the realm of condensing essence. He beckoned Lin Yuan with a wave, tilting his head down to gaze at him. Come now. I will only use the power of 7th tier mental energy. Otherwise, you will never have the chance to compete against me again. Bai Jejia rolled up her sleeves, visibly irritated. Who the hell do you think you are, acting all high and mighty? Gu Ting turned, a surge of powerful mental energy instantly locking onto her. The pressure directed at Bai Jejia felt like a cold, venomous serpent, constricting her breath, turning her face pale. Her words were abruptly stifled. Aunt, what are you doing? Gu Ting. Wang Tieju's expression darkened, his massive frame instinctively moving to shield Bai Jejia. Though he was merely at the 7th tier, his battle-hardened presence was not to be underestimated. Gu Ting scoffed, not even glancing at Wang Taizhu. The mental energy pressure directed at Bai Jejia intensified, emanating a condescending disdain. Step aside, you worthless waste who cannot even defeat a high school student without combat techniques. The term waste struck Wang Tieju's heart like a poisoned dagger, causing his eyes to bulge with rage, his fists cracking ominously. Yet, the oppressive aura stemming from Gu Ting's A-class talent and higher realm, along with his status within the military, forced him to suppress the urge to charge forward. Only managing to roar, Gu Ting. Lin Yuan is a guest of Lei Tudu. Keep the sparring at a reasonable level. Shut up. Gu Ting abruptly turned, his gaze slicing through Wang Taizhu like a razor, filled with utter impatience and disdain. You, with your B-class talent, rolling in the mud, dare to lecture me? When I act, I do not need your reminders. I am not like you worthless fools. Step aside and watch. He afforded Wang Taizhu no opportunity to respond, redirecting all his attention back to Lin Yuan, a glimmer of excitement curling at the corners of his mouth. Come now. Let me see just what prowess you possess as a divine awakener, whether you truly live up to the rumors. Before his words had fully settled, Gu Ting's aura erupted with a thunderous force, a surge of mental energy, far more profound, pure, and teeming with life, yet masked with lethal intent, ascended skyward. A dense breath of life swiftly enveloped the entire training ground, yet within that aura lay a disquieting weight, as if one were ensnared in a primordial jungle poised to devour. The ground beneath him cracked like a spider's web, and with a sweeping gesture, Gu Ting unleashed the binding power of wood, ensnaring and constricting. His fingers glowed with emerald radiance. Swish, swish, swish. The piercing sound of air being sliced apart resonated through the atmosphere. Countless tendrils, formed from pure wood spirit energy, materialized out of thin air. These vine-like appendages, as robust as giant pythons, were adorned with menacing, metallic spikes that glimmered ominously. They twisted and entwined with frenzied intensity, weaving a colossal death net that enveloped a significant portion of the arena, bearing an overwhelming aura that threatened to rend everything in its path. Descending upon Lin Yuan with lethal intent, as the tendrils swept through, the air was sliced apart, producing a haunting sound, while the hardened alloy floor bore deep scars from their assault. That scoundrel Gu Ting claimed it was merely a 7th-rank technique. Yet this wood spirit battle art was far more formidable than any ordinary 7th rank. The combat techniques passed down through the Gu family indeed surpassed those of our military. His lineage's wood spirit arts were renowned for their power. Lin Yuan was in peril. The scale of this attack was immense. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience, all eyes filled with concern for Lin Yuan. Bai Jejia was fidgeting anxiously. Gu Qingqing wore a grave expression, and Wang Taizhu nervously fixated on the unfolding scene. In the face of the overwhelming and inescapable vine-strangling net, Lin Yuan's gaze remained as tranquil as an ancient well. Just as the dark green death net was about to close in, and the spikes threatened to pierce his flesh, Lin Yuan moved. His form did not explode forth with astonishing speed. Rather, it seemed to lose all weight, as if he had melded into the wind. Amidst the chaotic intertwining of the savage tendrils, at the very moment when the spikes were about to tear at his garments, he naturally sidestepped, spun, crouched, and glided with graceful ease. Every movement was minuscule yet impeccably precise, deftly evading all fatal entanglements and piercings. The tendrils grazed past him, a fierce wind stirring his hair, and swept close to his waist, sending fragments of stone flying, yet his clothing remained untouched. With formidable perception and the eye of insight, he appeared as an incorporeal shadow, strolling calmly upon the edge of death's blade. The frenzied dark green storm raged around him, yet it could never truly engulf him. His black student uniform flickered in and out of view amidst the dancing shadows of the vines, pristine and unblemished. What extraordinary footwork is this? He anticipated the trajectory of the tendrils flawlessly. It was utterly astounding. A chorus of gasps and incredulous whispers arose from the crowd. Gu Ting's sinister grin froze, his eyes betraying a mix of astonishment, rage, and a hint of humiliation. The battle technique he prided himself on was so easily disregarded by his opponent. Shatter. Gu Ting's arms bulged with muscle, veins pulsing at his temples, as an emerald light radiated from him, intensifying several-fold. Wood Spirit Giant Tree, suppress the mountain. With a beastly roar, the frenzied writhing of the vine-like pythons came to an abrupt halt. Following this, like rivers converging into the sea, all the tendrils surged violently towards Lin Yuan's head, compressing and coalescing. A thunderous boom erupted, reverberating through the air. A terrifying dark green giant tree, with a diameter exceeding 3 meters and a length of nearly 10 meters, materialized from thin air. The natural patterns on its trunk flowed like runes, emanating an oppressive weight capable of shattering mountains, dimming the light across the entire arena. The giant tree, imbued with a destructive aura, tore through the air, crashing down upon the diminutive Lin Yuan. The enormous shadow enveloped Lin Yuan instantly, as the shadow of the colossal tree, imbued with immense force, loomed just inches above him. Powerful spiritual energy secured its lock upon Lin Yuan. The violent wind pressure threatened to bury him beneath the ground. Lin Yuan stepped back with his left foot, bending his knee slightly, lowering his center of gravity, his entire being akin to a taut bowstring. Just as the tree's shadow completely engulfed him, his figure inexplicably vanished from sight, not a fleeting afterimage from high-speed movement, but as if he had entirely merged with the fabric of space. In the next instant, a shadow appeared without warning just outside the giant tree's shadow, a mere step away from Gu Ting. It was as though space itself had folded. Lin Yuan's figure materialized, ethereal and ghostly, as if conjured from the void. The position was precisely where Gu Ting, exerting his full strength to summon the giant tree, was most vulnerable, with his mind and energy drawn forth, leaving a critical opening in his defenses. The madness etched on Gu Ting's face was swiftly replaced by horror. How did he emerge? His pupils contracted like pinpricks. He scarcely had time to process any thought. Chapter 75. The strong command the rules. Lei Qianxiong lifted his gaze to Lin Yuan, stroking his chin. The shadow technique? Yet another talent I have not encountered before. The methods of the awakened are truly boundless. Lin Yuan, having extricated himself, displayed no flamboyance. His movements were simple, direct, and executed with such swiftness that they transcended the realm of conscious thought. Muscle reinforcement, skin hardening, spiritual energy enhancement. His right fist clenched tightly, the muscles in his arm tensing to the rigidity of steel, and he unleashed a punch. A straightforward, unadorned trajectory. Before the punch, the air was compressed and torn apart, producing a sharp, piercing boom. It struck Gu Ting's chest, where the swirling azure protective aura resided. Boom! The sound, heavy as a thunderclap, erupted throughout the training ground. Time seemed to freeze. Under the incredulous gazes of countless witnesses, Lin Yuan's fist landed with pinpoint accuracy against the azure barrier. There was no stalemate. Crack! A crisp, ear-splitting sound of shattering reverberated throughout the arena. Gu Ting's solid, thick azure protective aura shattered under the force of Lin Yuan's iron fist, which had gathered all his strength, speed, and precise timing, exploding into a myriad of azure light fragments, akin to fireflies scattered by a tempest, dimming and vanishing in an instant. Just as everyone anticipated Gu Ting to be flung backward like a severed kite, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A fierce and frenzied expression flashed across Gu Ting's face. which had twisted in pain from the shield's destruction and the impact. His previously arched back straightened abruptly. Boom. A surge of terrifying spiritual energy, far exceeding the earlier 7th rank, erupted from within him. The peak 8th rank of the awakened. This overwhelming deep green with spirit energy surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, not only instantly countering the residual force of Lin Yuan's punch, but also creating an invisible, viscous pressure field that firmly immobilized Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan felt as though he had plunged into an invisible quagmire composed of countless resilient tendrils. The air grew unbearably heavy, each breath becoming a monumental effort, and his movements felt as though they had been slowed down several times. His fist pressed firmly against Gu Ting's front, unable to advance even an inch. The alloy floor beneath Lin Yuan creaked under the unbearable strain, cracking and sinking around him. Gu Ting, you shameless wretch, he exclaimed. You promised to use only 7th rank power. 8th rank. You are using 8th rank spiritual energy. How disgraceful. Damn it, if you lose, you resort to underhanded tactics. What a pathetic scion of a noble family. After a brief silence, the soldiers observing erupted in a wave of indignation. Bai Zhejia's face flushed crimson with rage as she jumped up and shouted, despicable, unprincipled scoundrel. Commander Lei, he breaking the rules. Please stop him. Gu Qingqing's cold demeanor was also marked by frost, her fists clenched tightly, her eyes glinting with icy fury. She glanced toward Lei Qianxiong, who stood with his hands behind his back, only to find that the scar-faced commander was intently focused on the standoff between the two combatants, his expression devoid of emotion, showing no inclination to intervene. His silence, akin to a tacit approval, left the surrounding soldiers feeling confused and stifled. Commander Lei, an A-class 8th rank using battle techniques. How can Lin Yuan possibly contend with that? Wang Taizhu exclaimed, his forehead straining with bulging veins. Lei Qianxiong merely raised a hand slightly, signaling for silence. His gaze still fixed on Lin Yuan, and spoke in a low voice, do not rush, observe. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority that quelled the commotion at the sidelines. Although the soldiers were frustrated, they dared not raise their voices again, instead clenching their fists. Anxiously and angrily watching the confrontation unfold, Gu Ting wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling the overwhelming surge of his 8th-tier spiritual energy coursing through his body, bestowing upon him an absolute sense of power. A sickly, ferocious grin crept across his face. He gazed at Lin Yuan, who was but a breath away, suppressed under the crushing pressure of his 8th-tier might, his eyes gleaming with cruel satisfaction and condescending disdain. I did underestimate you, but rules are made by the strong, and I am the strong one to you. Might makes right. As he spoke, his dark cyan spiritual energy coiled around Lin Yuan's arm like a tangible force, attempting to imprison and even crush it utterly. I told you, you only deserve to look up at me. A worthless being is forever worthless, fit only to be trampled beneath my feet. Gu Ting's voice was hoarse from excitement and previous wounds, yet it sounded all the more piercing. I will never lose to an insignificant ant like you. Now, kneel before me. He suddenly intensified his spiritual energy output, endeavoring to utterly break Lin Yuan's spirit and body with absolute force. Lin Yuan's body trembled slightly under the terrifying suppression of the 8th-tier spiritual energy, his bones emitting faint creaking sounds as if they might buckle under the strain at any moment. He clenched his teeth tightly, veins throbbing on his forehead, sweat instantly soaking his hair. Yet his gaze was as cold and unyielding as ancient ice, not a trace of panic, but instead a blazing flame burning more fiercely under extreme pressure. Kneel? Lin Yuan spat the words through clenched teeth, his voice low but imbued with a chilling, soul-piercing coldness. You deserve that. An invisible yet immense force, like a sudden towering wave rising from the depths of a silent ocean, burst forth from Lin Yuan and radiated outward. Engine Kong activated. Spiritual barrier. The formidable and concentrated spiritual power instantly transformed into an incredibly resilient transparent force field, perfectly enveloping Lin Yuan's entire body. The previously heavy and viscous 8th-tier wood element spiritual pressure, which sought to crush his bones, was repelled as if crashing against a reef. Forcibly blocked and isolated by this spiritual shield, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a great lightness throughout his body. The terrifying pressure that had almost crushed him dissipated by more than half. He lifted his head sharply, locking eyes with Gu Ting, whose face still bore a grim, triumphant cruelty. A cold arc curled at Lin Yuan's lips. You? Strong? Is that all? This offhand remark struck Gu Ting's face like the loudest slap, delivering a brutal blow to his pride. What? Gu Ting's pupils dilated wildly, the arrogance on his face instantly frozen, replaced by a look of disbelief and terror. He keenly sensed that his fully unleashed 8th-tier spiritual pressure had been forcibly repelled by an even more formidable and enigmatic power, spiritual power. How could it be so tangible? He was merely a recently awakened high school student. Strong ones make the rules. Might makes right. Lin Yuan slowly rose to his feet, his icy eyes fixed on Gu Ting. I quite like that notion, he said, his voice like the shattering of ice, laced with biting sarcasm. Silver light flickered in his deep, starry eyes as he slowly raised his right hand and made a vague grasp toward Gu Ting. Since you started, I won't hold back either. Chapter 76. Overwhelming Suppression. The first manifestation of psychic power. Psychic prison. Not a violent assault, but a silent confinement. Gu Ting suddenly felt the space around him grow heavy. An invisible yet weighty force, as resilient as steel cables and as heavy as a mountain, instantly wrapped around him in layers, enveloping him. This was not spiritual energy binding, but a pure manifestation of spiritual will. This force forcibly tore through the circulating 8th-tier wood element spiritual energy defenses on his body, directly affecting both his physical form and spirit. Ugh! Gu Ting grunted muffledly as his body was gripped by an invisible giant hand, forcibly immobilizing him. He desperately urged his 8th-tier spiritual energy, the deep cyan glow flickering wildly, attempting to break free from this intangible shackle. The ground beneath him cracked again, but his body was like a fly trapped in amber, movement becoming extremely arduous. Even bending his fingers was a tremendous effort. It was as if the entire space had become his prison. Can't move? What is this devilry? Fear finally surfaced in Gu Ting's eyes. His 8th-tier spiritual energy felt helpless and frustrated before this strange psychic force. The opponent's control was precise and exquisitely refined, utterly beyond his comprehension. Wow! My heavens! Lin Yuan has pinned Gu Ting down. Psychic power. Such terrifying psychic control. He can endure 8th-tier pressure and even imprison an 8th-tier opponent? The intensity of this psychic power must surpass the 7th tier. A monster. Truly a monster. The soldiers in the audience erupted instantly, their previous anger replaced by unparalleled astonishment. Bai Jia excitedly jumped up, her cheeks flushed. So cool. Lin Yuan. Beat him. Teach him a lesson for his arrogance. Wang Taiju's mouth gaped open as he muttered. This kid is hiding his strength way too deeply. Xiao Lu emerged from somewhere, patting Wang Taiju's shoulder. Don't worry, Lin Yuan's psychic power, which can even manifest a spiritual form, is far beyond Gu Ting. Gu Ting is only bringing suffering upon himself. Wang Taiju's eyes widened upon hearing this. Manifesting a spiritual form? Then what about Gu Ting, who is tightly bound by invisible psychic energy? Gu Ting felt unprecedented humiliation and a mortal threat. He was a scion of the Gu family branch, an 8th-tier awakened genius with A-grade talent. Yet he was publicly suppressed by a mere novice who had just graduated high school and had barely mastered any combat techniques or skills. Lin Yuan, you're courting death. The utmost humiliation ignited a frenzy in Gu Ting's bloodline. He let out a beastly roar, his eyes turning blood red. Don't think you're the only one with hidden cards. Let me show you what true noble heritage is. Gu Ting recklessly forced his wood element spiritual energy to its limits, even at the cost of damaging his meridians. The dark cyan glow surged explosively, the rich life force transforming into a frenzied, destructive power. Behind him, a colossal azure dragon apparition, formed entirely of pure wood element spiritual energy, suddenly materialized vividly. The dragon's head was fierce, eyes wide with rage, exuding an ancient and majestic terror. Though the apparition was not fully solidified, it was the embryonic form of the Gu family's core combat technique, far more potent than the previous massive vinewood. No, has he gone mad? Using such a technique in a sparring match? Wang Taiju stared at Lei Qianxiong, who remained silent and calm, secretly sweating for Lin Yuan. Nearby, Gu Qingqing frowned slightly, her gaze filled with concern toward Lin Yuan. An A-grade combat skill? Has Gu Ting lost his mind? The azure dragon apparition emitted a silent roar as its massive body coiled and contracted, not to attack Lin Yuan, but to envelop Gu Ting himself. Countless sharp azure wooden spikes sprouted instantly from the dragon's body, spinning wildly, slicing fiercely. SSSSSSSS. The resilient invisible psychic prison finally emitted a tearing sound under the violent assault of the wood element dragon technique. Those rapidly spinning azure spikes, imbued with Gu Ting's all-out 8th-tier spiritual energy and the essence of his combat skill, actually tore several rifts in Lin Yuan's psychic restraints. Gu Ting felt a sudden ease in his body and was overwhelmed with ecstatic joy. It's broken through. Die. Seizing this fleeting moment of looseness, he poured all his strength into his right arm. The coiling dragon apparition seemed to fuse with his arm, transforming into a dragon-shaped azure fist aura that tore through space. Carrying a devouring, destructive aura, directly striking at Lin Yuan's face. This strike was the most powerful killing move he could unleash at that moment. Faced with this terrifying, noble family's secret deadly blow, Lin Yuan's silver light flared intensely. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward boldly. His right hand, clenched yet unyielding, suddenly unfurled, palm facing the roaring azure dragon's head that surged forth. Break! A voice thundered, resonating like a clap of thunder. An even more formidable and expansive mental force erupted from Lin Yuan's palm, akin to a starry river unleashed by a broken dam. This time, it was not a binding force but a pure, concentrated impact that surged forth with unparalleled might. Boom! The invisible mental wave collided fiercely with Gu Ting's full-powered Qingmu Huolong fist. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a muffled sound that made hearts stop. In the astonished gazes of all present, the overwhelming power of the azure dragon fist met an invisible yet indomitable wall of size, instantly solidifying. Following that, the dragon's head shattered, and its body crumbled piece by piece. The ferocious wood element spirit energy contained within was obliterated as if by an unseen hammer, scattering into countless azure specks of light, fading away like fireworks carried off by a tempest. Lin Yuan's concentrated ninth-tier mental force, having crushed the azure dragon fist, continued its relentless momentum, striking Gu Ting's chest like an invisible hammer. Uft! What? How could this be? The ecstasy and ferocity on Gu Ting's face froze, replaced by sheer agony and bewilderment. Blood surged forth, mingling with fragments of his internal organs, more violent than before. He distinctly heard the horrifying sound of his ribcage shattering. That overwhelming mental power not only devastated his body, but also pierced through his consciousness like a steel needle, inflicting soul-rending pain. He let out a shriek of utmost despair, his entire being struck as if by a speeding train, hurtling backward with greater velocity and more disarray than before. Like a cannonball. Boom. His body crashed against the alloy wall dozens of meters away, creating a jarring sound that sent chills down spines, the hard alloy wall visibly dented. Chapter 77. Rewards and New Talent. Clone Gu Ting, like a lump of mud slapped against the wall, slowly slid down, leaving a glaring bloodstain on the wall. Collapsing to the ground, completely unconscious. His body convulsed, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, his breath barely a whisper. His luxurious robe was tattered and soaked in blood and dust, devoid of any pride typical of a scion from a prestigious family. The entire training ground fell into a profound silence. The sound of a falling pin could be heard. Only Gu Ting's faint, pained moans echoed in the vast arena, confirming that what had just transpired was no illusion. All eyes were focused on the youth at the center of the arena, slowly retracting his palm, the silver light in his eyes gradually dimming. Lin Yuan stood firm, his breath steady, as if the cataclysmic battle that had just decimated an 8th-tier genius was merely a casual flick of dust. He glanced at the unconscious Gu Ting in the distance, his voice calm, yet resonant in everyone's ears. Rules are set for those who abide by them. As for you, he paused, his tone laced with a hint of icy indifference. You lack even the qualification to make me bow my head. Silence lingered for several seconds before an eruption of deafening cheers and gasps filled the air like a tsunami. My heavens. We won. Truly won. A complete domination. Gu Ting utilized his 8th-tier skills, yet still faced overwhelming defeat. 9th-tier mental power. What he unleashed just now was 9th-tier mental power. Incredible. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. Did you see that? Now this is what genius looks like. Gu Ting is nothing. The soldiers were flushed with excitement, shaking their fists. Their gazes toward Lin Yuan filled with fervor and reverence. Most of them were ordinary families who joined the military for resources, often bullied by a privileged scion like Gu Ting. Naturally, witnessing Gu Ting being taught a lesson brought them immense satisfaction. Bai Jiejia squealed with excitement, rushing forward, only to be stopped by Wang Tieju's hearty laughter. Gu Qingcheng gazed deeply at Lin Yuan, her cold eyes shimmering with unutterable complexity. Lei Qianxiong strode into the arena, first glancing at the unconscious Gu Ting, then gesturing for the medical team to hurry over. He approached Lin Yuan, his scarred face unmistakably showing admiration and emotion. He patted Lin Yuan's shoulder with force, saying, I've wanted to temper these brats' arrogance for a while. Well done, kid. He surveyed the excited crowd, particularly the ordinary soldiers whose faces were filled with triumph, and boomed to quiet the uproar. Disperse. Get back to your duties. Come, Lin Yuan. After giving his orders, Lei Qianxiong turned to Lin Yuan, softening his tone. Follow me. Your task rewards are due. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Yes, Commander Lei. Under the gaze of countless awestruck and admiring eyes, Lin Yuan and his two companions followed Lei Qianxiong away from the bustling training ground. In Lei Qianxiong's office, the office was simple yet sturdy, permeated with a faint scent of gunpowder and leather. Lei Qianxiong gestured for Lin Yuan to sit down while he walked behind the desk and opened a metal safe embedded with energy runes. Lin Yuan. Lei Qianxiong's voice was steady, carrying the directness of a soldier. Your assistance in handling the cave spirit incident was exemplary, providing critical information for subsequent operations. Your performance in the training ground further demonstrated your immense potential and value. The military has always been clear about rewards and punishments. This is what you deserve. He retrieved several items from the safe, placing them before Lin Yuan with a faint sound. A deep purple crystal chip, approximately the size of a thumb. Its surface shimmering with subtle mental energy fluctuations, forming intricate patterns. This is the B-grade mental skill, Nianren Ningxing. It allows you to compress your mental energy to a high degree, shaping it into an invisible blade capable of cutting, piercing, and even explosive damage, making it difficult to defend against. It shares similarities with the mental enhancement technique you used in battle, but is more systematic and powerful. Study it well. It will be a sharp trump card for you. A set of silver keys and an address chip. This is a 3-bedroom apartment located in the military family area of Panshir in the west of the city, with permanent ownership. The environment is serene, security is high, and facilities are complete. You and your family can live there with peace of mind. The address has been recorded in your identity chip. This is a form of protection for military families. A letter sealed with a conspicuous military stamp, made from special materials. This is a recommendation letter for the Xingho plan directly from the Jiangxing Military Department. We only have this one. With it, you can gain admission to any top-tier spiritual energy university in the country, including Jinghua and Beijing Wufu, without examination, and enjoy the highest level of resource allocation. The choice of which university to attend is yours. Lei Qianxiong gazed at Lin Yuan, his eyes filled with expectation. The military hopes to see talents like you thrive in the most suitable environment. Additionally, there was a military resource card containing 10,000 military merit points, which could be exchanged for the cultivation resources, weapons, or rare materials you require within the military's internal system. Consider it a token of appreciation for your efforts in this task. Thank you, Commander Lei. Lin Yuan solemnly stored all the items, his heart stirred by the weight of the rewards, B-grade skills, a secure home for his family, an opportunity for elite universities, and practical resources, far exceeding his expectations. Go on. Lei Qianxiong waved his hand. Rest well and digest today's gains. At home, returning to the familiar, albeit modest, rental space. The outside world was already aglow with lights. Closing the door, he cut off the city's clamor, leaving the room in tranquil silence. Lin Yuan distinctly perceived the familiar pulsation within his body. The cooldown period for his innate clone had elapsed. Without the slightest hesitation, and foregoing a glance at the abundant rewards, he focused his thoughts and delved deep into his consciousness. The power emanating from the very essence of his soul surged forth like molten lava long suppressed, now ablaze and vibrant upon the cooldown's completion. He inhaled deeply, seated cross-legged, his mind fully immersed as he guided this magnificent force. He clearly observed, beside the 3 solidified luminous spheres representing his original self-amplification, elemental clone, and the formidable psychic clone awakened later, a novel, chaotic yet vibrant energy violently stirred and coalesced in the void of his mind. Chapter 78, Battle Technique. Hidden Dragon drawing Qi. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, breath steady and tranquil. His consciousness had completely submerged into the depths of his mind. A new clone had arrived. Concentrating his spirit, he directed this immense and unfamiliar energy. It radiated a gentle, sacred milky white light, reminiscent of the first warm rays of early spring piercing the ice or the pure dew condensed at dawn. The radiance contained an ineffable rhythm of life. Merely sensing it, Lin Yuan felt the exhaustion from battle and subtle internal injuries silently soothed and healed. The glow rapidly condensed into a stable, warm orb, quietly suspended within his mental domain. At its core, a simple yet life-imbued rune slowly rotated, symbolizing healing and amplification. The moment the orb fully formed, a warm and overwhelming torrent of energy coursed through Lin Yuan's limbs and entire body. Every cell seemed to rejoice like parched earth greeted by rain, greedily absorbing this pure vitality. The subtle meridian tremors caused by the 8th-rank spiritual energy pressure from his battle with Gu Ting vanished instantly, as if snow melting without a trace. He even sensed a faint yet undeniable holistic nourishment to his physique and psychic power, as if the very origin of his life had been cleansed and enhanced. Suddenly, Lin Yuan opened his eyes wide, a flicker of incredulous astonishment shining within his pupils. Instinctively raising his right hand, he willed a milky white, pure, and softly radiant halo to materialize in his palm. The light was not glaring but possessed a soothing power that illuminated the dim room. Within the halo, star-like fragments of light slowly flowed, imbued with potent vitality and healing energy. System notification: Innate talent awakening A rank, holy healing light. Detected absence of this talent type clone and host. Differentiation in progress. Obtained healing amplification clone, rank, awakening stage 1. Holy healing light. An A rank healing amplification talent? Lin Yuan regarded the warm glow in his palm. A twitch involuntarily tugging at the corner of his mouth. An exceedingly peculiar sensation surged within him. This ability was far too familiar. Was this not Jiang Ruiyu's signature skill? Several thoughts flashed through his mind. On the battlefield, self-applied healing while enduring enemy firepower to aggressively output damage, a near-immortal cockroach. Lin Yuan could not help but mutter softly. Attack, defense, control, healing, and with the aid of Eye of Insight, he alone could plausibly fulfill the duties of an entire standard combat squad. He tentatively directed a portion of the Holy Healing Light's power toward a somewhat wilted potted plant on the windowsill. The milky halo gently enveloped it. In the next moment, a miracle unfolded. The once yellowing, drooping leaves stood upright at a visibly rapid pace, turning a lush, glossy green. And a tiny bud even sprouted at the top. The effect was indeed remarkable. Lin Yuan nodded approvingly, observing the revitalized foliage. A formidable survival ability was always the most steadfast support in battle. Who would disdain having abundant means of self-preservation, especially after witnessing the terror of Linghua realm spiritual entities? Suppressing his emotions, Lin Yuan's gaze shifted toward the rewards bestowed by Lei Qianxiu. 10,000 military merit points, just what he needed. He produced his armory card, granting him direct access to military resources. Connecting his consciousness to his personal terminal, he entered the Jiangqing Military's internal resource repository. A dazzling array of cultivation materials, weaponry, and rare components flooded his vision. Not only common potions and spiritual energy crystals, but even genetic serums were available. A bottle of basic genetic serum cost merely 100 military points. The exchange rate was quite favorable. Lin Yuan nodded thoughtfully, his eyes burning with intensity as he continued browsing. Eventually, his gaze settled on the most prominent purchase option, military battle technique, Hidden Dragon Drawing Qi. Raising an eyebrow, he recalled his curiosity about battle techniques, having heard much about them. Upon selection, a price list appeared. Hidden Dragon Drawing Qi, Awakening Volume, free. Source Condensation Volume, 10,000 military points. Spirit Transformation Volume, 1 million military points. The Awakening Volume was free? That was understandable, as he had just joined the military and lacked sufficient points for exchange. Lin Yuan immediately redeemed the Awakening Stage Battle Technique. Instantly, knowledge regarding the technique flooded his mind. Hidden Dragon Drawing Qi, Awakening Volume, a universal military battle technique authored by Hua Zhanyun, the preeminent force in Huaxia. By channeling spiritual energy through specialized meridians, it grants unique enhancements to one's spiritual energy. At rank 13, one can cultivate it to the entry level, amplifying spiritual energy by 120%. At rank 46, mastery is achieved, with amplification reaching 340%. At rank 79, one attains proficiency, amplifying spiritual energy by 560%. No wonder Taizhu, relying solely on a B-rank talent, could rival my A-rank talent. Such a formidable technique. The awakening stage sufficed for now. Next, he would examine weaponry. Lin Yuan's intent was clear. He filtered for telekinetic weapons at the source condensation level, A rank. The light screen flickered, ultimately locking onto a set named Star Shatter, a set of A rank, source condensation level throwing knives. Crafted from a composite of star-patterned meteorite iron and spiritual energy-guiding jade. Only 7 knives existed. Each measured merely 3 inches in length, as thin as cicada wings, with a profound dark silver hue. Their surfaces shimmered with intricate, natural starry patterns. The description emphasized their exceptional spiritual and psychic conductivity, as well as their unparalleled sharpness and resilience, making them especially suited for psychic manipulation. They could perfectly bear and amplify telekinetic attacks. This was the one. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan chose to redeem it. 7 knives, symbolically aligned with the Big Dipper. Agile in control, their power cumulative. 8,000 military merit points were instantly deducted, confirming the order. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted to a deep purple psychic combat skill chip. Telekinetic blade formation, source condensation stage B-rank skill, requiring source condensation stage psychic power to learn. He pressed the purple chip to his forehead. A cool and immense influx of information surged into his mind, unlike the crude use of psychic power before. Upon reaching the source condensation stage, the superiority of psychic power became apparent. Telekinetic blade formation provided an exquisitely intricate and systematic method, focusing on the extreme compression and shaping of intangible psychic energy, endowing it with true physical cutting, piercing, and explosive properties akin to divine weapons. It encompassed fundamental psychic threads, psychic barrier reinforcement, advanced psychic cone piercing, psychic shuttle, culminating in the core technique, telekinetic blade refinement, a method to compress and condense vast psychic energy into one or several intangible yet sharply edged blades, capable of changing form at will. Chapter 79, Beast Tide Alert. These blades could independently attack and slay or attach to physical weapons, drastically enhancing their power. The information stream encompasses profound insights regarding the oscillation of mental frequencies, structural stability, and the efficiency of energy conversion. Lin Yuan was deeply immersed in this knowledge, and within his consciousness, his formidable mental energy began to operate, simulating, compressing, and shaping as time swiftly elapsed in concentrated practice. Outside the window, the sky transitioned from dark to light, with the first rays of dawn filtering through the gaps in the curtains. Lin Yuan, seated cross-legged on the floor, gradually opened his eyes, a fleeting silver glimmer illuminating his gaze, imbued with a profound sense of power and control. A subtle thought stirred within him. With a swish, several flying knives formed from his mental energy, sliced towards the leaves outside. As the leaves were cleaved in two, the entire tree began to sway violently. Excitement sparkled in Lin Yuan's eyes. Such potent combat skills. Xiao Yuan, your package has arrived, called his mother, Bai Shuhua, from outside the bedroom. Lin Yuan's eyes brightened at the news. It had arrived so swiftly. He stepped outside to retrieve the package, opening the cardboard box to reveal the set of star fragment flying knives he had recently exchanged for. 7 knives lay quietly within a specially designed magnetic sheath, cool to the touch, yet faintly resonating with his mental energy. Lin Yuan carefully extracted each one, suspending them before him. With a hum, a torrent of mental energy surged forth, enveloping each knife with precision. In an instant, he felt his consciousness extend into 7 invisible threads, firmly tethered to the knives. A slight mental command sent the 7 cold stars darting around him as if alive, weaving, spiraling, and halting with silent grace, leaving behind silver trails imperceptible to the naked eye, accompanied by faint sounds of slicing through the air. Manipulating them was astonishingly smoother than controlling ordinary metal pieces. The consumption of mental energy was significantly reduced, as if these flying knives were innate extensions of his mental will. What magnificent blades! A glint of determination flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes. With this weaponry, his mental energy attacks would undergo a qualitative leap. Xiao Yuan, come to dinner. His parents' voices brought him back to reality. He stretched lazily, realizing it was time to discuss the impending move with his parents. Upon exiting his room, he found Lin Hai crouched in the corner, his rough fingers gently brushing over an old wicker box with its lid ajar, revealing several faded but neatly folded garments within. Bai Shuhua, donned in an apron, busied herself by the small stove, where hot water bubbled in a pot. Dad, Mom, Lin Yuan's voice broke the tranquil bustle. Lin Hai looked up, his cloudy eyes reflecting his son's figure, a silent smile spreading across his wrinkled face as he raised an old jacket, saying, Look, you were barely taller than the stove when you wore this. Bai Shuhua turned, wiping her hands dusted with flour on her apron, her smile warm as she chimed. Just in time, the dumplings are almost ready. Your father specially picked fresh shepherd's purse from the back mountain yesterday to make the filling. It smells delightful. Lifting the pot lid, a cloud of fragrant steam enveloped the small living room, radiating warmth and comfort. Lin Yuan observed the ordinary yet intimate scene before him, his parents clad in faded old clothes, and glanced outside at the rows of crowded, aged apartment buildings. A heavy thought crystallized within him, growing clearer and more urgent. He approached the table, pulling up a weathered wooden stool, the legs scraping softly against the cement floor. Dad, Mom, there's something I wish to discuss. Lin Hai brushed the dust from his hands and sat on another stool, picking up an old pipe but not lighting it, instead habitually rubbing the smooth mouthpiece. Bai Shuhua extinguished the fire, using a cloth to lift the steaming dumplings to the table, swiftly setting down bowls and chopsticks along with a small dish of vinegar before she sat down, her gaze fixed on her son. What is it? You seem quite serious. The white steam danced between the three of them, the aroma of dumplings growing increasingly enticing. Lin Yuan's gaze swept across his parents' faces, marked by the passage of time. It is like this, he paused, retrieving the silver key awarded by Lei Qinxiong and a faintly glowing address chip from his pocket. gently placing them on the table. The military has rewarded me with a house in the Panshir Military Family District in the west of the city, a 3-bedroom unit with permanent ownership. The environment is excellent, and security is top-notch. He looked at his parents, his eyes clear and resolute. We should move. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Moving? So soon? Bai Shuhua finally regained her composure, gazing at Lin Yuan with affectionate pride. I knew our Xiao Yuan was capable. But there are still many things we need to manage. Dad, Mom, I am now able to provide you with a better life. You only need to enjoy your later years. Lin Yuan's voice was steady and firm, cutting through his mother's hesitation. I understand this is sudden, but the situation in Jiangxing is quite precarious. This area is still an old neighborhood near the wasteland, which is too dangerous. But Panshir district is different. It is much safer, with a better environment and complete facilities, which will be beneficial for your health. Lin Hai raised his head, a hint of a smile breaking through the wrinkles on his face. Xiao Yuan is right. The child has succeeded and secured us a good home. That is a good thing. He turned to Bai Shuhua. Wife, let's pack up. Bring whatever we need. A new place brings new prospects. Our son has done well. Our greatest help to him is to take care of ourselves. Bai Shuhua's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She nodded vigorously, her voice choked yet filled with gratitude and anticipation. All right, let's listen to Xiao Yuan. A new home sounds wonderful. After dinner, I will start packing. This shepherd's purse dumpling will serve as a farewell to our old house. She picked up her chopsticks and served Lin Yuan and Lin Jiangwo, each a plump dumpling, steaming and fragrant. Suddenly, an extremely sharp and penetrating alarm pierced the morning tranquility without warning. This sound did not emanate from the community's loudspeakers, but seemed to explode directly from the depths of the city, from above the heavens. It was chilling, urgent, and filled with a metallic coldness, as if countless steel saws were frantically cutting through the air. The alarm surged, wave upon wave, carrying an overwhelming sense of urgency and destructive pressure, instantly engulfing the entire Jiangxing. Crash! A bowl slipped from Bai Shuhua's hands, shattering on the floor. Her face turned pale. Her hand froze in midair, eyes wide with confusion and rising terror. Lin Hai abruptly stood, his sudden movement knocking over his stool with a sharp sound. Instinctively, he rushed to the window, yanking the curtains open, his murky eyes fixed on the sky outside, his calloused hands gripping the window frame tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Outside, the once clear morning light had taken on an ominous shade of dark red. Above the city, massive crimson alarm runes, interwoven with high-energy spiritual beams, flashed and spun wildly. That blinding red light, like the bloodshot eyes of the apocalypse, cast a suffocating atmosphere of terror over the entire city. Beast Tide Alarm. Chapter 80 Go. To Panshir District. Lin Yuan's mental energy surged forth like an invisible tsunami. His perception pierced through the walls of the rented apartment, encompassing the entire old neighborhood. The scene that returned to him sent his heart plummeting. The street outside was a harrowing tableau of chaos. Heart-wrenching screams filled the air, as the crowd fled blindly like ants doused in boiling water, colliding into each other. Vehicles crashed against one another, the harsh sounds of metal grinding mixed with the shattering of glass. Thick smoke billowed from several directions, the air saturated with the acrid scent of burning and heavy blood. What is happening? What about the city's defense barrier? Lin Yuan's mental energy transcended the chaotic urban landscape. Firmly fixated on the city's periphery, where the formidable city-protecting barrier should have stood, radiant and unwavering. At this moment, however, it lay barren and devoid of presence. The immense energy shield, the primary line of defense upon which Jiangcheng relied for survival, had inexplicably and eerily shut down, vanishing without a trace. A thunderous roar echoed as dust and debris soared into the sky, revealing an unending tide of grotesque beasts. They trampled the ruins of the suburbs like a black wave, armed with sharp fangs and claws, surging with an overwhelming force toward the defenseless Jiangcheng. Closer still, agile flying beasts darted through the air like black arrows, swiftly breaching the vacant defenses and diving down from low altitudes. Their piercing shrieks cut through the air, and their talons easily shredded the rooftops of the old buildings, ensnaring fleeing citizens or spewing corrosive acid and toxic flames, transforming the streets into a hellish inferno. The security level of the Panshir district is high. The words of Lei Qianxiong echoed ominously in Lin Yuan's mind. There is no time, not a second to waste. With a sudden pivot, Lin Yuan's voice sliced through his parents' panic and hesitation, imbued with undeniable resolve. Dad, Mom, stop packing. Now, immediately follow me to Panshir district. Move. Trust your son. Lin Hai finally comprehended the urgency. Having endured the turmoil of the old era, his innate resilience swiftly overshadowed his fear. He grasped his trembling wife, Bai Shuhua, who was intent on retrieving a broken bowl from the ground. Dear, our lives are at stake. Quickly gather what you can. Bai Shuhua's face turned as pale as parchment, her lips quivering. Yet, upon seeing Lin Yuan's steady figure, she felt a sense of calm wash over her. Let us go. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan yanked open the flimsy wooden door of their rented apartment. The cacophony of cries, footsteps, and collisions from the corridors surged in, more jarring than before. Stay close to me, Lin Yuan barked, leading the charge out. He pulled out his phone, which was inundated with notifications and chaotic group chats. There was also an official military announcement. Beast Tide warning. Residents are urged to proceed to the central urban evacuation zone. Lin Yuan's mental energy functioned like a precise navigation system, instantly mapping out the optimal route to the nearest safe point and onward to Panchir district, while simultaneously scanning the surroundings in a full 360-degree sweep. The corridor was in disarray, neighbors were in a frenzy, some clutched children and cried out, while others blocked the stairs with their luggage. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened, an invisible mental force enveloped his parents, and with a flicker of luminescence in his hand, the moon shadow materialized. Boom! A massive hole was blasted into the old building. Lin Yuan leaped out of the corridor with his parents, prompting shocked glances from their neighbors as the trio floated gracefully through the air. Wow, old Lin, your descent is quite unique. Just as they landed, a gust of hot air laced with the stench of blood and gunpowder assaulted them. The scene before them was even more harrowing than what his mental perception had revealed. In the street, a secondary beast resembling a giant lizard, adorned with bony spines, was sweeping its massive tail, sending a car flying like a mere toy, crashing into a nearby shop and scattering shards of glass everywhere. A middle-aged man caught off guard was pierced in the thigh by a flying metal fragment, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. The majority of those residing in the old city were low-tier warriors of little social standing. Faced with the horrifying beasts, they were mostly no match for them, and the air quickly filled with anguished cries. Above, several iron-beaked night crows, with wingspans exceeding 3 meters and feathers resembling black iron, viciously swooped down upon the panicking crowd. Their sharp cries echoed like the mocking laughter of death. Bai Shuhua could not help but emit a short gasp at the grim spectacle before her. Duck! Lin Yuan shouted, his mind racing. Buzz! 3 faint sounds of air being sliced apart rang out almost simultaneously, leaving behind nearly invisible silver streaks. Thud! 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 3 iron-beaked night crows, diving toward the family, had their heads explosively shattered in an instant. Dark crimson blood mingled with feathers rained down around them. The uncontrolled bird carcasses plummeted to the ground like heavy stones. It was the star-shattering flying daggers. Lin Yuan's A-grade, condensed mental weapon made its debut in real combat, precise, lethal, and utterly devoid of hesitation. Boom, boom. The street beneath their feet suddenly trembled violently. This tremor surpassed the dull roar of the beast horde, more profound and frenzied, as if some colossal entity was burrowing madly from deep within the earth, creating shockwaves. The hard asphalt buckled like fragile eggshells, cracking open. Spiderweb-like fissures rapidly spread, unfathomably deep. A nauseating stench, mingled with the scent of earth and decay, erupted from the cracks. Something is emerging from below. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted. His mental energy pierced into the ground. He beheld massive shadows, covered in a thick carapace and resembling gigantic worms, rapidly breaking through the rock layers, hurtling towards the street beneath them. The surging tremors were the aftermath of their rampage below. With the city protecting barrier failing, the beast tide surged not only from above, but also through the depths below, creating a lethal pathway. Run! Get off the street! Over there! Lin Yuan pointed to a seemingly sturdy 5-story concrete building at the corner, identified as the nearest makeshift shelter in his mental scan, while manipulating the star-shattering flying daggers to create an invisible defensive barrier around his parents and himself, swiftly eliminating several small, agile beasts attempting to flank them. He shielded his parents with his own body and surged toward the target building with astonishing speed. Behind them, the very spot where they had just stood erupted as the asphalt shattered. A horrifying head, wider than 2 meters and lined with circular sharp teeth, akin to a grotesquely magnified burrowing worm, burst forth from the ground, accompanied by a cloud of debris and a viscous, foul-smelling slime, emitting a deafening, ravenous roar. Its eyeless visage turned toward the fleeing trio, its gaping maw revealing layers of swirling, serrated teeth. At the city's edge, the vanguard of the beast tide had already surged into the streets, engaging with the chaotic populace and the scattered city defense forces. Hundreds of powerful figures soared from the suburban military district, establishing a formidable line of defense against the encroaching tide. Everyone, evacuate in an orderly manner. Military personnel, Protect the civilians. Mobilize military transport vehicles to escort the public to the evacuation zone. A familiar, grave voice resonated. Chapter 81. You are far more ruthless than we are. The outskirts had transformed into a veritable meat grinder. The advance guard of the beast tide, comprising a vast number of low-tier crawling species and assault beasts, collided with an invisible iron wall, abruptly halted less than 100 meters from the last makeshift fortifications by a raging tempest of lightning. This impenetrable barrier was forged solely by a formidable figure standing resolutely at the front lines, Lei Qianxiong, surrounded by no brilliant flames. Only a layer of meticulously refined lightning energy aura. He resembled a dormant thunder dragon, its currents flowing languidly beneath the surface of his skin. The crackling sound of electricity hidden within the wind, emanating a chilling pressure. His punches were devoid of flamboyant techniques, simple yet powerful, wielding the capacity to obliterate worlds. With each swing, an invisible force akin to artillery plowed through the air, and the beasts within the fan-shaped area ahead, whether clad in thick armor like giant beetles or as swift as the wind like blade-footed wolf spiders, burst into a mist of blood and debris before they could even let out a scream. Boom, boom. The oppressive, thunderous roars echoed one after another, shaking the very earth, each tremor carving out a silent vacuum in front of the defensive line. He stood like a mountain, unyielding and firmly anchored between the beast tide and Jiangsheng, forming an insurmountable chasm. All soldiers, heed my command. Lei Qianxiong's voice thundered like rolling thunder, overpowering the cries of the battlefield, piercing clearly into the ears of every bloodied soldier. The vanguard of the beast tide has been halted here. The scattered monsters within the city are yours to eradicate. Our foremost duty is to protect the civilians and escort them to the core urban refuge. At all costs, safeguard the people of Jiangsheng. A deafening roar erupted from the rear defensive line. The remnants of the city defense army and the awakened warriors immediately fragmented into countless small teams, like resilient streams, rushing against the fleeing tide of people, resolutely pouncing upon the stragglers rampaging through the streets. However, in this fleeting moment of respite, an overwhelming terror descended upon them, akin to an invisible tsunami, sweeping in from the horizon behind the beast tide. The sky seemed to be torn asunder. Three distinctly different, yet equally formidable auras emerged, like three towering demonic mountains, descending upon the battlefield with the weight of annihilation. On the left, the silhouette of a colossal beast slowly emerged from the swirling dust. It resembled a giant ape, towering over 10 zhang, its body cloaked in dark golden scales that reflected a chilling metallic sheen under the dim light. Its head was monstrous, with protruding fangs and a single crimson vertical eye at its forehead, exuding a fierce light of bloodlust and destruction. With each step, the earth groaned, cracking and spreading fissures like a spider's web. To the right stood a winged wolf, its mismatched eyes, one gold and the other purple, coldly surveying the humans below, who appeared as insignificant as ants, with drool slowly dripping from its gleaming white fangs. Lei Qianxiong's brow furrowed tightly, his pupils suddenly constricting. The covering gold ape emperor? The bloodthirsty wolf emperor? Yet, at the center floated a human figure, clad in a long robe embroidered with eerie dark golden runes. The fabric seemed to be made from some kind of tanned biological leather, exuding an unsettling dark glow. His visage was gaunt, with deep-set eyes. Yet his gaze burned with a terrifying intensity, aflame with nearly mad greed and a desire for destruction. The aura he emanated was chilling and viscous, as if he had crawled out from a millennia-old swamp, equally formidable as the two royal beasts beside him. Three formidable beings of the transformation realm, such an extravagant display. Lei Qianxiong's side revealed two more figures, radiating the same oppressive aura of the transformation realm. It seems you are well acquainted with the military strength of Jiangsheng. The emaciated elder let out a sharp, eerie laugh, his voice resonating like the cries of a night owl, penetrating the ears of Lei Qianxiong and all the soldiers. Lei Qianxiong, the foremost figure of Jiangsheng's military, truly a name that does not disappoint. With a mere wave of your hand, you halted my beast tide's vanguard. What a display of power. Lei Qianxiong's hands crackled with lightning, his veins bulging as he clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth. The closure of Jiangsheng's protective barrier is also your doing. I assent it? You lunatics. A twisted delight appeared on the wrinkled face of the black-robed man. His gaze swept past Lei Qianxiong to the soldiers battling the scattered monsters, covering the civilians' retreat, then over to the chaotic city ablaze in the distance. Finally returning to Lei Qianxiong, laden with mockery. And what of it? He cackled. They are nothing but the wretched dregs of humanity within our domain. Only by following our divine lineage can they find the true path to strength. Alas, alas. The elder shook his head. his tone brimming with the satisfaction of a plot well executed. What does it matter that you stand in our way? Do you truly believe we have gone to such lengths merely to breach your turtle shell of a city? The underground passage was discovered by you in advance, forcing us to act prematurely. Though it has disrupted some plans, it is of little consequence. While our top-tier strength may be comparable, the rest, he waved his bony hand towards the smoke-filled, fire-lit Jiangqing, his voice rising with a near-manic cruelty. Our objective has never been to clash with you head-on at the city outskirts. We merely need to ensnare you and the majority of the transformation and condensation realm powers firmly on this defensive line. The remaining strength will be sufficient to slowly devour this delectable city. He fixed his gaze on Lei Qianxiong, malice glinting in his eyes. Did you think our underground passage was merely for hiding experimental subjects? Fool. The elder threw back his head and laughed maniacally, his eyes shimmering with a sinister light. Look at the ground beneath your feet. Observe those terrified, fleeing materials. Our collaboration with the Beast Emperors merely seeks to extract the living, potential-rich resources from this city. Our grand undertaking will yield countless perfect creations. You madman. Lei Qianxiong's eyes widened in rage, glaring at the black-robed figure. Collaborating with beasts to slaughter your own kind? The black-robed man scoffed dismissively, as if he had heard the greatest joke. Slaughter? No, no, no. I am offering them a different path to strength. Your so-called safety merely confines them as waste. In your eyes, they hold no status whatsoever. He pointed at the helpless masses fleeing in the old city, his voice sharp and scornful. Look, those without potential are casually discarded to the outskirts. The strong and the wealthy, however, remain ensconced within the safety of the city. It appears harmonious, yet it is a world of the survival of the fittest. Do you think this is the life they desire? A life where one's fate is determined by a mere awakening of talent? In my view, you are far more cruel than I. Chapter 82. Beasts invade the city. Jiangqing is but a bountiful supply station on the grand journey of our divine lineage. The elder's voice dripped with a near-manic fervor, each word infused with a chilling zeal. I shall personally prove to you that our path is the only righteous one in this world. Roaring. The covering gold ape emperor impatiently bellowed, shaking the clouds as it pounded its chest, the deep, resonant roar causing eardrums to tremble. Enough with the chatter, Gong Yanqian. Our people are starving mad. Gong Yanqian slowly nodded, a more twisted grin spreading across his face, bloodlust swirling in his eyes. Then let the grand performance commence. Remember, don't kill too fiercely, leave us enough materials. As his words faded, a thunderous boom resonated like a clap of thunder, reverberating throughout Jiangqing, causing the entire city to shake violently. Except for the core urban area, which was barely shielded by an emergency energy barrier, every other location, the aging residential quarters, bustling commercial streets, abandoned factories, and the sprawling transportation hubs, each inch of land suddenly heaved upward without warning, before erupting explosively. Countless enormous openings spewed forth earth and foul odors, tearing apart every inch of Jiangqing's surface. The cacophony of shrieks, roars, and the sound of chitinous bodies grinding together formed a symphony of death from the abyss, instantly engulfing the city's clamor. Countless underground beasts, grotesque in form and diverse in species, exuded a thick aura of greed and savagery. The ground-digging demon lizard, razor-backed centipede, corrosive worm, shadow-claw goblin. These hidden predators turned Jiangqing into a three-dimensional slaughterhouse in the blink of an eye. They tore at fleeing civilians, their claws easily piercing through reinforced concrete walls, while acidic fluids and poisonous mists surged through the streets. The anguished cries, the wails of despair, and the thunderous crashes of collapsing structures surged like a tsunami from all directions, sending sharp pain through every eardrum. Beasts. Lei Qianxiong's eyes widened with rage, veins bursting with blood, turning his gaze a terrifying crimson. He finally comprehended that the beast tied outside the city was merely a diversion orchestrated by the enemy. The true lethal strike had long since infiltrated the heart of Jiangqing through the remnants of the underground network that had not been entirely eradicated. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless. The low-tier combat strength of the aberrant beasts already far surpassed that of humans, and with the addition of the divine beings, the high-end combat capabilities of both sides had reached a precarious balance. In that moment, Lei Qianxiong could not discern a single method of counteraction. He abruptly raised his head, his roar echoing through the heavens. Immediately call for support from the general headquarters. The rest, fight to the death with me. An unprecedented fury and icy murderous intent erupted violently from his chest. The dense and heavy light of pale purple spiritual energy surrounding him surged violently, transforming into a torrent of molten lava. Crackling with the sound of electricity, exuding an overwhelming pressure capable of annihilating the world. Get away from me. His thunderous roar shattered the sky as Lei Qianxiong held nothing back. On his right fist, the purple light was frantically compressed and refined, as if he grasped a miniature star pulsating with energy, the radiance flowing as the very air wailed in lament. With his fist unleashed, the earth trembled. Almost at the moment he fiercely struck towards the withered elder and two royal-grade aberrant beasts, two formidable military figures from the transformation realm soared into the sky, propelled by a surge of thunderous might. 6 overwhelmingly powerful auras collided, erupting into a cataclysmic battle in the air. Lei Qianxiong's gaze turned frigid as he commanded sharply, "Quick battle, quick resolution. We must not be delayed here." "Yes, Commander Lei." The two responded in unison, their assault growing increasingly fierce. Where Lei Qianxiong's fist aura passed, space twisted violently, emitting groans under the unbearable strain. The ground beneath them rolled like waves, tearing apart to reveal a bottomless chasm that surged with a force of destruction towards the three formidable foes in the sky. Truly, he was the greatest expert in Jiangqing. Gong Yongqian chuckled ominously and raised his hand to meet the oncoming force. Boom! An indescribable explosion resounded in the sky, as furious energy torrents swirled like an uncontrollable hurricane, dyeing the once clear heavens in shades of purplish red, dark gold, and deep green. The shockwave crashed down like a tangible tsunami, obliterating nearby structures into dust, sending clouds of debris soaring high, obscuring the sun. At that moment, powerful warriors from the military surged forth, like blades slicing into the horde of aberrant beasts, hunting ferociously while desperately covering the retreat of civilians. Meanwhile, in the chaotic streets of the old city, Lin Yuan was fiercely protecting his parents, exerting all his strength as they rushed towards a 5-story concrete building. The explosive sounds and terrifying energy waves behind him sent alarm bells ringing in Lin Yuan's mind, causing his hair to stand on end. He abruptly heightened his mental power to its peak, layer upon layer of refined, invisible psychic barriers constructed behind the three, impenetrable and secure. Bang! Just as the psychic barrier barely shielded against a wave of flying debris, Lin Yuan's voice erupted. "Dad! Mom! Jump!" As his words fell, just as the three were about to step through the doorway of the small building, the ground beneath them suddenly swelled and cracked as if boiling water was bubbling beneath. The nauseating stench of earth and decay was so thick it nearly solidified, assaulting their nostrils and making them gag. Boom! Debris and soil erupted like a fountain, and a gaping maw over 3 meters in diameter suddenly burst forth from the fractured ground. Circularly arranged razor-sharp teeth interlaced menacingly. Thick, foul saliva dripped from the gaps, revealing the creature Lin Yuan had sensed earlier, the burrowing devourer, even larger than before. Its eyeless head reared high, with saliva cascading down, corroding the ground into hissing white smoke. The massive jaws opened wide. A terrifying suction force surged forth, aiming to devour Lin Yuan and his family, who were suspended in midair and devoid of any leverage. The spiraling, layered sharp teeth glinted with deadly light in the dimness, closing in on them from less than a meter away. "Ah!" Bai Shuhua screamed in terror at the imminent death looming so close. At that critical moment, Lin Yuan forcefully pushed his parents forward, enveloping them with a gentle yet unyielding psychic force, guiding them slowly to the ground. Meanwhile, he himself was swallowed whole by the devourer's vast jaws. Xiao Yuan, Lin Hai and Bai Shuhua looked on in disbelief, their anguished cries tearing through the sky, helpless tears cascading from their aged eyes, splattering onto the debris-strewn ground. Chapter 83, An Old Friend? However, just as the two fell into despair, lost in shock, the grotesque beast that had completely consumed Lin Yuan suddenly froze in place, its massive form trembling violently. Uft, uft, uft. Countless razor-sharp wind blades erupted from within it, the cacophony of slicing sounds merging into a singular roar. Within mere moments, the devourer's body exploded violently, a rain of rancid blood mixed with flesh splattering everywhere, staining half the street red. A slender, upright figure wielding a battle blade stood suspended in the air, garments billowing in the fierce wind, yet utterly untainted, not a drop of blood marring their pristine form. Xiao Yuan, Lin's father and mother recognized that familiar silhouette, instantly overjoyed, their voices trembling uncontrollably, eyes welling with tears. "Let us go, Mom and Dad." Lin Yuan spared no unnecessary words, once again enveloping his parents in a gentle yet powerful psychic force, and with a single push off the ground, he darted like a streak of light to the top of a nearby skyscraper. He gazed down at the streets he once knew so well, now reduced to a hellish scene, where crumbling walls echoed with cries of anguish and eerie silence. Lin Yuan's fists involuntarily clenched, knuckles turning white. The cold, murderous intent nearly solidifying into reality. Divine beings and aberrant beasts. The chilling words escaped his lips, laced with an icy bitterness. He took a deep breath. Suppressing the surging rage, his colossal psychic energy unfurling like an invisible net, meticulously searching for a safe escape route for his parents. Just then, a familiar roar split the air. Beasts, come face your demise. Lin Yuan's brow arched slightly as he traced the voice with his psychic energy. Quickly spotting several familiar figures, they stood back to back, fiercely battling a horde of aberrant beasts with a surprising synergy in their movements. How did they come together? Below the skyscraper, Zhang Meng, Su Wan, and Zhao Chong were valiantly protecting a group of unarmed elders, women, and children, struggling against the onslaught of the aberrant beasts. Beside them stood a familiar figure, Bai Jejia. Water flow binding. Bai Jejia exclaimed, her fingertips pulsating with spiritual energy as a serpentine torrent of water surged forth. Weaving through the horde of beasts, low-tier aberrant beasts were slaughtered by the water, while slightly stronger ones became ensnared, unable to escape. Not bad, sister. Your A-grade talent is truly formidable, almost rivaling my previous teammate from the Wasteland Squad. Zhang Ming grinned widely, swinging his massive axe to cleave through the skull of an aberrant beast. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he slapped his forehead and exclaimed, right. No wonder I found you familiar. You're that girl who teamed up with Lin Yuan during the practical assessment for the college entrance examination, aren't you? He radiated an aura of overwhelming might, clearly at the 4th tier awakened level. Bai Jejia furrowed her brow slightly, controlling the water dragon to restrain the beasts while questioning him. You know Lin Yuan? Of course. Zhang Ming nodded with a smile, wielding his massive axe with agility, relentlessly claiming the lives of the Yishou. Previously, during a mission in the Wancheng, he had teamed up with this lad. Enough idle chatter. Su Wan's cold voice interrupted him. A gentle light radiated from her palms, cascading over the group and momentarily soothing some of their wounds. Her brows knitted tightly as she surveyed the ever-increasing number of Yishou. Her tone grave. The Yishou are gathering in greater numbers, and with so many elderly and children among us, we must break through the encirclement swiftly. Zhao Chong hefted his heavy shield, desperately batting away a lunging Yishou, panting as he added, if only Lin Yuan or Gu Qingcheng were here. What we lack is that decisive power to turn the tide. Bai Jejia instinctively nodded at his words, her tone imbued with certainty. Indeed, if Lin Yuan or Qingcheng were here, we would surely break free. A deafening roar of a beast suddenly erupted, cutting through their conversation. The ground trembled violently as more Yishou emerged from below, a dark mass that intensified the pressure on the group. Bai Jejia's parents watched the relentless surge of Yishou, their faces pale, bodies trembling uncontrollably. Bai Jejia quickly grasped her parents' hands, softly reassuring them, Dad, Mom, hold on. I will protect you. The encirclement of Yishou tightened, threatening to topple their formation. As a suffocating sense of despair quietly spread among them. Atop a tall building, Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened as he turned to his parents behind him, speaking with calm resolve, Mom, Dad, rest here for a moment. As his words fell, a surge of pale blue spiritual energy erupted from him, coalescing into a doppelganger that stood beside him, identical in every way. Lin's parents stared at the two sons in astonishment, momentarily stunned into silence. Without hesitation, the doppelganger brandished a moonlit blade, transforming into a blur as it rushed toward the battlefield below. Meanwhile, the situation on the ground grew increasingly dire. Damn it! We cannot just sit back and wait. Zhang Ming bellowed, his eyes bloodshot with fury. The creatures emerging from beneath were growing stronger. He raised his giant axe, his voice echoing to the heavens. Xiao Wan, enhance our strength. Zhao Chong, protect the elderly and children. Bai Jejia, let us fight our way out. As his words rang out, Zhang Ming's muscles swelled, his clothes straining against his form, channeling his muscle enhancement ability to the fullest. His aura surged to several times its previous intensity. With a fierce swing of his giant axe, he charged boldly into the horde of Yishou. Bai Jejia nodded, taking a deep breath before slowly closing her eyes. She brought her fingers together, and the immense spiritual energy of her A-grade talent surged wildly, summoning the water elements around her, coalescing into a dense mist. The next moment, she opened her eyes wide, brilliance igniting within them. Water Dragon Whirl. The tumultuous water elements instantly formed into a fierce water dragon, roaring as it shielded Zhang Ming's flank, clearing a path ahead. The majority of the encircling Yishou were of low-tier awakened realms, with only a few at the rank level. With the water dragon's protection, Zhang Ming pressed forward like an unstoppable force, swiftly carving a bloody path through the kin. Everyone, follow closely. Stay right behind me. He roared back. Zhao Chong, Watch the people behind. The group trudged onward over the fallen Yishog, each face etched with exhaustion, yet flickering with a glimmer of hope for survival. With one final swing of Zhang Meng's axe, the Yishog before them were finally cleared away. He looked ahead at the suddenly open road, joy igniting in his eyes. Fantastic. Everyone, hurry up. Let us break through. Zhang Meng stood at the edge of the deep pit from which the Yishog had emerged, calling out to the group, ready to lead the charge when suddenly, a thunderous rumble shook the ground. Not good. What is happening? Zhang Meng, be careful. A gigantic claw suddenly shot up from the pit below, wielding an overwhelming force that struck Zhang Meng squarely in the chest. His form was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily against the wall behind him, a dull thud resonating as blood erupted from his mouth, staining his shirt. Amidst the swirling dust, a colossal creature writhed its massive body, clumsily crawling out from the pit. The onlookers gasped in horror, their hairs standing on end. It was a 5-meter-tall Zuxing Yishog, covered in heavy stone armor that glimmered with a cold metallic sheen under the setting sun. Its crimson eyes fixated on the group, drool dripping from its mouth as it uttered in a gravelly voice, akin to sandpaper scraping against stone. Humans are delicious. Bai Jiajia's expression changed drastically, her voice rising in alarm. Not good. It's the stone-armored Rat King. This presence is at least 5th tier. Zhang Meng steadied himself with his axe, muscles taut as he struggled to rise. Disbelief etched across his face as he shouted, "What the hell? Another royal-level Yisho? Am I destined to clash with rats?" The stone-armored Rat King let out a furious roar, its massive body curling up like an armored meteor, hurtling toward them with fierce winds. Everyone, be careful. Bai Jiajia's face turned pale, not daring to hesitate for an instant. She waved her hands urgently, the water elements swirling violently around her, forming a solid water shield before her. The surrounding Yishog, inspired by the Rat King's charge, erupted in deafening roars, baring their fangs and claws as they lunged toward the group. Zhao Chong gritted his teeth, pressing his shield firmly in front of him, its surface already marred with a web of cracks, now creaking under the strain. He shouted hoarsely, "I can't hold them off any longer. These beasts are too fierce." With a sharp crack, Bai Jiajia's water shield shattered, dispersing into a cloud of mist. The stone-armored Rat King barreled forward, its momentum crushing everything in its path as it bore down upon the panicked group. Bai Jiajia clenched her teeth, unleashing all her spiritual energy, transforming it into countless tendrils of water to entangle the Rat King. Yet those seemingly supple tendrils, faced with such overwhelming power, snapped like fragile threads, failing to impede its advance. Zhang Meng's vision blurred with rage as he struggled to charge forward once more, but the searing pain in his chest slowed his movements, causing him to stumble. Zhao Chong held firm against the shield, but the cracks spread rapidly, while Su Wan, overwhelmed, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, her face as pale as paper. The sudden onslaught of Yisho left him defenseless, their defenses crumbling. He shouted hoarsely, "I truly can't hold on any longer." Behind him, Bai Jiajia's parents and a crowd of elderly and children were utterly terrified, their screams piercing the air, engulfed by the shadow of death that loomed over them. As the water tendrils faltered against the Rat King, Bai Jiajia, in a moment of resolve, stepped boldly forward, placing herself in front of the women and children. "No," cried Bai's father and mother, rushing forward to shield their daughter. "Get back. Mom, Dad. You have no spiritual energy. You can't stop it." Bai Jiajia's eyes brimmed with tears as she faced the advancing, monstrous rat head, her own spiritual energy seemingly drained, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Upon the grotesque head armored with stone plates, less than a meter from the forefront where Bai Fu stood, the fetid saliva dripping from its fangs nearly splattered upon the faces of the onlookers. Suddenly, a faint yet piercing sound, as if slicing through the very soul, rent the stagnant air with abrupt violence. Time seemed forcibly elongated and frozen in that instant. A shadow swift as lightning, ghostly and ethereal, materialized above the arched back of the stone-plated Rat King, Lin Yuan's doppelganger. Silent as death incarnate, wielding a battle blade emitting an unprecedentedly sharp and chilling gleam, its tip shimmered with an elusive azure halo, exuding an aura capable of severing all things. There was no earth-shattering roar nor ostentatious preparation. The doppelganger's gaze was as cold as eternal ice, fixated unerringly on its target, golden light flickering within its eyes. Empowered by the insightful eye, Lin Yuan swiftly discerned the creature's vulnerability. Muscles tensed like steel springs. A subtle twist of the wrist transformed the blade into a silvery thread nearly invisible to the naked eye, which descended fiercely upon the comparatively fragile joint behind the stone-plated Rat King's neck, the moonlight wind blade slash. This strike was swift, precise, and merciless, concentrating the immense spiritual energy within the doppelganger, unstoppable as a bamboo spear piercing through. A muffled yet chilling sound of cutting echoed as the silver thread effortlessly cleaved through the thick stone armor that even Zhang Meng's mighty axe had failed to breach, like a hot knife through butter. The hard stone shell proved fragile under the moonlight's sharp edge, instantly cleaving open a gaping wound deep enough to reveal bone. Dark red, nearly black viscous beast blood sprayed forth like a high-pressure jet, saturating the ground with its pungent stench. The stone-plated Rat King's determined charge was abruptly halted, replaced by a harrowing, distorted scream that echoed through the skies. Overcome by searing pain, it lost balance, its massive body crashing forward with inertia, finally collapsing less than half a foot from Zhao Chang's shield, shaking the earth violently, scattering stones and dust. The survivors, spared from death, stood in stunned silence, breath forgotten, witnessing this unimaginable scene. As the dust settled, the once arrogant fifth-rank stone-plated Rat King writhed in agony on the ground, convulsing wildly. The enormous wound behind its neck exposed fractured pale bones, with dark red blood gushing forth, rapidly staining the earth. The black silhouette responsible stood firmly beside the beast's colossal form, one hand gripping the blade, its tip angled toward the ground. A few drops of viscous blood sliding slowly down the azure blade, falling upon the rubble with soft taps. The doppelganger slowly straightened, eyes sharp as lightning, scanning the still-shaken crowd before settling on by Jie, Zhang Meng, and others. Observing Zhao Chang's pale face and collapsed posture, a faint, teasing smile curved the doppelganger's lips. Men must not admit defeat so easily. Bai Jie was the first to react, her voice trembling with disbelief and overwhelming joy. She gazed upon the familiar, slender figure, almost doubting her senses. Zhang Meng clutched his aching chest, eyes wide as saucers, staring alternately at the figure and the wailing Rat King below, swallowing a blood-flavored spit before exclaiming coarse words. Feng Yu? No, Lin Yuan. It's really you? You're impossibly fierce. Memories of their joint battles in the desolate city flooded back, yet this swift annihilation of a fifth-rank king beast surpassed his previous strength by multiples. Zhao Chang dropped his shield with a heavy clang, gasping for breath, his gaze toward Lin Yuan's doppelganger filled with shock and lingering fear, but mostly exhilaration at the arrival of reinforcements. Those sheltered behind him, elders, women, and children, seemed to regain their breath, their suppressed sobs and tears of joy occasionally breaking the silence. The doppelganger offered no response to their astonishment, merely tilting his head slightly, sensing the shared spiritual perception from his original. His cold eyes swept sharply over the remaining beasts, momentarily subdued by the Rat King's injury, yet restless. Holding the Rat King's spiritual crystal, its body gradually dimmed as Lin Yuan absorbed its essence. He turned to survey the surroundings. Fortunately, most were low-level awakened beasts. Channeling the hidden dragon chi, he followed the battle technique's flow, instantly amplifying his aura. Achieving a 30% boost on the first use was astonishing. If Wang Taizhu witnessed this, he would surely be astounded. Lin Yuan's doppelganger vanished in a flash. Moonlight swirling like a tempest, weaving through the beasts, each appearance slaying several foes. Soon, the corpses beneath their feet piled into a mountain. Waner, stop dazing and gather some spiritual crystals for supplies, Lin Yuan's familiar voice called out, bringing Su Wan back to reality. She promptly rose and directed the others to collect the crystals. As the doppelganger's words faded, the ground beneath them trembled violently once more. Within 10 meters, 3 fissures exploded open, spewing earth and stone skyward like fountains. 3 chasms over 2 meters wide tore the earth's surface, releasing a pungent stench of soil and decay that suffocated the air. From the shadowy depths emerged a cacophony of shrill screeches and guttural roars, mingled with the clatter of chitinous armor. Swarms of beasts poured forth like an erupting fountain of filth, scrambling desperately from the pits. From the left entrance emerged a dozen razor centipedes, nearly 3 meters long, their glossy black shells thrashing madly. Their front pincers, side-like jaws, clanged metallically as their crimson compound eyes fixed greedily on the crowd, launching a voracious assault. From the right, 7 or 8 toxic worms slithered out, bloated and gray-white, secreting yellow-green corrosive slime that sizzled and burned the ground, emitting acrid white smoke. Their eyeless heads raised, opening ringed sharp-toothed mouths to spew lethal acid at the crowd. The venom sprayed toward Lin Yuan, but could not penetrate the shimmering barrier formed by his previously acquired toxin immunity talent. From the central, largest fissure emerged 3 rock-armored beasts resembling oversized pangolins. Cloaked in granite-like gray-brown armor, they growled lowly, curling into spiked spheres, rolling forward with the force of crushing warhammers. threatening to decimate the densest cluster of people. Careful, Lin Yuan. These rock-armored beasts should be 6th-rank king beasts. Bai Jejia hastily mustered her recovering spiritual energy, conjuring a stream of water to assist Lin Yuan. Seeking death, Lin Yuan's doppelganger's eyes suddenly chilled like blades. He stamped his foot, transforming into a pale blue afterimage tearing through the air, advancing boldly toward the 3 streams of death-spewing beasts. The moonlight storm dance commenced. The moonlit battle blade emitted a clear, resonant chime as its azure aura surged, the moonlight enveloping the wind blades instantly multiplying into dozens of razor-sharp slashes. The swift, precise, and merciless blade light rained down upon the razor centipede swarm with the force of a tempest. Each strike precisely penetrated the vulnerable joints connecting the centipede's exoskeleton or pierced through its compound eyes. The pungent, dark green bodily fluid splattered everywhere. The foremost 5 or 6 razor centipedes were instantly dismembered, their scythe-like mandibles and half their bodies crashing down, while their 100 legs continued to twitch in a spasmodic frenzy. The momentum of the blade did not cease. The doppelganger's wrist twisted in an uncanny manner, and the battle knife drew a half circle. A vortex. The surrounding spiritual energy erupted explosively as the battle knife stirred the air, forming a rapidly spinning light blue vortex barrier before him. The acidic arrows of venom spewed forth by the toxic worms were all swept away by the vortex barrier, deflecting as if they had collided with an invisible reef, splattering across the ground and eroding it into a multitude of charred pits. Yet not a single member of the crowd behind was harmed. A roar. 3 rock-armored beasts rolled forward, the forceful winds they stirred causing the skin of those nearby to sting painfully. The doppelganger's eyes flashed with golden light. As the Eye of Insight instantly locked onto its target, he did not retreat. Instead, he boldly leapt into the path of the charging rock-armored beast, suspended in midair. The battle knife raised high, the blade's intensely compressed azure glow was dazzling enough to blind. With a cold shout, he did not aim for the impenetrable carapace but struck down like thunder, precisely targeting the hair-fine gap between the abdominal plates of the curled-up rock-armored beast. A sickening cutting sound echoed. The Moonshadow battle knife's unyielding sharpness, combined with the weakness revealed by the Eye of Insight and the terrifying force amplified by Hidden Dragon drawing chi, cleaved the massive rock-armored beast in 2 from its vulnerable underbelly. Its foul-smelling innards mixed with brownish blood cascaded down like a waterfall. With a thunderous crash, the severed beast's massive carcass fell to the sides, shaking the ground violently. The doppelganger deftly used the momentum to execute a swift turn in the air, the Moonshadow's blade light transforming into intersecting arcs of death, swiftly slicing towards the exposed neck weaknesses of the 2 other rock-armored beasts, momentarily stunned by their companion's demise. 2 heads, encased in rock armor, shot into the air. The headless beast's body crashed to the ground. In the brief span of mere moments, from the explosion of the cave to the eradication of 3 waves of otherworldly creatures, the onlookers could not help but swallow hard, as the monstrous beasts that had rendered them helpless were effortlessly dispatched by the young man before them. Lin Yuan stood before the crowd, amidst the chaotic street, and a vacuum zone devoid of monsters formed around them. It was eerily quiet, profoundly serene. Chapter 86, Military Mission. The doppelganger stood in the center of this small-scale battlefield. A single drop of dark red, nearly black, beast blood slowly dripping from the tip of the Moonshadow blade. His icy gaze swept over the 3 lower-tier beasts that continued to emerge from the cave, now posing no significant threat, and he spoke decisively. Leave. The blood aura here will attract more creatures. It is unwise to linger. Follow me to the direction of the Panchir district. There is a temporary safety point established by the military. With a flick of his wrist, the Moonshadow battle knife emitted a clear, melodious hum, and the beast blood that stained its blade was instantly shaken off, restoring its chilling azure hue. The blade once again pointed towards the center of the city, an invisible aura of slaughter spreading forth, causing the surrounding lower-tier beasts to retreat several steps in fear. The cold wind at the top of the tall building rustled Lin Yuan's clothing as he observed his doppelganger efficiently eliminate the stone armor Rat King and swiftly clear the newly emerging tide of beasts before speaking. Dad, Mom, let us go down and regroup with everyone. Lin Yuan's voice was steady, imbued with a reassuring strength. He activated his mental energy, gently yet firmly wrapping around his frightened parents. Yuaner, that. Lin father and Lin mother gazed at the identical figure below, now sheathing his knife, then back at their son, astonished to the point of being speechless. This is my gifted doppelganger. It allows me to handle matters simultaneously. Lin Yuan succinctly explained, offering no further elaboration. He manipulated his psychic force, guiding his parents down gently, like feathers, to the recently cleared street filled with the corpses of otherworldly beasts. Landing before his doppelganger in the crowd. Xiao Yuan. Lin Mother by Xu Hua touched the ground and immediately rushed to Lin Yuan's side, gripping his arm tightly, as if that were the only way to ensure his safety. Uncle Aunt by Jejia, seeing Lin Yuan's parents unharmed, revealed a joyful expression. Her own parents quickly approached, overwhelming gratitude for the Lin family evident in their demeanor after surviving the ordeal. Lin Yuan, you're amazing. Zhang Meng clutched his still aching chest, staring at the two Lin Yuans, then glancing at the enormous corpse of the stone armor Rat King and the surrounding heaps of otherworldly beast remains. His eyes wide with astonishment, finally managing to utter a sincere compliment after a moment. He was utterly convinced, after parting ways in the desolate city. This guy seemed to have shot up like a rocket. Zhao Chong and Su Wan looked at Lin Yuan's doppelganger and his original self, equally astounded. Su Wan's gaze flitted between Lin Yuan's original form and his poised doppelganger, her expression complex. Zhao Chong gave a thumbs up to the doppelganger. Thank goodness you arrived in time. You're truly formidable. No harm done. Lin Yuan's original self nodded at the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the weary but alive elderly and children, finally resting on his doppelganger. He was about to arrange for everyone to swiftly move to the Panchir district when suddenly, a faint but distinctly unusual vibration was felt. It was the encrypted communicator distributed by the military. Both Lin Yuan's original self and his doppelganger lowered their heads almost simultaneously. An encrypted message from Xiao Lu surged into his mind like a cold stream. Highest priority mission, Spiritual Energy Research Institute. Intelligence confirmed. The Divine Descendants are one of the primary targets. Their underground core warehouse stores a large quantity of high-purity spiritual energy crystals. The outer defenses of the Research Institute have been partially breached by otherworldly beasts, and the defensive forces are in urgent need. If the warehouse is lost or detonated, the consequences will be dire. Immediate reinforcement is required, at all costs. Defend the underground core warehouse. Must hold out until reinforcements arrive. Coordinates have been synchronized. Lin Yuan, hurry. Lei Tu said you possess condensation source-level combat power. Your assistance is urgently needed. The message was brief yet laden with urgency, conveying the pressing nature of the situation. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. The Spiritual Energy Research Institute. That is a crucial research hub in Jiang City, and the stored spiritual energy crystals can be considered a strategic reserve. If they fall into the hands of the Divine Descendants or are destroyed, it would be a severe blow to Jiang City and humanity's resistance. Dad, Mom, follow my doppelganger. He will ensure your safety as you head to the Panchir district. Lin Yuan's original self made a decisive call, his tone brooking no argument, while simultaneously sharing the coordinates from Xiao Lu with his doppelganger. There was a temporary shelter established by the military there, relatively secure. Yuana, what about you? Lin Mother looked at the original self, her eyes filled with concern. Although she did not understand the specifics of what was happening, her son's suddenly grave expression made her heart tighten. I have more pressing matters to attend to. I must address them immediately. Lin Yuan's original self gently patted his mother's hand, his gaze sweeping over by Jejia, Zhang Meng, and the others. Everyone, stay close to my doppelganger. He will lead the way and ensure the safety of the elders and children. Zhang Meng, Zhao Chong, Su Wan, Jejia. I entrust the journey to you. Rest assured, with me here, everything will be handled well. Zhang Meng thumped his chest in assurance, slamming his axe down onto the ground. Lin Yuan, take care of yourself. Bai Jejia looked at Lin Yuan's original self, her eyes filled with concern. Lin Yuan's original self did not delay further, nodding firmly. He focused his mind, and the invisible mental link between his original self and doppelganger completed the transmission of commands in an instant. With a swift motion, the previously silent doppelganger sprang into action. He stepped forward, the tip of the Moonshadow battle knife pointing towards the Panchir district, his voice cold and clear, carrying an undeniable powerful aura. Everyone, follow me. Maintain formation, with the elderly and children in the center, and combat personnel on the periphery for vigilance. Move swiftly. He moved swiftly, darting forward while probing the surroundings with his mental energy. His speed was perfectly calibrated, allowing for rapid advancement while ensuring the others could keep pace. Zhang Meng and Zhao Chong immediately flanked to the left and right, providing cover, while Su Wan offered support from the center. Bai Jejia utilized her water manipulation abilities to clear a path and provide protection. The team mobilized quickly along the route cleared by the clone, heading towards the Panchir district. Lin Yuan cast a deep glance at the backs of his parents within the group, confirming that the clone had assumed the role of guardian, before moving without hesitation. He abruptly turned, his gaze like lightning, directed towards the heart of Jiangqing, where the Institute of Spiritual Energy was located. His internal spiritual energy erupted violently, enveloping him in a pale blue glow, with the surrounding air swirling energetically. With a resounding thud, the ground beneath him sank slightly as Lin Yuan's figure transformed into a streak of pale blue light, surging towards the perilous core of the Research Institute at a speed surpassing that of his clone's earlier clearing efforts. Shattered stars gradually emerged as Lin Yuan stepped onto the flying blades, reaching the pinnacle of velocity. He had to arrive before the divine lineage, or the formidable alien beasts completely overwhelmed the warehouse, for the stored spiritual energy crystals were of utmost importance. Meanwhile, at the Jiangxing Institute of Spiritual Energy, at the entrance to the underground core warehouse, the imposing alloy door was riddled with burn marks and claw prints, with several deep dents that were alarming to behold. The passageway in front was littered with the bodies of researchers and guards, their blood staining the cold ground. Chapter 87. Isolated and helpless, the air in the underground core warehouse passage was thick with the stench of blood, gunpowder, and the acrid odor of corrosive bile. The fallen guards and researchers had been thrown into a corner by the subsequent shockwaves, mingling with shattered metal debris and crumbling concrete blocks. The last remaining line of defense, the half-meter-thick special alloy door covered in burn marks and enormous claw prints, emitted a heart-wrenching wail. Bang, bang, bang. Each thundering impact reverberated through the underground passage, shaking it violently, as the massive bulge in the center of the door began to cave inward, surrounded by spiderweb-like cracks that spread rapidly and deepened. Through the fissures, a sulphurous and feral aura surged in, accompanied by the heavy sound of labored breathing and the dripping of viscous saliva, akin to the footsteps of death. Hold it! Lao Chun, a figure shouted fiercely. Though not tall, he wore a military special operations uniform stained with blood and dirt, his short hair standing on end. Yet his gaze was sharp as that of a hawk. It was Xiao Lu, who had previously ventured through the underground caverns with Lin Yuan. At this moment, he spread his arms wide, fingers splayed, as violent silver currents surged from his palms, intertwining to form a massive electric net covering the surface of the alloy door. The net crackled with a piercing sound, and with each impact, the silver serpents writhed and exploded, attempting to delay and incapacitate the terrifying entity behind the door. I know. Another rugged voice responded, heavy with labored breaths. Beside Xiao Lu knelt a towering figure, Qin Yuanshan, his physique resembling an iron tower. He pressed his palms firmly against the ground, his bare arms bulging with muscles like rock, veins standing out prominently. Thick, earthy spiritual energy surged from his palms into the earth, rushing towards the base and sides of the alloy door. Rock Wall Fortress. The concrete walls and ceiling of the passageway began to writhe violently, as if alive, with hard rocks erupting forth in layers, resembling a growth of bony armor, firmly reinforcing the alloy door and surrounding walls. With each impact, portions of these rocks shattered, sending debris cascading down, yet Qin Yuanshan growled lowly, with new rocks swiftly filling the gaps, creating a desperate tug-of-war against destruction. Both were awakened beings of A-grade talent, at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of awakening. Xiao Lu's electromagnetic control provided both offense and defense, while Qin Yuanshan's manipulation of earth was unyielding. However, their faces were as pale as paper, with veins throbbing on their foreheads, and sweat mingled with blood running down. The excessive strain on their spiritual energy and mental power caused their bodies to tremble slightly. Boom. Another unprecedented violent impact shook the entire passage, as the alloy door's central bulge caved in significantly. A terrifying crack half a meter long split open, through which could be faintly seen the enormous, menacing crimson vertical pupil and the dripping fangs behind the door. Uffed. Qin Yuanshan could no longer hold on, violently spewing blood, his arms trembling fiercely against the ground, as the newly formed rocks slowed down noticeably. Xiao Lu's electric net flickered violently, its brightness erratic, as he gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, shouting, "Damn it! Have the riffraff outside been cleared? Where's the support? When will it arrive?" They had just completed their mission to transport the crystals and were near the Research Institute. His encrypted communicator flickered with a faint glow, a static-filled, rapid voice breaking through intermittently. Report. The border is in crisis. Confirmed. Over 3 royal-level alien beasts are holding back all forces of Condensation Realm and above. Unable to retreat, the voice abruptly cut off, leaving only the crackling of electrical noise. Despair, like a cold venomous snake, instantly coiled around the hearts of Xiao Lu and Qin Yuanshan. The royal-level alien beasts at the border had restrained all high-end combatants. This meant that here at the Research Institute, they were the last line of defense, and what they faced were several equally terrifying alien beasts at the pinnacle of royal level. Damn it! Where are the other ninth-stage combatants? Chen Yuanshan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with the madness of a cornered beast. The headquarters can't be relied on. Who else can come? Who is left in Jiangqing? Xiao Lu's gaze flickered with a glimmer of hope amidst despair, offering a bitter smile. I don't know. Jiangqing is in chaos right now. There is one. I issued the highest priority task. He replied. He is on his way. Who? Chen Yuanshan turned abruptly. His bloodshot eyes fixated intensely on Xiao Lu. Lin Yuan. Xiao Lu's voice carried a complexity that even he found hard to believe. Hope intertwined with a sense of desperation. That newcomer, suspected of possessing condensation realm power. He was the only one who confirmed the coordinates. He said he would arrive soon. Lin Yuan? That top student from the college entrance examination. Chen Yuanshan was momentarily stunned, followed by deeper skepticism and despair. Have you lost your mind, or have I? Him. A kid who just awakened not long ago. How can he possibly possess condensation realm power? What a joke. Even if he is a prodigy. He is up against multiple ninth-stage royal-level beasts. What can one person do? We are about to be torn to pieces ourselves. He could not believe, or rather, did not dare to place their last hope in a newcomer. Lao Chen. Xiao Lu interrupted him sharply, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Now, do we have any other choice but to trust him? Hold on. The warehouse must not fall before he arrives. Unless we are completely wiped out. Roar. The alien beasts behind the door seemed to be enraged by their brief exchange, or sensed the weakening of the door's defenses, unleashing even more furious and impatient roars. This time, it was not a singular impact, but multiple terrifying forces crashing simultaneously against the precarious alloy door. Boom. Crack. In a soul-chilling cacophony. The massive bulge in the center of the alloy door finally gave way under the immense pressure, creating an irregularly shaped gaping hole. The grotesque limbs, slick with mucus and covered in a thick layer of keratin and bone spurs, surged forth from the breach with cataclysmic power. Following closely were several other forms, each exuding the terrifying aura of a king-level 9th-tier beast. Their menacing heads and claws frantically tearing at the edges of the opening in a desperate attempt to widen the gap. Fragments of alloy shot forth like cannonballs, and the reinforced rock barriers crumbled as if made of paper under the collective assault of these formidable creatures. Chen Yuanshan coughed up blood, his body flung backward as though struck by a massive hammer, crashing into the metallic wall behind him and leaving an imprint of his form. Xiao Lu gazed in disbelief at the enormous beast before him. A royal-level beast? Humph, feeble humans. Do you think such defenses can withstand my Qi Gui Huang beast? The 8-meter-tall form of the Qi Gui Huang beast squeezed through the breach, its dark red skin, akin to molten lava, oozing thick sulfuric fluid. 3 pairs of compound eyes glimmered with a cruel intelligence, disdainfully surveying the gravely injured Xiao Lu and the unconscious Chen Yuanshan. Behind it, several other grotesque king-level 9th-tier beasts surged forward, their greedy gazes fixated on the pile of high-purity spiritual energy crystals emanating an alluring blue light deep within the warehouse. The intense energy aura stirred them into a frenzy of low growls. A few 9th-tier beasts flooded into the main hall, instantly locking onto Xiao Lu and Chen Yuanshan. Xiao Qi's electric net collapsed under the impact of multiple king-level forces, the violent backlash of electricity coursing back through him, causing his body to convulse violently as darkness closed in, rendering him weakly kneeling on the ground, helplessly watching the fearsome claws and heads, radiating greed and destruction, reach toward the depths of the warehouse. This is indeed the spiritual energy crystal storage that Gongyang Qian spoke of. The richness of the spiritual energy is indeed palpable. The beasts inhaled greedily. If I could absorb a bit more, perhaps I could ascend to the condensation realm. It's over. Xiao Lu felt a chill in his heart. Although most of the spiritual energy crystals were located in the core area of Jiangqing, there were still plenty for research purposes here. The warehouse was piled high with softly glowing blue high-purity spiritual energy crystals, and if these beasts broke in, or if the divine descendants took them, he struggled to ignite the last high-explosive spiritual energy bomb on his person for a final attempt at mutual destruction. Just as the core of the warehouse was on the verge of total exposure to the claws of destruction, a thunderous roar, far more violent and shocking than the shattering of the alloy door, resonated from above, not from the direction of the door, but from the ceiling of the passage. The solid concrete and alloy structure were torn apart in an instant by an unreasonable force, shattering like fragile eggshells. Countless fragments of stone and metal rained down like a torrential storm. A figure, enveloped in a dazzling pale blue glow of spiritual energy, descended with the force of a meteor crashing to earth, as if a deity were descending from the heavens, crashing down through the violently breached ceiling. His landing was precise. directly above the heads and claws of the king-level 9th-tier beasts that had just ventured into the warehouse passage and were now caught in a moment of stunned rage. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. Dust filled the air, and debris fell like rain. The blinding blue glow of spiritual energy dispelled the bloodshed and darkness within the passage, illuminating the young, stern face now imbued with boundless fury and intent to kill. Lin Yuan had arrived. As he knelt slightly, the reinforced special alloy ground beneath him buckled and cracked like the surface of water. A violent shockwave erupted from him, instantly clearing the swirling dust. He slowly stood tall, his icy gaze as frigid as a 1,000-year glacier, sweeping over the gravely injured Xiao Lu, the unconscious Qin Yuanshan, and finally landing upon the king-level beasts that had thrust their heads through the breach, now momentarily stunned and furious at his sudden appearance. The corners of Lin Yuan's mouth curved into a chilling smile as he greeted the two. My apologies for the delay. Traffic was quite the obstacle. Lin Yuan's sudden arrival was akin to dropping ice into a boiling pot of oil, instantly capturing the attention of all the beasts. Roar? A beast resembling a giant crocodile. The earth-cutting blade crocodile king halted its assault on Qin Yuanshan, turning its massive head toward Lin Yuan. In its crimson vertical pupils, a flicker of surprise was quickly replaced by intense disdain. It sensed only the energy fluctuations of a mere 7th-tier awakened human. Roar. Another beast, covered in a pitch-black carapace and bearing a scorpion tail, the soul-eroding poison scorpion king, emitted a piercing shriek, filled with mockery and greed. A 7th-tier human dares to venture into this domain alone? What a delightful appetizer. Cough, cough, cough. The gravely wounded Xiao Lu struggled to lift his head, and the flicker of hope sparked by Lin Yuan's appearance dimmed the moment he faced the terrifying pressure radiating from the king-level 9th-tier beasts. Lin Yuan was formidable, yet he faced multiple king-level peak creatures. In a corner, Qin Yuanshan, barely regaining a semblance of consciousness, witnessed the blatant scorn displayed by the king beasts and Lin Yuan's feeble presence. A grim look of despair crossed his bloodied face as he painfully shut his eyes, the last remnants of his strength seemingly dissipating with that despair. It was over. Even the thought of struggle was beyond him. Confronted with the mocking grins of the surrounding beasts and his companion's hopelessness, Lin Yuan's gaze remained unflinching, filled only with an icy chill. Words? Unnecessary. Just as the earth-cutting blade crocodile king's massive jaws, reeking of blood, lunged toward him. Boom! An overwhelming force far beyond the realm of awakening, solidified into substance, erupted from Lin Yuan's brow without warning. This mental power was no longer the previous form of intangible oppression. It surged forth like a tsunami, accompanied by the piercing shriek of soul-rending energy, instantly engulfing the entire underground passage. Mental blade formed spiritual storm. Thud, thud. Two slightly weaker king-level beasts were caught off guard, instantly impaled at their core of consciousness by this frenzied mental shock, as if struck by an invisible hammer. Their massive forms froze in place, their crimson, beastly eyes losing focus, filled with disbelief, collapsing to the ground as if their bones had been removed. Breathless, they were directly obliterated from consciousness. Hiss! The soul-eroding poison scorpion king and another beast resembling a giant ape, the rock-smashing ape king, though positioned slightly farther away, were also affected, emitting painful cries as their massive bodies swayed violently, suffering severe mental damage, their movements halting instantly. This sudden upheaval left all the beasts, including the Qi Gui Huang beast, momentarily stunned. How could a 7th-tier human unleash such terrifying mental power, instantly obliterating two king-level 9th-tier beasts? Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. This was the first time he had unleashed his mental power to its full extent, and coupled with his combat techniques and the ring gifted by Lei Qianxiu, such an effect was achieved. Against those physically powerful yet mentally fragile beasts, this mental assault was indeed a killing blow. Roar! The three pairs of compound eyes of the Qi Gui Huang beast locked onto Lin Yuan, the disdain and mockery vanishing, replaced by fury and a hint of seriousness. It finally sensed something amiss. This human is a threat. Yet, Lin Yuan's lethal assault followed in quick succession. At the very moment the mental storm erupted, Lin Yuan moved. So swiftly it appeared as if he had teleported. 9 shards of flying star knives swirled around him. The dance of the mental blade formed storm. Chapter 89. Bloodlust. The fragments of stars coalesced into an impenetrable, deep blue veil, while the icy, sharp blade aura sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. The target was none other than the Shihun Duxi Wang Shou, which had only just begun to recover from the mental onslaught, its movements sluggish. With precise accuracy, the blade light sliced into the chinks of the scorpion's carapace, severing its joints. The venomous tail, capable of corroding steel, had yet to rise before being shredded into multiple segments by the relentless blades. In a mere breath, its massive form was dismembered, dark green venom mixed with shattered innards splattering forth. The Suiyin Baoyuan Wangshu emitted a furious roar, its colossal stone fist, imbued with the power to shatter mountains, came crashing down upon Lin Yuan's back, sending debris flying in all directions. Without turning his head, Lin Yuan's left hand opened, grasping at the void behind him. A series of subtle sounds of air being torn apart resonated. 3 streaks of silver light appeared as if teleporting, piercing precisely through the Suiyin Baoyuan Wangshu's gaping mouth, vulnerable ear canals, and one of its eyes. The creature's hard rocky skin was as fragile as tofu before the shards of starry blades. In an instant, 3 flying knives embedded themselves within its body, and the violent psychic force churned furiously within its weakened skull and thorax. The Suiyin Baoyuan Wangshu's massive form suddenly stiffened, its raised stone fist falling limply, the light in its eyes dimming rapidly, before it collapsed to the ground with a resounding crash, stirring up clouds of dust. In the blink of an eye, 3 king-level, 9th-tier beasts had met their demise. How is this possible? How can a mere 7th-tier human possess such formidable psychic power? The Qi Gui Huangshu was utterly enraged, feeling as though it had been mocked. The terrifying royal-level pressure surged forth like molten lava, causing the temperature of the entire underground space to skyrocket, the air warping violently. Its massive form lunged forward, dark red-bone spurs covering its enormous claws slashing through the air, accompanied by the sulphurous flames of annihilation aimed directly at Lin Yuan. Even before the claws reached him, the scorching, frenzied aura had already turned the alloy ground beneath Lin Yuan's feet a bright red, softening it. Lin Yuan, be careful. Xiao Lu shouted in alarm, his eyes wide with fear. Bring it on. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with intensity, unafraid. In the face of the royal beast's enraged strike, he dared not show the slightest hesitation. A tremendous surge of psychic energy coalesced before him, forming a sturdy psychic shield, while the spirit light beneath his feet flared brightly, the shards of stars tracing a decisive arc. The ethereal blue radiance on the blade was compressed to its utmost limit, defiantly meeting the world-destroying claws. Boom! The clash between the giant claws and the blade, along with the psychic shield, created an indescribable explosion within the underground chamber. The violent energy shockwave surged outward like a tsunami. The solid alloy walls were torn apart like paper, twisted and warped. The entire underground research facility shook violently, as if it were on the brink of collapse. Lin Yuan's figure was sent flying as if struck by a high-speed train, crashing into a distant wall with a thunderous sound, leaving a deep dent. He tasted blood in his throat, a trickle escaping the corner of his mouth, and his arm holding the knife tingled slightly. The power of the royal beast was indeed terrifying. Though his psychic force had ascended to the realm of condensation, he was still merely a 7th-tier awakened warrior. At that moment, facing a peak 9th-tier royal beast was akin to a glass cannon, fragile and easily shattered. Had it not been for his formidable psychic power and combat skills to mitigate the force, that claw could have severely injured him. Yet he had withstood it. With a 7th-tier body, he had faced down a royal-level strike without succumbing. This scene struck deep into the hearts of the gravely wounded Xiao Lu and the despairing Chun Yuanshan like a shot of adrenaline. Coughing and laughing, Xiao Lu, despite his injuries, erupted with a voice filled with newfound vigor. Did you see that, old Chen? This is what I call the power of condensation. Struggling to rise, he forced the remaining spiritual energy within him to surge forth, silver arcs of electricity crackling across his body once more, gathering strength, albeit faintly, yet brimming with indomitable will. On the other side, Chun Yuanshan, who had nearly given up, suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. In those eyes, despair was replaced with a fierce, almost frenzied intensity. Lin Yuan's incredible eruption and his defiance against the royal beast pierced through the gloom in his heart like a bolt of lightning. With a primal growl, he used his bloodied hands to forcefully realign his broken ribs. The pain twisted his face, yet it ignited an even fiercer aggression within him. Thick, earthy spiritual energy surged once more from his nearly exhausted body. Though far less potent than before, it carried an unwavering resolution. He staggered to his feet, the cracked rocky armor re-enveloping his form like a mountain on the verge of collapse, yet refusing to fall. You scoundrels! Your father is still alive. Lin Yuan quickly raised his hand, 2 beams of holy healing light illuminating the two, rapidly mending their wounds. The two gazed at Lin Yuan in astonishment. Aren't you supposed to be our comrade? You can also act as a healer? Chun Yuanshan, his eyes bloodshot, did not dwell on it, focusing instead on the remaining giant Qi Gui Huangshu. Xiao Lu, can we still fight? Should we dare challenge a 9th-tier royal beast? With a thunderous roar, Chen Yuanshan charged forward like an injured beast lunging at its prey. He knew he could not hold on for long, but in this moment, he only wished to tear apart these monsters. What nonsense! A man should never admit defeat. So what if it was a 9th-tier royal? Kill! Xiao Lu emitted a hoarse battle cry, directing the feeble arcs of electricity toward one of the Xian Yi Mao Yao, though both were gravely wounded. Their spirits were ignited by Lin Yuan's audacious act, unleashing a power that transcended their limits, boldly confronting the remaining king-level beasts. In the center of the passage, the smoke and energy turbulence gradually dissipated. The Qi Gui Huang Shou, with its dark red compound eyes, locked its gaze onto Lin Yuan, who emerged slowly from the wall's indentation, filled with rage and a hint of unrecognized gravity. Its deep voice, laced with the scent of sulfur, echoed within the corridor. Human, you are impressive. This royal shall personally tear you apart and crush every bone in your body. Lin Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the moonlight tilting toward the ground, as 9 shards of starry blades circled around him like loyal sentinels, emitting a low, ominous hum, gleaming with deadly coldness. He raised his head slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade, his voice icy and calm. Enough with the nonsense. Your bones appear far more suited to sharpening my blades. Chapter 90. Confronting the 9th-tier royal beast, the Qi Gui Huang Shou loomed 8 meters high, resembling a moving sulfuric volcano. Its dark red skin was not flesh, but a viscous, bubbling, lava-like substance that dripped onto the ground with a sizzling sound, leaving behind charred craters. Its limbs were exceptionally robust, encased in heavy dark red bone armor, with menacing barbs growing at the joints. Its head, resembling neither lion nor beast, bore 3 pairs of compound eyes arranged in a hexagonal pattern, flickering with a cold, cruel glow. Its massive maw was filled with spiral-shaped fangs, exhaling waves of scorching, sulfurous heat with each movement. A long tail, ending in a heavy bone mace, trailed behind it like a siege hammer, each sweep producing a dull sound as it cut through the air. Lin Yuan's intelligent light brain relayed data to him. Qi Gui Huang Shou, royal bloodline, 9th tier awakening peak. Racial talent, control over lava power, extreme high temperature. Lava armor can significantly weaken physical attacks and energy impacts. Sulfurous breath, can spray high temperature, corrosive sulfur mist, eroding spiritual energy shields and psychic forces. Demai Jitsu, its feet can briefly connect with the earth, drawing geothermal energy to swiftly heal its injuries and temporarily enhance its strength. Rongyan Zhongquan Weichui, a pure manifestation of physical power, infused with the searing heat of lava, possessing an unparalleled destructive force. Indeed, it is a royal-grade exotic beast, its innate talents more extensive than the manual of my household fan. Roar. Ants. How dare you slay my servant? The roar of the Qi Gui Huang Shou rumbled like thunder, its 3 pairs of compound eyes locking onto Lin Yuan, who had just instantaneously killed 2 royal beasts, filled with offended rage. It stomped fiercely, the ground erupting violently, a circle of scorching lava rippling outward, forcing the recently risen Xiao Liu and Chen Yuanshan to stagger backward once more. Lin Yuan's expression was grave to the utmost. Every muscle in his body tensed like a drawn bowstring. The golden radiance of Dongxi Jiyan surged wildly within his pupils, transforming the Qi Gui Huang Shou from an indescribable terror into a precise construct of energy nodes, muscle bundles, skeletal structures, and weaknesses. Xiaoliu, electromagnetically interfere with its joints and compound eyes. Laochen, find a way to restrict its feet. Do not let it connect with the earth. Lin Yuan's roar cut through the cacophony of beastly howls and energy explosions, clearly reaching the ears of his companions. Before his words faded, the Qi Gui Huang Shou sprang into action. Its massive body unleashed a terrifying speed that belied its size, a colossal lava-infused fist tearing through the air, descending upon Lin Yuan with the intent to annihilate. Before the fist reached him, the scorching and violent aura had already curled Lin Yuan's hair. Mental barrier, solidify. A brilliant light emanated from his forehead, and a formidable mental force instantly constructed layers of invisible barriers ahead. Qinglong Inshikai, the spiritual energy within him ignited like explosive powder, erupting with a tremendous force under the impetus of a special combat technique, a pale blue spiritual flame radiating from his body, propelling his power, speed, and reflexes to their zenith. Nianrenfeng Bao, the shattered stars traced arcane trajectories, blades entwined with swiftly rotating cutting winds, his mental power enveloping the wind elements, boldly confronting the world-destroying fist. Boom! The lava-infused fist collided violently with the wind-cutting blades. Blinding light erupted alongside a deafening roar. The chaotic energy surged like an uncontrollable hurricane, sweeping through the passage. The mental barrier constructed by Lin Yuan shattered like fragile glass, the overwhelming force transmitted through it increasing his burden manifold. The sturdy special alloy floor beneath him buckled like water, cracking. His body was hurled like a cannonball, crashing against the side alloy wall, leaving a human-shaped dent. Uft! Lin Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, his chest feeling as though struck by a colossal hammer, intense pain piercing through him. The power of the Qigu Huangshu far exceeded imagination. Beasts, take this. Xiao Liu, enduring severe injuries and searing heat, his eyes turned crimson, pressed both hands firmly to the ground. Electromagnetic cage overload. He drained the last vestiges of his spiritual energy, even sacrificing part of his vitality. The furious silver currents transformed from a mere electric net into solidified chains of lightning, wrapping around the joints of the Qigu Huangshu's limbs and its 3 pairs of dangerous compound eyes. The currents emitted a piercing shriek, attempting to paralyze its movements, disrupting its visual and mental targeting. Zzz. Roar. The Qigu Huangshu emitted an irritable roar, its movements indeed showing a momentary halt. The light in its compound eyes flickering erratically. Xiao Liu's attack could not break its defenses, but it was sufficient to create a distraction. Halt. Chen Yuanshan, bloodied and with blood oozing from his 7 orifices, half knelt on the ground, his fists pounding the earth like a pile driver. Yanmai Duanliu. The earthy spiritual energy surged recklessly underground, transforming into countless resilient rock spikes and quicksand traps, swirling madly beneath the feet of the Qigu Huangshu, attempting to sever its connection to the earth and impede its movement. The glow of lava beneath the Qigu Huangshu dimmed slightly. Its speed of drawing from the earth's veins evidently slowed, its massive form ensnared in a quagmire of obstruction. Now is the moment. A chilling light erupted in Lin Yuan's eyes. The Shishue Quangbao, talent activated fully under the stimulation of pain and the brink of death. A ferocious, raging power, seemingly originating from primordial chaos, surged forth from the depths of his bloodline, instantly suppressing the agony in his body, sharpening his senses, and propelling his strength to new heights. The price was the marginalization of his rationality and the frenzied consumption of his spiritual energy. All his augmentative talents in his mind began to radiate brilliantly. The Shengyu Guang, nourished within his consciousness, had now reached the 5th tier. Amplifying and healing light manifested around Lin Yuan, slay. Like a blood-soaked azura, he shot forth from the dent in the wall. This time, he did not confront head-on. With the enhancement of various talents, Lin Yuan gradually managed to keep pace with the onslaught of the Qigu Huangshu, his agile form weaving through the molten lava surrounding it. Roar. Damned human. Why are you as bothersome as a fly? The golden radiance of Dongxi Jiyan coalesced upon a section of the Qigu Huangshu's chest, where the lava flowed sluggishly. An area where the gaps in its bone armor had widened slightly after it had just endured a mental storm and several attacks from royal beasts, revealing a barely perceptible flaw in its energy flow. The Qigu Huangshu was temporarily restrained by Xiao Liu's electromagnetic chains and Chen Yuanshan's rock veins, angrily attempting to break free. Lin Yuan's figure transformed into a pale blue afterimage, moving with a speed that nearly transcended the limits of visual capture, perfectly slipping into the blind spot of the Qigu Huangshu's attack, and the interval where its old strength had waned and new strength had yet to arise. Shattered stars pierced the rainbow. 9 silver stars vanished around him in an instant. The ethereal blue light of the shattered stars compressed to its utmost, transforming into a thread of death nearly void of substance. The 9 flying knives of shattered stars did not aim for vital points, but acted like precise surgical blades, instantly piercing the joints of the Qigu Huangshu's limbs. The connection at its waist, and the edges of its massive mouth where it attempted to exhale sulfurous breath. The explosive force of the condensed mental power within the flying knives was not intended to inflict lethal damage, but rather to induce sharp pain and instant muscle spasms, further restricting its movements. It was in this fleeting moment of rigidity. Lin Yuan merged with the blade, becoming an arrow. The blade of mental power infused with an unwavering will to annihilate, piercing accurately towards the gap in the chest armor pinpointed by Dongxi Jiyan. Roar. The Qigu Huangshu finally felt a mortal threat. Its 3 pairs of compound eyes instantly filled with blood. The talent of painful screech activated abruptly, a formless and intangible high-frequency mental shockwave, capable of tearing through souls, disregarded physical defenses, and struck fiercely into Lin Yuan's consciousness. Ugh! Lin Yuan's vision went dark. As if countless steel needles were frantically stirring within his mind, the momentum of his attack inevitably faltering. The Qigu Huangshu's massive claws and terrifying bone hammer-like tail, carrying the winds of destruction and the shadows of death, simultaneously swept towards the momentarily sluggish Lin Yuan, ready to reduce him to mere pulp. Lin Yuan. Xiao Liu's eyes widened in despair, but he was powerless to assist. Qin Yuanshan let out a desperate roar. Life and death hung by a thread. In Lin Yuan's eyes, the frenzied, bloodthirsty crimson light and the penetrating golden radiance intertwined wildly, accompanied by the warm current from the ring in his hand reaching his mind. The utmost agony transformed into the finest fuel for his bloodthirsty rage. He bit his tongue fiercely, the sharp pain bringing him a moment of clarity. Retreat was not an option. Retreat would mean death for all three. The warehouse must not fall. Break for me. Lin Yuan let out a roar that was not entirely human, completely abandoning defense. He urged the Qinglong Yinqi to surpass its limits. Channeling all the frenzied power from his burning spiritual energy, all the unwavering mental will of the Dongxi Jiyan, entirely pouring into the Nianren. He even utilized the terrifying wind pressure from the Qigu Huangsho's descending claw, propelling his body forward like a released arrow. At an even greater speed, and with a more resolute posture, towards that fatal gap in its chest armor. At this moment, the latent dragon within him surged with unprecedented speed, reaching the threshold of mastery. Lin Yuan's figure accelerated once more, and with a decisive thrust. The finely honed edge of his mental blade penetrated the molten armor's delay zone, ruthlessly piercing through the chinks in its bony shell. The indomitable sharpness, propelled by an overwhelming force, swiftly breached its target. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous crash resonated as the magma-clad claw of the Qi Huangsho struck Lin Yuan's left shoulder. The sound of bones fracturing echoing ominously. Lin Yuan's left shoulder crumpled, his arm twisting at an unnatural angle, flesh seared and charred by the intense heat. The massive tail of the bone hammer then struck fiercely against his abdomen, sending Lin Yuan hurtling through the air like a rag doll. Blood gushing forth in a torrential downpour, painting the sky with a grim red. Yet, the Qi Huangsho emitted an unprecedented, agonized howl, filled with pain, horror, and disbelief. An invisible mental blade was deeply embedded in its chest, dark red lava-like blood gushing forth like an erupting volcano. More terrifyingly, a sharp blade of annihilation surged within it, wreaking havoc and destruction. Lin Yuan had made the right bet. That strike not only pierced through but also precisely obliterated a crucial energy core within its chest cavity. The massive body of the Qi Huangsho trembled violently, its 3 pairs of compound eyes dimming rapidly, filled with fury and resentment. It attempted to lift its claw to crush the human who had dealt it such grievous harm, only to find its strength dissipating swiftly. It sought to detonate its molten core, taking Lin Yuan down with it, but the rampant energy within interfered with its power's flow. Now was the moment. Xiao Lu seized this rare opportunity, squeezing the last vestiges of spiritual energy, directing a faint current precisely at the Qi Huangsho's forehead. Though it could not inflict harm, it disoriented the beast momentarily. The mortally wounded Qin Yuanshan let out a final roar, utilizing all his strength to manipulate the earth, anchoring the Qi Huangsho's limbs firmly to the ground. Lin Yuan, battered and bloodied, with a shattered left arm and ruptured organs, exhibited a terrifyingly bright gaze. His right hand opened wide, reaching towards the embedded mental blade in the Qi Huangsho's chest, grasping at the void. Shattered stars returned to ruins. The mental blade, which was wreaking havoc within the Qi Huangsho, along with the 9 shattered star daggers embedded throughout its body, simultaneously detonated under Lin Yuan's final surge of mental energy. A colossal explosion erupted from within the Qi Huangsho's body, akin to an ignited barrel of explosives. Dark red lava blood, shattered bone armor, and charred organ fragments mixed with chaotic spiritual energy surged forth violently from its gaping wounds. The colossal and fearsome form of the Qi Huangsho stiffened abruptly, its 3 pairs of eyes extinguishing in a final expression of frozen rage and disbelief. It collapsed like a molten statue deprived of all support, crashing to the ground amidst the earth-shattering aftermath of the explosion, shaking the entire underground warehouse to its core. Smoke and sulfurous fumes mingled with the scent of blood, and the ethereal blue light of dissipating energy filled the entire corridor. Lin Yuan's body fell like a severed kite, rolling several times before coming to a stop, resembling shattered porcelain, a pitiful sight. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yuan fervently activated the holy healing light, but it was insufficient. He directly began to draw upon the remaining spiritual energy within his consciousness, akin to a blazing sun, flooding it into his healing enhancement doppelganger. The rapid influx of energy caused his veins to rupture, yet under the increasingly potent radiance of the holy healing light, the recovery speed accelerated. gradually catching up to the damage inflicted by the energy surge. In the realm of his doppelganger, they were resting atop a tall building. And he couldn't help but chuckle at the irony of the situation. It was as if he were wielding a disinfected whip, striking while simultaneously sanitizing. Meanwhile, within the warehouse, Xiao Lu exhausted his final strength, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chen Yuanshan maintained a half-kneeling position, his breath faint, yet a grimace of relief lingered on his face. Lin Yuan hastily enveloped the two of them in a more potent aura of spiritual energy, hastening their recovery. The creatures outside, sensing the weakened presence of Lin Yuan and his companions, began to stir restlessly, their numerous eyes fixated on the trio. Chapter 92. They finally arrived. Damn it. It seems the battle is never ending. Lin Yuan staggered to his feet, the severe backlash from bloodthirsty frenzy crashing upon him like a tidal wave, his vision darkening. Every bone and muscle in his body groaning under the burden. Though the collapse and distortion of his left shoulder were barely stabilized by the holy healing light, the stark white bone fragments remained a painful sight, each breath sending waves of agony through his shattered chest. The spiritual energy within him felt as parched as a desiccated riverbed, making it increasingly difficult to maintain the holy healing light over Xiao Lu and Chen Yuanshan. The glow flickering uncertainly. The warehouse was piled high with the corpses of exotic beasts, thick blood nearly forming a stream. Yet, the overwhelming stench of blood and energy emanating from the massive carcass of the Qi Gui Huang Shou, alongside the delectable weakness radiating from the three wounded humans, ignited the ferocity and greed of the remaining beasts outside. Several grotesque creatures, emboldened by their excitement and bloodlust, could no longer restrain themselves, roaring as they surged towards the warehouse. There lay not only crystallized spiritual energy, but also the corpses of royal and even emperor-level beasts. A prospect they had never dared to imagine. These beasts, endowed with formidable physiques, were not bound by the same constraints as humans. They could directly evolve by consuming the bodies of their kind. Without hesitation, they howled and rushed to devour their fallen kin, their sights eventually turning towards the warehouse. Like a flood released from a dam, they surged towards the open doors of the warehouse. Their vicious maws dripped with foul saliva, claws scraping the ground. Fixated on the nearly incapacitated Lin Yuan, Xiao Lu, and Chen Yuanshan, their intent was clear, to tear them and the entire warehouse to shreds. Damn it! Lin Yuan's pupils constricted. In a moment of peril, he cast his gaze upon the massive corpse of the Qi Gui Huang Shou, still oozing dark red lava blood. Although its core was destroyed, the terrifying emperor-level energy within its flesh surged like a volcano on the verge of cooling. There was no choice left. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes as he forcibly activated 10,000 Aspects Avatar's ultimate theft to its limits. Kneeling on one knee, his fingers curled like claws, he disregarded the searing heat that could scorch the soul and plunged his hand into the gaping wound in the Qi Gui Huang Shou's chest. Created by shattered stars returned to ruins. The scalding, viscous blood enveloped his hand and forearm, emitting a hissing sound as it scorched his flesh. The searing pain coursing through him, yet he remained oblivious. Devour for me. A torrent of violent, searing energy, imbued with sulfur and the essence of destruction, surged like an uncontrollable lava flow through Lin Yuan's arm, forcefully invading his nearly depleted meridians. The agony was tenfold greater than the backlash from bloodthirsty frenzy. The Qi Gui Huang Shou's energy was overwhelmingly violent, rife with a will to annihilate, clashing violently with Lin Yuan's own spiritual energy. Akin to molten iron pouring into a cracked glass pipe, relentlessly burning and tearing at his already severely damaged meridians. An excruciating pain engulfed him instantaneously, compelling him to emit a beastly roar as his body trembled violently, blood droplets seeping from every orifice. Yet the effect was immediate and profound. A formidable energy surged through him like an explosive detonated in a parched riverbed, forcefully filling his vacant Dantian and Shurhai. Although this power was rife with impurities and ferocity, dangerously unstable like a powder keg on the verge of explosion, it bestowed upon him the very strength he desperately required. A pale azure spiritual flame once again ascended from Lin Xian's body surface, no longer purely serene, but interlaced with streaks of savage crimson. As the spiritual energy swelled, the holy healing light, radiating from Lin Xian intensified, for the violent energy rapidly mended his damaged meridians under its influence. His aura soared abruptly, resembling a beast's final furious blaze. Begone! Facing the first assailant, a colossal lizard-like beast crowned with fangs, the wind-splitting lizard king, Lin Xian's bloodshot eyes blazed with ferocity. Enduring the agonizing pain of ruptured meridians and the assault of the turbulent energy upon his mind, He gripped the Starbreaker tightly in his right hand, its blue radiance tinged with dark red, and swung it fiercely. Nian Blade Severance. No longer a refined blade storm, but a simple and brutal condensed slash. A colossal blade chi, imbued with the wild spiritual energy, tore through the air and struck the scaly crown of the wind-splitting Lizard King with a sickening flesh-piercing sound. The violent hybrid energy exploded instantly, cleaving the apex 8th rank King Beast cleanly in two, showering Lin Xuyan with a spray of putrid entrails and blood. Yet more beasts lunged forth relentlessly. Claws, fangs, poisonous stingers, and energy breath assaults rained from all directions. Lin Xuyan forced a displacement to evade a lethal venom spray, only to be grazed in the ribs by the horn of an iron-clad rhinoceros like King Beast, his flesh mangled as he was slammed away once more. Harnessing the power, he rolled to the ground. Starbreaker slipped from his grasp, and 9 streaks of light, barely steered by his violent mental force, transformed into deadly silver threads that pierced the eyes and throats of several beasts, momentarily stalling their advance. It was but a drop in the ocean. The onslaught was overwhelming. Each slash and dodge drained the forcibly absorbed turbulent spiritual energy, accelerating his physical collapse. His meridians felt repeatedly pierced by countless red-hot steel needles, and the holy healing light could not keep pace with the damage. Relying solely on his insightful eye and residual combat instinct, Lin Xuyan staggered amidst the beast horde, perilously serving as the final shield before Xiao Lu and Chen Yuanshan. Every block echoed with the groan of bones. Every evasion left fresh wounds. His spiritual flame dimmed as the ferocious dark red hues intensified, as if his entire being might ignite from the internal tempest at any moment. Hold on. Just a little longer. Lin Xuyan roared silently, teeth nearly crushed, as he was struck again by the heavy fist of a giant ape king beast. Spitting blood and flying backward, several gaping, fang-filled maws were about to devour him, Xiao Lu and Chen Yuanshan utterly. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted from the warehouse's vaulted ceiling. Sturdy concrete and alloy structures shattered like fragile paper, torn apart by an overwhelming, majestic force that rent a massive breach. Dazzling golden light pierced through the smoke and dust like a tangible entity, descending with the resplendent might of divine authority. Lin Xuyan exhaled deeply at the sight of the figure before him. It had finally arrived. Countless fragments of stone and metal debris rained down like cannonballs, accurately striking and pulverizing the beasts attacking Lin Xuyan. Then, a figure bathed in pure and immense spiritual radiance descended boldly through the colossal breach in the ceiling. Like a goddess judgment, bearing an invincible aura, the raging wind dispelled the sulfurous toxic mists and bloodstains permeating the warehouse, illuminating the brutal battlefield below and revealing Lin Xuyan's bloodstained face, suffused with relief and a hint of ecstatic joy. The spiritual figure, Lin Xuyan's doppelganger, glanced like lightning toward the gravely wounded original, the near-death companions, and the surging beast pack beneath. His hands were empty, merely grasping the void. Mind control restraint. A vast, dense, tangible mental force descended upon the entire warehouse space with the solemnity of a golden mountain suppressing the 8 directions. All howling and lunging beasts instantly froze as if paused by an invisible hand, their crimson eyes filled with utter terror and confusion. Even the air solidified under this mental oppression. The spiritual doppelganger landed gracefully, golden spiritual radiance flowing around him. His voice, calm yet imbued with the power to judge all things, resonated clearly in the deathly silent warehouse. Approach, and be annihilated. The instant the mental doppelganger appeared, the warehouse's temporal flow seemed forcibly frozen. The dreadful mental pressure pinned every beast to the spot. The monstrous jaws were mere inches from Lin Xuyan's throat, saliva dripping onto the charred ground, yet unable to advance further. The air compressed as if forged from steel, suppressing the sulfurous miasma and dense blood stench beneath an irresistible force. Divide. The doppelganger's lips parted lightly. His voice was low yet permeated with soul-piercing authority. 2 figures emerged from within him like breaking cocoons, instantly taking form as 2 entities indistinguishable from Lin Xuyan himself, the healing amplification doppelganger and the elemental doppelganger. Without hesitation upon landing, the healing doppelganger pressed both palms heavily onto the blood-stained, lava-scorched ground. A vortex of terrifying suction erupted from his palms. The amassed mountain of beast corpses around the warehouse trembled violently, as if ice cast into a furnace. An immense torrent of pure, intense blue energy surged into the healing doppelganger's body with a piercing howl, dissolving the carcass mountain visibly into dust and collapse. The healing doppelganger's aura rocketed upward, breaking through the mid-6th rank bottleneck, then surging through late and peak stages until finally stabilizing at the 7th rank apex. Supported by countless spiritual energy crystals beneath his feet, the holy healing light was activated to its utmost. The sacred halo swirling around him thickened from a gossamer veil into an almost liquid radiance, emanating comforting warmth and vibrant vitality that brightened the shadowy warehouse and dispelled some of the deathly gloom. Holy healing rain. The healing doppelganger swiftly formed hand seals, fingers weaving rapidly, summoning streams of milky light. The vast, magnificent healing light rain cascaded like the Milky Way pouring from the heavens, not mere scattered points, but a roaring waterfall of illumination, precisely enveloping the gravely injured Xiao Lu, Qin Yuanshan, and Lin Xuyan's original body. Miracles unfolded within the luminous rain. The gaping wound in Xiao Lu's chest pulsed as muscle fibers writhed, intertwined, and regenerated like living creatures, swiftly sealing as fresh, faintly pink skin replaced the damage. Qin Yuanshan's shattered arm emitted crisp crackling sounds as displaced bone fragments were invisibly realigned and reconnected, healing rapidly under the sacred light, the fracture gleaming with jade-like luster. Simultaneously, his fractured ribs and damaged internal organs were restored with equal precision. Lin Yuan's left shoulder, which had collapsed and shattered, revealed charred, carbonized flesh that, reminiscent of remnants of snow caressed by the spring breeze, rapidly peeled away to unveil fresh, life-tinged skin and muscle beneath. In the embrace of holy light, his bones reformed as the excruciating pain ebbed like a receding tide, replaced by a deep-seated itch and warmth that penetrated to the marrow. Meanwhile, outside the warehouse, a horde of beasts, momentarily subdued by the terrifying pressure of the spirit clone, felt their ferocity reignite under the violent energy and rich scent of blood exuded from the remains of the Qi Gui Huangshou. Several peak 8th tier Xian Yicat demons, having feasted on the shattered flesh of the royal beast, with a single horn on their foreheads and bone wings unfurling from their backs, were the first to break free from the lingering spiritual confinement. They let out a piercing shriek, a cacophony of agony and greed, their crimson eyes fixated on the healing and spirit clones within the warehouse. Like 3 bolts of black lightning, accompanied by a stench of blood, they lunged once more towards the gaping entrance. Behind them, more mid to high-tier aberrant beasts stirred restlessly, emitting low growls of threat. As the tide of beasts surged once again, "Your adversary is me." The voice, cold and devoid of emotion, echoed as if from the depths of a frigid abyss. The spirit clone, clad in black hair and robe, loomed like a demonic deity, casting a suffocating shadow over the aberrant beasts. His gaze, sharp as lightning, locked onto the tumultuous horde at the entrance as he pressed both palms against the empty space below. With a hum, his mental energy began to flow, darting like a living entity, weaving together to instantaneously construct a formidable mental barrier, spanning the heavens and earth, several meters thick, before the warehouse door. This barrier shimmered with golden light, emanating an aura of impervious absolute defense. Boom, boom, boom. A few massive Li Qi Bao Xiong Wangshou, leading the charge, slammed against the luminous wall with immense force. There was no earth-shattering crash, only a muted thud. The seemingly indestructible beast bodies, upon contact with the mental barrier, shattered like fragile porcelain colliding with a high-speed grinding wheel, instantly reduced to a mist of blood and flesh. The viscous blood and fragmented entrails splattered across the light wall, only to be swiftly vaporized and purified, leaving no trace behind. This bloody and shocking scene served as the harshest warning, halting the advancing aberrant beasts in their tracks, their eyes filled with sheer terror. Within the warehouse, a true massacre unfolded. The figure of the elemental clone flickered amidst the paralyzed aberrant beasts, as if a specter. Its left hand surged with searing flames, transforming into a roaring purple-black fire dragon, while its right hand gathered violent thunder, the fierce purple-golden lightning tearing through the air. Simultaneously, a whirlwind erupted, sweeping up the deep darkness of the shadowy entities, exploding at the core of the beast horde. This marked Lin Yuan's first full unleashing of his talent. For violent elemental powers, the blazing fire of heaven, the obliterating thunder, the rending wind, and the corrosive shadow. This was not merely a simple amalgamation, but a masterful fusion achieved by the elemental clone's exquisite control. They intertwined, obliterated, and regenerated, ultimately forming a chaotic elemental storm that engulfed the entire interior of the warehouse, continuously collapsing inwards. This storm contained the power to decompose all things, wherever it passed. The rugged lava hound King Shou, with its resilient skin, was stripped away as if subjected to countless wind blades, revealing stark white bones, which were then reduced to ashes amid the intertwining of thunder and fire. The spiny thorn beast King Shou, proud of its hardened spikes, succumbed to the storm. Twisting and melting, its massive body liquefying into a pool of charred, viscous liquid within mere breaths. The burrowing grubworm, attempting to tunnel underground, was violently thrust back to the surface by the tumultuous seismic waves and shadowy erosion, torn apart. The entire warehouse transformed into a purgatory ruled by elemental mastery. As the stunned aberrant beasts were unable to utter a single wail, vanishing silently within the storm of destruction, leaving only dissipating energy and the scent of charred remains. At the very moment when both the inner and outer battlefields were firmly suppressed by the clones, Lin Yuan's true self, seated beside the colossal corpse of the Qi Gui Huang Shou, suddenly opened his eyes wide. His arm, embedded in the beast's wound, swelled with muscle, veins bulging like coiling dragons. The dark red, lava-like essence of spiritual energy surged forth, akin to an ignited underground vein, infused with a violent will to annihilate, flowing into his already repaired and enhanced meridians with ferocity. Ding. Gained spiritual energy. Acquired talent. Elemental type, S-rank lava power. Amplification type, A-rank lava body. The body of the Qi Gui Huang Shou gradually dimmed, while Lin Yuan's aura grew ever stronger. Break. A long howl, suppressed to the utmost, erupted from Lin Yuan's throat, resonating as if it originated from the depths of his soul. The long dormant, rigid shackles representing the pinnacle limit of the 7th tier within him shattered under the combined force of this external royal energy and his own will. Boom. An aura far more violent than before surged forth, awakening like a slumbering ancient beast, erupting from Lin Yuan's true self. The materialized spiritual energy flames shattered the dilapidated ceiling of the warehouse, stirring the winds and clouds. 8th tier. The newly reborn power surged through his limbs and bones, bringing an unprecedented sense of strength, accompanied by the piercing pain of his meridians being washed by even more violent energy. Almost simultaneously, the healing clone, receiving instantaneous feedback from the breakthrough of the true self's realm, erupted in an unprecedented resplendent holy light, soft yet brimming with boundless vitality. Milky white radiance streamed from all 7 apertures. The already rich holy healing light, supported by the pinnacle realm of the 7th tier, underwent another transformation. The healing clone bellowed, suddenly spreading its arms wide. The immense holy light no longer fell as droplets, but instantly expanded and condensed, morphing into a colossal, translucent cocoon of holy light, completely enveloping the interior of the warehouse, including the front line of the beast horde confronting the amplification clone at the entrance. The last trace of hidden injury within Xun Yuanshan was entirely erased, his broken ribs perfectly mended, even benefiting from the ordeal with a subtle increase in bone density. Xiao Lu's charred, carbonized skin rapidly sloughed away, revealing new, smooth, and resilient skin, glistening with a healthy sheen, as his depleted vitality was swiftly replenished. However, the 3 Xian Yi cat demon kings, mutated from consuming the flesh and blood of the royal beast, shrouded at the edge of the light cocoon, did not experience healing but instead emitted even more agonized and furious shrieks under the stimulation of the holy light. Their forehead single horns turned crimson, their bone wings flapped wildly, and their aura surged once again, dangerously close to the threshold of royal level. They bore the searing purification of the holy light, their 6 crimson compound eyes locking onto Lin Yuan's true self, who was stabilizing his realm, as they relentlessly tore at the edge of the light cocoon, determined to engage in a mutual annihilation once more. Suspended in the air, the elemental clone's molten gold-like eyes locked onto them in an instant. He summoned several pieces of spiritual energy crystals with his mental power, activating his talent to devour, as the true self had already reached the 8th tier, allowing the elemental clone to absorb spiritual energy. Ding. Gained spiritual energy. Acquired talent, A-rank gigantification, amplification type. As the elemental clone also ascended to the 8th tier, the Moonshadow Battle Blade materialized in his hand. Lin Yuan raised his gaze towards the similarly 8th tier cat demon, scoffing softly, seeking death. The blade's tip pointed directly at the mutated cat demons, as destructive golden light rapidly coalesced on the blade's edge. The elemental clone sprang into action. Its figure blurred in place, and in the next instant, it precisely intercepted the path of the 3 mutated cat demons, as if teleporting. The velocity was so immense that it left behind a lingering afterimage woven from flames, electric arcs, swirling winds, and shadows, confronting the terrifying beast with 3 heads. Its aura nearing the imperial level and burning with life force, the elemental doppelganger bore no trace of fear, only an absolute, chilling mastery over the elements. With lightning speed, Its hands formed intricate seals before its chest. As its 10 fingers danced, it stirred the elemental forces of heaven and earth into a violent upheaval. Perish! A fierce gleam flashed in the doppelganger's eyes as the Moonshadow battle blade swung towards the cat demon. The first mutated cat demon bore the brunt of the assault. Its blood-red horn, blazing with a fierce glow, charged directly into the collapsing sphere, its eyes filled with frenzied bloodlust. Yet, instead of a cataclysmic explosion, there was only a faint, unsettling sound of annihilation. The cat demon's crimson horn, as hard as to pierce alloy, melted and vaporized silently upon contact. Like a wax figure immersed in strong acid, its head, with resilient fur, a sturdy skull, and scarlet compound eyes, proved utterly fragile before the chaotic force that dissolves all things. The grotesque cat's head was wiped away as if erased by an invisible eraser, vanishing in an instant, leaving only a smooth-edged, smoking, ghastly severed neck. The massive, headless corpse continued its forward momentum, but its life force was utterly extinguished, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The second cat demon reacted swiftly, sensing the lethal threat the moment the collapsing sphere appeared. It emitted a terrified screech, flapped its bony wings fiercely, attempting to evade sideways. At the same time, its body surged with chaotic energy, its surface shimmering with unstable crimson light, ready to self-destruct in a desperate bid for mutual annihilation. Windbinding Shadow Devour. The elemental doppelganger's icy command was like a sentence of judgment. The azure wind blades encircling its body instantly split into multiple torrents, entwining with the shadow forces like serpents coiling upwards. No longer merely cutting, but binding, the rapidly spinning wind blades formed a formidable restraining force field, abruptly halting the cat demon's movements. Awakening slowly under the healing light of the sacred grace, Xiao Lu and Chun Yuanshan squinted and, upon opening their eyes, witnessed several scenes of Lin Kuan-yin suppressing the beast hordes. Xiao Lu rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Yuanshan, am I dreaming? How did I see multiple Lin Kuan-yins brutally dispatching mutated beasts? I must be delirious. Chun Yuanshan also rubbed his eyes incredulously. I must still be half asleep. How did I see a recent high school graduate slaughter high-level king-class beasts? Simultaneously, dozens of shadowy tendrils, long poised like sharks scenting blood, instantly pierced the cat demon's body, weakened by its energy frenzy. With a guttural crack, the remaining cat demon's head was severed like tofu by Lin Kuan-yin's blade. His gaze sharpened as elemental energy erupted from his body. Purple-black flames intertwined with wild violet-gold thunderbolts, wrapped in a hurricane of dark energy, unleashed a vortex of destruction amid the remaining beasts. The furious elemental power tore through the air with deafening roars, engulfing the low-level beasts immobilized by the psychic doppelganger's oppressive aura. Flesh charred under intense heat. Bones shattered beneath the thunder, and the stench of blood was purified by the flames, leaving only scorched debris and curling smoke. The elemental doppelganger's silhouette flickered at the heart of the energy storm, resembling a deity commanding a cataclysm, coldly watching the final annihilation. Zhang Meng's iconic thunderous roar pierced through the lingering smoke and chaotic energies first. Wielding a battle-scarred giant axe and drenched in blood, he charged forward like a humanoid tank, the axe blade still bearing the limbs of unknown beasts. Close behind, Zhao Chang lifted a shield cracked in intricate spiderweb patterns, as if ready to shatter at any moment, cautiously guarding the flank. Su Wan and Bai Jejia tended to Lin's parents and other frightened elders and children at the center of the group. The amplified doppelganger led the vanguard, his gaze keen and aura steady, like a moving beacon guiding the weary team. Yet, upon beholding the scene within the warehouse, everyone was frozen in place as if under a petrifying spell, mouths agape in utter disbelief. The warehouse resembled a silent battlefield resurrected from hell. The colossal corpse of the red demon emperor beast, as massive as a small mountain and still oozing dark red molten lava, dominated the center, radiating an oppressive residual aura. Surrounding it lay the shattered remains of numerous king-class beasts. The air was thick with an unyielding blend of blood, sulfur, scorched flesh, and purified ozone, a strange, unsettling scent. What shattered their minds further were the Lin Kuan-yins before them, 5 distinct yet equally overwhelming presences. A single-man's army, with clear divisions of labor, balanced offense and defense, and astonishing healing capacity. Zhang Meng slammed his axe on the ground with a clang, eyes bulging as he pointed at several doppelgangers. Then at Lin Kuan-yin himself and the healing doppelganger beside him, his tongue tied and vocabulary utterly depleted, reduced to primal exclamations. This is unbelievable. Zhao Chang lost his usual composure, forgetting to raise his shield, emitting incoherent sounds, as if his worldview had been utterly shattered. He had known Lin Kuan-yin was formidable in the ruined city, but this transcended mere strength. It was monstrous. No, even monsters were not this absurd. Bai Jiajia's mouth hung slightly open, her beautiful eyes sparkling with astonishment. So many doppelgangers can exist simultaneously, and each one is this powerful. Su Wan gazed at the healing doppelganger exerting the sacred grace rain, its effect far surpassing her own full exertion, a complex, bitter smile playing on her lips, tinged with self-mockery and profound awe. She shook her head gently, murmuring softly enough for those nearby to hear, Lin Kuan-yin, you're even stealing my livelihood. As the sole healer in the team, her emotions were a tangled mix. Lin's parents, after initial shock, quickly locked their gaze on their son as he entered, noting his blood-stained clothes yet steady breath and the glowing figure protecting him, finally easing half of their worry. Yet, witnessing the brutal scene and the other terrifying sons in the warehouse, the elderly couple still trembled, clasping each other's hands tightly. Dad, Mom, it's all right now, Lin Kuan-yin reassured, quickly approaching and gently patting their hands. At that moment, with a thought, a hum resonated. The psychic, elemental, and spiritual doppelgangers within the warehouse converged like weary birds returning home, transforming into 3 streams of differently hued light, instantly merging back into Lin Kuan-yin himself. Only the healing amplification doppelganger remained beside Xiao Lu and Chen Yuanshan, continuing their treatment. As the doppelgangers returned, the suffocating multi-layered pressure dissipated, and the warehouse atmosphere relaxed. Xiao Lu, Old Chen, Lin Kuan-yin approached the 2 swiftly recovering men. Infused with the potent sacred grace light, Xiao Lu coughed violently, spitting blood before slowly opening his eyes, his gaze sharpening from dazed to acute. Chen Yuanshan groaned, his fractured bones knitting together, struggling to sit up. Lin Kuan-yin? Xiao Lu, now close enough to see Lin Kuan-yin's true form and feel the rapid vitality restoration within, glanced at the nearby healing doppelganger, suddenly understanding much of what had transpired. He struggled to stand and salute, but was gently restrained by Lin Kuan-yin. Save your strength. How do you feel? Not dead. Xiao Lu grinned weakly, though frail. His spirit revived, thanks to you. Otherwise, I, along with Lao Chun and this warehouse, let us cut the nonsense. You, Chen Yuanshan, have finally caught your breath. Gazing at Lin Yuan with eyes filled with the relief of having survived a calamity and a sense of awe, as if beholding a being beyond humanity. My life and this warehouse are both saved by you. I am utterly impressed, truly impressed. Even the divine seers cannot be as extraordinary as you. Zhang Ming approached, vigorously patting Lin Yuan's shoulder. Did you hear that? Even the stoic Lao Chen acknowledges your peculiarity. One person single-handedly defeated the royal beasts, conjured multiple selves, and possesses both offensive and healing abilities. Lin Yuan, confess honestly, are you an alien in disguise? The crowd could not help but show expressions of deep agreement. The performance of this young man transcended the label of genius. It was utterly paradigm-shattering. Lin Yuan could only smile wryly, offering no further explanation, and turned to Xiao Lu. Speaking earnestly, what is the current situation? You mentioned the Research Institute is one of the primary targets of the divine lineage, and the defensive forces are in dire straits, which is why we rushed here. Upon mentioning the pressing matter, Xiao Lu's expression turned grave, barely standing with the support of the healing clone. The outer defensive line has indeed been breached. Although most of the invading beasts have been cleared by us and you, the core area remains secure. Thank you for arriving in time. He cast a wary glance at the corpse of the Qi Gui royal beast. Taking a deep breath, he spoke rapidly. We must quickly regroup and gather the spiritual energy crystals before heading to the City Defense Center. Chapter 96. The final chapter, the spirit realm reignited. Jiangqing secured. Xiao Lu's words struck like a hammer in everyone's hearts. The situation at the barrier's center is uncertain. It is the main offensive direction for the divine lineage and the beast tide. Restarting the barrier requires immense spiritual energy. We must take these crystals and head there immediately. If we delay, Jiangqing is truly finished. Chen Yuanshan wiped the blood from his face, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Restarting the barrier will render the beast tide outside negligible, while the beasts within the city will be utterly trapped. But time is not on our side. His gaze was instantly drawn to the pile of high-purity spiritual energy crystals emitting an alluring blue light in the distance. That was the last flicker of hope for Jiangqing. Action. Lin Yuan's main body exhibited no hesitation, decisively issuing orders with a steady and powerful voice that dispelled the last remnants of gloom from the hearts of the crowd. The warehouse transformed into a highly efficient hub. The mental clones silently approached Lin Yuan's parents and Bai Jiajia's parents, non-combatants. Their intangible mental force manifested as the most solid barrier and the gentlest lift, enveloping them within a soft, golden spherical shield. Parents, stay close to me. To the safe zone. The clone spoke with an uncommon gentleness, then lifted everyone, like a great bubble, smoothly and swiftly drifting out of the warehouse and into the chaotic streets outside. Wherever they passed, scattered beasts disintegrated before the mental barrier, forging a clear path to the safety point in the Rock District. The elemental clone stepped out of the warehouse door, facing the hundreds of mid to low-tier beasts howling in the congested streets ahead, arms outstretched. Purple-black flames entwined around the left arm, while purple-gold lightning danced upon the right. A whirlwind swirling shadows at its feet opened the path of the Inferno Thunder Prison. The ferocious elemental torrent cascaded forth like a doomsday judgment. Flames incinerated the path, lightning rent the darkness, and the wind-whirl shadows shredded the debris, carving a path of destruction ablaze with fire, crackling with arcs of electricity. Permeated with the stench of charred remains and ozone, through the beast tide. Charge! Lin Yuan's main body shouted. The shattered star flying daggers transforming into 9 luminous silver arcs surrounding him, leading the way into the fiery, thunderous path carved by the elemental clone. Zhang Meng swung his massive axe like a guardian deity, eliminating stray threats. Xiao Lu's remaining arcs of electricity accurately incapacitated the beasts approaching the trailer. Chen Yuanshan's powerful fists crushed the incapacitated foes. Su Wan's glimmering shield, and Bai Jiajia's water-binding flows deftly filled in the gaps. The group surged like a searing blade, tearing through the beast tide at an astonishing speed under the cover of the elemental storm, charging toward the energy-volatile core barrier control center in the city's heart. The closer they got to the center, the more intense the battle became. Experts from the divine lineage clashed with high-tier beasts, their offensive waves relentless. The broken streets were littered with the bodies of soldiers and the remains of beasts. The gigantic barrier core tower loomed in the distance, its apex, which should have been operating steadily, flickered erratically, like a candle in the wind. At the vast energy breach, dark red chaotic energy slithered like a venomous serpent, each undulation causing the entire city to tremble. Block them. Destroy the crystals. A shrill cry erupted from one of the minor leaders of the divine lineage as several figures and a few fiercely aggressive 8th-tier royal beasts lunged toward the core of the team, directly targeting the spiritual energy crystals carried by Xiao Lu. You shall not. Lin Yuan's main body shot forth a chilling glare, unleashing his mental force. The shattered star flying daggers coalesced into a deadly net of blades. The elemental clone instantaneously retreated, the inferno fire and the oblivion thunder exploding before the team, forming an elemental no-fly zone. Zhang Meng, Xiao Lu, and Chen Yuanshan roared in defiance, bracing themselves against the onslaught. Xiao Lu, the crystals. Lin Yuan's main body shouted fiercely amid the fierce clash. Understood. Xiao Lu comprehended the urgency, enduring the pain under the protection of Chen Yuanshan and Su Wan's shields, channeling his mental force frantically into the storage equipment. In an instant, the towering pile of spiritual energy crystals, radiating immense energy, vanished like magic, safely stored deep within the confines of the storage space. The target for the divine lineage's theft had evaporated. Damn it, he possesses spatial equipment. The enemy cried out in frustration. Now is the time. Charge in. Seizing upon the momentary chaos sparked by the enemy's astonishment, Lin Yuan's main body commanded the elemental clone to explode forth once more, forcibly tearing a passage straight to the base of the tower. The group burst through the last cracked alloy door, charging into the core control room of the barrier. The scene before them was alarming. Several severely injured barrier masters lay prostrate on the ground, with the few remaining guardians engaged in a bloody battle, fending off the relentless assault of the divine lineage's experts. The colossal control console was riddled with cracks, the core energy reservoir dimmed, and the runic chains sustaining the formation were fractured in multiple places. Reinforcements. It's reinforcements. One blood-soaked guardian, witnessing Lin Yuan and the others rush in, felt a surge of joy erupt from his previously despairing eyes. The crystals. Quickly, inject them into the core. The barely conscious chief barrier master cried out hoarsely. The elemental clone let out a fierce roar, unleashing its full might. Inferno Thunder Prison, guard. The searing purple-black flames, combined with the raging purple-gold lightning, mixed with the tempest and shadows, instantly filled the entrance of the control room, forming a devastating elemental barrier that held the pursuing members of the divine lineage and the beasts firmly at bay, isolating the terrifying explosions and roars outside. The powerful mental force of the mental clone enveloped the entire interior of the control room like an invisible giant hand, forming a second impregnable defense barrier, blocking the chaotic energy flows and the residual waves of external attacks, creating an absolutely secure environment for the barrier's restart. A sacred radiance surged like a tide toward the severely wounded barrier masters and guardians, the potent healing energy swiftly stabilizing their wounds, restoring their spiritual energy, and ensuring the smooth progression of the restart process. Lin Yuan's main body and Xiao Lu rushed to the core control console. Without hesitation, Xiao Lu fervently activated the storage equipment with his mental force. With a thunderous roar, like the Milky Way cascading down, a deluge of high-purity spiritual energy crystals, radiating a rich azure light, gushed forth like a waterfall, precisely injected into the massive core energy reservoir. In an instant, the dim reservoir blazed with blinding blue light, and the overwhelming energy fluctuations caused the entire control room to resonate with a deep hum. Restart. In the moment when energy surged, the chief barrier master and the rejuvenated companions strained to reach the console, their blood-stained fingers dancing swiftly across the runic chain, intoning ancient and esoteric incantations. The fractured runes were forcibly reconnected under the overwhelming flow of energy, igniting. With spiritual energy as the guide and will as the bridge, the barrier was reignited. The chief barrier master let out a final, life-exhausting cry. Boom! An indescribable, pure azure beam shot skyward from the pinnacle of the barrier's core tower. This beam instantly dispelled the dark red energy turbulence and smoke that enveloped the city, standing like a pillar reaching to the heavens. A visible layer of enormous azure energy shield, swirling with countless arcane runes, enveloped the entire Jiangxing region, radiating outward from the beam's center like ripples in water, solidifying. Its strength far surpassed that of before. Outside the city, the massive tide of beasts, frantically assaulting the city walls in an attempt to surge in, collided with an invisible wall of copper and iron. Low-tier aberrations were instantly shattered and vaporized by the shield's energy, while higher-tier aberrations were forcefully repelled, emitting cries of terror and pain. The onslaught of the beast tide abruptly ceased. The subsequent waves of beasts were paralyzed by this sudden miracle, plunging into chaos. Within the city, all remaining aberrations were as if bound by invisible shackles, the formidable suppressive force from the barrier rendering their movements exceedingly sluggish and greatly diminishing their strength. Despair permeated the beast horde. In the control room, Lin Yuan and others gazed at the soaring beam and the solidified shield, feeling the immense and stable energy fluctuations. Their taut nerves finally relaxing. Zhang Ming collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, his axe clattering to the floor. Xiao Lu and Chun Yuanshan leaned back against one another, gazing at the beam, their faces reflecting a profound relief, albeit tinged with exhaustion. Su Wan and Bai Zhejia exchanged smiles, tears glistening in their eyes. Lin Yuan slowly approached the enormous observation window of the control room, looking out at the azure barrier enveloping the sky, which stood as the most steadfast bulwark, isolating destruction and chaos beyond its reach. Within the city, the surviving military personnel and civilians looked skyward, and after a brief silence, erupted into deafening cheers and cries, filled with boundless joy and the relief of survival. "It's over," Lin Yuan murmured softly, his voice laden with ineffable gravity and a subtle sense of release. The blood on his body had yet to dry, his wounds still ached, but the scene before him rendered all sacrifices meaningful. The dawn finally pierced through the last remnants of gloom on the horizon, golden light cascading upon the newly reborn azure barrier, casting a warm and hopeful glow over the city that had risen from the ashes. In the distance, the golden shield escorted by the spiritual avatars safely reached the Panshir district, where Lin's parents and others emerged from the shield, embracing the survivors eagerly awaiting in the safety zone. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze, turning to his weary yet resolute companions behind him, as well as the warriors and barrier masters in the control room who reignited hope. He took a deep breath, his voice calm, yet imbued with strength. The beast tide has ended, Jiangxing has endured. The spirit realm is reignited, and Jiangxing shall remain steadfast. The end.